Chapter 1. Repaying Debts. Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao. Please bring me a bucket of water later. We've run out of water at home. Today is a splendid day. Li Jiaojiao was humming a tune when she heard the voice calling her. She turned around to see Grandma Song from the 5th floor leaning out of her window to speak with her. Sure thing, Grandma Song. I'll deliver it in 10 minutes. Li Jiaojiao replied, playfully raising 2 fingers to her forehead in a makeshift salute. This amused Grandma Song, who laughed heartily and teased, "Your singing is delightful. You should sing more often. What is you in such high spirits today?" Grandma Song, I received my salary today, and I can finally repay all my debts. Oh dear, you child. We're all neighbors here. I've told you countless times that you don't need to repay us. It's rare to find such a considerate child. You needn't rush with the water, just be cautious on your way. I know, Grandma Song. With that, Li Jiaojiao hopped on her little electric scooter and sped off. Though she was called Jiaojiao, she was anything but spoiled. Life's harsh realities had left no room for frivolity. At just 16, she lost both parents in an accident, leaving her to care for her 13-year-old brother, who was suffering from severe pancreatitis. The young girl had no choice but to drop out of school and work to fund her brother's treatment. Just days ago, she had been nestled in her mother's embrace, and now she found herself shouldering the burdens of life. Fortunately, their neighbors were kind-hearted, rallying friends and relatives to donate, ultimately raising enough for her brother's surgery. Her brother, Li Tian, showed remarkable resilience, actively cooperating with his treatment and miraculously snatching his life back from the clutches of death. Li Jiaojiao remembered the immense kindness of their neighbors. She meticulously recorded each household's contributions in a notebook. Over the years, the community had looked out for the siblings, and thus, she took on 3 jobs delivering packages, transporting water, and working night shifts at a convenience store. After 5 arduous years of frugality, she was finally able to send her brother to school. Today's salary meant she could repay the last of their debts. Li Jiaojiao had already envisioned her future. Once the debts were settled, she longed to return to school to continue her studies. Her experiences over the years had taught her that while education alone might not be all-powerful, lacking it was simply not an option. She also yearned to experience a sweet romance, filling the void of youthful love she had missed. Afternoon. As Li Tian returned home from school, he was greeted by the sight of his sister preparing a sumptuous meal. "Wow, sis, what's the occasion? This feast looks incredible," he exclaimed, quickly washing his hands and grabbing bowls and chopsticks. Tian, come sit. There's good news today." "What good news, sis?" Li Jiaojiao swiftly popped open 2 cans of beer and said, "A small celebration. I received my salary today. After dinner, we will repay Uncle Zhang and thank him for all his support over the years." "Yeah, sis, you've worked so hard all these years, juggling multiple jobs every single day," Tian began, his voice wavering as tears welled in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. He recalled how his sister had not taken a single day off, rushing from one job to another after hastily finishing her meals, never indulging herself, yet ensuring she had fresh milk and eggs every morning. "Oh, silly brother, you've consistently earned scholarships, and I haven't had to worry about your studies. You've handled the household chores, and I know you've refrained from playing with friends to save money. I'm aware of everything," she reassured him. "All right, let's not dwell on the past. We've both grown up safe and sound, and I believe Mom and Dad are at peace now." As Li Jiaojiao spoke, she gazed at the 2 black and white photographs displayed in the living room. Tian picked up a can of beer and took a few sips before saying, "Sis, I have a gift for you." He stood up and walked to the bedroom, soon returning with a large box. "Sis, I'm about to start college, and I know you wish to attend as well. I've organized all my books and notes for you. With these materials, I believe you can surely get into university next year. Without you, I wouldn't have made it this far. Don't worry, I've grown up now, and I'll protect you." With that, he raised his fist and thumped it against his chest. Li Jiaojiao, touched, embraced Tian tightly. "You little rascal. Remember, I'm your sister, and it's my job to protect you. No matter how old you get, you'll always be my little brother." After their meal, the siblings made their way to Uncle Zhang's house. Upon opening the door, Aunt Zhang welcomed them warmly. "Jiaojiao, Tian, come in. Have you eaten? We're just about to serve dinner. Join us." Aunt Zhang, Please don't trouble yourself, we've already eaten. We came to repay you for your kindness over the years. Li Jiaojiao replied as she and her brother bowed deeply to Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang. Get up, get up. What sweet children you are. When your parents left us so suddenly, we felt compelled to help in any way we could. We've always said that you don't need to repay us, Aunt Zhang said, holding Jiaojiao's hand with a pained expression. Li Jiaojiao beamed brightly. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, today am repaying the full amount. Without your help back then, Tian might not have survived. You all are our saviors, and I must repay you otherwise. My conscience wouldn't allow it. Despite their protests, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang could not refuse the siblings and accepted the money. As the siblings exited, they strolled along the roadside, joyfully discussing which university to attend, dreaming of sweet romances, and contemplating the endless possibilities of the future. Suddenly, a piercing horn echoed from behind. Beep! Li Jiaojiao whipped around just in time to see a large truck barreling towards them out of control. Chapter 2. The good days hadn't even begun, yet death loomed. With no time to think, Li Jiaojiao pushed Tian towards the roadside greenery with all her might. The last thing she heard was Tian's anguished cry, "Sister!" In that fleeting moment, as she closed her eyes, countless scenes flashed through her mind, culminating in a singular thought. Oh my God, this is just too tragic. After everything, why must my good fortune end so abruptly? And then, darkness enveloped her. Tian stumbled over, cradling the bloodied form of his sister, speechless and trembling, unable to retrieve his phone. Bystanders who witnessed the accident rushed to help, calling for an ambulance. The paramedics arrived swiftly and transported her to the hospital, but her injuries were too severe. Despite 3 hours of effort, they could not save her. All that remained was Li Tian, weeping quietly, his face buried in his hands. Beep, 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 beep. The network is connected. The system is booting. Host match successful. System binding commencing. System binding successful. Initiating rescue for the host. Rescue of the host unsuccessful. Rebooting imminent. Second rescue attempt commencing. Failure. Rebooting. Third rescue attempt commencing. If unsuccessful, the system will unbind the host, and the host will be forcibly eliminated. Unbeknownst to her, Li Jiaojiao sensed the impending danger as the system voice echoed once more. Rescue successful. The host owes the system 30,000 points. You have 3 years to repay this debt, or the system will forcibly eliminate you. Li Jiaojiao awakened groggily, her head pounding. Had she been saved? Why was the hospital so noisy? But as her eyes fluttered open and she took in her surroundings, she was left in utter disbelief. Oh my goodness, how did I end up in a primitive forest? When did such a vast expanse of forest appear near my home? Li Jiaojiao stared incredulously at the towering trees. Greetings, host. I am your bound life system, Countless. You are currently in the beast realm, where you will embark on a new life. To save your life, you now owe the system 30,000 points, which must be repaid within 3 years. Failure to do so will result in a forced termination of your life. Wait. What is this nonsense? I owe you points, and my life is at stake. I just finished repaying my debts. Why must I incur new ones? Li Jiaojiao felt on the verge of a breakdown. Because I saved you 3 times, each costing 10,000 points, totaling 30,000 points. Consider you're a new member. I've automatically arranged a 3-year interest-free installment plan. You only need to repay it within 3 years. Countless replied with a tone that suggested it was being quite accommodating. Li Jiaojiao was rendered speechless. Oh really? You are surprisingly considerate? An automatic installment plan? Why 3 rescues? Is this standard for all hosts? Countless hesitated, unsure how to respond. It wouldn't do to admit, I'm a newbie and not familiar with the operation. After a brief pause, Countless decided to shift the blame onto the host. Because your vital signs were unstable at the time, requiring significant energy. Countless lied without a hint of shame. Can you offer a discount? Li Jiaojiao remained oblivious to Countless' discomfort. Countless was at a loss, having never encountered such a request before. Noticing the pause, Li Jiaojiao seized the opportunity. How about a discount, system? Let's be friends. I'll cooperate with any future tasks. Countless remained silent. Li Jiaojiao switched tactics. I don't care. I don't care. Look at me, a delicate young girl who has finally endured hardships and is on the brink of a bright future. Yet, suddenly, I find myself in this unfamiliar place, burdened with an overwhelming debt. I can't go on living. Just end it all for me now. After speaking, she anxiously awaited the system's response. Chu Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her indeed. The excess points were a consequence of her own inexperience. Thus, Chu Yu said to Li Jiaojiao, well, please allow me to apply. All right. Li Jiaojiao, guess there must be a way. During the waiting period, she finally took the time to observe her surroundings. The towering trees were so thick that it would take 5 or 6 people to encircle them. And the sky, oh how blue it was, devoid of any impurities. Li Jiaojiao couldn't recall the last time she had looked up at the sky. Every day was consumed by work to repay debts. Just when she thought she had cleared them, she found herself in debt once more. How unfortunate! Nearby, unknown flowers released a fragrant aroma, pulling her thoughts back. Suddenly, the words Chu Yu had just uttered flashed through her mind. This is the Beast World continent. Could it be that this place is populated by wild beasts? Li Jiaojiao felt a sudden sense of impending doom. Ding ding. Hello, host. After my vigorous advocacy, I have successfully secured a 50% discount from the main system. Chu Yu feigned calmness while speaking to Li Jiaojiao, but in truth, he wished to rectify his earlier mistake by lowering the points to 10,000. Regrettably, his authority was insufficient. This discount was obtained through connections and backdoor dealings. However, Li Jiaojiao was unaware of this and believed the system was truly impressive, showering Chu Yu with praise. Chu Yu, you are simply amazing. I'm so lucky to have you. Chu Yu, feeling a bit shy, replied, oh, it's nothing really, we are one and the same. After all, if I don't help you, who will? At that moment, Li Jiaojiao remembered to ask, Chu Yu, you just mentioned this is the Beast World continent. Does that mean it is filled with wild beasts? What if I, who am as helpless as a fledgling chick, encounter them? Wouldn't they just swat me to death with a single paw? Chu Yu straightened his posture and replied solemnly, host, to be precise, you are no longer entirely human. Chapter 3. A handsome stranger from the heavens? Who starts off with such abundance? What? What on earth? Li Jiaojiao raised her hand to touch her own leg. Could it not be a human hand and leg? Shuzajin explained, indeed, host, the beast world is inhabited by 2 species, beastmen and beasts. Currently, you are a beastman, and your beast form is that of a white rabbit. Beastmen have the ability to freely switch between their beast and human forms. Simply think transform in your mind, and you shall change into your beast form. Following Shuzajin's instructions, Li Jiaojiao concentrated on the word transform, and sure enough, she transformed into a fluffy little white rabbit. Upon glancing at her paws, no, they were her 4 paws, pure as snow. She thought, oh my, this image is quite charming. Goodness, I can't believe I can actually transform, but if I think of changing back, will I revert to my human form? Li Jiaojiao could hardly contain her excitement. Yes, indeed, host, you may give it a try. With a swish, Li Jiaojiao transformed back, brimming with exhilaration. Host, due to the imbalance of genders in the beast world, which has more males than females, the prevailing practice is polyandry. The females are referred to as females, while the males are known as males, and they can interbreed across species. Li Jiaojiao was taken aback. Interbreeding across species? What would the offspring be like? Shuzajin patiently elucidated it could be of your species, the other S species, or even a mutated new breed. Ultimately, it is all for the propagation of beastmen, and as the childbearing system, I shall serve as your most formidable assistant on this journey. Li Jiaojiao recalled the points she owed and inquired, so what tasks do I need to undertake to earn points? Surely it can't be just about having children. The next moment, she heard Shuzajin affirm, indeed, it is about giving birth. Host, the beastmen are categorized into 8 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, yellow, universe, primordial, and the like. The rewards for giving birth vary depending on the rank of the beastman. The higher the rank, the more substantial the rewards. Each childbirth will yield corresponding point rewards, as well as material rewards. Points can also be exchanged for desired materials, meaning, to thrive here, you simply need to bear many offspring. The more offspring you have, the less you need to worry about. Li Jiaojiao pouted, crafting a flower crown from the wildflowers beside her as she remarked, easier said than done. How can one simply find a suitable match? Moreover, even if, it's not that easy to get pregnant, right? Do not fret. Host out at the beginning, there will be a newcomer gift pack which includes various elixirs needed for childbirth. Would you like to claim it now? Shuzijin's voice rang out. A gift pack? Will it disappear if I don't claim it? Will it expire once I take it? Li Jiaojiao exclaimed, her excitement rekindled. Not at all, host. The pack contains numerous items, and for your convenience. The system has a built-in space of 10 cubic meters. This can be expanded through childbirth rewards. When you confirm the receipt, the items will be stored in your system space, and whenever you need them. Simply think of the item's name. If you choose not to claim it, you will have to retrieve it from the space first before you can use it. Jiaojiao clapped her hands in delight. Praising, I must say, Shuzijin, your system is truly advanced for the sake of Beastman's propagation. You've certainly outdone yourself with such features. Then let us claim it, Li Jiaojiao declared. Understood, host. The newcomer gift pack has been claimed. Childbearing elixir 2, 100 success rate. Consume after copulation. 1 pill leads to a whole litter. The king of cost-effectiveness. Painless delivery elixir 2, to be taken during delivery for a completely painless experience. You deserve it. Restoration elixir 2. Instantly restores pre-pregnancy condition, returning your youthful vitality. Beginner detoxification elixir 3. Neutralizes toxins of the universe rank and below. Easy to handle. Intermediate detoxification elixir 3. Neutralizes toxins of the profound rank and below. Easy to handle. Advanced detoxification elixir 3. Neutralizes toxins of the heaven rank and below. Easy to handle. Beauty elixir 2. Essential for every beautiful maiden. The more you consume, the more stunning you become. Strengthening elixir 2. Essential for building a strong physique, ensuring robust health. Space expansion voucher 2. Each voucher expands space by 5 cubic meters. Xian, iron dagger 1. Can slice through iron like mud. Essential for self-defense and dealing with foes. Firestarter stones 3. Indispensable for self-sufficiency. Wow, these rewards are quite generous. Li Jiaojiao beamed, her smile radiant. So, what should we do now? Shouldn't I find something to eat? My stomach's growling. Host, you must now seek out your beast husband. The sooner you find a partner, the sooner you can bear children and ascend to the pinnacle of life, Shuzijin urged eagerly. Are you kidding? In this vast forest, there's no one around. Where am I supposed to find someone? Li Jiaojiao thought the system was rather absurd. Just as she voiced her thoughts, a distant scream echoed from a nearby cliff, followed by the sound of trees crashing down. What on earth is that noise? It's terrifying, or rather, it's a rabbit. Li Jiaojiao strained her ears, but the sound ceased, leaving her feeling uneasy and reluctant to investigate. She could only internally call out to the system, Shuzijin, what is going on? Host, upon detection, there is a universe-rank fox beastman, single, who is poisoned and injured, Shuzijin reported. Wow, you even know if he is single. Should I go check on him? Could it be you found me a beast husband? Li Jiaojiao asked, feeling apprehensive about venturing out alone in an unfamiliar place. Host, selecting suitable partners is a fundamental function of the system. You may go check. You are of the same rank, and he is injured, Shuzijin encouraged, implying that if the fox beastman made any advances, Li Jiaojiao would be able to defend herself. With that reassurance, Li Jiaojiao stepped towards the source of the sound. Initially indifferent, her eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing a young man lying beneath the trees. Holy moly! How can someone be this handsome? With silver-gray hair cascading down his back, a high-bridged nose, and chiseled features that now appeared somewhat pale. His lips were devoid of color due to his injury. His elongated fox-like eyes were shut tight, hiding their allure. Yet Li Jiaojiao couldn't help but swallow hard in response to her physiological reaction. Ha ha! Which unfortunate girl starts off with such a handsome catch? It turns out to be me. Such a beautiful man. I must seize this opportunity. It seems heaven is smiling upon me. Li Jiaojiao could hardly contain herself, bursting into joyous laughter, hands on her hips, looking skyward. Host, if you don't save him soon, he might die. Shuzijin thought, realizing it would be vital to find more handsome men for the host, especially if a single one could elicit such excitement. All right, quickly check what poison he has, which detoxification elixir I should use, and if I need to give him a strengthening elixir too. The system began to assess, revealing that he was afflicted by universe rank snake poison. Easily remedied with the beginner detoxification elixir, with a strengthening elixir aiding in his swift recovery, Jiaojiao hurriedly administered the medicine to the handsome youth. However, it was unclear whether her earlier laughter had startled him awake or if the elixirs were taking effect. As the handsome youth slowly opened his eyes, Chapter 4. The Fox Clan's young master. Chu Yu. As Chu Yu opened his eyes, he beheld a petite female by his side, adorned with a flower crown that emanated a fragrant aroma. Clad in a snow-white bee-skin dress that accentuated her fair skin, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, her delicate features were fixed on him, unwavering. Chu Yu found himself momentarily entranced, his heart racing in an almost palpable way. Though there were many young females in his tribe, none had ever stirred such feelings within him, which was why he had yet to find a partner even after 2 years of adulthood. Seeing her lack of response, Jiaojiao assumed the poison had not fully dissipated. She waved her hand in front of him, prompting Chu Yu to snap back to reality, only for his face to flush a deep crimson. Little female, hello, may I ask, were you the one who saved me? Upon hearing his voice, Jiaojiao felt as if her ears were about to conceive. His tone was irresistibly charming, far too delightful. She blushed in response, replying, you said I heard some noise over here and came to check, only to find you poisoned and injured. Luckily, I know of a detoxifying herb, so I gathered some for you. How do you feel now? She refrained from disclosing her possession of detoxification elixirs, not wishing to reveal her trump card to a stranger. Thank you for saving my life, little female. When I return to my tribe, I will certainly express my profound gratitude. Chu Yu declared earnestly. Jiaojiao quickly waved her hands. Oh no, no need for that. Helping others is a traditional virtue of the rabbit clan. Huh, what clan? Chu Yu inquired, having not heard her clearly, realizing her slip of the tongue. Jiaojiao hastily laughed. Oh, just the rabbit clan. It's our rabbit clan's traditional virtue. You're so adorable, Chu Yu complimented, noticing the slight pink hue on her ears. That you're quite handsome too, Jiaojiao replied, her words lacking firmness, for reasons unknown. While he had always found the praise of other females in the tribe shallow, today, the compliment from this petite female brought him immense joy, grateful that his looks could capture her attention. Ah, love truly is a double standard. Host, pull yourself together, Shuzajin reminded. Oh yes. Jiaojiao regained her composure, a bit shyly addressing Chu Yu. You must be hungry. I'll go find something to eat. With that, she dashed off. Hey, little female, how can I let you go find food alone? As she spoke, she felt the urge to stand up, but her body had not yet fully recovered, and she tilted back down again, having already lost sight of Jiaojiao, who had dashed away. While running, she inquired of the system, Shu Buqing, do you know of anything edible around here? Immediately, Shu Buqing activated its scanning function, directing an arrow toward a large red fruit to the left front, and informed Jiaojiao. The red fruit ahead is crisp, delicious, fragrant, and juicy. It is indeed edible. Jiaojiao felt a wave of astonishment. She had not anticipated that the system possessed such capabilities. The fruit resembled an apple, and as Jiaojiao took a bite, she found it quite delightful. Indeed, the taste was exceptional. Perhaps it was the high oxygen levels of this primordial forest that made both plants and animals larger than usual. She hurriedly picked several red fruits and made her way back. As she approached the edge of the trees, she caught sight of Chu Yu, who was gazing intently in the direction she had departed. She gently walked over, waved her hand, and said, Hey, handsome, what are you looking at? Chu Yu finally snapped back to reality, scratching his head in embarrassment. Oh, I was supposed to be searching for food. Such a precious little female like you should not be doing such things. Jiaojiao waved her hand dismissively. I'm used to it. I used to take care of myself and my younger brother, but a surge of inexplicable tenderness welled up within Chu Yu. In their tribe, females were regarded as precious, and generally, male beastmen would not allow females to engage in such tasks. What had this little female experienced to become so adept at handling such matters? Suddenly, he was overcome with a desire to protect her for the rest of her life. Regaining his composure, he introduced himself to Li Jiaojiao. My name is Chu Yu, the young master of the fox tribe. I was initially ascending in rank today, but unexpectedly, the hyena tribe ambushed me with poison in the ensuing struggle. I accidentally fell from a cliff after being struck by their toxin. And you? How did you end up here alone? This place is quite perilous. Hello, I am Li Jiaojiao from the rabbit tribe. I initially came out with my brother, but after an unexpected incident, I'm not quite sure how I ended up here. When I woke up, I was already here, and I have no idea where my brother went. Upon hearing that the little female was all alone, Chu Yu felt a pang of urgency and blurted out, "Then you should come back to our tribe with me." After realizing how that might have sounded, he blushed and scratched his head. I just think it's unsafe for you to be alone in the forest. There are too many wild beasts that, if you come back with me, there will be many male beastmen to protect you. I can protect you to. I understand your intentions. Thank you, but I'm just worried that it might be inconvenient for you. It won't be inconvenient at all. There are plenty of beast dens in our tribe. Since you've lost your brother, you can stay with us. Our tribe is not far from here. Once we return, I'll inform the males in the tribe to keep an eye out for your brother while they hunt at Jiaojiao. Unable to explain the situation regarding her brother, could only vaguely agree to Chu Yu's kind offer. After consuming some food, Chu Yu felt significantly better and was already able to stand. He was pleasantly surprised. In the past, if he had been poisoned by a snake without the tribe shaman, it would have been nearly impossible to survive at that moment. When he was poisoned, he had thought he would surely die. He had not expected to recover so quickly. He felt that it was all thanks to the little female. Li Jiaojiao was his lucky star, and his fondness for her grew even deeper. When Chu Yu was lying down, Li Jiaojiao had not noticed how tall he was, but now that he stood up, she could see that the knee-length animal skin skirt accentuated his long, straight legs, while his muscular upper body exuded a sense of strength. OMG, this H-country appa looks just like he stepped out of my dreams, Li Jiaojiao thought to herself, feeling giddy with admiration. Chapter 5. Haha. We're eating now. Tribe of the Fox. Chief, the young master has returned. Oh my, who is this stunning person accompanying the young master? Wasn't the young master ambushed by the hyena tribe? He seems to be just fine now. Thank the beast god. The young master is blessed and has great fortune. Upon hearing the voices of his tribesmen, Chief Chu Tian rushed out to meet them. Upon seeing his son, he pulled him close and began to check him over. How are you? Were you hurt? I sent many people out to look for you, but we couldn't find you. Your mother and I were almost frantic with worry. I'm fine, father. Sorry to worry you. It was Jiaojiao who saved me. She got separated from her brother, so I brought her back. Chu Tian also noticed the little female who had returned with Chu Yu. Upon hearing his son's words, he promptly expressed his gratitude and arranged for someone to prepare a beast den for Li Jiaojiao. Little female, you can stay here comfortably. We will bring you some food shortly. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Chief. Once the crowd dispersed, only Chu Yu and Li Jiaojiao remained, and the atmosphere grew quiet. As Chu Yu turned, he noticed the setting sun casting a warm glow on Li Jiaojiao's face. Her rosy cheeks and pearly earlobes shimmering softly in the sunlight, creating an enchanting halo. Chu Yu felt a rush of blood to his face, stammering, Jiaojiao, you should rest first. I'll go prepare something to eat. After speaking, he hurriedly walked away to handle the beast meat, scolding himself for being so flustered at just a glance. Jiaojiao approached to offer assistance, but Chu Yu quickly pulled her back, insisting, No, how can I allow a little female to do this? You just sit there. I can manage. Jiaojiao did not press further, observing Chu Yu's actions. Chu Yu, what are you planning to cook? There is some tender meat here, along with some fruits that I'll wash and cut them up. Raw. Li Jiaojiao expressed a reluctance to eat it that way. Yes, we usually eat it raw. Can we cook it? Well, there's no fire, Chu Yu said somewhat sheepishly, scratching his head. That's all right. I have a way. Saying this, she pretended to pull out a FL upon the inquiry of Li Jiaojiao. Her face flushed crimson. Heaven knows, for someone who has never tasted meat before, the thought of becoming pregnant and being unable to indulge in such pleasures would be utterly vexing. Fear not, dear host. Consuming a strengthening pill can aid in fortifying your body. Swiftly, Li Jiaojiao ingested the pill and approached Chu Yu's side. He took her hand and said, Jiaojiao, Let us go to the shaman to have our marks engraved. Jiaojiao, returning his grasp, smiled sweetly and nodded, replying, "All right." Chapter 6. Our unique mark. Before long, they arrived at the shaman's cave, where Chu Yu politely greeted the elderly shaman and explained their purpose. The shaman of the fox tribe was quite advanced in age, accompanied by a gifted apprentice named Dan, chosen from the tribe a few years prior. Having trained under the shaman for many years, she was rumored to be nearing her own graduation. As the shaman's health waned, it was often Dan who attended to the many patients. Upon hearing that the young clan leader had found a mate, the shaman expressed her delight, exclaiming several times how wonderful it was. And she insisted on personally engraving the marks for the young leader and his female companion. "Dear female, it may cause a bit of discomfort. Please bear with it," the shaman gently reassured Li Jiaojiao. In a moment, a delicate fox was etched onto Li Jiaojiao's left wrist, a symbol of her affection for Chu Yu. She hoped that every time she lifted her hand, she would see him. And it seemed she was quite content with him thus far. Because males could only choose one mate for life, such marks were engraved upon their hearts. After a brief interval, a vividly lifelike rabbit was engraved upon Chu Yu's chest. He touched it, exclaiming, "How wonderful! From this day forth, I shall have my own little family." Upon hearing that Chu Yu had marked his mate, his mother eagerly grasped Li Jiaojiao's hand, saying, "Finally, a female has chosen my Yu. I thought he would remain a bachelor for life." Chu Yu interjected with a chuckle, "The right person is always worth the wait. If I had chosen a partner earlier, I may never have met Jiaojiao." The two exchanged affectionate smiles while Chu Yu's mother playfully hit him, teasing, "You do have a sharp tongue. Bring back some food, will you? Jiaojiao, you're my only female now. Can you hunt?" "Mother, I can certainly provide for my own mate. However, when I go hunting, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on Jiaojiao. She is unfamiliar with this place, and I worry she may not adjust well. Oh dear, to be so caring right after acquiring a wife," teased Chu Yu's mother. "Mother," Chu Yu replied bashfully, scratching his head. Noticing his ears turning crimson, she decided against further teasing and turned to Jiaojiao, saying, "Jiaojiao, now that you are with Yuer, I will treat you as my own daughter. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to let us know. Since Yuer is your only mate, he may not always be able to attend to you, but I will always be here. You need not feel awkward. We are now family." Jiaojiao's eyes glistened with emotion. Since losing her parents at the age of 16, she had not heard such touching words. Looking at Chu Yu's mother's loving expression and gentle words made her feel an overwhelming urge to leap into her embrace. "May I call you mother like Chu Yu does?" she asked shyly. "Silly child, of course. I took a liking to you the moment I laid eyes on you." "Mother," Li Jiaojiao exclaimed, embracing her, inhaling the familiar scent, feeling as if she had transformed back into the little girl who used to snuggle in her mother's arms. "Now, we must return. Make sure to spend some time with Jiaojiao this afternoon." As Chu Yu held Li Jiaojiao's hand, ready to leave, he glanced at his mother and Jiaojiao in a warm embrace and felt a pang of longing, realizing he had yet to truly hold her close. Upon returning to their den, Chu Yu held Li Jiaojiao, kissing and embracing her for quite some time before encouraging her to rest while he went out to hunt. Jiao nodded in agreement and began to explore the love nest that belonged to both her and Chu Yu. It seemed that, barring unforeseen circumstances, she would be living here from now on. As she surveyed the space, she contemplated where she could adorn it and where it might be expanded. The den had two small openings. One served as a dining and meeting area, while the inner one was for resting. With the baby expected to arrive in 2 months, Li Jiaojiao thought it wise to start preparations for enlarging the den, wondering how many little ones she might bear. With that thought, she called upon the system. "Countless, countless. Can you tell me how many babies I might have?" A cheerful voice replied, "Dear host, rest assured, the number will surely uphold my reputation of being countless. However, due to Chu Yu's lower beast rank, the quality of this litter may not be high. You can encourage him to elevate his rank, or seek another mate with a higher rank to bear more gifted offspring." "How does one elevate their beast rank?" Li Jiaojiao inquired, eager to learn that in this beast realm, there are 2 methods. One is through diligent training, which is slow but solid. The other involves consuming energy-ranked beast crystals, which carry certain risks. If you encounter a beast of a higher rank, It could endanger your life during the hunt. However, a third method has recently emerged. After waiting for some time without hearing anything from the system, she could not restrain her curiosity any longer. What is this third method? With a cheeky tone, the system responded, I was waiting for you to ask. You see, our childbirth rewards include point rewards and item rewards. Among the item rewards, there are pills for rank elevation, known as upgrade pills. Different ranks require different pills, and the better the talents of the offspring, the more abundant the rewards that, I see. Actually, many females here possess no beast rank. And those who do typically have very low ranks. Very few have trained themselves, so females of your caliber are exceedingly rare across the beast continent. For now, you need not pursue a rank elevation. But your mate's rise in rank is quite urgent. Understood, I will encourage Chu Yu, and once I have given birth to this litter, I too shall work on improving myself. After all, relying on others is never as dependable as relying on oneself. Chapter 7. 7 Parts of the Mountain. Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, come quickly. Look what I found for you to eat. Li Jiaojiao stepped outside to see Chu Yu holding something pale yellow, which at first glance resembled a banana. She took it from him and inquired, What is this? This is a yellow stick. It has a glutinous texture and a sweet flavor. Try it and see how it tastes. I will prepare some roasted meat and soup for you. I just caught a plump rat. He shook the hefty rat, which likely weighed around 20 pounds, in his hand. Jiao examined the yellow stick. Its thin skin suggested it could be eaten raw. Tentatively, she took a bite. Wow, the texture is indeed reminiscent of a banana. However, everything in this realm was significantly larger, and one yellow stick could replace 4 bananas. Its skin was thinner and edible, lacking the bitterness of banana peels. After a few bites, she decided to save the rest for later, as she still needed to make room for the barbecue. The rat Chu Yu had caught resembled a bamboo rat, with tender meat that sizzled and oozed oil as it roasted, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Even the simplest seasoning of coarse salt made Li Jiao's mouth water. Seeing her captivated by the roasted meat, Chu Yu quickly took down 2 skewers, blowing on them until they were cool enough, then offered them to her. Jiao savored them with delight, having almost forgotten how long it had been since she had enjoyed a proper meal. Noticing her happiness and how she ate with abandon, Chu Yu couldn't help but continue roasting more. After tasting a couple of skewers, she held 2 freshly roasted ones to Chu Yu's lips that he paused, momentarily taken aback, as he had observed that in the tribe, the females finished their meals before the males began theirs. In the past few days, he had noticed that Jiaojiao seemed different. She did not view the responsibilities of a mate as obligations. Li Jiaojiao found it somewhat perplexing why Chu Yu was so cautious. After listening to Chu Yu's explanation, she understood that in this world, the scarcity of females warranted such special treatment. Yet, she was not accustomed to it. Turning to him, she earnestly cradled Chu Yu's face in her hands, gazing into his eyes as she spoke. Chu Yu, it may be that my physical strength cannot currently match yours, and I am unable to accompany you on hunts for the time being. However, I shall strive to cultivate my abilities and continuously improve myself. I aspire to stand by your side, rather than always being shielded behind you. In our family, we are equals. We shall share our meals together and divide our provisions equally. There is no need for preferential treatment between us. We are family. Do you understand? Moved by her words, Chu Yu embraced Li Jiaojiao tightly, exclaiming, Jiaojiao, I truly feel like the fortunate recipient of the beast god's favor. Before encountering you, I couldn't even have dreamed of such a reality. Foolish one, she replied playfully. By the way, Chu Yu, you mentioned you were ascending in rank when the hyena tribe ambushed you. At the mention of this, Chu Yu felt a surge of anger within him. Yes, although I'm the young clan leader, my strength is not particularly high within our tribe, which is why I have been diligently training. Just yesterday, I was ambushed while ascending from the cosmic stage to the yellow stage. Initially, I was poisoned by a snake and had lost all hope of survival. Yet unexpectedly, I encountered you, Jiaojiao. Not only did you save me, but you also granted me the opportunity to be your beast husband. I still feel as though I am dreaming. Moreover, to my great surprise, when I awoke this morning, I discovered that my strength remained unaffected. In fact, I believe I may be able to ascend again in the coming days, It seems that you have brought me good fortune." After hearing this, Li Jiaojiao silently called upon the system to inquire. Countless. Could this situation Chu Yu described be due to the effects of the strengthening elixir? Indeed, host, the system confirmed. Chu Yu's strength had already reached a certain level. He was merely hindered by the hyena's underhanded attack. The strengthening elixir produced by the system stabilizes his physical condition, so by tomorrow at the latest, Chu Yu will ascend to the yellow stage. Excellent, excellent. You are truly commendable, system. Thank you. After enjoying a hearty meal, Chu Yu took Li Jiaojiao on a leisurely stroll through the tribe, familiarizing themselves with its inhabitants. During this time, Li Jiaojiao also learned about the Fox tribe's circumstances. The Fox tribe resides in the initial Ming mountain range, which houses 7 tribes arranged similarly to the Big Dipper constellation: the Hyena tribe, the Fox tribe, the Tiger Roar tribe, the Divine Hound tribe, the Ground Rabbit tribe, the Jumping Mouse tribe, and the Sky Eagle tribe. The Hyena tribe and the Sky Eagle tribe are located at opposite ends, with the 7 tribes encircling a vast lake known as Lake Alba. The Fox tribe is the closest to the Hyena tribe, which has been relentlessly probing the edges of the Fox territory in recent years, frequently causing disturbances that have become a source of annoyance for the entire Fox tribe. Furthermore, the Hyena tribe has displayed a distinct lack of ethics, daring to resort to treachery during Chu Yu's ascension. IKT seems preparations for battle against them are in order to the right of the Fox tribe are the Tiger Roar tribe and the Divine Hound tribe, which maintain a cordial relationship due to the occasional intermarriages between their males and the females of the Fox tribe. Chu Yu is of a similar age to the young leaders of those 2 tribes, and they have often interacted over the years. If a conflict with the Hyena tribe were to arise, it would be prudent to seek cooperation with the other 2 tribes. The following afternoon, while Li Jiaojiao and Chu Yu were enjoying each other's company, Chu Yu suddenly felt a surge of power within him, signaling that he was about to ascend. He quickly informed Li Jiaojiao and turned to enter the beast cave. Moments later, a deep, resonant roar echoed from within. Jiaojiao dared not intrude, choosing instead to wait outside. Chu Yu's father and mother hurried over, joining her in vigil. After approximately half an hour, the sound ceased, and a drenched in sweat Chu Yu emerged. The clan leader, upon seeing him, excitedly patted his shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, my boy. Your diligent training has paid off. I never imagined you would ascend to the yellow stage so swiftly. Even after being poisoned, truly, the beast god has blessed you." The credit belongs to Jiaojiao. She was the one who helped me break the poison. Chu Yu gazed at Li Jiaojiao with tender affection. Upon hearing this, Chu Chantian, the clan leader, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jiaojiao's contributions are invaluable. Chapter 8. I shall become a father. Chu Yu's heart swelled with excitement, although he had sensed that he would be able to ascend again soon. He had not anticipated regaining his strength so quickly without any mishap. Li Jiaojiao shared in his joy. The system, countless, reminded Li Jiaojiao, "Host, your beast husband has successfully ascended to the yellow stage. You might want to consider conceiving another child soon. This child will undoubtedly possess greater potential than the previous one." What did you say? Conceive again, but I'm already pregnant, am I not? Li Jiaojiao questioned, suspecting a glitch in the system. Host, it is as follows. Your current beast form is that of a rabbit, which is 2 uteri. Thus, you can carry 2 pregnancies simultaneously or stagger them. Li Jiaojiao was once again astounded. Having spent her previous life working tirelessly for a living, she had never had the time or means to care for any living creature, aside from Li Tiantian. Her understanding of rabbits was limited to knowing that spicy rabbit heads were quite delectable. Upon hearing this revelation, she could not help but marvel at the peculiar physiology of rabbits possessing dual uteri. It seemed that the beast world truly required her to propagate a multitude of offspring, with all necessary resources readily available. That evening, after dinner, Li Jiaojiao rested her head on Chu Yu's shoulder, engaging him in conversation. Chu Yu tilted his head, inhaling the unique fragrance emanating from her, feeling his heart race. Sensing Chu Yu's deepening breaths, Li Jiaojiao felt a playful urge to tease him. She reached out, wrapping her arms around his neck, and gently pinched his silver-gray ears. Chu Yu, about to remind Li Jiaojiao that males' ears should not be touched so carelessly, glanced down to find her smiling mischievously. instantly realizing her intentions. Jiaojiao the next morning, as Li Jiaojiao awoke, she consumed a fertility pill upon countless reminder, preparing to give Chu Yu a delightful surprise. In recent days, Chu had been quite busy. Aside from keeping Li Jiaojiao company, he had been hunting. Additionally, clan leader Chu Chantian had organized the tribe's most formidable warriors into 3 patrolling teams. As the young clan leader and a yellow stage warrior, Chu Yu, along with Chu Chantian and another yellow stage beastman named Chu He, who was Chu Yu's cousin, each led a team, conducting patrols to ensure the tribe's safety and ward off potential ambushes from the hyena tribe. Clan leader Chu Chantian had also dispatched strong male beastmen to the Tiger Roar and Divine Hound tribes to negotiate collaboration against the hyena tribe. The Fox tribe is slightly closer to the Tiger Roar tribe, requiring approximately 12 to 13 days for a one-way journey, while the Divine Hound tribe is slightly farther, taking around 17 days. If all goes smoothly, a round trip would take about a month. And in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, it could take even longer. Fortunately, the rainy season was approaching, and the hyena tribe would need to hunt for food, likely delaying their next attempt at trouble. That afternoon, Li Jiaojiao calculated that her first pregnancy was already 13 days along, and the second had reached 7 days. The pregnancy grass could confirm her pregnancy, and the tribal healer should be able to detect the little ones in her belly. As soon as Chu Yu returned, she would tell him, "Chu Yu, let's go find the healer." Chu Yu immediately grew anxious, grasping Li Jiaojiao's hands and examining her from head to toe, asking, "Jiaojiao, do you feel unwell? Are you sick?" His concern was understandable. Although there were healers in this world, they could only treat simple ailments. Every rainy season and winter, many young females and offspring succumbed to illness. Li Jiaojiao took Chu Yu's hand and smiled brightly at him. "No, I'm not sick. I'm perfectly fine. I just need to confirm something." "All right, I'll take you there right away," he exclaimed, swiftly picking up Li Jiaojiao and racing toward the healer's cave. Healer, please come quickly and see what is wrong with Jiaojiao." Chu Yu anxiously pulled the healer to Li Jiaojiao's side, nearly yanking her arm out of its socket, seeing Chu Yu's frantic demeanor. The healer initially thought that Li Jiaojiao was gravely ill. However, upon seeing Li Jiaojiao's radiant complexion, she smiled warmly at the pair. "Jiaojiao, are you feeling unwell?" "Healer, I am not unwell. I came to see you because I wanted the pregnancy grass to check." "Pregnancy grass? Jiaojiao, are you saying you might be—" the healer inquired excitedly. Jiaojiao shyly nodded in affirmation. Chu Yu, however, was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Jiaojiao needed the pregnancy grass. Was there a little female who needed Jiaojiao's assistance? The healer swiftly procured the pregnancy grass for Li Jiaojiao, who raised her hand to touch it, and the grass instantly changed color. Chu Yu stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that the little female was already pregnant. Was he truly about to become a father? Heaven knows how arduous it is for the females of the beast world to conceive and bear offspring. In the Fox clan, there are approximately 100 females at the peak of their fertility, averaging only 1 pregnancy per year. The smallest litters yield but a single cub, the majority produce 2, and the most prolific may have up to 4. Yet, no one has ever conceived immediately upon forming a bond. Chu Yu remains in a state of shock, unable to collect his thoughts, while Li Jiaojiao observes his dazed expression, which bears no resemblance to his usual shrewd leadership. She cannot help but find it amusing. Shaking his hand lightly in a surge of excitement, Chu Yu embraces Li Jiaojiao fervently, exclaiming, "Jiaojiao, is this truly happening? Am I really to become a father?" Before Li Jiaojiao can respond, the elder shaman intervenes, pulling Chu Yu's arms away from Li Jiaojiao, admonishing, "Be gentle. Let me conduct a proper examination." Li Jiaojiao reclines on the stone bed as the elder shaman meticulously feels her abdomen. With each touch, the shaman's expression grows increasingly grave. In uncertainty, she inquires, "Jiaojiao, I have never encountered such a pulse. Why do I sense that you are carrying twins?" Li Jiaojiao nods affirmatively, replying, "Yes, elder shaman. I believe I am indeed expecting twins. One has been developing for 13 days, while the other for 7. Chapter 9. The little female of the Heavenly Rabbit clan. This revelation leaves both Chu Yu and the elder shaman utterly astonished, speechless for a considerable time before the elder shaman finally regains her voice, querying in disbelief, Could it be that you are of the legendary Heavenly Rabbit clan? It is said that millennia ago, the ancestors of the Earth Rabbit clan were once part of the Heavenly Rabbit clan, renowned for their extraordinary reproductive capabilities. They possess the unique ability to gestate 2 litters simultaneously, and their gestation period is remarkably short. Thus, the entire beast world once sought after the females of the Heavenly Rabbit clan. However, for reasons unknown, such occurrences have since dwindled, and while their fertility remains superior to other clans, they are no longer permitted to be called the Heavenly Rabbit clan and have since been renamed the Earth Rabbit clan. Jiaojiao recalls her previous conversations with the other young females in her clan regarding the Earth Rabbit clan situation. Initially, she had worried about how to explain her twin pregnancy to the elder shaman. But now it seems the elder has already concluded that she belongs to the Heavenly Rabbit clan. She responds, "I cannot say for certain if I am of the Heavenly Rabbit clan. I have not exhibited any distinctive traits until my bond with Chu Yu, after which I discovered I could carry twins that I suspect it is a blessing from the beast deity." The elder shaman, filled with excitement, declares, "Indeed, it must be the blessing of the beast deity that has allowed our young clan leader to meet a female of the Heavenly Rabbit clan. Our fox clan is poised for prosperity. I have examined the cubs in your womb, and they are robust. While I cannot ascertain the exact number, I am certain it will not be few. I must hasten to share this joyous news with the clan leader. Elder shaman, please hold your horses. We shall inform my father shortly. I hope you can keep this a secret for now. I do not wish for many to know that Jiaojiao is of the Heavenly Rabbit clan and can bear twins. The hyena clan watches us closely, and I fear that if they discover Jiaojiao's identity, it may pose a threat to her." Chu Yu's mind sharpens instantly. If this information were to leak, he fears he may not be able to protect Li Jiaojiao. The elder shaman, smacking her forehead in frustration, exclaims, Yes, I was careless. This news must remain confidential for the time being, that we shall wait until reinforcements from the Tiger Roar clan and the Divine Dog clan arrive, before we disclose it." After briefing the elder shaman, Chu Yu leads Li Jiaojiao to his parents. Upon hearing the news of Li Jiaojiao's pregnancy, especially with her being of the Heavenly Rabbit clan and expecting twins, Chu Yu's mother is overjoyed. She immediately gathers all the provisions stored away in the household. Jiaojiao, both amused and exasperated, says, "Mother, I cannot possibly consume all this at once. Please keep some for yourself. If I need anything, I will send Chu Yu to fetch it." The clan leader, considering the broader implications, suggests, "Jiaojiao, would you consider taking Chu He as your beast husband as well? His beast rank is the same as Yu's, both being of the yellow tier. Having 2 yellow tier husbands would afford you better protection." Jiaojiao understands the clan leader's intentions, but after a moment's reflection, she replies, "Father, I am not yet ready to consider taking another beast husband. I have a deep affection for Chu Yu." Chu Yu feels a swell of emotion at Li Jiaojiao's words, yet he recognizes that having only himself as her beast husband may not suffice to protect her adequately. Should the hyena clan attack, if he were to confront them, Li Jiaojiao would be left vulnerable alone at home, especially now that she is pregnant with twins, though he wishes for her to remain solely his. Her unique ability to bear twins signifies that she cannot merely be an ordinary female and cannot forever have just one beast husband. Suppressing his reluctance, he gently urges, "Jiaojiao, my cousin is a fine individual, possessing great strength. Please give him some consideration." Jiaojiao takes Chu Yu's hand and gazes in his eyes, saying, "Yu, I desire for my union with my beast husband to be born of mutual affection, rather than out of necessity. A bond devoid of emotional connection would leave both parties unsatisfied, that I understand. Perhaps you should meet him when you have the time." Just as he finishes speaking, Chu Yu strides in with a contingent of beastmen. Host, detecting a single yellow-tier fox clan beastman nearby, with commendable character and moderate strength, suitable for partnership. Countless voices suddenly echo in his mind. The clan leader, "We have just completed a patrol and found no immediate threats or signs of the hyena clan." Chu He's deep voice follows closely behind. Jiaojiao turns to see Chu. He bears a resemblance to Chu Yu, yet his hair is a striking shade of reddish-brown, with sharp brows and bright eyes that convey an imposing presence. Contrasting the more delicate features typical of other Fox clan males, Jiaojiao, find herself shamefully wishing to retract her previous statement, her thoughts consumed by the realization of his striking handsomeness. Perhaps feelings can indeed be cultivated over time, yet she maintains an air of composure, presenting a perfectly timed smile. Chu Yu also notices Li Jiaojiao, her sparkling eyes resembling a galaxy of stars. Captivating his attention, the gentle curve of her smile beckons a desire to savor her presence. An overwhelming urge to possess her envelopes him. Realizing his thoughts may be inappropriate, Chu Yu clears his throat awkwardly and greets Chu Yu. Young clan leader, Chu Yu, this is my little female, Jiaojiao. Would you mind escorting her home shortly? I must lead a patrol. Chu Yu, as a male, is acutely aware of how other males regard his little female, and he notes the glimmer of admiration in Chu Yu's eyes. An opportunity has presented itself. It is up to Chu Yu to seize it. Chu Yu is somewhat taken aback, puzzled by Chu Yu's unexpected generosity. Yet he agrees, certainly. As they make their way back to the beast den, Chu Yu takes a moment to gather his thoughts. Just as they near Chu Yu's den, he draws a deep breath, steadies himself, and introduces himself to Li Jiaojiao. Hello, Jiaojiao.my name is Chu Yu, and I am Chu Yu's cousin. My beast rank is the same as his, and I specialize in physical strength. If you are considering taking a beast husband, would you perhaps consider me? Li Jiaojiao, still reeling from the depth of his voice, watches as Chu Yu halts before her, gazing intently into her eyes. Chapter 10. The Second Beast Husband, the deep voice of Chu Yu, dear ones. Who knows? She had just been contemplating how to cultivate feelings with Chu Yu, and here he is, boldly expressing his intentions. Reflecting on Chu Yu's shy demeanor, she realizes that had she not taken the initiative to embrace him, he might have taken much longer to confess. In contrast, Chu Yu's courage is remarkable. Though she yearns to accept him outright, she feels the need to clarify matters first, for her unique identity might pose certain risks. Chu Yu, are you aware that Chu Yu is attempting to facilitate a union between us? Yes, I have noticed, although I am somewhat perplexed by his eagerness. Typically, a male beast would not suggest a new partner unless the female expresses a desire for it. It is because I am pregnant. Chu Yu gasps in shock. You and Chu Yu have only just formed a bond less than half a month ago. Indeed, I conceived on the very day we bonded. Chu Yu fears he may not be able to protect me alone, which is why he thought of you. Chu Yu comprehends. Knowing of your extraordinary fertility, others may indeed covet you. Having an additional protector is certainly prudent. Therefore, I wish to ask you, even if there may be some danger, do you genuinely wish to become my beast husband, rather than for any other reason? Chu Yu gazes earnestly at Li Jiaojiao, affirming, I desire it of my own volition, not because Chu Yu seeks to unite us, nor merely because of your exceptional fertility. It is simply that you captivated my heart the moment you appeared. Then let us seek the elder shaman to carve our bond. Li Jiaojiao replies with a smile. Extending her hand towards Chu, he gently clasps her delicate hand, feeling his previously calm demeanor give way to a rapid heartbeat. Unbeknownst to him, a slight perspiration began to form in the palm of his hand. Noticing his tension, Li Jiaojiao grasped his hand and positioned herself before him, her soft lips imprinting a kiss upon his cheek. Chu Yu felt his heart racing uncontrollably, quite unlike the calm composure he had exhibited moments earlier when confessing his feelings. Indeed, how could an unseasoned beast withstand such tantalizing allure? In a turn of events, Chu Yu took the initiative. Unlike the gentle caresses of Chu Yu, his kiss bore a hint of dominance. The distinct fragrance of fresh grass enveloped him, mingling with the sound of his heart thudding incessantly. As the kiss concluded, a semblance of rationality returned to Chu Yu, reminding him that he still had to carve the marking. Before long, they arrived at the shaman's cave and conveyed their intentions to the shaman grandmother. Now aware that Li Jiaojiao belonged to the celestial rabbit clan, the shaman grandmother was determined to personally etch the markings for the couple once they united. Jiaojiao inscribed Chu Yu's beast form on his right wrist. Now both of their wrists bore the striking image of a fox, a sight to behold. Similarly, Chu Yu, like other beastmen, had his marking etched upon his chest as he traced the lifelike rabbit design on his chest. An indescribable flutter coursed through him. Unable to contain his excitement, he transformed into his beast form and swiftly carried Li Jiaojiao back to their den. it was her first experience riding a beast. And instinctively, she grasped his ear, causing Chu Yu to freeze momentarily, then accelerate even faster. Upon entering the cave, an avalanche of kisses cascaded upon Li Jiaojiao. That evening, Chu Yu continued his patrol, granting the couple ample space, for which Chu Yu felt immense gratitude. It allowed him to embrace such a wonderful little female. The break of dawn, Chu Yu prepared breakfast, eagerly awaiting Li Jiaojiao's awakening. He sat at the edge of the stone bed, watching her slumber, her delicate skin seemingly fragile, her thick lashes fluttering adorably. Unable to resist, he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. Jiaojiao, feeling the warmth, draped her arm around Chu Yu's neck, even with her eyes still closed, returning his affection with a kiss. Now that he had crossed the threshold of intimacy, receiving such a sweet kiss in the morning sent Chu Yu's blood racing. Yet, mindful of Li Jiaojiao's well-being, especially considering her pregnancy, he refrained from further advances. Upon waking, Li Jiaojiao noticed the raw meat Chu Yu had prepared, wrinkling her brow slightly. However, understanding that he was unaware of her preferences, she gently explained, "Chu Yu, I cannot eat this raw meat. While I am not picky, I require cooked food, or I may fall ill." As she spoke, she produced 2 flint stones and handed them to him. Confused, Chu Yu inquired, "What are these?" She demonstrated by gathering some dry twigs and leaves, igniting a fire effortlessly. Chu Yu stared in astonishment. "Jiaojiao, you can control heavenly fire. Are you a celestial maiden?" Amused, Li Jiaojiao replied, "I may not be a celestial maiden, but I am indeed from the celestial rabbit clan, the legendary clan known for bearing twins." Chu Yu was taken aback. "Yes, Chu, I didn't have the chance to tell you yesterday, but I am currently expecting twins, both fathered by Chu Yu. Once I give birth to these 2, I will have one for you. What does that sound? Is that true?" Chu Yu was overwhelmed by this immense surprise. Heavenly fire, twins, and Li Jiaojiao's promise of another child. Joyously, he spun her around several times. "Jiaojiao, you truly are a treasure bestowed upon me by the beast god. My mother perished during childbirth, and my father has never favored me. He left the tribe with my 2 brothers, and I have no knowledge of their fate. Only the tribe leader's family has offered me support throughout my life. As I grew, no little females would choose me. I devoted myself to training, rising from the lowest ranks to where I am today. Jiaojiao, thank you for choosing me and believing in me. That I vow to protect you and our offspring and safeguard our little family." Li Jiaojiao felt a pang of sympathy, realizing how much love he had lacked in his life. Just promising him 2 children brought him such fulfillment. She resolved to treat Chu Yu with even greater kindness moving forward. Chapter 11. The arrival of the Tiger Howl clan and the Divine Dog clan. The 2 embraced quietly for a while. Li Jiaojiao provided verbal guidance, teaching Chu Yu how to cut the beast meat into cubes and slices, skewering them with bamboo sticks, and placing them on a stone slab to roast, explaining the ideal cooking point. Chu Yu, having always been self-sufficient and possessing strong practical skills, excelled at the task after just 1 demonstration. Even able to draw inferences, Li Jiaojiao was thoroughly impressed by his performance, finding his broad shoulders and narrow waist, coupled with his muscular physique, utterly captivating. Daily inquiry, "Jiaojiao, how can you eat so well?" Li Jiaojiao playfully wrapped her arms around Chu Yu's waist from behind and exclaimed, "Chu Yu, you are simply amazing. Your comprehension and practical skills are extraordinary, not to mention your incredible strength, and you are so handsome. I truly must thank the beast god for allowing me to meet someone as exceptional as you." With tears welling his eyes, Chu Yu replied, "Jiaojiao, it is you who are exceptional, for you do not disdain me." Seeing the tears brimming in his eyes, she cupped his face in her hands and stood on tiptoe to kiss away his tears. "Those who disdain you are fools." Chu Yu felt a mix of emotions, touched yet embarrassed, burying his head in Li Jiaojiao's shoulder. Just then, Chu Yu returned and witnessed this tender scene. It was impossible for him not to feel a pang of envy, but more than that, he was relieved knowing someone was there to protect Jiaojiao. Upon noticing Chu Yu's return, Li Jiaojiao quickly ran to him, throwing herself into his embrace. "Chu Yu, you're back." She nestled her head against his chest, playfully lamenting, "I missed you so much after just 1 night. We've never been apart, and it feels so strange. She tilted her head up, pouting her lips. If you could kiss me, I would be overjoyed. Seeing the adorable expression on Li Jiaojiao's face, any trace of Chu Yu's earlier disappointment vanished. She still cared for him. He gently cradled her neck and leaned down to kiss her softly. Once the kiss ended, Chu Yu announced that the food was ready. After a delightful meal, Li Jiaojiao suggested, we might need to dig out a few more beast dens. Currently, we only have 2, and I plan to carve out 5 more. 1 for each of us, and 1 for the little ones expected in just over a month. Once I give birth to these 2, I will have 1 for Chu He. What do you think, Chu Yu? That sounds like a plan, Chu Yu replied. Yes. The cub for Chu Yu will also need a den. And we will require 2 more for storing food. So, this is what we will do. Whenever both of you have time off, we will dig out dens at home. If one of you is out patrolling, we will pause the digging. Taking care of yourselves is the priority. Chu He proposed. Sounds like a wonderful idea. Chu He, Li Jiaojiao praised without reservation. Then, she picked up a twig and began sketching in the nearby clearing, outlining her vision. Meanwhile, Chu Yu and Chu He transformed into their beast forms and began digging. Their claws, sharp as the knife in Li Jiaojiao's possession, made quick work of the stone. However, by noon, when Chu He had to go on patrol, only half of a den had been completed that it seemed prudent to prepare in advance. Thankfully, Chu Yu and Chu He were patrolling separately. Otherwise, how would 3 people fit on one stone bed? Like a sandwich. Li Jiaojiao chuckled at her amusing thought. Unaware of her musings, Chu Yu inquired, Jiaojiao, what has you so cheerful? She shared her thoughts about the sandwich with him. Although Chu Yu was unfamiliar with the concept of cookie, he could grasp the meaning of sandwich from context. His eyes darkened as he gently caressed Li Jiaojiao's earlobe, asking, are you thinking of making a sandwich? If so, I could discuss it with Chu He when I return from patrol tomorrow morning. Li Jiaojiao, startled, quickly clarified, No, you misunderstood. I have no such intention. Are you tired, Jiaojiao? Chu Yu shifted the topic. Not at all. Look, I am full of energy. She failed to notice the wicked smile on Chu Yu's face. Then I suppose I shall wear you out a bit, he said with a husky voice. I could see that moment. Chu Yu no longer desired to see Li Jiaojiao's bright smile. He longed for her sob, nestled in his embrace, whimpering softly. Upon realizing the dangerous glimmer in Chu Yu's eyes, Li Jiaojiao quickly exclaimed, No. I'm tired, very tired. Chu Yu, brother, you please don't. Her remaining words were swallowed back down day by day. Her belly grew, and soon enough, only 7 days remained until the first birth. Finally, reinforcements from the Tiger Howl clan and the Divine Dog clan arrived. Logically, they shouldn't have taken so long. The Tiger Howl tribe was not particularly far, and even with a return journey of 25 days, it should have sufficed. Consider a longer passage of time. A month is sufficient for a round trip. Yet, their journey has taken a staggering 1.5 months. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the hyena tribe, those nefarious creatures, not only harassed the fox tribe and plotted against Chu Yu, but also sent groups to the Tiger Roar tribe and the Divine Canine tribe. They employed despicable tactics, poisoning the young masters, Hu Zhen Tian of the Tiger tribe and Wang Yikai of the Divine Canine tribe. Fortunately, the shamanic healers of their respective tribes acted swiftly, allowing both young masters to escape with their lives. However, the potency of the poison was severe. Although they survived, their powers plummeted from the mysterious tier to the cosmic tier. The envoy sent by the Fox tribe also fell victim to a surprise attack from the Hyena tribe. Thankfully, the dispatched Beastman was the swiftest in the tribe, narrowly avoiding disaster. However, delays on the journey, coupled with the grim news of the young master's diminished powers, left them at a loss for how to seek assistance. How could they possibly ask for support? Ultimately, the Fox tribe's envoy, concerned for his kin, divulged the reasons for their visit to the 2 tribes. Upon hearing this, the Tiger Roar and Divine Canine tribes immediately summoned their warriors, vowing to eradicate the Hyena tribe for their repeated transgressions. Though Hu Zhen Tian and Wang Yikai had suffered a decline in strength, their combat experience remained intact. Thus, the Tiger Roar tribe, led by Hu Zhen Tian, mobilized 4 mysterious tier beastmen, 10 yellow tier beastmen, 20 cosmic tier beastmen, and 10 temporal tier beastmen. The Divine Canine tribe, under Wang Yikai's command, brought 4 mysterious tier beastmen, 8 yellow tier beastmen, 15 cosmic tier beastmen, and 15 temporal tier beastmen for support. Additionally, the Fox tribe contributed 6 mysterious tier beastmen, 13 yellow tier beastmen, 26 cosmic tier beastmen, and 40 temporal tier beastmen. In total, they assembled 14 mysterious tier beastmen, 31 yellow tier beastmen, 61 cosmic tier beastmen, and 65 temporal tier beastmen, excluding those below the temporal tier. After a brief respite in the Fox tribe, Hu Jin Tian and Wang Yikai sought out Chu Chang Tian to strategize for the impending battle. Chapter 12. An unexpected premature birth. Tribe leader. The young masters of the Tiger tribe and the divine Canine tribe request an audience. Quickly, please let them in, Chu Chang Tian exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he approached the entrance of the beast cave. Jantan, Yikai, it has been far too long. Chu Yu greeted his childhood friends warmly. Having played together since their youth, Chu Yu often visited their homes, and thus, Chu Chang Tian had witnessed their growth. In their childhood, these two young masters were particularly mischievous. On one occasion, they claimed to be training, only to end up breaking Hu Jin Tian's father's prized whip, seeking refuge in the Fox tribe. Chu Chang Tian had to plead with the pursuing Tiger tribe leader to spare them from punishment. However, in recent years, as they matured and began to manage tribal affairs and focus on cultivation, they had not seen each other for a year or two. Tribe leader, Hu Jin Tian and Wang Yikai greeted. Chu Chang Tian playfully slapped the shoulders of these two rascals and chided. Call me tribe leader. It's Uncle Chu to you. The two exchanged knowing smiles and corrected their address. Uncle Chu, well, look at you two, growing ever more spirited. Have you found mates yet? Chu Chang Tian inquired. Not why father has his eye on a young female from the Jumping Mouse tribe. But she does not appeal to me. With the Hyena tribe stirring up trouble, I have no time to think about such matters. Hu Jin Tian scratched his head sheepishly. I haven't either. Ascending to a higher tier is far more important than finding a mate. Wang Yikai remarked, appearing rather oblivious to romantic inclinations. Once you reach adulthood, finding a mate becomes essential. One must consider the continuation of the family line, Chu Chang Tian replied knowingly. Upon hearing that neither had yet found a partner, a thought crossed Chu Chang Tian's mind. Uncle Chu, your words mirror my father's, Hu Jin Tian protested. Finding a mate should be about choosing someone you truly like, not merely for procreation, shouldn't it? I'm of the same opinion. Uncle Chu, Wang Yikai concurred. Indeed, that rascal Chu Yu is indifferent to how anxious both his mother and I are. Fortunately, he recently found his beloved young female. Chu Yu's found a mate? Congratulations! As Chu Yu entered, he overheard their conversation. Tian, Akai, you are here. Chu Yu embraced them, concern etched on his face that I've heard you were poisoned and have fallen in rank. How are you faring now? When the topic of their plight arose, Hu Jin Tian and Wang Yikai were filled with indignation, yearning to retaliate against the Hyena tribe. That day, I was in the midst of ascending and had high hopes of reaching the Earth tier. But the hyenas ambushed me. They used some vile poison that caused dizziness and nausea, and before long, I coughed up blood and collapsed. Thankfully, my father, worried for my safety, had my cousin guard me, enabling timely assistance from the shaman. However, the poison was too potent. The shaman could not fully neutralize it, and now I am left with only cosmic tier power due to the lingering toxins in my body, Hu Jin Tian explained succinctly. My situation is quite similar. I too am reduced to the cosmic tier, Wang Yikai lamented. After years of relentless training to ascend, to be thwarted and revert to square one was a bitter pill to swallow. I was in the same predicament as you, Chu Yu began, but before he could elaborate, Hu Jin Tian interjected eagerly. But you are now at the yellow tier. You have successfully ascended. Did the shaman manage to neutralize your poison? Not the shaman. It was my young female that I fell from a cliff after being poisoned and encountered her there. She knew of a herb that could counteract the poison and gave it to me. Remarkably, I ascended shortly after beginning the detoxification. As he spoke of his young female, Chu Yu's face softened with affection. Well, look who it is, the one who claimed young females were bothersome with their incessant chatter. Hu Jin Tian jested. She's different. She's remarkable. Unlike any other young female. Chu Yu defended passionately. Chu Tian approached, suggesting, "Or perhaps we could ask Jiaojiao to help us locate more of that herb that, if we succeed, we can cure Tian and Kai, thus enhancing our overall strength. I'll inquire when I return. But as you know, Father, Jiaojiao's current situation makes venturing outside the tribe rather perilous." "Indeed, I understand. We can at least have Jiaojiao describe the herb's appearance, and I shall send someone to search for it." Upon hearing this, Hu Tian and Wang Yikai felt a flicker of hope and eagerly decided to accompany Chu Yu back to the beast cave. Their cave had been extensively renovated, with the outermost guest chamber significantly expanded into a hexagonal shape. The spaces for Jiaojiao and the cubs, as well as the food storage area, were generously sized, while Chu Yu and Chu He's quarters were smaller, as they only needed space for themselves. After the renovations, Jiaojiao would often gather wildflowers and herbs during her outings, resulting in a vibrant display of blooms along the courtyard walls, attracting numerous butterflies and dragonflies. Upon arrival, they found Jiaojiao seated on a swing that Chu He had crafted the day before, adorned with a flower crown that Chu He had woven for her, and dressed in a leather outfit that Chu Yu had made for her. Recently, Chu Yu had discovered the exquisite pelts of a small wild beast, a delightful blend of pink and white hues, and envisioned crafting garments from IT as anticipated. Jiaojiao was enamored with the color and had rewarded Chu Yu with a sweet kiss in gratitude. That moment, Jiaojiao's fair legs dangled in the air, gently swaying as she munched on a treat that Chu Yu had prepared before leaving. Watching Chu He as he wove another flower crown for her, her smile radiant. The three outside the cave were struck by the beauty of the scene. "Thank you, Beast God, for allowing me to meet such a wonderful young female." Chu Yu expressed gratefully that my goodness, is she not a celestial being? How incredibly beautiful. Hu Tian exclaimed, "It seems finding a young female to mate with is indeed quite significant." Wang Yikai mused. Just as Chu Yu intended to introduce everyone, Hu Tian suddenly let out a resounding tiger roar. The unexpected sound startled Jiaojiao, causing her to lose her balance and tumble from the swing. Chu He, quick as lightning, transformed into his beast form, rushing to catch her. However, he was a fraction too late. He could only brace himself beneath her, resulting in her landing against his stomach, which in turn hit the ground directly. Chu Yu rushed over to assist Jiaojiao, asking anxiously, "Jiaojiao, how do you feel? Is anything hurting? Are you injured? Does your stomach ache?" Before Jiaojiao could respond, she felt a warm rush at her thighs. Her water had broken. Chapter 13. The First Fruit of Love with Chu Yu. Chu Yu, take Jiaojiao inside and stay with her, then I will summon the shaman. Chu Yu said calmly. "All right, hurry back," Chu Yu replied as he swiftly carried Jiaojiao into the beast cave. Upon exiting, Chu Yu shot a fierce glare at the bewildered Hu Tian. In no time, Chu Yu returned, carrying the shaman. Upon entering, they found Jiaojiao writhing in pain, and the beast's skin beneath her was already soaked. The shaman immediately instructed Chu He and the others to replace it. She herself prepared the necessary birthing tools with a sense of urgency. In her mind, she repeatedly reminded Jiaojiao, "Host, have you forgotten about the painless childbirth elixir?" As Li Jiaojiao suddenly recalled the existence of her miraculous pain relief elixir, she hastily turned to Chu Yu and said, "Yu, I wish to have some water." "Very well," he replied, "I shall fetch it for you at once." Seizing the opportunity to drink, Li Jiaojiao discreetly swallowed the pain-free childbirth elixir she had held in her hand. Within a minute, the discomfort in her abdomen subsided. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, she feigned great pain. Chu Yu's heart ached at the sight of her. Had he known she would suffer so, he would have prevented Jiaojiao from becoming pregnant. The thought that she would endure such agony again in a few days, given that she carried another child, filled him with regret. Sensing Chu Yu's sorrowful emotions, Li Jiaojiao resolved to appear less pained, lest she inadvertently instill a psychological trauma in him. After all, how could she rely on childbirth for a blissful life in the future? Thus, she instructed Chu Yu to retrieve a certain herb from the food storage room, one they had discovered during a recent outing. This herb was reputed to possess remarkable pain-relieving properties that Li Jiaojiao decided to use this herb as a pretext. After consuming it, she soon feigned a lesser degree of discomfort and reassured Chu Yu, "I no longer feel pain." Please do not be S&D. Oh, his astonishment, Chu Yu exclaimed. Is the effect of this herb truly that remarkable? Granny Wu, the healer, examined the herb and exclaimed in wonder, I have administered this herb to other females during their birthing processes, and while it was effective, it never yielded such impressive results. Jiaojiao, are you truly not in pain at all? Li Jiaojiao, feeling somewhat guilty, smiled sheepishly. Yes, Granny Wu, I am not in pain. I merely feel that the child is eager to come forth. Perhaps the differing reactions to the herb were due to individual sensitivities. Or perhaps the beast deity was bestowing blessings upon her, sparing her from suffering. Numerous thoughts whirled in her mind as she teased. Host, this strategy of swapping peaches for plums is quite ingenious. Enough chatter, she interrupted. How much longer must I endure before giving birth? Soon, came the reply. But you feel the urge to defecate. Now that you mention it, I do feel that way. Oh heavens, I shan't actually be delivering a stool. Will I? What a mortifying spectacle. Do not fret, host. It is merely the child making its entrance, came the comforting words. Jiaojiao, do not be anxious. Just exert a little effort, and the child will soon arrive, Granny Wu's voice echoed. Jiaojiao, do not fear. I am here. I'm always with you. Chu Yu grasped Li Jiaojiao's hand tightly, trembling slightly, unable to discern who was more anxious in that moment. Ding. The host has birthed her first offspring, a female. Beast form, Blue Fox, Beast rank, Cosmic rank. Rewards, 20 points, Birthing Elixir 3, Beginner Tier Ascension Elixir 3, Beginner Detoxification Elixir 3. Ding. The host has birthed her second offspring, a female, Beast form, Prairie Fox, Beast rank, Cosmic rank. Rewards, 20 points, Birthing Elixir 3, Beginner Tier Ascension Elixir 3, Beginner Detoxification Elixir 3. Ding. The host has birthed her third offspring, a male, Beast form, Tibetan Fox, Beast rank, Universe rank. Rewards, 40 points, Intermediate Tier Ascension Elixir 1. Intermediate Detoxification Elixir 1, Space Expansion Coupon 5. Ding. The host has birthed her fourth offspring, a male, Beast form, Sandfox, Beast rank, Universe rank. Rewards, 40 points, Intermediate Tier Ascension Elixir 1, Intermediate Detoxification Elixir 1. Flint 10 pairs. Ding. The host has birthed her fifth offspring, a female, Beast form, Three-tailed Colorful Fox, Beast rank, Yellow rank. Rewards, 80 points, Recovery Elixir 3, Beauty Elixir 3, Intermediate Tier Ascension Elixir 2, Intermediate Detoxification Elixir 2. Barbecue Seasoning 500 G10. Ding. The host has birthed her sixth offspring, a male, Beast form, Arctic Fox, Beast rank, Universe rank. Rewards, 40 points, Intermediate Tier Ascension Elixir 1, Intermediate Detoxification Elixir 1, Carpentry Construction Manual 1. Ding. The host has birthed her seventh offspring, a female, Beast form, Lilac Rabbit, Beast rank, Yellow rank. Rewards, 80 points, Strengthening Elixir 3, Recovery Elixir 3, Intermediate Tier Ascension Elixir 2, Intermediate Detoxification Elixir 2, Bow, and Crossbow Set 4. Ding. The host has birthed her eighth offspring, a female, Beast form, Begonia Rabbit, Beast rank, Universe rank. Rewards, 40 points, Intermediate Tier Ascension Elixir 1, Intermediate Detoxification Elixir 1, Outdoor Tent 2. Ding. The host has birthed her ninth offspring, a male, Beast form, Velvet-Eared Rabbit, Beast rank, Universe rank. Rewards, 40 points, Intermediate Tier Ascension Elixir 1, Intermediate Detoxification Elixir 1, Realgar Powder 500 G10. Ding. The host has birthed her 10th offspring, a female, Beast form, Biwalan Rabbit, Beast rank, Universe rank. Rewards, 40 points, Intermediate Tier Ascension Elixir 1, Intermediate Detoxification Elixir 1, Mesmerizing Potion 500 G10. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to 10 offspring, with an additional reward of 300 points. Birthing Elixirs 5, Pain-Free Childbirth Elixirs 5, Recovery Elixirs 5, Beauty Elixirs 5, Strengthening Elixirs 5, Milk Increasing Elixirs 5, Beginner Detoxification Elixirs 5, Intermediate Detoxification Elixirs 5, Advanced Detoxification Elixirs 5, Beginner Tier Ascension Elixirs 5, Intermediate Tier Ascension Elixirs 5, Advanced Tier Ascension Elixirs 5, and Space Expansion Coupons 10. Granny Wu carefully inspected the situation and confirmed that there were no more offspring. exhaling a sigh of relief as her excitement subsided. Meanwhile, Dan was so astonished that she stood there in a daze, assisting with the delivery. Chu Yu's parents had been waiting outside even before Li Jiaojiao went into labor, and upon hearing the silence within, Chu Yu's mother ventured inside to assess the situation. Upon entering, she beheld her foolish son, tears streaming down his face as he held Li Jiaojiao's hand. Alarmed, she thought to herself, "Oh no," and rushed over. To her surprise, she found Li Jiaojiao smiling at her son, whose eyes were brimming with tears. Chu Yu's mother approached and gently tapped him, scolding, "Jiaojiao has safely delivered. Why are you crying so? You nearly frightened me to death." "I'm just so worried for Jiaojiao." Other females endure excruciating pain giving birth to one or two offspring, yet Jiaojiao has given birth to so many. She must be in immense pain. All right, I understand your concern. I share it too. However, Jiaojiao has just given birth and must surely be exhausted. You should go prepare some food." Just as Chu Yu was about to leave, Chu He entered, carrying a bowl of Li Jiaojiao's favorite meat soup. In Chapter 14, the low-frequency bass and the raucous tiger clashed. Seizing the opportunity to consume the meat soup, Li Jiaojiao took a recovery elixir, a beauty elixir, and a milk-increasing elixir, one of each, all at once. As soon as the recovery elixir entered her system, she felt her uterus contracting rapidly, and the stretch marks on her abdomen visibly began to heal. Granny Wu and Dan had already arranged the little cubs on a nearby animal hide. Li Jiaojiao gazed at the adorable bundles resembling tiny puppies, all with their eyes closed, playfully nudging and snuggling against one another. Utterly delightful and hard to believe they were her own. Noticing that Li Jiaojiao appeared to be in good spirits, Chu Yu's mother inquired, "Jiaojiao, how are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort?" "Mother, I feel quite well. It seems as though I have returned to my pre-pregnancy state." "That cannot be possible. You have just given birth. Healer, please come and take a look." Granny Wu approached and examined her closely, exclaiming in astonishment, "Jiaojiao, how have you recovered so quickly? You appear as though you have not just given birth." After her initial surprise, Granny Wu's expression shifted to deep concern. Such extraordinary abilities could be perilous if discovered by malevolent males. Chu Yu's mother shared this apprehension and urged Granny Wu to keep this information strictly confidential. The little cubs, with their eyes still shut, whimpered in hunger, nudging around in search of milk. "Jiaojiao, is there milk available for the cubs? They might be hungry." "Yes, please, mother, could you bring them over to me?" With that, Li Jiaojiao transformed into her beast form. Chu Yu's mother cradled the cubs, utterly enchanted. 10 little cubs, and all 10 were healthy. Throughout the beast world, it had never been reported that anyone could give birth to 10 cubs in one go. Even the highest record from millennium ago by the Tian Rabbit clan was merely 8 cubs. Moreover, this litter contained 6 female cubs, each more beautiful than the last, showing no signs of being premature whatsoever. Chu Yu's mother's heart melted at the sight. She worried that with so many cubs, Jiaojiao's milk might not suffice. But to her surprise, each cub was already full and content. Observing Li Jiaojiao's slender figure, she felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of her needing to nourish so many cubs, and tears began to stream down her face as she held Li Jiaojiao's hand. Seeing her mother cry, Li Jiaojiao felt a mix of amusement and emotion. Her mother truly made her feel the long-lost love of a mother. Her mother visited her nearly every day, taking her for walks, engaging her in conversations with other females, and bringing her delicious treats. Now, she was concerned for her well-being due to the demands of nursing so many cubs. Since arriving here, each day had been suffused with happiness, even in the absence of a phone, television, or convenient transportation. Here, she had gained the gentle love of Chu Yu, the meticulous care of Chu He, and the affectionate attention of her mother. Now, she had children with Chu Yu, and in the future, she would have several litters with Chu He as well. Each day she awoke to the sight of adorable children surrounding her, with a handsome and considerate beast husband by her side. What a heavenly existence this was! Moreover, her life had become quite orderly, rising with the sun and resting at sunset. Uncertain whether it is the effect of the beauty elixir or the influence of a regulated lifestyle, I find myself increasingly radiant. Within the beast den, harmony prevails, yet outside, tensions run high. Chu He, with a grim expression, fixates on Hu Jintian and inquires, "What brings the young master of the tiger clan to my abode? What does the sudden roar of the tiger signify? And how do you account for my little female's premature fright?" "Chu Yu, allow me to explain that I came to your home seeking a remedy for the little female's toxin, that I had no ulterior motives. I did not intend to frighten her. Upon seeing her, I felt a surge of affection and excitement, wishing to showcase my charm through the tiger's roar, hoping she would notice and take a liking to me." As Hu Jintian's voice dwindles, his confidence fades. Regardless of the circumstances, he indeed frightened the little female, causing her to give birth prematurely. Thankfully, no serious harm ensued. Otherwise, he feared he might not leave the Fox clan alive. Reflecting on his usual demeanor, which is not so rash, he laments how poorly he has performed when finally encountering a beloved little female, fearing he has squandered his chance. The more he thinks, the more disheartened he becomes, his head drooping like a defeated tiger. However, Chu Yu has no intention of letting him off easily. Transforming into his beast form, he declares to Hu Jintian, "Since you harbor feelings for the little female, let us engage in battle, that if you defeat me, I shall grant you the opportunity to express your intentions, that if you lose from henceforth, keep your distance from my little female." Hu Jintian is reluctant to acquiesce. Although he was once at the level, he had ascended to that rank after consuming 2 beast cores, yet he knows Chu has steadily climbed from the level. Despite Chu, he currently being merely. They have grown up together, and Hu Jintian senses that Chu is on the brink of another ascension. In his current poisoned state, he is no match for him. While Hu Jintian contemplates surrendering, Wang Yikai readily agrees. "Very well. What do you mean, very well?" Hu Jintian retorts, kicking in frustration, that "I refuse to agree. I'm currently poisoned, and should you defeat me, it would be an unfair victory." Chu laughs in irritation. "Then what do you propose? Let the little female detoxify me first. Once I am cured, we shall have our duel, shall we not?" "Dream on." Chu lunges forward, his claws as sharp as blades, aimed at Hu Jintian. Hu Jintian sidesteps to evade and attempts to counterattack, but his efforts are futile against Chu. Easily dodging Hu Jintian's retaliation, Chu strikes again, causing Hu Jintian to retreat in panic as Hu Jintian tries to dodge once more. Chu seizes the opportunity to claw at his leg. Hu Jintian winces in pain, collapsing to the ground. "Chu, please stop. I concede. Why must you be so ruthless?" "Ouch, not the face. Chu, you fight unfairly." "Just wait until I am cured," Hu Jintian exclaims, covering his bloodied face in exasperation. "Are you still half asleep? You frighten my little female into premature labor and expect her to detoxify you." Chu retorts, "I truly did not mean to. I acknowledge my fault in this matter, and I shall make amends to the little female." Chapter 15. Detoxifying Jiaojiao. I shall let you off this time. But whether or not you receive detoxification is up to my Jiaojiao. Chu scoffs before turning to tenderly Jiaojiao to in the courtyard. Only Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai remain. Hu Jintian's head droops low, and Wang Yikai reassures him, "It's all right. You're not dead, Yet. As long as you live, there is still hope." Hu Jintian, disinterested in conversation, rolls his eyes at Wang Yikai. "Jiaojiao, you must be tired. Close your eyes and get some rest. We will take care of the little ones, so you need not worry that I will prepare something delicious for you shortly." Chu approaches Li Jiaojiao as bedside. Standing gently beside her, Jiaojiao extends her hand, which he promptly grasps, while she meticulously checks for any injuries. A warmth envelopes Chu's heart. "I am unscathed." That is good to hear. The young master of the Tiger Clan likely did not intend any harm. Moreover, we currently rely on them, so it is not wise to create discord. Had you been injured, I would not have cared if you're the young master of the Tiger Clan. I would ensure he paid for his actions, even at the cost of my own life. Chu's eyes glimmer with determination. Jiao beckons him to lower his head. Confused, Chu obliges. "Mum." Soft lips press against his cheek. Chu blushes. Dan and the others are still caring for the little ones nearby, and upon hearing the commotion, they stifle their giggles behind their hands. "Are you hungry? I shall prepare something for you. What would you like to eat?" Chu seeks to change the subject, that I wish to drink meat broth and eat yellow strips. "Very well, I shall make it for you." Chu, now flushed, departs. Jiaojiao feigns rest, Yet her mind races as she calls out repeatedly, Tongzi, Tongzi, come forth. Coming, coming. Host, congratulations. Your first childbirth mission has been successfully completed. What rewards have I received? 670 points. Birth Elixir 11, Painless Delivery Elixir 5, Recovery Elixir 11, Beauty Elixir 8, Basic Ascension Elixir 11, Intermediate Ascension Elixir 15, Advanced Ascension Elixir 5, Basic Detoxification Elixir 11, Intermediate Detoxification Elixir 15, Advanced Detoxification Elixir 5, Milk Enhancing Elixir 5. Space Expansion Coupons 15, Strengthening Elixir 8, Fire Striker 10, Barbecue Seasoning 500 G10, Carpentry Manual 1, Bow, and Crossbow Set 4, Outdoor Tent 2, Realgar Powder 500 G10, Confusion Drug 500 G10 a host. I have compiled everything for you. You did well. This is quite a haul. Your efficiency is impressive. Please continue. How do I repay you with these points? Host, here's the situation. You owe a total of 15,000 points to be repaid over 3 years. Each year, you must return 5,000 points. Half of the points you earn from childbirth will be deducted. And once you have repaid 5,000 points within a year, no further deductions will occur. Half. Li Jiaojiao Winsas. Though she's uncertain what the points are for, she feels reluctant to part with them. Indeed, host, the quality of this birth was not particularly high. Deducting half means you still owe over 300 points. As you give birth to higher-tier offspring in the future, the rewards will be greater. You could easily repay over 1,000 points each time. Calculating this way, if you have 5 births, you will have repaid this year as 5. 000 points. Li Jiaojiao quickly calculates and realizes it is indeed feasible. She decides not to dwell on the matter further. She then inquires about other questions. What can I do with the remaining points once I repay you? Can I exchange them for prizes? Host, you are quite astute. Our system has a marketplace filled with various elixirs, weapons, technical manuals, and daily necessities. 3,000 points unlock the first level marketplace. 6,000 points unlock the second level. And so forth. For every additional 3,000 points, the next level opens up. The points here are cumulative after deducting your debt, and there will be no further deductions. There are 5 levels in total, and the marketplace may be upgraded in the future. Please stay tuned. Li Jiaojiao calculates again, realizing she must give birth at least 4 times to unlock the first level marketplace. Oh dear, it seems I must keep having children. When can I conceive again? Today, host. The recovery elixir produced by the system is of excellent quality. Li Jiaojiao decides to rest for 2 days before addressing the 2 fools in the courtyard. She calls for Chu Yu, asking I can help them detoxify, but I wish to know, are they worth assisting? Jiaojiao. There are Chu He, Hu Jintian, Wang Yikai, and Hu Jintian's elder brother Hu Jintai, along with Wang Yikai's cousin Wang Yiyuan. We 6 have similar ages and have played together since childhood. Their character is commendable, though Tian lacks composure, and Akai can be a bit too reserved that I initially intended to ask if you have a means of detoxification. But given Tian's blunder, which nearly harmed you, I am reluctant to let you assist them. Silly AU, they came here to aid us in facing our foes if we detoxify them and restore their strength. Our side will gain a significant advantage in the battle against the Hyena clan. I am not merely helping them. I seek to have them owe us a favor. In the conflict, they can offer more support to you and Ahi, ensuring your safety, which will ease my concerns. Please summon them to the reception cave. I will assess their condition. Jiaojiao, you are incredibly kind, always considering us, but will your body manage? You just gave birth. It is fine if they delay for a couple of days. I am perfectly fine. The shamanist just assured me I am recovering splendidly. Please go and summon them. It's all right. Li Jiaojiao gives Chu Yu a reassuring look. Chu Yu waves to the 2 at the door, and they excitedly rush over. Having observed the courtyard's peculiar and intriguing items earlier, both young men, already taken with Li Jiaojiao, find their interest piqued further. Upon entering the cave, they discover Li Jiaojiao sitting at the stone table, gazing at them. They approach, greeting her. Hello. Little female. Li Jiaojiao rose gracefully, offering a slight bow to them as she said, Greetings, esteemed young masters. I must first assess your conditions. As she spoke, her heart silently called out to the system. Countless. Let us commence. The system began to analyze, revealing that both individuals were afflicted with Xian-level poison. To swiftly counteract the poison and restore their strength, a mid-level detoxification pill, when combined with a strength-enhancing pill, would prove effective. Jiaojiao acknowledged this, and then informed Chu Yu of their predicament, instructing him to procure a certain herb from the storage cave, all under the guise of preparation. Once the concoction was ready, Jiaojiao, seizing the opportunity while they were momentarily distracted, discreetly placed a mid-level detoxification pill and a strength-enhancing pill into 2 stone bowls. The moment Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai consumed them, they felt an invigorating surge of power returning. They were astonished by Li Jiaojiao's remarkable abilities. Their gazes towards her were now not only filled with admiration, but also a newfound respect. If all goes well, you shall fully recover to Xian level by tomorrow, she assured them. Thank you, little female. If you wish to express your gratitude, I hope you will look after my companions, Ayu and Ahi. During your battle with the hyena tribe, of course, Hu Jintian replied, his expression earnest. I did not intend to frighten you earlier, he added, gazing at her with sincere regret. I apologize. Chapter 16. The confession session. Li Jiaojiao had been observing him intently, noting his prominent brows and large eyes. When silent, he exuded an imposing aura, but upon speaking, he conveyed a rather foolish charm the allure of such contrasts. His physique was well-proportioned, clearly indicating a strength-oriented individual, and he stood tallest among them, nearly 2 meters in height. In his presence, Li Jiaojiao's own height of 1.70 meters seemed somewhat lacking. Imagining capturing him as a beast husband, she mused that even a kiss would be a challenge. Now, as he apologized, she found it difficult to assign blame. Was it her timidity that was to blame for being startled by mere sound? Or perhaps her own irresistible charm that compelled him to seek her attention in such a manner? Or should she fault this fellow for his lack of composure, unable to resist showcasing himself before a beauty? Deciding not to dwell on this conundrum, she chose to forgive him. After all, she was a kind-hearted maiden with an appreciation for handsome men. It's quite all right. I was merely too timid, and you should not bear the blame. Chu did not harm you, did he? He was just overly anxious on my behalf, so please do not hold it against him. Not all. I was too reckless. It was only right for Chu to retaliate. I do not blame him. Thank you for still being willing to detoxify me. You and I are friends. Are you not? Friends help one another whenever possible. Let us let this matter rest. There is no need to mention it again, Li Jiaojiao declared with a generous wave of her hand, her smile radiant. Hu Jintian's heart fluttered at the sight, and he instinctively placed a hand over his chest, fearing his unworthy heart might leap from his chest at that moment. The rather unremarkable Wang Yikai interjected. So, may we be your beast husbands? Only then did Li Jiaojiao truly notice him. His presence was so faint that one could hardly detect him when silent. She was about to take a closer look at this canine chief when Wang Yikai, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, Jiaojiao, I swear on my parents' lives that I will be loyal to you for eternity, caring for you. You shall always be my greatest love. Li Jiaojiao burst into laughter, imagining how his parents would react upon hearing such a declaration, undoubtedly thinking, you are so lofty, so remarkable, claiming to pursue a little female with our lives as a wager. Wang Yikai was not bad-looking, decent enough, but could not compare to Chu Yu or Chu He, likely due to his lineage. Yet he was not unattractive, exuding an aura of sincerity and loyalty. His beast form resembled a Chinese rural dog, larger in size due to his higher tier. Jiaojiao contemplated that while these two might be suitable in terms of beast tier, she possessed numerous tier-up pills, allowing her to elevate Chu Yu and Chu He in no time. However, they did not quite align with her aesthetic preferences that, if she were to consider their beast tiers solely for breeding, would that not be a bit of a loss? She then overheard Hu Jintian exclaim, Wang Yikai, how dare you cut in? The little female should first accept me as her third beast husband. You can only be fourth, Wang Yikai retorted. I express my intentions first. Moreover, you are mistaken. Chu Yi stated that you must defeat him to declare your intentions, that if you lose, you should keep your distance from the little female. Wang Yikai had a knack for countering arguments. Chu Yu's mouth twitched, his expression revealing his desire to dissuade their involvement. Jiaojiao shared this sentiment. She decided to observe a bit longer. Now, you two. Cease your quarrel. For the time being, I do not wish to consider anyone. I am quite content with you and Ahi as they are. Let us first address the matters concerning the hyena tribe before anything else. Wang Yikai glared at Hu Jintian, blaming him for the turn of events that had cost him even his own opportunity. After Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai departed, Chu Yu arranged the freshly prepared meat soup and newly picked yellow strips on the dining table. He declared that Li Jiaojiao should have 5 meals a day, as the little cubs required such nourishment. He feared she might grow weak from hunger. Jiaojiao felt a warmth in her heart as she accepted Chu Yu's tender care. Indeed, frequent small meals are quite beneficial. Jiaojiao encouraged both Chu Yu and Chu Yu to partake in a meal together, busily feeding them in turn. After feeding Chu Yu, she tended to Chu Yu, who then fed her meat soup, followed by Chu Yu offering her roasted meat, and finally, Chu Yu presenting her with red fruits. They enjoyed a harmonious meal, after which Li Jiaojiao resolved to hold a confession session. Given the abundant rewards from this birthing event, which could be utilized in the impending battle against the hyena tribe, Li Jiaojiao sought to reveal them in hopes of increasing their chances of victory. While it was termed a confession session, complete honesty was not feasible. For instance, she could not disclose her origins, lest she frighten them. After ensuring the cubs were well fed and settled, Li Jiaojiao instructed them to sit beside her, her expression turning somewhat serious. There are certain matters I wish to share with both of you. The two exchanged nervous glances, unsure of what was to come. Once she had prepared her words, Li Jiaojiao addressed them. You are aware that I belong to the Tian Rabbit clan, correct? The two nodded, albeit confused. And you know I can bear twins simultaneously, yes? They nodded again. Li Jiaojiao continued. In truth, I harbor another secret. The two held their breath, waiting for her to elaborate. I possess the ability to communicate with the beast god. The beast god perceives the challenges of procreation in the beast world and recognizes the need for change, which is why I have come. Following each of my births, it grants me corresponding rewards, and these rewards encompass a multitude of items. With that, Li Jiaojiao produced all the items from her spatial storage and laid them out before them. The two stood agape, their minds racing with a singular thought. My little female is a celestial being. Li Jiaojiao began to introduce each item laid out before them. When she reached the bow, an arrow set. She picked one up, knocking an arrow, and stood at the entrance of the beast den, aiming at a large tree at the edge of the tribe, estimating the distance to be over 100 meters. The system informed her that this crossbow had been modified, equipped with a red dot sight, boasting not only extended range and rapid firing capabilities, but also remarkable accuracy, able to fire 50 rounds in succession. As the arrow struck the tree with a resounding thud, causing it to sway under the impact, both Chu Yu and Chu Yu were left speechless, their jaws agape in astonishment for the next few days. Each of you shall have one. The remaining 2 can be distributed as you see fit. Make sure to practice extensively, as they will serve as our ranged weaponry. Li Jiaojiao then held up a pouch of realgar powder and explained. The snake venom the hyena tribe used against you is likely sourced from their own breeding, or they possess the means to control venomous snakes. This powder, known as realgar, strikes fear into all serpents. As the system informed her, this realgar powder rendered her invincible against snakes throughout the beast world. All serpents would retreat 10 meters upon sight. It will maintain a safe distance between the snakes and us. When we confront them, we can apply this powder to ourselves, ensuring our safety. And this, Li Jiaojiao continued, lifting a vial of mesmerizing powder, is the soul confusion elixir, when mixed with their water or food. It will render them unconscious for 3 days and nights. Since they enjoy employing such underhanded tactics, we can do the same. We shall first administer this to them, and the remaining unscathed will pose little threat. This is a tier-up pill. You may consider it akin to a beast crystal core, with varying grades corresponding to the tier they elevate. I currently possess 11 primary tier-up pills, each capable of raising 1 tier. 15 intermediate tier-up pills, each elevating 2 tiers, and 5 advanced tier-up pills, each raising 3 tiers that I intend to give each of you 1 advanced tier pill, allowing you to rise directly to the heavenly tier. The remaining pills can be distributed as you see fit. You are more familiar with the trustworthy male beasts in our tribe and can allocate them accordingly. Point 2 Individuals sat in quiet contemplation, listening intently to Li Jiaojiao's introduction, forcing themselves to regain composure from the shock. With one hand, Li Jiaojiao presented each of them with a high-grade elevation pill. They exchanged glances and, without hesitation, swallowed the pills. Moments later, they felt an overwhelming surge of power within, compelling them to rush outside the cave and unleash a long howl toward the heavens. When they transformed into their beast forms, they bore no resemblance to the initial appearance that Li Jiaojiao had observed. Their physiques had expanded significantly. Their fur shone more brilliantly. Their gazes were piercing, and their aura was extraordinary. Upon reverting to human form, Chu Yu grasped Li Jiaojiao's hand and said, "Shall we consult with Father about when to commence the battle?" Chapter 17. Preparations before the battle. The following day, Chu Yu remained at home to care for the young cubs, while Chu Yu and Li Jiaojiao visited Chu Changtian. "Father, Father," they greeted as they entered. Chu Changtian and his mate, Repaying, were taken aback. In just half a day, Chu had already become a formidable celestial tier warrior, his presence making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. Chu Changtian, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Chu Yu, barely able to suppress his excitement, led Li Jiaojiao forward and proclaimed, "Father, Mother, Jiaojiao is truly a celestial maiden. She is not merely a female of the celestial rabbit clan. She is a celestial maiden. What do you mean by that?" Chu Changtian asked, bewildered. Chu Yu recounted everything Li Jiaojiao had demonstrated the previous day. Chu Changtian swayed unsteadily, and Chu Yu steadied him, guiding him to sit upon a stone bench. "Father, what I say is the truth. Our Fox clan may soon ascend to become a super tribe. Thank the Beast God. Indeed, the Beast God intends for our Fox clan to reclaim the glory of a millennium past. 1,000 years ago, our Fox clan was one of the 4 great divine tribes. But we gradually declined, and now even breeding offspring has become a daunting task. It is surely the Beast God who has witnessed our plight and sent the celestial maiden to save us." Chu Changtian said with deep reverence, preparing to kneel before Li Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao, startled, quickly supported Chu Changtian, saying, "Father, you are Yu's father. How could you kneel before me?" Jiaojiao, "Oh no, I should now refer to you as the Celestial Maiden." "Celestial Maiden, what are your thoughts regarding this upcoming battle?" "Father, please do not do this. Just call me Jiaojiao. You are my elder, my father. I cannot accept such reverence from you. I specifically came to discuss this with you." She continued, presenting various items and explaining them one by one. Subsequently, Chu Changtian and Chu Yu deliberated over the list of candidates for elevation. Chu Yu voiced the selections of Chu He, and together with Chu Changtian, they swiftly finalized the personnel list. It was determined that no elevations would occur for those at the Xian and Huang tiers. Ultimately, 11 individuals would be chosen from the Yu tier to consume the basic elevation pills to rise to the Huang tier, while 15 would be selected from the Zhou tier to consume the intermediate elevation pills to ascend to the Huang tier. Thus, the composition of the Fox clan's forces was as follows: 3 celestial tier warriors, Chu Changtian; Chu Yu, Chu He, 6 Xian tier warriors, 37 Huang tier warriors, 15 Yu tier warriors, and 25 Zhou tier warriors. After everyone consumed the pills, joy abounded. Those that did not receive elevation pills could only blame themselves for their inadequate performance, silently reminding themselves to be more proactive in the future to secure a place in the next batch. This time, the hyena tribe would undoubtedly pay for their transgressions. Meanwhile, Li Jiaojiao also spoke to Repaying, saying, "Mother, please select 8 to 10 young females of good character who have been mated for a long time without conceiving. For what purpose are you selecting such females?" Repaying asked, perplexed. "Foolish mother. To strengthen our Fox clan, of course. Shouldn't you consider giving birth to a brother or sister for you?" Li Jiaojiao teased mischievously. "You little rascal. You're making jest at your mother's expense." Repaying's face flushed. "Mother, I speak sincerely. If you wish to conceive, I have ways to ensure your safety," Li Jiaojiao said earnestly. Surprisingly, Repaying felt a twinge of excitement. Quickly, Repaying selected 9 suitable young females, and Li Jiaojiao scrutinized them carefully. Ensuring they appeared to be virtuous individuals, Jiaojiao distributed the birthing pills, instructing, "Consume within a day after mating, and you shall surely conceive." The young females received the pills with unrestrained joy, cradling them in their palms as they thanked Li Jiaojiao in unison. "Thank you, celestial maiden, for the gift." They then hurried home to deepen their bonds with their mates. Jiaojiao produced another pill for Hua Ying, saying, "Mother, this is for you. You know how to use it, right?" She concluded with a playful smile. Hua Ying, blushing and slightly embarrassed, accepted it nonetheless. Chu Chang Tian and Hu Jin Tian, along with Wang Yikai, convened a brief meeting, agreeing to set out in 3 days. They would first send individuals to the hyena tribe to administer a charm-inducing drug, followed by a full-scale assault in hopes of a decisive victory. That evening, Chu Yu transformed into his beast form, carrying Li Jiaojiao back home. Though Chu Yu ran swiftly, Li Jiaojiao felt no discomfort. Perhaps the larger beast form mitigated the jolting effect. She mused. Under the moonlight, Chu Yu slowed his pace and, with a heartfelt expression, said, "Jiaojiao, I am grateful for all that you have done for the Fox clan. Your presence has brought prosperity to our tribe. As the heir of the Fox clan, I sincerely thank you. Is it merely as the heir of the Fox clan that you wish to express gratitude? What about as my mate? Do you have anything to say?" Li Jiaojiao playfully inquired. Chu Yu promptly transformed into his human form, gazing intensely at Li Jiaojiao, wrapping his arms tenderly around her waist, and declared, "Indeed, as your mate, I wish to express my gratitude to the beast god for allowing me to meet you. You are my goddess of fortune that in this life, in this world, everything I possess belongs to you. Chu Yu, I love you." Li Jiaojiao clasped Chu Yu's neck, her eyes filled with affection as her smile deeply reflected in his gaze. "I love you too, Jiaojiao," he replied, followed by a deep kiss. Upon returning to the beast den, Chu had already tidied up the cubs and prepared dinner, awaiting Chu Yu and Li Jiaojiao's return. Li Jiaojiao first fed the cubs, then enjoyed a hearty meal herself. Chu Yu, ever mindful, took it upon himself to care for the cubs. After tidying up, Chu Yu returned to the den and found Li Jiaojiao reclining on the stone bed, her slightly rounded abdomen adding a unique charm to her appearance. Jiaojiao had hinted during the day that they could engage in other activities that night, concerned for her well-being. Chu Yu asked Jiaojiao, "Are you truly all right after just giving birth?" Li Jiaojiao whispered softly in his ear, Yes, the beast god has bestowed upon me a recovery pill, and I am now as I was before pregnancy. The cub within me is safe." Unable to restrain himself any longer, Chu Yu inquired in a daze, "Jiaojiao, I have a cub with you?" "Of course. If he desires, I shall bear as many as you wish." Li Jiaojiao eagerly encouraged, wanting nothing more than for Chu Yu to continue. Hearing this gratifying response, Chu Yu beamed with joy. Jiaojiao gathered her strength and consumed the birthing pill. That night, 9 young females and 1 not-so-young female also joyfully took their pills, patiently awaiting good news 2 months hence. Chapter 18. Those who offend us shall be annihilated 3 days later. The main force assembled and prepared for departure. The previous day, Chu Chang Tian had dispatched several astute male beasts ahead to scout for opportunities to administer the charm-inducing drug, if all went well. By the time the main force arrived, most of the hyena tribe's warriors would be rendered unconscious. Even if things did not proceed smoothly, it mattered little. Their current coalition was already formidable. Those wretched dogs. Prepare to face their demise. The hyena tribe was not far from the Fox clan, only a 2-day journey away. Along the way, Hu Jin Tian and Wang Yikai, undeterred, attempted to ingratiate themselves with Chu Yu, eager to uncover the secret behind his sudden ascension to celestial tier strength. Chu Yu, wishing to avoid them, recalled Li Jiaojiao's words before they departed, to unite all possible allies in order to establish the super tribe they envisioned. When necessary, he could subtly reveal their strength. While he found these two unimpressive, their tribes undoubtedly housed many outstanding male beasts, and the best means of forging alliances was through marriage. Intermarriage between clans could bind several tribes together, ensuring that they would not stand idly by while others bullied them. Thus, Chu Yu softened his stern expression, forcing a smile as he remarked, "It concerns my little female." After saying this, he fell silent. The two men were left puzzled, grasping at straws as they tried to decipher Chu Yu's vague words. They grew anxious, scratching their heads, unable to concoct a plan. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the hyena tribe. They had long ceased to contemplate such matters. As Chu Chantian had anticipated, everything proceeded smoothly. The cunning Fox Clan beastmen had surreptitiously laced the small stream frequented by the hyenas with a mind-altering drug, and under the cover of darkness had coated their food with a substantial amount of the potion. Thus, when Chu Chantian and his companions arrived, they were greeted by the sight of a significant portion of the hyena tribe lying unconscious, while those who remained alert were in a state of confusion, scurrying about in a frenzy, rendering the entire tribe chaotic. The shaman and the priestess, both overwhelmed, could hardly manage the situation, struggling to ascertain the cause of the mass unconsciousness. As Chu Yu stood imposingly at the entrance of the hyena tribe, the hyenas, terrified, began to howl and instinctively transformed into their beast forms, scrambling in a panic. More accurately, they were scurrying like frightened dogs. Chu Yu, bow and crossbow in hand, aimed with precision and swiftness. Within mere moments, several beastmen lay lifeless in pools of blood. The surrounding beastmen gazed curiously at the weapon in Chu Yu's grasp, astonished that he could easily eliminate their kin from such a distance. Before they could express their amazement, they heard Chu Yu bellow, "Warriors, heed my command. Leave no hyena alive, regardless of age or gender. Slay them all. Charge forth. Kill." The three tribes of beastmen, fired up with look, on our way back, I have hunted your favorite beast meat. Chu has already approached Jiaojiao, gently embracing her. Jiaojiao, you are about to give birth in a few days. You shouldn't be out here. Jiaojiao grasped his hand, scrutinizing Chu Yu from head to toe. Let me see. Are you injured? How did everything go? Hearing Jiaojiao's concern, Chu Yu felt a warm glow in his heart. I am unscathed, and everything has been taken care of. You need not worry about them causing trouble anymore. Then let us return. You should rest well when we get back. Come on, I will carry you. With that, Chu Yu transformed into his beast form. Jiaojiao climbed onto Chu Yu's back and whispered in his ear, "Hey, you're going to be a father. The little one has been growing for 10 days now." Jiaojiao leaned close to Chu Yu's ear and quietly spoke. "Really?" Chu Yu instantly shifted from beast form to human, tightly holding Jiaojiao in his embrace. "When you last told me you would bear my child, I thought you were merely comforting me." Chu Yu felt an elation surpassing that of vanquishing the hyena tribe, realizing his beloved mate carried their offspring within her. "Silly, I would never deceive you," Jiaojiao replied, wrapping her arms around his neck. Upon returning to the beast den, Chu Yu had already prepared dinner. The little ones, now over 10 days old, could open their eyes and wobbled about, while the few rabbit babies could already leap quite a distance. Jiaojiao's milk was plentiful, leaving the little ones with glossy fur. Chu Yu's skills in caring for the little ones had become increasingly adept. Every time the 10 little ones relieved themselves, Chu Yu could manage it with a mere turn. Jiaojiao had no concerns aside from nursing. She often thought that a husband like Chu Yu would be a rare gem in modern times, capable of hunting, cooking, and managing household duties. "Hey, you have returned. How did everything go?" Chu Yu inquired with concern. "All went smoothly. Not a single one was left behind. How is everything at home?" "All is well. Nothing to worry about. Is anyone injured?" "No, the sedative Jiaojiao provided worked exceptionally well. We hardly engaged in direct confrontation. Had it not been for Jiaojiao supplies, there might have been casualties. Indeed, the news of Jiaojiao being a celestial maiden has spread far and wide. We must now be vigilant for her safety, as there may be those who wish to harm her." Chapter 20. Another litter. Let us eat first. "Hey, you have worked hard these past few days. Eat well. Try this. The roasted meat has barbecue seasoning added. It was a gift from the beast god. Jiao mentioned that we could find corresponding plant spices to mix. And this, Jiao shared with me a new way to prepare food called stir-fry. Give it a taste. It's not just meat that can be stir-fried. Many herbs can be as well. Jiao loves it. Tomorrow I will teach you how to make it. Those are not herbs. There are vegetables that we must eat wild vegetables to balance our nutrition. Jiao corrected. A few days prior, while taking a stroll with Chu Yu, Jiaojiao had spotted a patch of plants resembling celery. After having it scanned, it indeed turned out to be celery, and she instructed Chu Yu to dig up a few stalks that were nearly as tall as her, teaching him how to stir-fry them with the beef from the moo beast he had hunted. Stir-fried celery with beef? Nice. Yes, yes, yes. Jiaojiao says they are vegetables. In a few days, I will take a he out to identify which are edible and which are not. Perhaps I should take a he out. You will have more to attend to in a few days, Jiaojiao chuckled. After finishing dinner, Chu Yu prepared water for Jiaojiao to wash up before heading to her den. Chu Yu dutifully accompanied the little ones to sleep. Since becoming partners, Chu Yu and Jiaojiao had not been apart for so long. Previously, having lived alone, he had never understood the feeling of yearning, but these past few days he deeply felt its weight. Whenever he had a moment to spare, his thoughts would drift to his beloved. Sitting, standing, or walking, she occupied his mind. Had it not been for the large group to consider, he would have wished to return immediately after the matter concluded. Jiaojiao missed him terribly, not only yearning for him, but also worrying about his well-being. She experienced not only the pangs of longing, but also the inconveniences of lacking communication. If only there were phones. She could call or video chat to confirm his safety. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought. Without a signal tower, even having a phone would be futile. Nevertheless, Jiaojiao had inquired of the countless possibilities for long-distance communication. What had the Countless said? Oh, right. The Countless had painted a rosy picture, claiming that with many offspring, anything is possible. Chu Yu embraced Jiaojiao, tenderly conveying his yearning. 3 days later, just after breakfast, Jiaojiao's labor began. Feeling a twinge of pain, she swiftly consumed the painless birthing pill. Chu Yu called out to Chu Yu, who was preparing to go hunting. With the speed of the wind, Chu Yu dashed to the shaman's cave. And along the way, summoned a male beast man to fetch the tribe leader and Hua Ying. The shaman grandmother and the shamaness Dan had long been prepared. Upon seeing Chu Yu arrive, they gathered their supplies and followed him back to Jiaojiao's cave. Jiaojiao, now somewhat experienced, understood that her belly would tighten in waves and was not as anxious as before, watching the shaman grandmother lay out the clean, soft animal skins that Chu Yu had prepared. She then instructed Chu Yu to boil water for washing the little ones. Chu Yu stayed by Jiaojiao's side, firmly holding her hand as she reassured him. Do not be anxious, Yu. I have taken the painless birthing pill, so it does not hurt right now. Even though the pain had subsided, Chu Yu was still pained to see Jiaojiao drenched in sweat. 20 minutes later, the system announced, Ding! The host has given birth to the 11th offspring. Female, beast form. White fox, beast rank. Universe rank. Rewards, 40 points, birth pill X5, intermediate ascension pill X1, loyalty pill X1. Space expansion voucher X5. Ding. The host has given birth to the 12th offspring. Female, beast form. Five-tailed colorful fox, beast rank. Yellow rank. Rewards, 80 points, birth pill X7, intermediate ascension pill X2, loyalty pill X2, grain seeds 10 kilograms. Ding! The host has given birth to the 13th offspring. Female, beast form. Black fox, beast rank. Universe rank. Rewards, 40 points. Intermediate ascension pill X1. Loyalty pill X1. Vegetable seeds 10 kg. Bamboo weaving techniques compendium X1. Ding. The host has given birth to the 14th offspring. Male. Beast form. Black fox, beast rank. Yellow rank. Rewards, 80 points. Intermediate ascension pill X2. Loyalty pill X2, coarse salt 20 kg, barbecue seasoning 500 GX 10. Ding. The host has given birth to the 15th offspring. Male, beast form, Arctic fox. Beast rank, mysterious rank. Rewards, 160 points. Intermediate ascension pill X3. Loyalty pill X3. Coarse salt 50 kg. Fine salt 500 GX 15. Silkworm rearing techniques, compendium X1. Ding. The host has given birth to the 16th offspring. Female, beast form, Chinese white rabbit. Beast rank, yellow rank. Rewards, 80 points. Intermediate ascension pill X2. Loyalty pill X2. Fine salt 500 GX 10. Mysterious iron dagger X2. Ding. The host has given birth to the 17th offspring. Female, beast form, velvet-eared rabbit. Beast rank, mysterious rank. Rewards, 160 points. Painless birthing pill X3. Intermediate ascension pill X3. Loyalty pill X3. Recovery Pill X3, Recipe X1. Ding. The host has given birth to the 18th offspring. Male, beast form. Champagne Rabbit, beast rank. Yellow rank. Rewards, 80 points. Birth Pill X7, Intermediate Ascension Pill X2, Loyalty Pill X2, Invisibility Cloak X1. Ding. The host has given birth to the 19th offspring. Male, beast form. Giant Angora Rabbit, beast rank. Yellow rank. Rewards, 80 points. Birth Pill X7, Intermediate Ascension Pill X2, Loyalty Pill X2, Constant Temperature Box X1. Ding. The host has given birth to the 20th offspring. Male, beast form. Himalayan Rabbit, beast rank. Universe rank. Rewards, 40 points. Birth Pill X3, Intermediate Ascension Pill X1, Loyalty Pill X1, Fruit Seeds 5 kg. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to 20 offspring, with an additional reward of 600 points. Birth Pill X5, Painless Birthing Pill X5, Recovery Pill X5, Beauty Pill X5, Strengthening Pill X5, Milk Enhancement Pill X5, Primary Ascension Pill X5, Intermediate Ascension Pill X5, Advanced Ascension Pill X5, Loyalty Pill X10, Space Expansion Voucher X20. Ding. The host has given birth to the 21st offspring. Male. Beast form, Three-tailed red fox, beast rank. Yellow rank. Rewards, 80 points. Birth Pill X5, Intermediate Ascension Pill X2, Loyalty Pill X2, Barbecue Seasoning 500 GX10. Ding. The host has given birth to the 22nd offspring. Female, beast form, sand fox. Beast rank, yellow rank. Rewards, 80 points. Birth Pill X5, Intermediate Ascension Pill X2, Loyalty Pill X2, Space Expansion Voucher X10. After a moment of waiting, Jiaojiao heard no further announcements. The shaman grandmother and Dan. After waiting a while and confirming that there was indeed no movement, finally sighed in relief. Goodness, this time the little ones are even two more than last time. Who else could be so extraordinary? Chapter 21. Hu Jintian returns home in the vast realm of beasts. Li Jiaojiao is indeed an unrivaled existence. Outside the cave, Chu Chantian, upon hearing this delightful news, was so exhilarated that he began to pace back and forth, prompting Hua Ying to tease him. This truly is a case of generational affection. I seem to recall that you weren't nearly as jubilant when Yuer was born. Nonsense. I was even more elated back then. Well, allow me to share another piece of good news that is sure to elevate your spirits even further. What is it? You are going to be a father again, Hua Ying whispered conspiratorially to Chu Chantian. Not witnessing the elation he expected, Hua Ying instead found Chu Chantian standing there in a daze. What's wrong? Aren't you happy? Hua Ying asked, somewhat disgruntled. What did you just say? Repeat that, Chu Chantian stammered, his voice trembling. I said you're going to be a father again. I am pregnant, Hua Ying patiently reiterated. Really? Chu Chantian could hardly believe it and asked once more. Indeed. Hua Ying, now slightly irritated, thought to herself how odd it was that he showed no joy and kept questioning her. Ah, the entire tribe heard Chu Chantian's ecstatic shout. This fool must have just taken a moment to process the news, Hua Ying mused, finding amusement in the situation and feeling less irritated upon hearing Chu Chantian's voice. Chu Yu assumed something significant had occurred. He stepped outside only to find Chu Chantian joyfully spinning Hua Ying around. How wonderful! Everyone is so happy now. It was likely that Jiaojiao's abilities would soon be common knowledge, especially since Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai would undoubtedly share the news with their tribe. As expected, no sooner had Chu Chantian bid farewell to those two tribal members than swift-footed orc messengers were dispatched back to report the news. Hu Jintian's father, Hu Yitong, had once been the most distinguished among the brothers, having secured the position of chief through his own prowess. Over the years, he had managed the Tiger clan quite successfully. He had 2 sons and 1 daughter, which was considered quite a sizable brood among male orcs. One son was Hu Jintian, and the other was Hu Junhai, who was just 1 year older, but still under 20. That troublesome lad was an even greater source of frustration for Hu Jintian. His mind was solely consumed by cultivation, much like the troublesome Wang Yikai. There was little choice but for Hu Yitong to have Hu Jintian begin learning to manage clan affairs. Though he remained somewhat lacking in maturity, Sai was disheartening that the more responsible son was disinterested in clan matters, while the younger son yearned to take charge yet lacked the capability. Every time Hu Yidong thought of his two sons, he felt a headache coming on. His youngest female had 3 beast husbands, each of whom had sired a male cub. Those 2 little bears were also a source of concern. One being 4 years younger than Hu Jintian and the other 8 years younger, still mere children engrossed in play. With the recent plea for assistance from the Fox clan, Hu Yidong thought it would be beneficial for his son to gain some experience, though he worried whether Hu Jintian's cultivation level would suffice. After a month had passed without any sign of his son, Hu Yidong could no longer sit idly and decided to send someone out to check if they were delayed on the road. The messenger had barely departed when he returned, reporting that the young master Hu Jintian had sent someone back ahead. Chief! Chief! Major news! Major news! The returning orc, Hu Feng, was as swift as the wind, fittingly named. What major news? Speak slowly, Hu Yidong instructed. Young master Chu Yu has found himself a little female. Hu Feng exclaimed, that a major news. He is nearly the same age as Xiao Hai. Isn't it normal for him to seek a mate? Hu Yidong replied, unimpressed. But his little female is from the Tian-Tu clan. What? The Tian-Tu clan. The one reputed to bear twins. Yes, chief. When we arrived at the Fox clan, she was giving birth at you know how many she bore? How many? 3. Hu Feng shook his head. Surely not 5 or 6. Hu Feng again shook his head. Frustrated, Hu Yidong slapped him. You rascal, just say it already. 10, chief. How many? Hu Yidong thought he must have misheard point 10. Hu Feng raised his voice slightly. You must be jesting. Did you mishear or missee? The highest record for the Tian-Tu clan was 8 1,000 years ago. Chief, it is true. That's why I said it's major news. Ha, ha. Then Xiao Tian could seize the opportunity to become her beast husband. Cough, cough, cough. The young master likely missed his chance. Why do you say that? Hu Yidong asked, puzzled. Well, Hu Feng hesitated, unable to speak freely. Spit out, you rascal. Hu Yidong felt his hand itching again. Chief, that little female was not yet due to give birth. The young master startled her, causing a premature delivery. Why would that fool frighten her for no reason? Hu Yidong struggled to understand it was unintentional. He saw her and was smitten, tried to impress her with a display of prowess. Unfortunately, she was startled and fell from a suspended seat, resulting in the early delivery. Hu Feng succinctly explained the situation. Rest assured, the little female holds no grudge against our young master. She even helped him detoxify. And he has since regained his cultivation level. Does that mean Xiao Tian still has a chance to become her beast husband? Hu Yidong's hopes rose at the mention of detoxification. However, Hu Feng doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Not quite. She explicitly rejected the young master, stating she is not considering it. Hu Yidong was at a loss for words, his head spinning from the frustration. Buzzing, this foolish child. When he returns, I shall see how to deal with him. It is said that sons take after their fathers. Hu Jintian was well aware that he would face ridicule upon returning, having bungled such a splendid opportunity. He had often complained about his father arranging introductions for him. And now that he had finally taken the initiative to pursue someone, he had managed to ruin it himself. He could only imagine how he would be mocked. Thus, he took his time on the way back and even sought advice on how to explain the situation. You can evade the first day, but not the 15th. The male orcs would soon begin to complain. Reluctantly, Hu Jintian finally made his way back. Father, woe is me. What should I do? I fell for a little female who does not return my feelings. Seeing his son's woeful expression, Hu Yidong's raised hand hesitated, filled with compassion. Hu Jintian, not sensing his father's heavy love, felt a twinge of delight. This act of feigned sorrow was proving quite effective. And how is your detoxification? At this, Hu Jintian recalled Li Jiaojiao. He had initially feigned disappointment, but now felt genuinely despondent. She helped both me and Akai detoxify. We regained our levels the very day she did so. However, I frightened her, and she likely thinks I am unreliable, which is why she rejected me. Kai was also affected. Despite swearing on his parents' lives, he too was turned down. Chapter 22. The East Family's Woes. The West Family's Joy. What are your thoughts regarding Li Jiaojiao? Hu Yidong asked cautiously. Despite Hu Jintian's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was quite steadfast in his affections that Hu Yidong worried he might become trapped in a dead end. I don't know that I'm unsure if I should continue to pursue her. I feel somewhat defeated. Xiao Tian, here's my suggestion. Perhaps you could let your brother try. Why? Does my brother also fancy Jiaojiao? But he hasn't even met her. Chu Yu looked bewildered, uncertain why his father mentioned his brother. Not at all. Xiao Hai is unaware of this matter. I believe that, given Jiaojiao's status as a celestial maiden and a member of the Tian-Tu clan, our tiger clan's offspring survival rates have been quite low in recent years. You are aware that we typically have only 1 or 2 cubs per birth, and the survival rate is not high either. Every rainy and winter season sees many cubs lost. Yes, the chief. I have been unable to change this situation, and I feel I owe the trust of the tiger clan's orcs. If someone from our clan could bond with Li Jiaojiao, or if we could receive the celestial maiden's blessing, it would be immensely beneficial for us. But father, my desire to bond with Jiaojiao is not solely based on her being a celestial maiden with strong breeding capabilities. I like her for who she is. To me, she is simply herself. Thus, I ask your opinion. Do you wish to make another effort to pursue her, or should Xiao Hai take a shot at it? Or perhaps the two of you together? Together? Hu Jintian pondered the possibility that it seemed feasible. While he lacked maturity, his brother was steady that if both of them were to become Jiaojiao's beast husbands, his brother could take care of things while he found his footing. The more he thought about it, the more viable it seemed. Excitedly, he told Hu Yitong, "Father, let us proceed with this plan." Chu Yu mentioned they would come to express their gratitude for our assistance in due time. We can return with them then. Wang Yikai had also returned to the Divine Dog clan, which was roughly twice the size of the Fox clan. Although large in scale, their overall strength was not particularly formidable. They currently had only 3 Earth-level orcs and 10 Profound-level orcs. The universe is vast, with an abundance of realms, likely numbering in the hundreds. Wang Yikai returned home and briefly recounted his experiences before immersing himself in cultivation. His father, Wang Ting, remained oblivious to his son's unusual demeanor. Only Wang Yikai himself was aware that his thoughts were consumed by the image of that young female, gracefully swinging and laughing. Wang Yikai believed her rejection stemmed from his low beast rank, compelling him to dedicate himself to rigorous training. For how could he adequately protect her otherwise? Upon hearing from other beastmen about Li Jiaojiao's situation and confirming her identity as a member of the Heavenly Rabbit clan, Wang Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement. He summoned Wang Yikai for a detailed inquiry. "Xiaokai, what are your thoughts on that young female? She is wonderful." Wang Ting leapt up, exclaiming with laughter, "Ah, so you've taken a liking to her? How rare it is for you to notice a female. Yet she does not fancy me," Wang Yikai replied, his spirits flagging. Wang Ting's mirth faltered. "What is the matter? It may be due to my insufficient beast rank. Her 2 beast husbands have already attained the heavenly rank." Wang Ting was taken aback. "Who are her beast husbands, besides the one from the Heavenly Eagle tribe in our vicinity? Are there any others?" "There are 3 from the Fox clan," Wang Yikai lamented further, "and I'm still merely at the profound rank. When will I ever reach the heavenly rank? What opportunities must the Fox clan have encountered? How is it that they have become so formidable in such a short span?" The Fox clan now boasted 3 at the heavenly rank, 6 at the profound rank, 37 at the yellow rank, 15 at the universe rank, and 25 at the space rank. When did they become this powerful? Wang Ting questioned, somewhat perturbed. Just a short while ago, their overall strength surged by 2 tiers. It is said to be the accomplishment of the young females. Wang Ting mused, struggling to process his complicated emotions. If you cannot capture the young female's heart, perhaps you should consider Xiao Yuan, Wang Ting tentatively suggested. Wang Yikai was taken aback, though his cousin A Yuan had already reached the Earth rank and was quite handsome. He was enamored with that young female. If a Yuan became Jiaojiao's beast husband, would he still stand a chance? Wang Ting began to analyze the pros and cons for Wang Yikai, who was unwilling to concede easily and proposed to try alongside a Yuan. The Fox clan tribe had recently become quite lively. After giving birth to her second litter, Li Jiaojiao took a 3-day respite. I wish to go out for a stroll and introduce you to some vegetables." "All right." Chu Yu gently took Li Jiaojiao's hand. He particularly enjoyed holding her hand, feeling its softness and delicacy. You take good care of the little ones at home," Li Jiaojiao said, planting a kiss on Chu Yu's cheek. "I'm fine. It's no trouble at all." Jiaojiao should go out and explore. You must look after her well. Yes, I understand. As Chu Yu transformed into his beast form, he carried Li Jiaojiao up the mountain. Soon, Li Jiaojiao began receiving countless notifications. Host, ferns detected ahead. Following the prompts, she inquired, "Is that ferns?" It appears to be a fern tree, nearly 2 meters tall. She pinched it and exclaimed, "Hey, it's still quite tender." However, she realized she would need to sit on Chu Yu's back to reach it. Concerned that Li Jiaojiao might tire herself, Chu Yu shifted to human form, allowing her to stand aside while he harvested. In no time, he filled a bee skin bee. Jiaojiao noted that while the bag was quite durable, it was too soft. Items like mushrooms and vegetables could easily become squished, remembering her bamboo weaving manual. She resolved to learn how to craft bamboo baskets. After collecting the ferns, Chu Yu suggested they visit a waterfall. Previously, the hyena tribe had caused much trouble, leaving the young females in the tribe too fearful to venture out. Having been in this place for over 2 months, Li Jiaojiao had yet to explore. Now, the danger had passed. En route, she stumbled upon a vast sea of flowers. Reds, blues, pinks, and purples. Truly breathtaking. Wow. That flower sea is stunning. Did you pick the flowers you brought me from there? Indeed. Chu Yu, knowing of her fondness for flowers, had intentionally taken a detour. Once he set her down, Li Jiaojiao flitted about like a butterfly, admiring one bloom and plucking another, her joy reminiscent of a child. Chu Yu's gaze softened with affection. Look at me. Am I beautiful? She adorned herself with a multi-petaled purple flower, tucking it behind her ear. Paired with her silvery hair, rosy white ears, and pristine bee-skin skirt, she was a vision of beauty. Chu Yu's breath caught for a moment. Chapter 23. Teaching bamboo weaving techniques. As their kiss concluded, Li Jiaojiao's heart raced. Despite their numerous intimate encounters, her heart still thumped like a drum. Li Jiaojiao's sweet, soft voice reached Chu Yu's ears, intensifying the warmth between them. They lingered in each other's embrace from dawn until midday. Noticing the time, Chu Yu hurriedly led Li Jiaojiao to the waterfall. Li Jiaojiao was awestruck by the grandeur of the waterfall. Soaring high, it cascaded with tremendous force, reminiscent of flying down 3,000 feet. At this hour, with the sun shining brightly, the mist rose to create radiant rainbows, truly a magnificent sight. In modern times, it would undoubtedly be a 5-star attraction, charging exorbitant entrance fees. Li Jiaojiao waded into the water, and Chu Yu, concerned for her safety, supported her as they ventured deeper. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Can you catch those big fish?" "Fish? What do you mean by fish?" Chu Yu queried, perplexed. "The ones swimming in the water. What do you call them?" "Spiny dragon." "Ha, what an amusing name. I call them fish. They are delicious, suitable for roasting, boiling for soup, or frying." "Really? We usually don't eat them because they're quite fishy, and some have even choked on their spines." "Indeed, adding seasoning will eliminate the fishy taste. If one is not careful, they might get stuck, but their flesh is quite tender. Making soup without the meat should be better to you want to eat." "Jiaojiao, I can catch a few to make soup for you." Yes, thank you, You are so kind." Transforming into his beast form, Chu Yu swiftly caught a spiny dragon weighing over 10 pounds, landing it on the shore. With deft movements, he soon had the bank strewn with fish. "That's enough?" We can't eat so many. Let's catch fewer and enjoy them fresh." "All right, as you wish." Li Jiaojiao picked up a sharp stone to scrape the fish scales. But Chu Yu quickly intervened. "Jiaojiao, just tell me how to do it. I'll handle it." Following her instructions, Chu Yu efficiently prepared the fish. They packed everything into the bee's skin bag and set off in search of seasonings and vegetables. As they walked, Li Jiaojiao asked countless questions. With the system's assistance, they located wild scallions and peppers. Li Jiaojiao had initially hoped to find coriander, but, after searching for a long time without success, decided to postpone that quest for another day. The pepper was impressively large, resembling a small tree. Chu Yu uprooted it entirely to transplant it for Li Jiaojiao couldn't help but chuckle. This was convenient, saving her from frequent trips. Upon returning home, she found Chu Yu playing with the little ones in the courtyard. Li Jiaojiao had constructed a suspended platform from wood, surrounded by a railing for the babies to play and bask in the sun. The older ones were already able to eat meat puree, leaving Li Jiaojiao to nurse the younger ones. While she nursed, Chu Yu busied himself with preparing the fish soup. Though the seasoning was limited, it was devoid of any fishy taste. Jiaojiao delightedly consumed 2 hearty bowls and thoughtfully served a bowl to each of her 2 beast husbands. When Chu Changtian arrived, he was greeted by the heartwarming sight of their family, enjoying each other's company. Father, Chu Yu was the first to spot him. I came to discuss what kind of gifts would be appropriate for the Tiger Clan and the Divine Dog Clan as thanks. Let us organize the Beastmen to hunt some game for them. Chu Yu suggested. Father, I have some items that may serve as suitable gifts. Li Jiaojiao produced 10 kilograms of coarse salt from her space. The system had rewarded her with 50 kg, and she intended to distribute 5 kilograms to each clan. She wondered if there would be more rewards the next time she bore young, so she decided to be prudent. Jiaojiao also produced 4 pairs of fire-starting stones, planning to give each clan 2 pairs. Chu Changtian remarked, "That will suffice. Let us also provide each clan with 20 wild boars and 20 land animals. What do you think?" Chu Yu agreed, "Yes, that sounds very reasonable. These 2 items are indeed quite rare. Father, you can take these items back. Once the beast meat is ready, we can arrange for the beastmen to deliver them. By the way, Father, I still have some coarse salt left. Please take it back to distribute among our tribe's beastmen." Though it won't be much for each family, Jiaojiao eagerly offered the remaining 40 kg, and upon seeing the amount, Chu Changtian's eyes widened in shock. "That's so much coarse salt. My heavens, if other beastmen find out, they will surely go mad with envy." Before Chu Changtian could fully process his astonishment, Li Jiaojiao produced 10 portions of fine salt, saying, "Father, we will use this. It is finer, whiter, and completely free of impurities." Chu Changtian fell to his knees at the cave's entrance, exclaiming, "Thank you, Beast God. Thank you, Heavenly Maiden. Father, please wake up. Don't be like this. Father, I wish to weave some bamboo baskets in the coming days. Could you inquire within the clan if there are any young female or male beastmen interested in learning? Those who wish to learn should come forth. I will go back and ask." Although Chu Changtian may not know what a bamboo basket is, it will be prudent to gather people to learn regardless. This afternoon, Li Jiaojiao instructed Chu Yu to fetch some bamboo from the grove they had visited last time. Point 1 must first learn before teaching, right? Chu Yu helped Li Jiaojiao process the bamboo into strips, while she began perusing a comprehensive guide on bamboo weaving, selecting the simplest design to start with. Perhaps it had been too long since she had engaged in labor, or perhaps she was simply not adept at it. Before long, Li Jiaojiao had cut herself. Upon witnessing the blood, Chu Yu was filled with concern. He hurriedly took her hand and held in his mouth that "I'm fine. Please don't fret. I'll manage. Just tell me how to do it." Without giving her a chance to protest, Chu Yu took all the bamboo strips from her hands. Jiaojiao recited the steps from the book, and Chu Yu, with his keen understanding, quickly crafted a small basket. "Wow, it's beautiful. Your weaving is truly impressive." As for the remaining bamboo, Chu Yu, observing the illustrations, learned on his own, and by nightfall, he had created over a dozen distinct styles of baskets to Li Jiaojiao's surprise. Chu Yu, having merely observed, had also mastered the technique. Must these individuals be so astute and capable? The following morning, the small courtyard was bustling with around 50 male beastmen and a dozen young females. Chu Yu led the males to gather bamboo, while Chu Yu assisted the young females in processing the leftover bamboo into strips. Once prepared, they each wove numerous baskets tailored to their preferences and needs. The previous night, Li Jiaojiao had instructed Chu Yu and Chu Yu to create a large cradle, lining it with soft bee skins, allowing them to place the little cubs inside during the day, bringing them out to bask in the sun without fear of them crawling out and facing danger. At this moment, the young females looked on enviously. Those with cubs crafted cradles, while those without made bags for carrying items. All learning swiftly. Jiaojiao felt a sense of pride in imparting a new skill. Hooray! Today was a day brimming with positive energy. Chapter 24. The second ascension of the Beastmen before long. Chu Yu and the others returned. Chu Yu and Chu Yu resumed their teaching, and everyone was engrossed in their weaving. Some male beastmen, quick to grasp concepts, soon began to create various other items, evolving into bamboo mats, tables, chairs, baskets, fans, snack carriers, and so forth. Chu Yu and Chu Yu crafted several bags, adorned with a leather strap for slinging over the shoulder, convenient for Li Jiaojiao to carry some jerky. Haha, purely handmade, quite valuable. For several consecutive days, Li Jiaojiao's courtyard was filled with lively activity, and the entire fox tribe was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Suddenly, Li Jiaojiao remembered that she had forgotten to consume the fertility elixir during her flower sea adventure with Chu Yu. She hurriedly called out, inquiring incessantly. Countless. Host, you are so lively every day, it's rare for you to remember me. You are fortunate. Although you did not consume the fertility elixir that day, you are nevertheless expecting. Congratulations. Hee, I knew it. If I hadn't conceived, you would have surely reminded me. Your beast husband is quite formidable. Generally, the higher the beast rank, the lower the natural fertility. Yet Chu Yu succeeded in getting you pregnant on the first attempt, which is truly impressive. How many days along am I with my first child now? The first child is already 25 days along, and the second has also been gestating for 10 days. If I give the fertility elixirs to other young females and they give birth to cubs, wound tea that contribute to the propagation of the beast world? Indeed, host, will I also receive some reward? I initially planned to surprise you after their cubs were born, and you receive your rewards. But it seems host is quite quick-witted, of course. Do you not know who I am? Li Jiaojiao replied with a hint of pride. There will be points rewards for you, host, as well as item rewards, though they will be random, depending on the talents of the cubs they bear. Li Jiaojiao understood, but thought to herself that even the smallest fly's leg is still meat. A little is better than nothing. What about the rewards from the last birthing? You finally remembered to ask me. I've organized it for you. Points, 1600, Fertility Elixir X39, Pain-Free Birthing Elixir X5, Recovery Elixir X5, Beauty Elixir X5, Strength Elixir X5, Milk Production Elixir X5, Primary Ascension Elixir X5, Intermediate Ascension Elixir X28, Advanced Ascension Elixir X5, Loyalty Elixir X33, Space Expansion Voucher X35, Grain Seeds 10 kg, Comprehensive Bamboo Weaving Guide X1, Barbecue Seasoning 500 GX20, Coarse Salt 50 kg, Fine Salt 500 GX25, Silkworm Rearing Guide X1, Mysterious Iron Dagger X2, Recipe X1, Invisibility Cloak X1, Constant Temperature Box X1, Fruit Seeds 5 kg. With 1,600 points, deducting half leaves you with 800 and adding the remaining 335 points from your previous child. You now have a total of 1135 points. Keep it up, host. You've only birthed 2 cubs so far, and you've already cleared 1135 points. With continued effort, you could settle the debt and unlock the marketplace in 6 months. The treasures in the marketplace are beckoning you. All right, I can only strive harder. What is this loyalty elixir? Li Jiaojiao inquired, noticing a new item. Those who consume the loyalty elixir will remain loyal to you for life, without any ulterior motives. After all, you have provided them with ascension elixirs, and as their beast ranks rise, they will require your guidance, for you and your 2 beast husbands cannot manage alone if they harbor disloyalty. Your considerations are quite thorough. And what of this invisibility cloak? This is a life-saving artifact. When donned, it conceals one's scent and form. Should you encounter danger, you can wear the invisibility cloak and hide with the cubs. Her eyes lit up. And the constant temperature box? This constant temperature box is for warmth, quite spacious. During the rainy season or in the cold of winter, you can place the little cubs inside. I understand all of this, but why provide me with crop and fruit seeds? I do not know how to cultivate. Host, it is better to teach a person to fish than to simply give them fish. You know our goal is to integrate into society and advance it towards a more civilized state, rather than simply providing them with ready-made food, which would lead to them venerating you as a deity and only praying to you in times of need. Li Jiaojiao comprehended that the system's rewards were all related to skills, aiming for everyone to thrive regardless of anyone's presence. Chu Chantian was highly efficient, swiftly organizing the male beastmen in the tribe to go hunting. Chu Yu also joined, and with his celestial level abilities, coupled with the fox tribe's overall strength being elevated by 1 or 2 ranks, they soon hunted the required number of beasts, all of excellent quality. Just as Chu Chantian was preparing to lead a party to the Tiger Clan and Divine Dog Clan, Li Jiaojiao approached him. Li Jiaojiao presented the loyalty elixirs and ascension elixirs in her hands to Chu Chantian, saying, Father, I have 33 loyalty elixirs here My intention is that once the clan members' beast ranks rise, should any harbor disloyalty, we would not be able to withstand it. Jiaojiao, your concerns are valid. I shall distribute these elixirs among them. I also have 5 primary ascension elixirs and 28 intermediate ascension elixirs. How do you think we should allocate them? Our tribe currently has no beastmen at the Baron rank, but there are still many at the Flood rank. I have not done a specific count, but it is no less than 100. These beastmen, due to their lower rank, have no advantage in seeking out females if we could elevate their ranks. It would indeed enhance our overall strength. However, there are too many of them. Jiaojiao pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about this? Each day, arrange for several higher-ranked beastmen to train alongside these flood-ranked beastmen, setting a condition that only celestial-ranked beastmen may receive the ascension elixirs blessed by the beast god. What do you think? That's a splendid idea. I never thought of having higher-ranked individuals mentor the lower-ranked ones. Chu Yu praised at the right moment. Then shall we begin from the celestial rank? Yes, I recall we selected 15 from the celestial rank last time, leaving 25 remaining. Correct. So this time, all 25 will consume intermediate ascension elixirs to rise to the yellow rank. We will select 5 from the cosmic rank to take primary ascension elixirs to elevate to the yellow rank. In this way, the Fox tribe structure would be 3 at the celestial rank, 6 at the mysterious rank, 67 at the yellow rank, 10 at the cosmic rank, none at the celestial rank, and no less than 100 at the flood rank. The celestial ranked beastmen were quite excited. Having been overlooked last time, they felt quite disheartened, but now they were thrilled to be included so soon. The flood-ranked beastmen, upon hearing the beast goddess decree conveyed by the clan leader, that they must rise to the celestial rank to consume the ascension elixirs, were also elated. They thought of how, in the not-too-distant future, they too would possess the divine gifts conferred by the beast god and would strive even harder in their training. Finally, Li Jiaojiao instructed, Father, let the loyalty elixirs be consumed starting from the higher ranks. Chapter 25. Farewells before departure. Chu Chantian understood. The higher the beast rank, the more their loyalty was needed. Chu Chantian exhibited remarkable efficiency, swiftly selecting the inaugural group of 33 orcs to consume the loyalty pills. Without further ado, he administered the potions. Chu Chantian decided to remain at the tribe, as the uncertainty of travel time posed a risk. Thus, Chu Yu volunteered to lead the expedition, leaving Chu He behind. It was estimated that a month would pass before their return, and should Chu He accompany them, he would miss the birth of his offspring. Although Chu Yu was reluctant to part with Jiaojiao and the little ones, the care between individuals is reciprocal. Chu Yu's concern for Chu He would undoubtedly be reciprocated. Chu Yu meticulously counted the accompanying personnel, 3 at the profound rank, 26 at the yellow rank. With 3 profound rank and 13 yellow rank having previously ingested the loyalty pills, with arrangements settled, they awaited the morrow's departure. Chu Yu returned home to bid farewell to Jiaojiao. You, please be cautious on your journey. Not rush. Safety is paramount. Yes, I understand. With you carrying our little one, I am indeed worried about leaving you. Fear not. There is still Ahi at home, and many capable orcs in the tribe. Jiaojiao presented Chu Yu with a dagger crafted from mysterious iron, a divine gift, sharp and lethal. Keep this safe. Do not injure yourself. It may save your life in perilous times. Understood. Chu Yu accepted the dagger, drawing Jiaojiao into an embrace. Jiaojiao relished the warmth of Chu Yu's arms, akin to her affection for Chu He's touch, and wrapped her arms around his slender waist. She tilted her head and kissed his throat. A wave of warmth surged through Chu Yu, momentarily immobilizing him, before he transformed into his beast form, guiding Jiaojiao out of the tribe. Where are we headed? Jiaojiao inquired curiously. The place of our first encounter. What purpose does that serve? She asked, perplexed. Chu Yu remained silent. The speed of the heavenly ranked beastmen was unmatched, and they soon arrived beneath the great tree where they had first met. The branches he had broken during his fall had yet to regrow that time. Jiaojiao had only seen the handsome figure before her, oblivious to the beauty surrounding them this moment. The sunlight had yet to fully illuminate the valley floor, and a layer of mist clung to the treetops, with a small patch of flowers nearby, glistening with dewdrops. Though this floral patch was not as expansive as the sea of blossoms he had taken her to, the ground beneath was not soil, but rather glimmering crystals. Jiaojiao had failed to notice this before. Chu Yu, too, had only discovered it during a subsequent hunting trip. He surmised Jiaojiao would appreciate this sight. For tomorrow he would depart, and Chu would need to care for the little ones, likely leaving no time for Jiaojiao to enjoy outings. Thus, he wished to seize this moment to show her. "You, come quickly, it's so beautiful. I want to collect some to decorate our home. What do you think?" Jiaojiao exclaimed with the exuberance of a child. Chu Yu recalled the moment he first encountered Jiaojiao. Her laughter had been as radiant then that he gently embraced her from behind, but Jiaojiao's voice, soft and inviting, was a clear signal of her affection. She had grown fond of this intimate connection in the wild. Chu Yu was equally elated, and they became lost in each other's presence. The hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, followed by a warm smile. He cherished Jiaojiao's boldness. The gentle sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a warm glow on his face. Jiaojiao thought of a phrase, a beauty that brings ruin to a nation. Though not entirely accurate, she felt Chu Yu at this moment was indeed mesmerizing, fitting of a fox spirit. His eyes, slightly reddened by the impending separation, gazed tenderly at her, causing her heart to flutter. They shared a moment of entangled emotions, and Jiaojiao felt compelled to ascend to the heavenly rank herself, lest she be left behind in stamina, feeling at a disadvantage. From dawn till dusk, they strolled hand in hand back to the tribe. Jiaojiao, the Tiger Roar tribe, and the Divine Dog tribe undoubtedly wish to introduce two orcs to you as potential mates. Perhaps even more to you. Regardless of whether I seek a mate in the future, you shall always be my greatest love. I love you. Moved, Chu Yu embraced Jiaojiao tightly, unwilling to let go. Jiaojiao was exceptional, so remarkable that even now, as a heavenly rank, she felt a twinge of inadequacy. Thus, she instinctively sought a promise from Jiaojiao, a commitment that would provide her with reassurance. Understanding Chu Yu's feelings, Jiaojiao, having encountered him, the first person in this world to treat her with unconditional kindness, the first to genuinely care for her, and the first to make her feel the warmth of home, was willing to offer him her heart and a promise in his moments of insecurity. The following day, Chu Yu set off with 28 capable orcs and a bounty of wild game, embarking on their grand journey. Before his departure, Jiaojiao entrusted him with her bow and crossbow. The deeper one's love for another, the more one cannot help but worry for their safety. Before long, their figures faded from sight, and Chu Yu accompanied Jiaojiao homeward. Chu Chantian had arranged for 2 young female orcs to assist Jiaojiao in caring for the little ones. Huaying was nearing a month into her pregnancy, and Jiaojiao had administered strength-enhancing pills during her early gestation, resulting in her robust health. She often expressed a desire to help with the babies. Yet Jiaojiao knew how much Chu Chantian cherished this unborn child and could not permit Huaying to take charge. Nonetheless, when Jiaojiao was away, Huaying willingly volunteered to watch over the little ones. "Mother!" Upon returning, Jiaojiao found Huaying basking the little ones in the sun. Jiaojiao, you're back. Come quickly and see this little one's tail," Huaying exclaimed, her voice a mixture of excitement and subdued volume. Chapter 26. Discovering the unusual little ones, Jiaojiao observed her mother's astonished expression and hurried over to see what was amiss. Upon closer inspection, she realized her mother had discovered a little one with 3 tails. She couldn't help but laugh. "Mother, I actually knew about it long ago." Huaying, taken aback by this revelation, quickly grasped the situation. After all, this was Jiaojiao's child, and she understood it better than anyone. Then, she began to reminisce about the history of the Fox clan. A millennium ago, they had been one of the 4 great divine clans, tracing their lineage back to the 9-tailed divine fox. However, over time, they gradually lost this ability, producing offspring with fewer and fewer tails until only one remained. Upon hearing this, Jiaojiao smiled and informed her mother, in the smaller litter, there's not only one with 3 tails but also another with 5 tails. Huaying's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of shock crossing her face. She struggled to accept this reality, for it implied that the bloodline of the Fox clan might be on the verge of revival. Subsequently, Jiaojiao pointed out the 2 little ones, one colored and one red, stating, Those are the five-tailed and three-tailed babies. Overcome with emotion, Huaying embraced Jiaojiao, tears glistening in her eyes. She felt a profound sense of gratitude, believing that Jiaojiao had brought renewed hope to the fox clan. With the emergence of the three-tailed and five-tailed offspring, could there be a possibility of more tailed babies in the future? Or even a restoration of the nine-tailed divine fox lineage? They both eagerly anticipated that day's arrival. "Oh, my lord of beasts, my celestial lady!" Huaying trembled slightly, struggling to hold the little ones. "Do not fret, mother," Jiaojiao replied, amused. "Why didn't you tell me?" Huaying chided gently him. "Why, dear mother, whether I mention it or not, you would know as she grows, right? There's no need for her to receive special treatment just because she has more tails." Jiaojiao felt that fairness could not be absolute. She could not treat them all equally, but she would do her best. The children were still so young, and she did not wish to show favoritism, lest it create divides among siblings later on. Huaying soon understood Jiaojiao's deeper meaning, recalling her own experience of having only one child, which had spared her from such dilemmas. She smiled and nodded. "You're right, Jiaojiao, I understand. Mother, rest assured, no matter their appearance, I will care for them all," Jiaojiao said tenderly, her eyes filled with love as she gazed at the little ones. Huaying watched Jiaojiao and her grandchildren, her heart swelling with happiness and contentment. "Jiaojiao, you are truly a wonderful child. It is a blessing for Chu Yu to have encountered you, and for our entire family as well. Mother, it is you who raised such a fine son," Jiaojiao expressed gratefully. Huaying smiled softly, gently stroking Jiaojiao's hair. In this warm moment, the family gathered together, cherishing each other's company and warmth. Jiaojiao looked at the adorable little ones before her, a fond smile gracing her lips. She pointed to the three-tailed little colorful fox from the first litter and said, "Mother, look at this three-tailed little colorful fox. Its beast rank is yellow." Upon hearing this, Huaying's eyes widened, her face a mix of astonishment and disbelief. She exclaimed, "Goodness, how remarkable!" Continuing, Li Jiaojiao pointed toward the adorable little cubs frolicking within the enclosure and proceeded to introduce them to Huaying. "These two little cuties over here are both of the Zhou tier, while those three are of the Yu tier. And over there by the rabbits, the white short-eared rabbit is of the Xian tier, the gray short-eared one belongs to the Huang tier, and the other two are also of the Yu tier." As Huaying listened attentively to Li Jiaojiao's introductions, she meticulously observed each little cub, her eyes brimming with wonder and curiosity. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "These little creatures must possess formidable abilities, right?" Li Jiaojiao chuckled softly and replied, "They should, indeed." The few cubs from the second litter were still wobbling as they walked, prompting Li Jiaojiao to place them in another enclosure. Gazing at these charming little beings, Li Jiaojiao's heart swelled with maternal love and happiness as she gently stroked their soft fur. Savoring their warmth, she pointed out again that one with 5 tails and the 3-tailed one are both of the Huang tier. These two are of the Yu tier, that one with drooping ears is also of the Xian tier, and the gray-furred one belongs to the Yu tier, while the rest of the rabbits are of the Huang tier. Huaying's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon these little cubs. She had never encountered such high-tier beasts, let alone newborns. Overcome with excitement, she stammered, "Jiaojiao, you truly are a celestial maiden. Even your offspring are born with such high beast tiers." Li Jiaojiao smiled and nodded, a glimmer of pride and gratitude shining in her eyes. She understood that all of this was the system's blessing, enabling her to have such extraordinary children. She believed these little ones would become the elite of their clan, bringing glory and hope to their kind. Finally regaining her composure from the shock, Huaying couldn't help but exclaim, "Jiaojiao, you are simply amazing. I have never seen so many high-tier cubs." Jiaojiao humbly smiled and remarked, "It is all thanks to the blessings of the beast god. Mother, how are you feeling now?" Li Jiaojiao shifted the subject, inquiring about Huaying's health, mindful that she was an elderly, expectant mother who required constant monitoring. Huaying smiled in response. "I feel quite well, and knowing that the cubs within me are healthy puts my mind at ease." Jiaojiao took Huaying's hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry, mother, in a few days. I will prepare some nourishing soup for you to help restore your vitality. In no need, you are pregnant yourself. Just instruct your father on what to do, and let him handle it. This tactic proved effective. As Huang no longer fixated on the cub's tails and beast tears, she began to voice her grievances to Li Jiaojiao. Ever since you gave me that elixir, I feel brimming with strength, as if I have boundless energy. However, I have noticed some wrinkles appearing on my face lately, and I seem to be developing spots. As Huang spoke, a hint of sadness crept into her expression. She was uncertain whether it was due to her pregnancy. But recently, she had become more sentimental, often worrying about losing her beauty. Upon seeing Huang's distress, Li Jiaojiao quickly retrieved an elixir from her space and handed it to her, exclaiming, "Ding, ding, 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 quick. Take this." Without hesitation, Huang accepted the elixir and swallowed it whole, then curiously asked Li Jiaojiao, "What is this, Jiaojiao?" Li Jiaojiao mischievously smiled and replied mysteriously, "I want to tell you, just wait and see by the water's edge." Chapter 27. The carpenter Chu Huang couldn't wait and rushed to the water's edge, her eyes widening in astonishment. She could hardly believe her eyes. Her face had transformed into such a smooth and delicate visage. Her previously rough skin now resembled that of a newborn baby, tender and soft to the touch. She gently reached out to caress her cheek, exclaiming in disbelief, "Goodness, is this really me?" Hurriedly, she dashed back to ask Li Jiaojiao, who playfully smiled and said, "It's also a gift from the beast god. Mother, hurry back and show father." After Huang left, Li Jiaojiao called for Chu and presented him with a comprehensive manual on woodworking. Take a look at this. Do you think the contents will be useful to us?" Chu flipped through the pages. Though he couldn't comprehend the text, the illustrations were clear enough. The more he examined it, the brighter his eyes shone. It contained various wooden constructions. This book, a product of a system, detailed materials unique to the beast realm. Chu learned about the characteristics and uses of different types of wood, as well as how to select suitable materials for constructing various items. The methods were attainable by the abilities of the beastmen, from simple mortise and tenon joints to complex framework structures. All etched into his memory, he cherished the book as if it were a treasure, his face radiating excitement and enthusiasm. His eyes reflected profound respect, as if this book were a priceless gem in his life. With a trembling voice, he exclaimed, "Jiaojiao, the illustrations here are simply remarkable. It's astonishing. I can learn how to craft various items from it. It's truly magical." Seeing him so elated filled Li Jiaojiao's heart with joy. She smiled, her eyes sparkling with delight, and cheerfully said, "Since you like it so much, I'll give this book to you. I hope it brings you even more rewards." That he looked at Li Jiaojiao with gratitude, his gaze filled with affection and reliance, gently caressing the book to feel its warmth and strength. Their eyes met, intertwining their emotions in the air. This simple yet heartwarming scene allowed them to feel each other's care and love. Is this called a book? Yes, the contents are known as text. If the adjacent illustrations are unclear and incomprehensible, these characters can guide us on how to create the shapes depicted. So wondrous. Jiaojiao, do you know these characters? Yes, I do. Would you like to learn? I can teach you if you wish. Really? Jiaojiao, you are incredible. What have I done to deserve you? You are wonderful too. You are exceptional. Don't belittle yourself. You are the most resilient beast man I have ever known. Chu, moved, planted a tender kiss on Li Jiaojiao's forehead. Chu prepared Li Jiaojiao's favorite stir-fried beef with celery, scrambled bird eggs, and a meat soup. As the larger cubs could now join them for meals, while the smaller ones still required meat paste and gruel. After they finished eating, Chu went to tidy up after the cubs. Once all was in order, Chu began searching for suitable timber. He wished to craft a vertical box for Li Jiaojiao to store her bee skin skirt. Carefully, he perused the book, and following its descriptions and suggestions, he eventually located a large tree that met his requirements. The timber was sturdy and had a clear grain. Chu meticulously selected several appropriately sized logs and carried them home. Upon returning, he immediately set to work constructing the large box illustrated in the book. Using a sharp stone knife, he carefully cut the wood, gradually smoothing the surface to achieve a refined finish. He then meticulously joined the selected planks together, forming a tall rectangular box. He even designed a lid that fits snugly to prevent dust from entering. Finally, he wove a decorative yet functional cord from fine bamboo strips to secure the lid, ensuring it was more stable. When the wooden box was finally completed, Chu Yu felt immense satisfaction. It appeared both exquisite and sturdy. He placed the box in Li Jiaojiao's room, envisioning her surprised expression when she opened it, his heart brimming with anticipation. After scrutinizing it for a while, feeling it could use a touch more charm, he sought out some colorful stones he had collected during a recent hunt and embedded them onto the box, adding a splash of color and beauty. Once adorned, Chu Yu gently covered Li Jiaojiao's eyes and carefully led her into the beast den. His large hand brushed against her face, tickling her and eliciting laughter. "Ahi, where are you taking me?" Li Jiaojiao asked, curiosity piqued, eager to discover what Chu Yu had in store for her. "That you'll find out soon." Chu Yu replied with a smile, beaming with anticipation for the surprise awaiting her. Within the dim confines of the beast den, Chu Yu slowly withdrew his hand from Li Jiaojiao's sight. I could see that moment, her gaze fixated on a corner of the den, where a beautifully crafted wardrobe stood. Her eyes instantly sparkled with joy, her hands instinctively covering her mouth to suppress an impending squeal. Her expression radiated delight and gratitude as she gazed deeply at Chu Yu. "Ahi, is this for me?" Li Jiaojiao's voice carried a hint of disbelief, her tone laced with astonishment. "This wardrobe is simply stunning." Her eyes shimmered with admiration for the exquisite piece, unabashedly expressing her joy. "I absolutely love it. Ahi, I cannot thank you enough for this wonderful gift." Li Jiaojiao's voice was imbued with heartfelt gratitude, her clear gaze reflecting deep affection and reliance on Chu Yu. As Chu Yu beheld the enchanting smile of Li Jiaojiao, a surge of profound satisfaction welled up within him. He could sense that his little female was genuinely pleased and delighted by his gift. How wonderful! Chapter 28. Digging ditches and constructing canals, is this what you call a wardrobe? Indeed, the name is quite apt, Chu Yu remarked, noticing that the illustrations in the book depicted some animal skin skirts placed within such boxes. Yes, the animal skin skirts we wear can also be referred to as clothing, and a cabinet for storing clothes is called a wardrobe. Ahi, could you possibly help me make a wooden tub when you have some free time? Li Jiaojiao said, flipping to the page about the wooden tub in the book. This can be used for bathing, and it would be much more convenient than a stone tub, plus it retains water temperature better. Her words were tinged with urgency, her eager eyes sparkling as she looked at Chu Yu. Indeed, Li Jiaojiao had been using a cumbersome stone tub for her baths at night, as she had previously lacked this book and did not know how to craft such items from wood. The stone tub's heaviness was a considerable inconvenience, and even more burdensome was the effort required from Chu Yu or Chu Yu whenever they needed to change the water for her. Moreover, the water temperature dropped remarkably quickly. Fortunately, it was currently summer, with relatively high temperatures. Otherwise, during the frigid winter months, she would have to endure the biting cold. Chu Yu readily agreed. It was his undeniable responsibility and heartfelt wish to enhance Jiaojiao's quality of life. Chu Yu was indeed intelligent, and he grasped the illustrations at a glance, demonstrating remarkable manual dexterity. After taking a refreshing afternoon nap, Li Jiaojiao was astonished to find the wooden tub, infused with the fragrance of fresh wood, already completed. While she marveled at Chu Yu's exceptional craftsmanship and efficiency, he was seated by the bed, gazing affectionately at her. Once she had admired the tub, she turned to find Chu Yu's smoldering gaze fixed upon her. In a sudden burst of energy, she leapt up, startling Chu Yu, who was unprepared for her abrupt movement, and he hurriedly wrapped his arms around her waist to prevent her from falling. Jiaojiao quickly pecked Chu Yu on the lips and sweetly said, "Ahi, thank you for always being responsive to my requests. How can you be so wonderful? And how shall Jiaojiao express her gratitude to me?" Chu Yu replied, his deep voice imbued with temptation. Li Jiaojiao pecked him again and again. Chu Yu, taking the initiative, gently placed his large hand behind her head to prevent her from bumping it against the stone bed. "Jiaojiao, why not try it out?" Chu Yu said as he lifted the delicate beauty, who was reclining on the bed, and gently placed her into the wooden Jiaojiao lay back comfortably, watching as Chu Yu poured water, cooked, and tended to the little ones. During this period, with Chu Yu absent and considering the numerous little ones Li Jiaojiao had to care for, Chu Yu prioritized her safety while hunting. Every day, Chu Chantian arranged for the beastmen to deliver food, and with their improved beast ranks, hunting had become significantly easier, yielding larger game. The community held Li Jiaojiao in a reverent regard, rarely interrupting her. They were all delighted to have the opportunity to deliver food to the goddess. As the rainy season approached, in just over a month, the male beastmen of the tribe had been diligently hunting to stock up on provisions. They understood that during the rainy season, hunting would be greatly affected, and heavy rains could even result in flooding. Thus, they needed to gather sufficient food without delay from the male beastmen who delivered food daily. Li Jiaojiao learned that floods were an unavoidable annual occurrence, instilling within her a profound sense of concern. Consequently, she inquired of Chu Yu, I've heard that our area is prone to flooding every year. Indeed, our tribe is not situated at high elevation, so we are always anxious during the rainy season. Last year, a family of 4 was swept away by floodwaters, and by the time we found them, they had perished. The year before, other beastmen faced a similar fate. Such disasters occur almost every year. Recalling these calamities filled Chu Yu with a deep sense of helplessness. Li Jiaojiao proposed, why don't we dig ditches and construct canals? This way, we can guide the floodwaters towards Alba Lake, significantly mitigating the damage caused by floods. Upon hearing the suggestion, Chu Yu's eyes brightened, and he echoed, dig ditches and construct canals. Clearly, this solution had not crossed their minds before, and it sparked a glimmer of hope within him. Li Jiaojiao nodded, explaining, exactly, we can choose the lower-lying ravines between the mountains to excavate wide and deep ditches. This way, rainwater will naturally collect in these ditches and flow toward the designated areas. Chu Yu was filled with enthusiasm, eager to consult Chu Changtian about the digging project. Just as he was about to leave, he paused, deciding it would be best to summon the chief for discussion. Li Jiaojiao smiled reassuringly. It's all right. You go ahead and my mother is also pregnant, and I wouldn't want her to be alone at home if my father comes over. I'll be out in the courtyard, soaking up the sun with the little ones. Don't worry. Chu Yu hurried off with great speed. In no time, Chu Changtian returned with Huaying after a brief tea break. Chu Changtian said, Jiaojiao, how about your mother and I stay here for a while until Chu Yu returns? Li Jiaojiao contemplated for a moment and agreed. Staying together would provide mutual support. Upon hearing her suggestion, Chu Changtian clapped his thigh and stood up. What a splendid idea. In the past, we lacked the tools to transport the excavated soil, but this year we are equipped. Moreover, our beast ranks have risen significantly, making these tasks quite manageable. I will organize a workforce at once. Upon hearing that digging ditches and constructing canals could reduce flood damage, the beastmen of the tribe rallied immediately. Chu Changtian assigned 2/3 of the workforce to the ditch-digging task, while the remaining third continued hunting. The beastmen tasked with digging naturally divided into 2 groups. Those with higher beast ranks transformed into their beast forms, utilizing their claws like rakes to swiftly fill the bamboo baskets prepared at their homes with soil. The beastmen with lower ranks transported the soil to a relatively flat area that Li Jiaojiao had identified. Li Jiaojiao had inquired countless times, discovering that many seeds could only be sown in the spring of the following year. The soil they were collecting was just enough to expand that area. For over 20 days, the tribe's beastmen worked tirelessly. Seeing that they were on track, Chu Yu suggested lining the sides and bottom of the ditches with stones to enhance their durability and minimize soil erosion. Li Jiaojiao regarded Chu Yu with newfound admiration, realizing just how clever he truly was. Finally, 3 days before the rainy season arrived, a ditch measuring 10 meters wide and 20 meters deep was completed. I'm making an early update today. I didn't go out today, but I'm currently engrossed in writing a chapter from yesterday, and I'll make up for it later. Off to eat now. Chapter 29. A grand return on the eve of the rainy season. Chu Yu returned with a group of individuals. Among them were Hu Jintian, Hu Zhenhai, Wang Yikai, and Wang Yiyuan. Hu Zhenhai had only visited the Fox tribe once, and as he stepped into the tribe, he was astounded by the number of high-ranking beastmen in his mind. The Fox tribe was significantly behind their own if they were considered a large tribe. The Fox tribe could only be classified as a medium or small-sized tribe. However, the current situation of the Fox tribe completely shattered his preconceived notions. Wang Yiyuan shared a similar sentiment. He had always believed that the Fox tribe's strength could not compare to that of the Divine Dog tribe. The very name indicated their continued use of the divine dog moniker, while the fox tribe had transitioned from the divine fox tribe to the fox tribe. Yet upon entering the fox tribe, an idea spontaneously emerged in his mind. The fox tribe was on the verge of rising. Wang Yikai and Hu Jintian were likewise momentarily taken aback. In just over a month, how had the number of high-ranking beastmen increased so significantly? Chu Yu led the four of them to seek out Chu Tian, only to find that he was absent. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Chu Yu quickly inquired of a male beastman, "Where has my father gone?" "Young master, the chief is at your home. He has been staying there for quite some time." Chu Yu instructed the accompanying beastmen to return to their homes and hurried back home himself. News of Chu Yu's return had already reached Chu Tian and Li Jiaojiao. When Chu Yu dashed home, he found Li Jiaojiao, Chu Tian, and Huang basking in the sun in the courtyard, each cradling one or two little ones. Chu Yu was nearby, feeding the little ones fruits. That it was a heartwarming and harmonious scene. Seeing the person he had longed for, along with the little ones, melted Chu Yu's heart. He swiftly made his way to Li Jiaojiao, suppressing his excitement, and gently yet firmly embraced her. After a moment, Li Jiaojiao lightly pushed him away, softly reminding, "Hey you, be gentle. If you squeeze too hard, I fear the little ones may be pushed out." Only then did Chu Yu suddenly remember that Li Jiaojiao was due to give birth in a few days. How could he have been so foolish? Allowing the joy of their reunion to cloud his mind. "I am well, and there is no need for you to be so anxious." After calming his emotions, Chu Yu turned to Chu Tian and said, "Father, how did you come to reside here? I was quite startled when I could not locate you." "Ah, it is not that you were absent. Ahei's solitary hunting raised concerns for Jiaojiao. I also worried for your mother. So it is more convenient for us to reside together. When I go hunting, Ahei can tend to the household, and when Ahei hunts, I can look after your mother, Jiaojiao, and the little ones." "Indeed, that does seem more convenient. By the way, this is Ahai, the elder brother of Atian, and this is Ayuan, the cousin of Akai," Chu Yu introduced, pointing to the individuals who had followed behind him. "Xiao Tian, Xiao Kai. And who are these two? What brings you here? Is it that my family SAU failed to perform adequately when delivering a token of appreciation?" Chu Tian feigned ignorance, fully aware of the underlying reason for their visit. Before the young female, Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai felt somewhat embarrassed to admit they had come to pursue her, fearing another outright rejection. Hu Jinhai's keen gaze swept across the little ones basking in the sun in the courtyard, and he pondered quietly. Indeed, what Atian previously mentioned was not exaggerated. This young female's fertility is indeed astonishing. Her offspring are not only numerous, but also appear robust and lively. Unbeknownst to him, the little ones before him were merely the second litter of Jiaojiao. Her first litter was currently enjoying a peaceful slumber indoors. Though Hu Zhenhai had not given much thought to the matter of forming a partnership, the sight before him undeniably struck a chord within him. He began to contemplate that perhaps his visit to the Fox clan was not solely to verify rumors, but might also signify a fated connection. In contrast, Wang Yuan felt somewhat perplexed by the current situation. Although he had already reached the earth tier as a beastman, his thought processes seemed to lag behind others that it left one curious about how he had cultivated. Perhaps his focus had solely been on enhancing his strength? Faced with the unfolding scene, he found himself at a loss for words, merely observing in silence, awaiting the next development. Eventually, it was Hu Jintian who awkwardly chuckled. "Uncle Chu, there is not much happening in the tribe. We simply came here for a visit." "Oh, is that so? I thought perhaps my family SAU had done something in your tribe that displeased you, prompting a visit to seek an explanation. How could that be, Uncle Chu? Ayu is always prudent in his actions. We are merely here for leisure." Chu Tian refrained from exposing their pretense and arranged for them to have a beast den, one situated far from Jiaojiao. With Chu Yu back, Chu Tian no longer needed to stay there. He tidied up and took Huang back to their beast den. Chu He, with keen insight, created space and time for Chu Yu and Jiaojiao to enjoy their intimacy. Chu Yu, overflowing with affection, cradled Jiaojiao in his arms as he carried her into the beast den. Jiaojiao giggled, gazing at Chu Yu, wrapping her arms around his neck and nestling her head against his chest. Feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, gently, Chu Yu laid Jiaojiao on the stone bed, leaning down to kiss her, savoring the sweetness he had longed for. After a considerable while, he reluctantly released Jiaojiao, sighing in resignation at the thought of their limitations. Amused, Jiaojiao embraced him, offering comfort. In a few days, it will be better. I miss you too. The two lay on the bed, chatting. Jiaojiao recounted their canal construction efforts, which only deepened Chu Yu's admiration for her. In turn, shared stories of his journey thus far. After a while, Chu cleared his throat, reminding them it was time to eat. Chu Yu looked at the little ones. Nurtured by Chu He and Jiaojiao, their fur shimmering and smooth, and his affection overflowed. Suddenly realizing he had yet to name them, he felt overwhelmed at the prospect of choosing 22 names. Laughing to himself, he had never felt such a headache in his life. Chapter 30. The rainy season has arrived. That evening, after dinner, Jiaojiao asked Chu Yu to help Chu process their game. With Chu Yu's assistance, they swiftly prepared the game they had hunted in recent days. Following Jiaojiao's instructions, they cut the meat into even portions, separating the fatty from the lean, and categorizing the ribs and bones distinctly. Jiaojiao called upon the system. Countless, please use all my space expansion vouchers. Countless replied, Host, you have a total of 52 space expansion vouchers, each capable of enlarging 5 cubic meters, with your original 10 cubic meters. The total will expand to 270 cubic meters. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Yes. When can I access the space? I have no idea what 270 cubic meters even means. Jiaojiao expressed her frustration. Host, you can access the space once the mall is activated. Upon reaching level 3, you can also bring others in and out. The space is divided into 2 parts. One for living beings, which you can enter and exit freely, and the other is a static space where no living beings may enter. Before you activate them all, you can only use the static space. Really? Jiaojiao's mood shifted from gloomy to bright. Does that mean I'm close to reaching my goal? I only need a little over 1,000 more to activate them all and enter the space freely. The static space can store food indefinitely without spoiling. Surely that is more convenient than a refrigerator, she thought, delightfully content. As Chu Yu and Chu, he finished processing the beast meat. They watched as Jiaojiao waved her hand and the 2 filled beast ends, resembling small mountains of meat, vanished, their pupils dilated in shock. Jiaojiao urgently called out to Countless. System, how do I explain this space situation? Host, this can be considered a special ability. Why don't they possess such a power? They will, but their abilities have not yet developed. System, how could you be so unfair? Why didn't you tell me such an important thing? Host, it is unjust. I only learned this after completing the upgrade a few days ago, and Han-Ti had the chance to inform you. Jiaojiao, unwilling to engage in meaningless disputes, urged, now that you know, please share. It is like this, Host. 3 days ago, I received a notification from the main system regarding an upgrade, which I participated in. Just yesterday, I completed the upgrade. I repaired some existing bugs in the system and received the following notification. Beastmen of this world, regardless of gender, may awaken special abilities upon reaching the sky tier. It could happen sooner or later. There are 7 types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and space, depending on the beastman's talent. Some may awaken 1, while others can awaken 2 or even 3. How could there be such a sudden upgrade with such extraordinary news? It may be due to beastmen in this continent having independently awakened their powers, prompting the main system to upgrade urgently for your safety. Who is it? So impressive. Countless was unaware, stating, perhaps they are too far away. If they appeared within 100 miles of us, I would be able to sense them. Okay, I appreciate your efforts, system. Serving the host is my duty, Countless humbly replied. Jiaojiao withdrew her consciousness from the system and explained to her 2 beast husbands. This was originally a gift from the beast god, a power called space that can store many things, depending on the capacity of the space. However, the beast god has now provided me with new instructions. Beastmen on this continent may independently awaken their powers, namely metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and space. Thus, starting today, all beastmen on this continent may awaken special abilities, provided they are sky-tier beasts. You too, do your best to awaken as many powers as possible. In each other's eyes, they saw astonishment. They had thought reaching the sky tier made them formidable, but now there appeared to be even greater potential for advancement. Jiaojiao, rest assured, Ahe and I will diligently cultivate to awaken special abilities. Chu Yu concurred with a nod. The next morning, the previously clear sky, devoid of clouds, suddenly darkened with an ominous overcast. Jiaojiao. It seemed rather unreasonable. However, it was said that heavy rains would arrive punctually at this time each year. Thus, beastmen would stockpile food before the rainy season. The oppressive clouds filled the hearts of those who gazed upon them with dread. The rainy season had finally arrived. Thunderous lightning, thick as a water bucket, roared down, striking the earth and invoking an involuntary fear within on the first day. It seemed as though the sky had developed a vast hole, unleashing relentless torrents of rain. The once valiant orcs trembled in their sturdy dens. Seeking refuge from the tempest, on the following day, the torrential rain unleashed its wrath, a manifestation of nature's fury, continuing to wreak havoc. By the third day, the relentless winds and rains persisted, only beginning to abate in the deep hours of the night. Throughout these days, the orcs remained in a state of unrest, their hearts burdened with worry over whether the newly constructed drainage ditches could withstand the deluge, fearing that their tribe might once again be devastated by the ferocious floods that had ravaged them in years past. As the rain finally began to lessen in the middle of the night, Chu Yu resolved to venture out and assess the state of his tribe. Upon exiting his den, he was greeted by a scene of disarray in the courtyard. The flowers, cherished by Jiaojiao, lay trampled and unrecognizable, and the swing where she often basked in the sun had been violently cast into a corner of the yard by the howling winds. The only remnant of order amidst the chaos was a makeshift sunbathing platform, crudely fashioned from rough timber for the young ones, standing forlornly in the yard, stepping beyond the confines of his courtyard. Chu Yu observed that the conditions in the other orc dwellings were similarly dire. Yet to his astonishment, the torrents that typically wreaked havoc in the lower regions of the tribe seemed to have obeyed a newfound command, converging into the drainage ditches and flowing in a singular direction. The method devised by Jiaojiao had indeed proven remarkably effective. The ditch was sufficiently wide and deep, and the once dreaded floods had merely filled half of it this year. As Chu Yu strolled along, he encountered many high-ranking male orcs who had emerged to survey the situation. They all recognized the tremendous impact of the drainage system and expressed their gratitude to Chu Yu, young clan leader. Please convey our thanks to the goddess. Without her, we would surely have suffered greatly this year. Indeed, young clan leader, please ensure you express our gratitude. Once the rainy season passes, I will certainly offer the goddess some of the finest beast meat. Me too. Me too. Very well. I will relay your appreciation. Chu Yu felt a swell of pride, his admiration for Jiaojiao soaring to new heights. He then called upon a few high-ranking orcs. You 6. Accompany me to inspect areas that may require reinforcement. The others should remain in their dens. It is best not to venture out for now, as the rain may return at any moment. Prioritize your safety. Yes, young clan leader, with 5 or 6 orcs in tow, Chu Yu set off to patrol, while the remaining orcs obediently returned to their dens. Chapter 31. The first offspring with Chu He as Chu Yu and his companions followed the drainage ditch. They marveled at how He had covered it with large stones, an undeniably brilliant approach. The ditch now only showcased the rushing water without displacing even a speck of soil from the banks. Appearing remarkably sturdy, it seemed certain to withstand the rainy season with ease. Chu had also thoughtfully constructed an arch bridge above it, facilitating the orcs' hunting expeditions across the wide trench. Chu Yu admired Chu He's ingenuity, realizing that during his absence, Chu He had made significant progress. Upon returning, he would seek his wisdom, for growth should not be a solitary endeavor. As they completed their patrol without incident, the group dispersed to their respective homes. Just as Chu Yu approached his door, he spotted a male orc hurriedly running from his dwelling. Upon seeing Chu Yu, he exclaimed, young master, the goddess is about to give birth. How is Jiaojiao?" Chu Yu asked, anxiety lacing his tone. "The goddess is in good condition. Just now, Chu Yu asked me to summon the shaman." "Good. I shall go at once. Thank you." With that, Chu Yu swiftly made his way to the shaman's den. Lately, the shaman's health had been deteriorating, and the relentless rainfall had exacerbated her chronic ailments. When Chu Yu arrived, he found her lying on a stone bed. Upon seeing him, she deduced that Jiaojiao was in labor and struggled to sit up, attempting several times, but to no avail. "Shaman, please rest and take care of your health. Let Dan Dan assist," Chu Yu said, his concern palpable, with the little females in the tribe experiencing complications during childbirth. Dan Dan had been the one to oversee deliveries, and Chu Yu believed it would suffice. The shaman, though willing, could only nod in agreement. Chu Yu quickly returned to the beast den with Dan Dan. Jiaojiao had already ingested the painless childbirth potion and awaited the arrival of their offspring. Chu Yu hurried to boil water and prepare animal hides, intent on making soup for Jiaojiao. Chu Yu sat beside her, his gaze fixed upon her, fearful of any complications. He grasped her hand tightly, wiping the perspiration from her brow with soft furs, his demeanor fraught with anxiety, seeing his nervousness. Jiaojiao chuckled softly, recalling how he had reacted during her first delivery. She called out. "Yes, Jiaojiao, I am here. What do you need? Is it too painful? What should I do? I cannot bear your pain. Perhaps you could bite me a few times. Once you have given birth to these two, you need not bear any more." Chu Yu rambled, entirely at odds with his usual aloofness. "Do not worry. I am fine. The beast god has granted me the painless childbirth potion. After consuming it, I will feel no pain. Truly, this sweat is merely from exertion. Really, it does not hurt. You are not deceiving me." "How could I deceive you? You are my beloved." Touched by her words, Chu Yu replied, "Then please remain silent, rest well, and conserve your strength. Is there anything you wish to eat? I will prepare it for you. I'm feeling somewhat weak. I would like to drink some meat soup." "Very well, I will make it for you." Chu Yu attentively listened to the happenings within the beast den, and upon hearing that Jiao desired meat soup, he quickly ladled some and presented it to Chu Yu. Chu Yu expressed his gratitude with a glance at Chu Yu. "Hurry and take it. You were also busy when Jiaojiao was delivering our offspring." Prompted by Chu Yu served the steaming meat soup to Jiaojiao, who felt invigorated after consuming it. Dan Dan had already prepared the necessary items for the delivery. Before long, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has given birth to the 23rd offspring. Male, beast form, sand fox, beast rank, Xian rank. Rewards, 160 points, birth potion X9, intermediate upgrade potion X3, loyalty potion X3, coarse salt 80 kg, barbecue seasoning 500 GX 20. Ding. The host has given birth to the 24th offspring. Female, beast form, white fox, beast rank, Xian rank. Rewards, 160 points, birth potion X9, intermediate upgrade potion X3, loyalty potion X3, outdoor 10x5, comprehensive house construction manual X1. Ding. The host has given birth to the 25th offspring. Female, beast form, black fox, beast rank, earth rank. Rewards, 320 points, birth potion X11, advanced upgrade potion X1, loyalty potion X5, fine salt 500 GX20, constant temperature box X3, space expansion voucher X20. Ding. The host has given birth to the 26th offspring. Female, beast form, sand fox, beast rank, yellow rank. Rewards, 80 points, birth potion X7, intermediate upgrade potion X2, loyalty potion X2, grain seeds 10 kg. Ding. The host has given birth to the 27th offspring. Male, beast form, five-tailed black fox. Beast rank, earth rank. Rewards, 320 points, birth potion X11, advanced upgrade potion X1, loyalty potion X5, iron smelting technique manual X1, space expansion voucher X20. Ding. The host has given birth to the 28th offspring. Female, beast form, arctic fox. Beast rank, Xian rank. Rewards, 160 points, birth potion X9, intermediate upgrade potion X3, loyalty potion X3, painless childbirth potion X3, recovery potion X3. Ding. The host has given birth to the 29th offspring. Male, beast form, three-tailed colorful fox. Beast rank, Xian rank. Rewards, 160 points, birth potion X9, intermediate upgrade potion X3, loyalty potion X3, high-level defense gear X3, space expansion voucher X15. Ding. The host has given birth to the 30th offspring. Female, beast form, seven-tailed white fox. Beast rank, earth rank. Rewards, 320 points, birth potion X11, advanced upgrade potion X1, Loyalty Potion X5, Space Expansion Voucher X20, Cold Weapon Construction Technique Manual X1. Congratulations. The host has successfully given birth to 30 offspring, receiving an additional reward of 1,200 points. Birth Potion X10, Painless Childbirth Potion X10, Recovery Potion X10, Beauty Potion X10, Strengthening Potion X10, Milk Production Potion X10, Primary Upgrade Potion X10, Intermediate Upgrade Potion X10, Advanced Upgrade Potion X10, Loyalty Potion X10, Space Expansion Voucher X40. Ding. The host has given birth to the 31st offspring. Female, Beast Form, White Fox, Beast Rank, Yellow Rank. Rewards: 80 points, Birth Potion X5, Intermediate Upgrade Potion X2, Loyalty Potion X2, Barbecue Seasoning 500 GX10, Space Expansion Voucher X10. Ding. The host has given birth to the 32nd offspring. Male, Beast Form, Red Fox, Beast Rank, Yellow Rank. Rewards: 80 points, Birth Potion X5, Intermediate Upgrade Potion X2, Loyalty Potion X2, Barbecue Seasoning 500 GX10, Vegetable Seeds 20 kg. Ding. The host has given birth to the 33rd offspring. Female, Beast Form, Five-Tailed Colorful Fox. Beast Rank, Xian Rank. Rewards: 160 points, Birth Potion X9, Intermediate Upgrade Potion X3, Loyalty Potion X3, Charcoal Production Technique X1, Space Expansion Voucher X15. Ding. The host has given birth to her 34th offspring, a male in the form of a three-tailed red fox. Classified as a mysterious beast, the rewards include 160 points, 9 birthing elixirs, 3 intermediate evolution potions, 3 loyalty potions, 1 technique for crafting down jackets, and 15 space expansion vouchers. After waiting for a while for Li Jiaojiao, silence fell, indicating that the birthing process had concluded. Dan, now accustomed to this routine, swiftly marked and organized the little ones, arranging them neatly upon the animal hide. This was Chu Yu's first experience witnessing Li Jiaojiao give birth, and he was astounded to see so many cubs emerging one after another. The sensation was truly overwhelming. Had it not been for Li Jiaojiao calling out to him, he might have remained dazed for quite some time. Good heavens! Jiaojiao had birthed 12 little cubs, all of them foxes. "Ahi, I am thirsty," Li Jiaojiao said, her voice softer from exhaustion. "All right, I will fetch some water." Chu had already prepared warm water, and as Chu he accepted it. He gratefully nodded at him. Jiaojiao consumed the recovery potions, milk-enhancing potions, and beauty potions with the water. Everyone felt that she appeared even more radiant after giving birth. Such was the favor of the beast god. There was no denying it. Chapter 32. Successfully unlocking them all. Ahi, I am a bit tired. I shall rest for a while before nursing the cubs. Very well. I will take good care of them. You can rest assured. Li Jiaojiao nodded and closed her eyes, calling out to the system. System, quickly show me what treasures I have received. Li Jiaojiao was filled with excitement. She saw that there were 2 Earth Tier and several mysterious Tier cubs. Here it comes, host. I have organized everything for you. Points: 3760 birthing elixirs, 114 painless delivery potions, 13 recovery potions, 13 beauty potions, 10 strength potions, 10 milk enhancing potions, 10 beginner evolution potions, 10 intermediate evolution potions, 34 advanced evolution potions, 13 loyalty potions, 49 space expansion vouchers, 155 coarse salt, 80 kg fine salt, 500 GX20 barbecue seasoning, 500 GX40 outdoor tents, 5 complete house construction manual, 1 constant temperature boxes, 3 grain seeds, 10 kg comprehensive iron smelting techniques, 1 high-tier defensive clothing, 3 complete cold weapon construction techniques, 1 vegetable seeds, 20 kg charcoal production techniques, 1 down jacket crafting techniques. One that Jiaojiao gazed at the abundance of treasures, nearly bursting with joy. I have struck it rich. After deducting half of the points, the host still has 1880 points. Adding the points from your previous 2 births, your total is now 3,015 points. Congratulations, host. You can unlock the first level of them all. Do you wish to unlock it? Yes, Li Jiaojiao exclaimed eagerly. This batch of cubs had indeed earned her enough points to reach the threshold for the first level mall. The first level mall has been unlocked. Free access to space has been unlocked. The storage of living organisms has been unlocked. Congratulations, host. Do you need to chant a spell to enter the space? Can you come out any time once inside? Can you move locations within the space? Li Jiaojiao asked in rapid succession. Host, for your first question, it is controlled by thought. For the second question, you can enter and exit at will. For the third question, you are fortunate. Had you asked me this 4 days ago, it would have been impossible, but now that we've just leveled up, you can move locations within the space. For example, if you're about to fall into the water, you can enter the space and think about coming ashore. The space will take you to your desired location. However, since this is version 1.0, the distance is limited to a radius of 5 kilometers. Should we upgrade to a higher version in the future, the distance will surely increase. Can I enter the space now? Of course. However, your beast husband is still beside you. Wouldn't it frighten him if you suddenly enter the space? That's true. Oh, can I bring someone in with me? Yes, but that requires a level 3 space. Oh, right, you mentioned that before. Then let me check them all first. Host, silently think of them all, and the mall panel will appear. Okay. Li Jiaojiao focused her thoughts on the mall. Suddenly, a dazzling golden interface appeared in her consciousness, and she squinted, unable to fully open her eyes. System, what is going on? Li Jiaojiao shouted in confusion. Apologies, host. Let me adjust the colors. The interface quickly transformed into a soft blue hue that I didn't expect you to have such aesthetic preferences, Li Jiaojiao teased the system. Hee, isn't it quite impressive in its golden glory? Don't you find it awe-inspiring? Li Jiaojiao pouted, dismissing the gaudy remark. At last, she could clearly see the mall interface, resembling a computer desktop, with several menu bars labeled hot weapons, cold weapons, elixirs, books, crops, tools, and daily necessities. In the hot weapons section, there were items like rocket launchers, rifles, sniper rifles, handguns, and bombs, all currently grayed out. She noted that the cheapest item was a handgun, priced at 8,000 points. Perhaps it's better to sleep this off. These beasts likely need such lethal weapons. Forget it. Everything exists in dreams. The cold weapons section featured bows, crossbows, spears, sticks, knives, swords, shields, axes, and hammers. She found that overall, these were relatively affordable, with the cheapest fork costing only 300 points. In the elixirs category, aside from those rewarded by the system during childbirth, there were some unfamiliar ones such as resurrection elixirs, longevity elixirs, invisibility elixirs, and strength elixirs. The prices varied, but the resurrection elixir astonishingly required 3,000 points. However, considering that the system had spent 30,000 to save her, the price for this potion seemed quite reasonable, given the immense difficulty of bringing someone back to life as for the books. Aside from those previously rewarded, there were comprehensive guides on plants, animals, clothing making, cultivation techniques, and instructions for using supernatural abilities, among others. These books were relatively inexpensive, ranging from 300 to 800 points. The selection of crops was extensive, featuring various seeds and mature products, encompassing everything from vegetables to fruits, catering to all culinary desires. Tools varied widely, from large machines for food processing to small scythes and hoes, with prices reflecting this diversity. Moreover, daily necessities were plentiful, including shampoo, body wash, facial cleansers, underwear, sanitary pads, covering nearly every essential item Li Jiaojiao could think of. What she was most looking forward to was the down jacket style to resemble animal skins. She planned to buy several for winter. A women's version cost 400 points, while a men's version was priced at 600 points. Each person would need at least 2 sets, which added up to quite a number of points. She needed to have more cups to earn points quickly. Alternatively, she could hasten her learning on how to craft them. Li Jiaojiao spotted several attractive autumn animal skin garments, but the price was a bit steep. Buying finished products didn't seem cost-effective. She decided it was better to purchase the books and learn to make them herself. Notably, all items were packaged in biodegradable materials to ensure no pollution would be caused on this continent. As the system had rightly said, with many cubs born, there were no worries to be had. It seemed that Li Jiaojiao had now become a little wealthy lady, unconcerned about food and clothing. After browsing them all, Li Jiaojiao's consciousness flickered back to the space, where she found Chu Yu staring at her with red eyes. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Upon hearing Li Jiaojiao's voice, Chu Yu snapped back to reality, pulling her into an embrace, fear evident in his voice. I thought something had happened to you. You usually don't sleep this long after giving birth. I called you several times, but you didn't respond that I was very scared. Jiaojiao hugged him back, feeling a pang of guilt. Being in the space had rendered her unable to hear the outside sounds, causing Chu Yu to worry unnecessarily. It seems she needed to consult the system for an optimization. That I'm sorry, for making you worried. I'm fine, see? I've fully recovered. As she spoke, Jiaojiao stood and twirled around. Chu Yu examined her closely, relieved to find that she appeared unharmed. Only then did he allow his heart to settle. That I can hardly imagine how I would survive without you. Jiaojiao, you must take care of yourself. Once the baby in your belly is born, let us not have any more, okay? I'm truly frightened. I'm really fine. Have you forgotten? I'm a celestial maiden. The beast god favors me. He even wants me to help propagate the entire beast realm. Therefore, I will certainly be safe, so you need not worry. Chapter 33. Reporting joy to Chu Chantan. Jiaojiao lifted Chu Yu's head from his shoulder and planted a heavy kiss on his lips. His heart settled a little more. Just then, the cubs began to cry in unison. That I've slept for so long. The little ones must be starving. That please bring them over. Chu Yu first gathered 6 of them, lining them up to make it easier for Jiaojiao to nurse, transforming into her beast form. The little cubs quickly detected the scent and scurried over, with the magical effects of the milk-enhancing potion. The cubs soon devoured their fill, their round bellies appearing as if they might burst at any moment. Subsequently, Chu Yu produced several more little cubs to tea that moment. Jiaojiao suddenly recalled something and was astonished to discover that Grandma Wu had not come this time. Thus, she inquired of Chu Yu the reason for her absence. Chu Yu appeared equally perplexed, utterly unaware of the situation. Upon hearing the Tian Nu's inquiry, Dan sorrowfully stated, Tian Nu, Grandma is ill. Her health has been deteriorating day by day. The incessant heavy rains of late have exacerbated her old ailments. She was very eager to come, knowing that you were about to give birth, but now she is unable to rise from her bed. Jiaojiao, upon hearing this, gasped in surprise. Is it truly that serious? She recalled her last encounter with Grandma Wu half a month ago when she seemed perfectly fine, showing no signs of the current affliction. After pondering for a moment, Jiaojiao immersed her consciousness into the space and asked the countless entities within, Tongzi, how should I proceed with the exchange? The countless entities responded, Host, when selecting the option for elixirs, locate the one you wish to exchange. If you possess sufficient points, the word exchange will appear beside the item name. If your points are insufficient, there will be no prompts. Following the guidance, Jiaojiao meticulously navigated the process and found the longevity pill. The item description read, Longevity pill, worth 500 points. Consuming one will extend your life by 5 years. The best companion for longevity. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiaojiao exchanged for one. Immediately afterward, she grasped a strengthening pill and called upon Chu Yu, saying, I appreciate your effort in running this errand. Please deliver this to Grandma Wu and have her consume it directly. Chu Yu responded promptly, swiftly taking the elixirs to Grandma Wu's cave. Typically, the presence of Dan made the cave seem lively, but now it was eerily quiet, with only Grandma Wu inside. She was struggling to rise when Chu Yu hurried to assist her. Young master, what brings you here? Jiaojiao requires assistance. Chu Yu replied, Grandma Wu, fear not. For Chu Yu's accompanying her. Jiaojiao has safely given birth to 12 little cubs. She is aware of your ailment and specifically asked me to bring you these. Saying this, Chu Yu handed the 2 pills to Grandma Wu and personally assisted her in swallowing them. Instantly, Grandma Wu felt a surge of energy coursing through her body, as if boundless vitality was converging within her. Just moments ago, she had been too weak to move. Now she could rise unassisted, her breathing becoming steady and even. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Grandma Wu knelt at the cave's entrance, hands clasped in prayer, exclaiming, Thank you for the beast god's protection. Thank you for the Tian Nu's bestowed medicine. Then, turning to Chu Yu, she earnestly said, You, take me to your home. I wish to personally express my gratitude to the Tian Nu. Chu Yu quickly waved his hand, declining, There's no need for that, Grandma Wu. Before leaving, Jiaojiao specifically instructed me not to trouble you with thanks. All of this is the beast god's will. observing that Grandma Wu had not yet kindled a fire. Chu Yu rekindled it and prepared a meat broth before rising to inform her. Grandma Wu, I must go share the joyous news with my parents. With that, he departed. Tears streamed down Grandma Wu's face as she expressed her gratitude. Gazing in the direction of his departure, murmuring, the prosperity of the Fox clan is within reach. Father, mother. Even before Chu Yu arrived, his voice echoed from afar. What is happening? It's pouring rain in the middle of the night. And you come running? Chu Chantian emerged from the beast cave. Jiaojiao has given birth to another 12 cubs. Chu Yu exclaimed impatiently. Really? Hua Ying, upon hearing the commotion, supported her belly as she emerged, with her due date approaching within a day or two. Both Chu Yu and his father were concerned as they assisted her. Mother, why are you out here? Has Jiaojiao given birth? How is she? Is she well? Yes, she is doing well and has mostly recovered. Wonderful. Now, he is a father too. He has indeed endured much hardship. Indeed, Chu Chantian replied joyfully. After conveying the good news, Chu Yu cautioned Hua Ying to be careful before returning. After a long night of commotion, Dan was already quite fatigued. With everything going smoothly with the cubs, Chu Yu ensured their safe return. Upon returning, Dan was amazed to see Grandma Wu already able to rise on her own. Her spirit vibrant, as if she were 5 years younger, exclaiming in disbelief. When Chu Yu returned home, dawn was breaking, and the rain had lessened, though it still fell gently. Jiaojiao, and the cubs were peacefully asleep. While Chu Yu was simmering meat porridge in the pot for the 2 larger litters, carefully tidying up the courtyard, Chu Yu approached to relieve him, saying, You should go inside and keep Jiaojiao company. She may wake. Chu Yu looked at Chu Yu earnestly and said, You. Thank you. Chu Yu playfully punched his shoulder. Why speak of thanks among brothers? The two exchanged knowing smiles. Soon, as Li Jiaojiao awoke. A steaming bowl of meat broth was presented before her. She savored it with squinted eyes, cuddling Chu He and playfully declaring, I feel so fortunate. Ahi, the greatest blessing in this life is encountering you and you. Meeting you is indeed our fortune. Suddenly, voices could be heard outside the beast cave. Chu He stepped out to discover that Hu Jintian and the others had arrived. Hu Jintian and his companions had intended to visit the day after the heavy rains commenced, but had been unable to present themselves before Li Jiaojiao. After hearing of her giving birth, they had hesitated to intrude until daylight arrived. Chapter 34. 2 eyesores? No. For, upon their arrival, Chu Yu appeared relatively unperturbed. As he had been the one to bring them back, he had anticipated that Jiaojiao would undoubtedly attract other beast husbands. Yet now there were 2 additional competitors, and he was left wondering whom Jiaojiao would favor. Chu He, however, was different. He had already harbored resentment toward Hu Jintian. Though time had passed, his dislike for him lingered. Typically, he was a reserved and stoic individual, but now, with his displeasure, his handsome face bore not only a cold demeanor, but also a darkened expression. Li Jiaojiao found this amusing, playfully pinching his face. Ahi, do you not wish for me to find another beast husband? Chu He pursed his lips, remaining silent for a moment before replying, It's not that I disagree. I merely feel a sense of unease whenever I see Tian, as it reminds me of his reckless behavior that nearly harmed you, that I simply do not wish to extend him any kindness. Li Jiaojiao found Chu He's current demeanor utterly adorable. He appeared both slightly aggrieved and somewhat indignant. In that moment, Li Jiaojiao felt an overwhelming desire to kiss him. After a lingering kiss, her watery eyes gazed earnestly into his. Ahi, if you disapprove, I shall only bear them 2 litters of cubs and refrain from forming a bond. I do not mean it that way. They are quite good, having grown up together, so we know each other well. I simply feel that Tian lacks the necessary composure. Li Jiaojiao smiled gently. What about Ahai? Ahai is quite reliable. He is worth considering. And if I consider them all, will you be angry? Chu Yu discerned the implication in Li Jiaojiao's words. He paused for a few seconds without responding. After a long moment, he declared, I respect your decision. Li Jiaojiao thought each had their merits. Hu Jintian was lively and spirited, bringing joy into life, while Hu Jintai was undeniably more handsome. Oh, what a conundrum. As for Wang Yikai and Wang Yiyuan, she held a fondness for them both as well. What should she do? Surely she could not take them all. Could she? Li Jiaojiao pondered, inquiring of the system. Shu Buqing, are you there? I am here. Host, among those several beastmen outside, who would be suitable as a beast husband, the system began its assessment. Host, they're all suitable. Oh, was it really necessary to ask? Do you believe that as long as they are single high-ranking beasts, they're all appropriate? Li Jiaojiao pouted. Not quite. Host, this system can also evaluate the character of the beastmen. The system responded with a hint of pride that Li Jiaojiao was slightly taken aback. Is that true? Of course, this system does not lie. Then tell me, what about the four of them? Regarding Hu Jintian, he possesses a foolish attribute, brimming with recklessness yet not lacking in courage. His demeanor is cheerful and generous, with a kind heart. As for Hu Jintai, he embodies a love-struck attribute, unwavering in affection once enamored. He is both capable and handsome, a steady and mature individual. Regarding Wang Yikai, he has a goofy attribute, remaining quiet until he surprises everyone with brilliance, a loyal and devoted family man. Lastly, Wang Yuan possesses a warm-hearted attribute. He is adorably naive yet charming, a beautiful fool with both looks and capability. Hearing this description, Li Jiaojiao felt that indeed, all four were quite excellent, yet how could she possibly choose all four? Why is that impossible, host? You do not understand. Who seeks out brothers as beast husbands? Surely no one does. Host, according to recorded data, there are 3,781 females in the beast realm who seek a pair of brothers, 869 who seek 2 pairs, 114 who seek 3 pairs, 295 who seek 4 pairs, and 752 who seek 5 pairs. So, what are you concerned about? Li Jiaojiao felt as though her mind had completely shut down. She decided to reflect quietly for a moment. The atmosphere outside was somewhat peculiar, and with the rain still pouring, Chu Yu had no choice but to invite them into the guest cave. Upon entering, the group immediately began to marvel at the eclectic array of oddities filling the room. Their questions coming in rapid succession, their astonishment palpable, and their desires for companionship unmistakable. Chu Jintian, holding the bamboo cup filled with water that Chu Yu had poured for him, examined it closely and exclaimed, "Ayu, is this the bamboo that the iron-eating tribe loves? You use it to hold water? What a creative idea!" Hu Jinhai's eyes were wide with amazement as he took in the bamboo-woven baskets and wooden cabinets. A look of astonishment never leaving his face, he noticed a thick object on a nearby shelf, reached out to touch it, and found it could be opened, revealing a collection of wooden items adorned with curious symbols. Chu Yu swiftly approached, blocking his hand, and with a stern expression, said, "This is a gift from Jiaojiao." Hu Jinhai quickly withdrew his hand and apologized to Chu Yu. Wang Yikai was particularly enamored with the swing that Chu Yu had just reclaimed, his eagerness evident. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, was curiously inspecting everything in the cave, touching this and peering at that, his curiosity about the little female he had only met once growing ever stronger. Chu Yu, feeling disinclined to watch them any longer, turned and returned to Jiaojiao's cave. Inside, Li Jiaojiao had already regained her composure. Upon seeing Chu Yu enter, she lazily inquired, "What were you all doing outside?" Chu Yu, looking somewhat aggrieved, reported, "Hu Jinhai wanted to read the book you gave me, but I didn't let him." Li Jiaojiao found Chu Yu's jealous demeanor utterly adorable. Taking his hand, she suggested, "Let us go see them together." As soon as Li Jiaojiao stepped outside, she noticed that they had all halted their explorations and were now looking at her intently, while not entirely socially anxious. Being the sole focus of several pairs of eyes made her quite uncomfortable, leaving her unsure of where to place her hands and feet. "Ahem, Ayu, please come in for a moment." The light in their eyes dimmed as they returned to the cave. Inside, Li Jiaojiao addressed them. "Ayu, you are aware that I have come to undertake the breeding task assigned by the beast god." They both nodded in acknowledgement. Completing this task requires the participation of myself and other little females in the beast world. They nodded once more. The breeding elixirs I provided to the little females in the tribe last time were a reward from the beast god after I gave birth. They nodded again. Breeding is not solely limited to the fox tribe. They expressed their understanding. Therefore, I intend to take all 4 of them as my beast husbands, if they are willing. Chu Yu was somewhat surprised. Having thought that Li Jiaojiao was only considering 2, she took note of their expressions and continued, "If you are unwilling, then I can simply bear offspring with them without forming a bond. This would also fulfill the beast god's task. Both men felt a rush of emotions. It was undeniable that Jiaojiao's consideration of their feelings demonstrated how much she valued them. Yet, they understood that in this beast world, anyone abandoned by a female would face a grim future. Thus, as the first beast husband, Chu Yu expressed his thoughts. I have no objections, Jiaojiao. They all seem quite capable and strong. I have no objections either. I respect all your decisions. Thank you, Ahi. Thank you, Ayu. Now, let us go outside. Li Jiaojiao kissed each of their faces affectionately. Chu Yu looked at Li Jiaojiao with fondness, while Chu Yu responded to her with a gentle kiss on her cheek. Inside the guest cave, the four felt a bit tense, particularly Hu Zhentian and Wang Yikai, both of whom feared another rejection. Upon seeing Li Jiaojiao and the others emerge, they quickly stood up. Wang Yuan, nervously tripping over a bamboo chair, transformed into his beast form in an instant. Jiaojiao's eyes lit up. Samyed, oh my goodness. To her surprise, it was indeed a Samyed. She recalled how, back in modern times, every time she passed by that little supermarket at the intersection, the store owner's Samyed would come bounding out with its tail wagging. Utterly adorable, unable to contain herself, Li Jiaojiao walked over and affectionately patted Wang Yuan on the head. Wang Yuan was taken aback, as were the 5 others nearby, equally stunned. Ignoring their astonished gazes, Li Jiaojiao excitedly asked the 3 prospective husbands, "May I see your beast forms?" The 3 felt a surge of joy. Did this mean that if their beast forms pleased Jiaojiao, they would be able to stay? Without further ado, they transformed into their beast forms. Hu Zhentian's majestic face bore a hint of innocent foolishness, surrounded by a ring of white fur, his true identity being a South China tiger. Hu Zhenhai was breathtakingly handsome, his fur a striking mix of golden and white, perfectly aligning with Li Jiaojiao's aesthetic. Wang Yikai, a golden retriever, though perhaps not the most striking, was still quite appealing, and Li Jiaojiao couldn't resist giving his furry head a gentle rub, her heart brimming with delight. "All right, transform back now," she said, feigning calm as she glanced at them. "You must have heard of my identity." The 4 nodded. "Did I come to this beast world tasked by the beast god to assist in the breeding and flourishing of various tribes, as well as to help the females of each tribe better nurture their offspring. Therefore, if your desire to bond with me is solely for the purpose of breeding, I can assure you that you may choose any little female you favor, and I will still assist you in bearing offspring. What I seek is a devoted beast husband who is wholeheartedly invested in me, not merely one who wishes for offspring. Alternatively, if you do not mind, I could bear 1 litter of cubs for you without forming a bond, in gratitude for your previous assistance. No, I am willing. I like you, Jiaojiao. I just want to be with you, even without offspring. I like you, and other factors are irrelevant." Li Jiaojiao was somewhat taken aback by the declarations of the 4. She had assumed that Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yuan would choose to withdraw upon hearing that they could still breed without forming a bond. To her surprise, however, Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yuan were already formidable beastmen. Their reluctance to seek partners stemmed from a desire for equals, just as little females tended to seek out high-ranking male beastmen. The most exceptional male beastmen often sought equally remarkable little females. This was, after all, a mutual selection process. Then, once the rain eases in a few days, shall we go carve the molds? Absolutely. The 4 responded in unison, their faces radiant with joy. Chapter 35. The shaman and shamaness are overwhelmed, having resolved to accept the 4. Li Jiaojiao's demeanor lightened, and soon the group was bustling about, teaching child-rearing techniques and furniture-making skills. Meanwhile, the shaman and shamaness were also quite occupied. First, news reached them that Hua Ying was about to give birth. They hurried to offer assistance, and before departing, Li Jiaojiao provided Chu Yu with 3 elixirs, 1 for painless childbirth, 1 for recovery, and 1 for milk production, explaining what to consume before and after giving birth to ensure a plentiful delivery. Chu Yu took careful note that by the time he arrived, Chu Chantian had already sent for the shaman. Following Li Jiaojiao's instructions, Chu Yu administered the painless childbirth elixir to Hua Ying, who immediately felt her pain dissipate. Yet, knowing it was customary to vocalize during labor, she mimicked the sounds Li Jiaojiao had made during her own childbirth. Since taking the elixirs provided by Li Jiaojiao, The shamaness had experienced a remarkable improvement in her health, her chronic ailments vanishing, and a newfound vigor coursing through her. Aware that several little females were due to give birth in the coming days, she had long since prepared for the task. When called upon, she quickly gathered her supplies and set off to be by the time the shamaness arrived. Repaying was already well into the labor process. Shortly thereafter, Li Jiaojiao, nurturing her burgeoning relationships with her prospective beast husbands at home, was suddenly alerted by the system announcement. Repaying has given birth to her first offspring, male, beast form, white fox. Beast rank, yellow, reward, 40 points, childbirth elixir X1, loyalty elixir X1, beginner promotion elixir X1. Repaying has given birth to her second offspring, female, beast form, black fox, beast rank, yellow, reward, 40 points, childbirth elixir X1, loyalty elixir X1. Beginner promotion elixir X1. Repaying has given birth to her third offspring, male, beast form, red fox, beast rank, universe, reward, 20 points, childbirth elixir X1, loyalty elixir X1. After a brief pause with no further announcements, Chu Tian quickly confirmed Repaying's status. All was well, though she was somewhat fatigued. Once reassured of her safety, he turned his attention to the newborns. Chu Tian could hardly contain his joy. He hadn't expected Repaying to deliver 3 little ones, and one of them was a little female, blessed by the beast god, favored by the celestial maiden. Chu Tian knelt at the entrance of the beast cave, offering a fervent prayer before rising. Meanwhile, Chu Yu had prepared a nourishing meat broth and was assisting in organizing the little cubs. Chu Tian, in a state of ecstatic disbelief, flitted about, his hands flailing in excitement. Repaying could no longer bear the sight. Casting an exasperated glance at him, she asked, "Are you planning to hold your little cubs for a feed or not?" "Ah, yes, it has arrived." Repaying, you truly are remarkable. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. With that, he planted a kiss on Repaying's cheek, causing Chu Yu, who was watching from the side, to blush. Repaying pushed him away, saying, "You is still here." Only then did Chu Tian notice his eldest son, who was bustling about like a spinning top. "Hey, what are you still doing here? Hurry back and keep Jiaojiao company." Chu Yu replied sulkily, "Oh, now that you have a little son and a daughter, you no longer care for me. Huh. Then I shall take my leave." With that, he administered the elixir to his mother, observed that everything seemed fine, and returned home. The shaman doctor, who had initially been watching the commotion, was unexpectedly called away. Shaman Granny, my yin duo is about to give birth. Please, could you come and take a look?" The shaman hurriedly followed. Dan did not accompany them, as she had already been summoned to assist another family. Thus, Shaman Granny and Shaman Dan split into 2 teams, racing against time as they toiled throughout the day and night. At last, they successfully delivered 10 little females, including Repaying. All the while, Jiaojiao had been listening to the system's announcements. Male, female, male, female, rewards 40 points, 20, 40. As dawn broke the next day, a respite was finally granted. The statistics had been meticulously compiled. Jiaojiao examined the results. Out of the 10 little females, 4 had given birth to 3 cubs each, 5 had 4 cubs each, and 1 had astonishingly delivered 5 cubs, totaling 37 newborns, 26 males and 11 females. 2-1, 2-2, 3-1, 3-3-1, 3-2, 2-1, 3-3-1, 2-2, 37. Only 2 families had not welcomed little females. The minimum was 3 cubs, and one named May remarkably birthed 5 cubs. Among those 5, 2 were little females. She and her beastly husbands were immensely delighted. Previously, little females had only managed to bear at most 2 cubs, with one being even more common, and the probability of females was exceedingly low. Thus, this new batch of cubs sparked quite a stir. Thanks to the beast god, thanks to the heavenly maiden, the several little females who had safely delivered were in tears of joy. Only heaven knows, they had long desired little cubs for many years. Now their wishes were fulfilled. 40-20-20, 40-40, 80-20, 40-20-20-20, 20-20-40, 40-20-20, 80-40, 40-40-20, 20-20-40, 20-20-20-40, 20-20-20-20, 20-20-40-20, 1100. Points, 1100, birth pills 37, loyalty pills 39, Intermediate Ascension Pills 39, and for those two mysterious cubs, a special reward of 20 kilograms of coarse salt. Mysterious Cubs 2, Yellow Cubs 12, Universe Cubs 23. Jiao truly did not anticipate that even with the points halved, she would still have 1,100 points, primarily due to the sheer volume. With her eyes narrowed in delight, she could already envision the near future, with points rewards continuously flowing towards her. Moreover, the elixirs granted were abundant. Most importantly, the tiers of the little cubs were not low either. Jiaojiao had a plan. Once the male beastmen in the tribe had ascended sufficiently, the little females would also need to ascend. By that time, both males and females would not be lacking in rank, ensuring that the quality of the cubs born would undoubtedly be higher. Chapter 36. Shaping a sudden thought flashed through Jiaojiao's mind. She recalled that Hu Jintian and Hu Zhenhai's father had only these two sons. If they both left with her, wouldn't the Tiger clan be left without heir? This question slipped from her lips. Tian. Ahai. If you're not in the clan, what will happen to the inheritance of the chieftain's position when your father grows old? At that moment, Hu Jintian and Hu Zhenhai were learning how to weave bamboo baskets. Hearing Jiaojiao's question, Hu Zhentian looked up and chuckled sheepishly, replying, "You need not worry about this. The inheritance of our Tiger clan is not fixed. It is based on merit. Although I am the young clan leader, understand that my temperament is not suited for the role of chieftain. Therefore, our clan is also nurturing several other powerful male beastmen. When the time is right, they will be comprehensively assessed based on strength, capability, temperament, and character through an election to determine the next chieftain." Upon hearing this, Jiaojiao sincerely marveled. The Tiger clan indeed possesses deep roots. Such methods of inheritance are truly remarkable. Her respect for the Tiger clan grew even further. Jiaojiao then turned to Wang Yikai. "Akai, what about your side? Is there no issue?" "Well, my father has not mentioned this to me, but I imagine that since he sent me to pursue you, he must have prepared for my absence, and he surely has a plan in place." Jiaojiao nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to speak further. If there were indeed issues later, they would address them then. Glancing outside the cave, she noted that the rain continued to fall in a gentle drizzle. Donning the bamboo hat that Wang Yuan had just crafted for her, she addressed the handsome men. "Let us proceed to the shaman's cave." Upon hearing this, everyone was elated, as they had initially thought Jiaojiao might wait until the rainy season passed before joining them. Jiaojiao sweetly smiled at Chu Yu and Chu He, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, my two beast husbands. Please take care of the cubs at home, but we're not tired. It's just that you are about to undergo 4 shapes at once. Will it not be unbearable? It must be quite painful," Chu Yu said, holding Jiaojiao's hand in concern. "How about you only carve 2 today?" The 4 nodded, realizing their oversight. "Let us discuss which 2 to proceed with today." After much deliberation, everyone expressed a desire to bond first with the little females. However, they reached no conclusion. "That I shall devise a method for you," Jiao declared. "Rock, paper, scissors." As she spoke, she extended her hand, demonstrating the corresponding gestures. Paper wraps rock, rock crushes scissors, and scissors cut paper. Each pair will compete. The winners shall accompany me today, while the losers will go tomorrow. Any objections? None. No objections. This method is excellent. I agree. Very well, let us begin. Jiaojiao crossed her arms and stood aside to observe. Rock, paper, scissors. Soon, the winners were declared. Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yikai emerged victorious. Hu Zhenhai carefully placed the hat on Jiaojiao's head and found a large piece of beast hide, wrapping her securely to ensure not a single drop of rain would touch her. Chu Yu and Chu He felt reassured by his attentiveness. Hu Zhenhai transformed into his beast form, inviting Jiaojiao to mount. She was quite pleased with his thoughtfulness and gently climbed on, wrapping her arms around his neck. Hu Zhenhai inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from Jiaojiao. His powerful frame trembled. Wang Yikai, being rather carefree, failed to notice the budding emotions between the two. Meanwhile, Shaman Granny and Dan Dan were seated within the cave, sharing laughter and joy. They were happily exchanging information, discussing how many little cubs each family had welcomed and their genders. Shaman Granny's heart swelled with joy at the prosperity of the Fox clan, and she sincerely felt delighted for the little females and their beast husbands. Cradling their newborn cubs in blissful contentment, Chu Zhenhai carefully carried Jiaojiao into the cave, gently setting her down and meticulously checking to ensure she had not gotten wet. Jiaojiao felt a warm glow inside. She had secretly resolved to invite Hu Zhenhai to share her bed tonight. "Shaman Granny, might I trouble you to carve shapes for us?" "Oh my, it's Jiaojiao." Very well, no problem at all. Many little females have been giving birth these past few days. I've been so busy that I haven't had the chance to thank you for the elixirs you provided. Without your elixirs, I might not have endured this rainy season. Shaman Granny, it is all the will of the Beast God. It is the Beast God who believes you should continue to shine and thrive within the Fox clan, which is why he has not taken you away. That is also your merit. Surely, you spoke well of me to the Beast God. Jiaojiao felt a bit hesitant to acknowledge this, but could not find a way to refute it, so she simply smiled. Unbeknownst to her, the two males nearby, overhearing their casual mention of the Beast God and the implications of their dialogue, were astonished. Did Jiaojiao truly communicate with the Beast God? The tiger and the dog widened their eyes in disbelief. They only knew that Jiaojiao was a heavenly maiden, yet they had no idea she had such a close relationship with the Beast God, capable of communicating at any time. They felt even more convinced that their decisions were indeed correct. The shaman grandmother swiftly engraved a charming, snow-white rabbit onto the chests of Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yikai. Li Jiaojiao inscribed Hu Zhenhai's beast form onto her left shoulder and Wang Yikai's beast form on her left arm. Just as they completed the carvings, Chu Yu was already instructing Hu Zhentian and Wang Yiyuan in the art of cooking. Chu Yu had taken the tribe members out on patrol. The rain continued to fall, necessitating frequent checks for any areas that required attention. This rainy season was expected to last approximately a month and a half. During lighter rain, the male beastmen would still venture out for hunting, so Chu Yu had to ensure that there were no safety hazards surrounding the tribe. The newly joined four were aware that the young females in the tribe craved tender meat and meat porridge. Yet the heavenly fire was scarce, making it difficult for male beastmen to guarantee that their young females received hot, cooked food daily. However, within the Fox tribe, they operated as families, with 5 or 6 households sharing a pair of flint stones, eliminating the need for someone to constantly tend to the heavenly fire. When it was time to cook, the household possessing the flint would ignite the fire and return the stones afterward. Thus, the young females and offspring could enjoy roasted meat and warm soup at every meal, significantly reducing the incidence of illness. Moreover, Jiaojiao mentioned that if more flint stones became available, they would strive for 1 pair per household, making it even more convenient. As the group learned, the enticing aroma wafted around, causing their mouths to water profusely. Just as they were about to swallow for the nth time, Chu Yu finally returned. "Let's eat," Li Jiaojiao exclaimed, prompting the group to devour their meal ravenously. Fortunately, there was enough food for everyone to feel satisfied. After the meal, the 4 new members patted their round bellies, exchanging shy glances and laughter. They quickly adapted and mastered the method of feeding the young ones. After dinner, once the area was tidied, Li Jiaojiao announced, "Tonight, Hu Zhenhai will accompany me." Chu Zhenhai abruptly lifted his head, astonished as he gazed at Li Jiaojiao. Chu He and Chu Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, yet they were soon healed by the presence of the young ones. Chapter 37. The calm old cadre, a misnomer. Hu Zhenhai's heart raced, though he maintained an appearance of composure as he entered Li Jiaojiao's den. Following Chu Yu's guidance, he first filled Li Jiaojiao's bathing tub with steaming hot water, then gently said, "Jiaojiao, the water temperature is just right. You may bathe with ease." After speaking, he turned to leave. However, at that moment, Li Jiaojiao softly called out to him. Chu Zhenhai's body instantly stiffened, his heartbeat quickening, his face reddening like a ripe apple. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his nose, and blood flowed uncontrollably. He hurriedly wiped the blood away with his sleeve, fearful of staining Li Jiaojiao's pristine bee-skin skirt. Moments later, he raised his head to gaze blankly at the enchanting Li Jiaojiao. Entirely forgetting his surroundings, blood gushed forth once more. Hu Zhenhai quickly covered his nose with his hand, yet some blood still seeped through his fingers. He inwardly berated himself. What a disgrace! How utterly embarrassing! After finally staunching the nosebleed, he found Li Jiaojiao watching him with barely contained amusement. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, leaving Hu Zhenhai feeling somewhat flustered. The corners of her mouth curled upwards, her gaze gleaming with irresistible charm. Hu Zhenhai's heart raced anew as he slowly approached her. Taking a deep, calming breath, he reached out to gently caress her cheek. Li Jiaojiao warmly reciprocated his embrace. Jiaojiao, are you ready now? He spoke, nervously swallowing. Blood rushed forth again. What a hopeless situation! The warm, swirling mist enveloped them both, as if cocooning them in a dreamlike realm. Hu Zhenhai tenderly lifted Li Jiaojiao and laid her upon the stone bed, carefully drying her off. That night, the others slept uneasily. Hu Zhentian and Wang Yiyuan lamented their failure at such a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Meanwhile, Chu Yu and Chu He struggled to console themselves, reminding one another that Jiaojiao loved them too. The next morning, the gentle sound of rain pattered against the stones. Jiaojiao's eyes fluttered open, and she gazed intently at the man before her, with golden hair, long eyelashes, a prominent nose, and a resolute visage. Further down, she noted his sun-kissed skin and strong arms, one arm cradling her neck while the other encircled her waist. Li Jiaojiao nestled against him like a gentle bird, untouched by the chilly breeze carrying rain from outside the cave. She reached out to trace the contour of his noble nose. As if sketching its form that moment, the man before her suddenly opened his eyes. Li Jiaojiao, caught off guard, gasped in surprise, her expression one of astonishment. Upon seeing her shock, a wave of tenderness surged within Hu Zhenhai. "Hi, good morning," Li Jiaojiao greeted with a sweet smile. "Good morning, Jiaojiao." They exchanged satisfied smiles. Li Jiaojiao mused inwardly. He certainly does not resemble a calm, old cadre at all. Chapter 38. Everyone's third promotion. As the two emerged, refreshed and composed, Chu had already led Wang Yiyuan in cleansing the young ones thoroughly. Chu He prepared delicious meals alongside Wang Yikai, while Hu Zhentian was tasked with cleaning. Li Jiaojiao observed the diligent efforts of her companions and couldn't help but reflect. This truly is a life befitting a queen. Suddenly, a voice chimed in. "Host, you forgot to take the fertility pill." Li Jiaojiao responded, "I plan to let them and myself complete our promotions first, and then have children. This way, the quality of the offspring will be higher and the rewards more abundant, don't you think?" "Ha! As long as you remember." At that moment, Chu Yu gently called out, "Jiaojiao, it's time for breakfast." Li Jiaojiao approached the dining table and was pleasantly surprised to find it laden with her favorite dishes and fruits. The four new members each had their own set of utensils, expertly crafted from bamboo by Chu He and Chu Yu over the past 2 days. Truly remarkable. One must commend the beastmen of this era for their extraordinary craftsmanship. Regardless of the item, they could quickly replicate anything given a template, often improving upon it. The group emulated Li Jiaojiao, Chu Yu, and Chu He, each taking chopsticks to serve themselves, though their movements were somewhat clumsy. Their curiosity about the utensils drove them to persist in mastering the skill. Li Jiaojiao, Chu He, and Chu Yu were exceptionally patient, meticulously teaching everyone the proper use of chopsticks while sharing tips on how to pick up food. Thus, they all gathered together, joyfully savoring the delectable feast. Laughter and cheer reverberated through the air, creating an atmosphere of warmth and harmony. After the meal, Li Jiaojiao addressed Chu Yu. "You, please inform my father and mother that we should compile a list of the beastmen who have recently ascended to the Hong level. I will distribute the promotion pills to them. This way, they can better protect our tribe. Additionally, those young females wishing to bear offspring may register first, and then come in batches to collect the fertility pills, thereby avoiding the chaotic scenes we witnessed with the shaman grandmother and priestess a few days ago." Chu Yu nodded in understanding and departed to convey the message to her parents. Watching him leave, Li Jiaojiao felt a sense of gratitude. The fox tribe was indeed growing stronger, just as she had wished. Subsequently, Wang Yiyuan followed Hu Zhenhai's lead from the previous day, ensuring Li Jiaojiao was prepared. She was quite pleased with his efforts, giving his palm a gentle squeeze. Wang Yiyuan bashfully lowered his head. Li Jiaojiao then mounted the broad back of Hu Zhentian, taking Wang Yiyuan along to the shaman's cave. Upon seeing Li Jiaojiao's arrival, the shaman grandmother greeted her with delight. "Jiaojiao, you're here. Come in. You shouldn't be out on such a rainy day." If someone had called for me, I would have gone to you. You shouldn't say that. You're just recovering. How could I let you run around in the rain? What if you fall ill again? Li Jiaojiao replied disapprovingly. She engraved Wang Yuan's beast form on her right shoulder and Hu Jintian's beast form on her right arm, laughing heartily. Wang Yuan's beast form was simply too adorable, necessitating a more prominent display. Two new beastmasters caressed the vividly lifelike little white rabbits on their chests, a peculiar sentiment swelling within their hearts. Today, the rain had lessened, and Chu Changtian swiftly gathered the 11 male beastmen who had elevated to the cosmic tier over the past month. Recently, the incessant rainfall had significantly slowed the training pace of the beastmen. Fortunately, apart from the initial few days of heavy rain, when everyone was unable to venture outside, during the subsequent days when the downpour subsided, the higher-tier beastmen diligently guided the lower-tier ones in their training. Among them were 3 celestial tier individuals, 6 mystic tier, and 67 yellow tier, from which 43 were selected as per Li Jiaojiao's wishes and summoned together. Additionally, they called upon the female beastmasters eager to conceive, totaling 44 households that on rainy days, it was equally inconvenient for the female beastmasters to step outside, so having their male counterparts come was just as viable. By the time Li Jiaojiao completed her preparations, everyone had naturally divided into 2 teams, a dense crowd standing in a vast area. Upon seeing Li Jiaojiao's arrival, they excitedly shouted, "Celestial Maiden! The Celestial Maiden is here!" Li Jiaojiao first distributed the fertility elixirs to the male beastmasters in need and organized their schedules, setting 4 individuals per group, with only one group permitted to consume the fertility elixir each day. Thus, Grandma Shaman and the priestess would assist in the delivery of 2 female offspring daily, handling the 44 female beastmasters over the course of 11 days. Once this matter was settled, it was time to allocate the ascension elixirs. Li Jiaojiao currently possessed 18 advanced ascension elixirs, which she intended to reserve exclusively for her own kin. Aside from these advanced ones, there were 49 primary and 37 intermediate elixirs. The 6 mystic tier individuals received the primary ascension elixirs. Advancing to the earth tier, the selected 43 yellow tier individuals were also given primary ascension elixirs, elevating them to the mystic tier. The 11 cosmic tier individuals received intermediate ascension elixirs, promoting them to the universe tier. As the quantity of primary ascension elixirs was limited, the 10 universe tier individuals would temporarily refrain from ascending until the next opportunity. The supply of loyalty elixirs was sufficient, with each person receiving 1 to consume alongside the ascension elixirs. Consequently, the Fox Clan tribe's ranks swelled further. 3 celestial tier, 6 earth tier, 43 mystic tier, 24 yellow tier, 11 universe tier, none at the cosmic tier, and 220 at the flood tier, with none at the wasteland tier. The number of high-tier beastmen had now reached that of a large tribe. Yet Li Jiaojiao felt it was still insufficient. She aspired for a super-large tribe. The crowd expressed their gratitude to Li Jiaojiao repeatedly before returning to their respective beast dens at her urging. Li Jiaojiao instructed Chu Yu to summon Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yikai. Once they arrived, Li Jiaojiao bestowed upon each a high-tier ascension elixir. Chu Yu, having previously tasted it, was familiar with its effects, while the others, especially Hu Jintian and Wang Yuan, were awestruck upon witnessing so many beastmen ascend a tier or 2 in an instant. For them, ascension seemed a trivial affair, although they felt a deep shock within. Their expressions remained composed, primarily due to the multitude of astonishing occurrences surrounding Li Jiaojiao, which had led to a certain adaptation to such wonders, as they gazed at the miraculous ascension elixir. Anticipation coursed through them. Li Jiaojiao also wished to have Chu Yu, Chu He, and her father try it, curious if consuming a high-tier ascension elixir would aid in awakening their extraordinary abilities. Thus, when Chu Changtian observed the elixir before him, he was somewhat perplexed, but upon hearing Li Jiaojiao's suggestion that it might lead to the awakening of extraordinary powers, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Except for Chu Yu, the remaining individuals, despite having grown accustomed to being astonished, were equally taken aback by this revelation. Yet, without exception, everyone held an unwavering belief in Li Jiaojiao. Chapter 39. Could it truly lead to the awakening of extraordinary powers? Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai. Both of the mystic tier felt an overwhelming surge of power within them after consuming the high-tier elixir, making it difficult to contain themselves. They instinctively let out a roar, as if striving to unleash this formidable energy. Their cries echoed like those of Chu Yu and Chu He, deafening and resonating through the heavens. With this roar, the immense power within them could no longer be restrained and erupted forth in an instant. Their forms began to morph, gradually transforming into their beastly shapes. The once ordinary fur became sleek and lustrous, shimmering with an enchanting sheen from head to tail that Hu Junhai and Wang Yiyuan, being of the earth tier, were now given intermediate ascension elixirs by Li Jiaojiao. Under the influence of the elixirs, they successfully broke through their limitations and ascended to the celestial tier to 8T that moment. The four individuals' beast forms underwent significant enhancement, expanding in size, particularly Hu Jintian and Hu Junhai, whose beast forms were already considerable, now appeared immensely formidable, instilling fear in those who beheld them. Wang Yikai and Wang Yiyuan were no less impressive, while they did not match the Hu brothers. Their prowess was not far behind. Li Jiaojiao was overwhelmed with joy as she observed the spectacle before her, her heart brimming with delight. She couldn't help but wonder if they could awaken extraordinary powers. Would their sizes increase once more? An enigmatic voice responded, "Host, when beastmen awaken extraordinary powers, their size does not further increase." What would happen if celestial tier beastmen consumed another high-tier ascension elixir? Could they awaken extraordinary powers? The voice admitted uncertainty. The main system did not specify, nor is it written in the system rules. The host may wish to try. Finding herself unable to extract more information, Li Jiaojiao was already inclined towards experimentation. She turned to Chu Yu and her father, inquiring, "Would you two like to give it a try? Let us see if the high-tier ascension elixir can assist you. I'll go first." Chu Yu stepped forward, eager to test the effects. Jiaojiao nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chu Yu placed the elixir in his mouth, and it instantaneously dissolved into liquid, flowing down his throat effortlessly without requiring any force. Everyone held their breath, quietly observing him, anticipating the elixir's effects. Chu Yu felt a warm sensation enveloping him as the elixir coursed through his veins, akin to basking under the warm sun, immersing him in comfort and bliss, prompting a long sigh of contentment. When he reopened his eyes, although his beast tier had not changed, those around him could sense a distinctive aura emanating from him. Chu Yu beamed at Li Jiaojiao, exclaiming, "Jiaojiao, I can feel two new powers within me." Li Jiaojiao was equally astonished and elated. He gestured towards a flower in the corner, battered by the rain, that a bright green light shot forth from his fingertips, swiftly enveloping the withered bloom. Under the nurturing glow, the once dying flower astonishingly revived at an incredible pace, flourishing until it bloomed resplendently. As Chu Yu continuously infused it with spiritual energy, the flower unexpectedly bore fruit. Li Jiaojiao gleefully approached and plucked the bright red, translucent fruit, popping it in her mouth. It was sweet, crisp, juicy, and richly fragrant. This extraordinary power is wonderful. No need to venture out for fruit anymore. What about the other one? Li Jiaojiao eagerly inquired. Same as yours, Chu Yu replied gently, taking her hand. With a swift motion, they vanished from sight. For a moment, everyone was startled, preparing to search for them, when suddenly they reappeared before the onlookers. Chu Yu announced, "I have awakened wood-type and space-type extraordinary powers." Chu Chantian exclaimed in awe, "How remarkable! It truly is possible to awaken extraordinary powers." "Indeed, father." "Then, do you wish to try as well?" "Absolutely. I shall give it a go." Chu Chantian was eager to participate. He consumed a high-tier elixir, experiencing the same sensation as Chu Yu. A warm flow coursed through his meridians, ultimately converging in his palms. A tingling sensation surged within his hands as he thrust them forward, causing a flame to ignite on the ground of the courtyard, startling everyone. It appeared that Chu Chantian had awakened fire-type extraordinary powers. Overjoyed, Chu Chantian began experimenting with controlling the size of the flames, swiftly mastering the ability to shift from a flickering flame to a roaring fire dragon. Everyone rejoiced for Chu Yu, and Chu Changtian, Jiaojiao, turned to Hu Jintian and the others, asking, would you like to try together now? The beast god mentioned that awakening is not guaranteed. It depends on individual opportunity. The four exchanged glances, and Hu Jinhai spoke first. Jiaojiao, I prefer to continue my training on my own. Once my celestial abilities are as refined as Chu Yu's, if I still haven't awakened extraordinary powers, I'll seek your assistance. I feel the same, Hu Jintian added. Then I will follow suit. Wang Yikai concurred. I will heed Hu Hai's advice as well. Wang Yiyuan chimed. Jiaojiao nodded in satisfaction. Then let us return. She contemplated having Chu He give a try as well. Li Jiaojiao's beast in. Chu Yu gazed at the elixir she handed him, his expression one of confusion. Chu Yu demonstrated his ability to cultivate plants with light. You awakened extraordinary powers. Chu He asked in astonishment. Chu Yu smiled and nodded, taking his hand, and, with a thought, entered the space that in an instant, Chu He found himself surrounded by barren land. Congratulations, Ayu. You managed to awaken 2 extraordinary powers in one go. He exclaimed, playfully tapping Chu Yu's chest. Let's head outside. Li Jiaojiao smiled as the two reappeared. Quick, give it a try. But remember, not everyone can awaken extraordinary powers that I mentioned this before. If you don't awaken, try not to dwell on it, all right? Yes, I understand. Jiaojiao. Upon concluding his words, he swallowed the elixir. Jiaojiao, and Chu Yu stood nearby, their eyes wide with anticipation. Moments later, Chu Yu abruptly opened his eyes, his piercing gaze startling both of them. He dashed out of the cave, prompting the two to follow anxiously. Upon emerging, they beheld Chu Yu raising his hands, summoning bolts of lightning that descended upon him with ferocity. Chu Yu, taken aback, moved to assist, but was restrained by Li Jiava. Not rush, Yu. It seems he has awakened his gold-based supernatural ability. Chu Yu's heart settled slightly as he focused intently. The bolts of lightning crackled loudly. Yet Chu Yu remained unscathed. With a mere flick of his finger, a bolt as thick as a tree branch struck a nearby great tree, which fell with a resounding crash, its impact sight charred black. Wonderful! You have awakened your gold-based supernatural ability. Is there more? Li Jiaojiao inquired, her curiosity piqued. There is also space, Chu Yu replied, retracting the lightning and turning to Li Jiaojiao. How delightful! My 2 beast husbands are truly remarkable. From now on, I shall entrust my life to you both. Li Jiaojiao jested, teasing the two. That is a given, my dear celestial maiden. Chapter 40. The adorably shy Samiyet. Are your spaces identical? Li Jiaojiao asked excitedly, grasping Chu Yu's hand. Would you like to see inside? Chu Yu offered sincerely, noting her curiosity about his space. Yes, Li Jiaojiao nodded eagerly. With a smile, Chu Yu took her hand, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from Chu Yu's sight. Upon entering the space, Li Jiaojiao discovered that it resembled Chu Yu's. Both were barren expanses. However, this did not dampen her spirits, as she believed that with diligence, the space could be transformed. She curiously surveyed her surroundings, contemplating the possibility of planting crops or raising poultry. The space was not particularly vast, easily viewed in its entirety, roughly the size of their 5 courtyards, approximately 400 to 500 square meters. Although it was not expansive, it sufficed for their current needs. She wondered if her space expansion vouchers could be utilized for them. Li Jiaojiao requested Chu Yu to lead her out. They had been inside for quite some time. Yet Chu Yu remarked that they had only just entered the space. Pondering this, Li Jiaojiao mused, could it be that time flows differently within the space? At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted, stating, Host, detection reveals that both of your beast husband spaces are suitable only for storing living entities. This means you can plant flowers and vegetables and raise pigs and chickens, but storing food here may lead to spoilage. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaojiao inquired, What about processed food? The voice responded, Packaged food can be preserved for a short time. However, given the substantial appetites of the male beastmen, requiring every type of food to be processed and packaged would certainly be cumbersome. Li Jiaojiao nodded in understanding, then cheerfully remarked, At least now we need no longer worry about starving due to a lack of food. Even if hunting is temporarily impossible, we shan't go hungry. As for what we plant and raise, they can be stored with me. The voice agreed, This arrangement is indeed the most reasonable. Hosta, I shall show you my space, Li Jiaojiao declared, her consciousness flickering as she appeared before them, taking each by the hand and guiding them into her own space. Upon entering, they were astounded by the vastness before them. Jiaojiao's space stretched endlessly, filled with various resources, crop seeds, and even some native wildlife, elements she had yet to fully explore. Their respect for Li Jiaojiao grew immensely that MY space is divided into two parts. One is static, suitable for storing inanimate objects where food will not spoil, while the other is dynamic, meant for living entities, allowing for cultivation and husbandry. Li Jiaojiao explained that I have many seeds. I shall bring them to you in the coming days, and you can plant them in your space, ensuring we never run short of food. They had previously believed her space only stored processed ingredients, but were pleasantly surprised to learn it could also cultivate and preserve. They couldn't help but marvel at Li Jiaojiao's exceptional abilities and her status as the favored celestial maiden of the beast god. As the trio busied themselves preparing to exit the space, they were suddenly interrupted by Hu Zhenhai's call. Dinner time. They paused their activities and swiftly exited the space. This is a new feature that Li Jiaojiao had the system upgrade to include voice notifications. Now, whenever someone calls for her while she is in the space, she can immediately receive the message and exit in a timely manner. Hu Zhenhai's culinary skills had improved remarkably as he diligently studied various recipes. Recently, he had taken on the majority of the cooking tasks at home, crafting each dish to perfection with delightful flavors. Wang Yiyuan, though appearing somewhat naive, exhibited a remarkable talent for caring for the young ones. Under his attentive care, the little ones had grown plump and round, their fur glossy and smooth, utterly adorable. With the two most critical responsibilities now managed by Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yiyuan, Hu Zhentian and Wang Yikai found themselves relegated to supporting roles, handling minor household chores such as cleaning. After finishing her meal, Li Jiaojiao fed the triplet young ones before swallowing a high-grade promotion pill. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy coursed through her, elevating her cultivation level from yellow rank to earth rank. She felt a twinge of concern about becoming a target, fearing her beast husbands might be unable to protect her. Yet, she contemplated the possibility of finding a pill that could conceal her beast rank, allowing her to better hide her strength and avoid unnecessary trouble. With this thought, Li Jiaojiao resolved to visit the marketplace when she had the chance, hoping to discover such a miraculous pill. As night fell, it was once again time for the nightly selection. Today, Li Jiaojiao chose Wang and Hu Zhentian and Wang Yikai. Upon realizing they had not been selected, appeared somewhat dejected, their spirits visibly dampened. However, the astute and empathetic Li Jiaojiao quickly noticed their despondency. She gently reassured them, "Do not worry. Everyone will have their turn. Tomorrow is for Kai, and the day after is for Tian. Is that all right?" Upon hearing Li Jiaojiao's thoughtful arrangements, Hu Zhentian and Wang Yikai's moods brightened, and they eagerly nodded in agreement. Li Jiaojiao, touched by their quick recovery, affectionately patted their heads in a gesture of fondness. Feeling the warmth of Li Jiaojiao's care, their previous moment of discontent dissipated. Within the cave, Wang Yiyuan had prepared warm water in the tub, awaiting Li Jiaojiao's bath. She cast a glance at him, causing him to turn crimson and avert his gaze. Amused, Li Jiaojiao playfully chased after him, causing his embarrassment to deepen, as if he were cooked through. This sensation made her feel as though she were teasing a virtuous man. The more shy Wang Yiyuan became, the bolder Li Jiaojiao's gaze grew. Witnessing his flustered and bewildered demeanor filled her with an inexplicable thrill. She suddenly understood why the wealthy young men enjoyed the bashful and evasive glances of young ladies. "I cannot resist this. Yuan, could you come a little closer? I'm feeling a bit cold." Li Jiaojiao feigned a sultry tone that I will fetch you some beast pelts. "You should wear more," he stammered. "No, just holding me might suffice," she replied, barely able to contain her amusement at her own voice. Wang Yiyuan trembled, too timid to approach. Li Jiaojiao decided to take the initiative, moving closer to him, fearing she might end up without any meat tonight. She wrapped her arms around him, pressing softly against him. This feels much warmer. I am no longer cold. Yuan. Chapter 41. A new record. 13 young ones. Wang Yiyuan's face burned fiercely. In that instant, he was at a loss for where to place his hands. The advice he had previously sought from Hu Zhenhai and Chu he now forgotten. His mind was a blank slate. "You can hold me, Yuan." Li Jiaojiao gazed up at him with misty eyes. Wang Yuan's thoughts were consumed by a singular voice clamoring. "Hold her! Hold her! Outside!" A gentle rain fell incessantly, yet it failed to affect those within. Jiaojiao amused to herself. What is up with these beast husbands? These seemingly naive little pups transform into ravenous wolves upon unlocking a new world. On the third night, Wang Yikai was the chosen one, his eagerness palpable. Jiaojiao felt a pang of frustration. Contemplating a mid-course change, but ultimately decided to patiently guide him through the process. Thankfully, he did not disappoint her. Wang Yikai's comprehension abilities were remarkably sharp. The final outcome was quite delightful. On the evening of the fourth day, it was Hu Jintian's turn. He regaled Li Jiaojiao with numerous amusing anecdotes, causing her to nearly laugh her head off. The atmosphere became lively, and everything fell into place seamlessly. On the fifth day, it was Chu Yu, the one Li Jiaojiao held dear in her heart. Chu Yu felt a tinge of jealousy. Previously, there had been fewer beastmen around, and it was just him and he taking turns. Now, he had to wait several days for his turn again. Though he felt a pang of bitterness within, he chose not to voice Li Jiaojiao. However, was keenly aware of his feelings, yet understood there was little to be done. So she resolved to offer him solace. Li Jiaojiao called softly, and Chu Yu's heart melted. He immediately rushed over, gently cradling the back of her head, fearful that his exuberance might inadvertently bump her head. His other hand supported her waist, for Jiaojiao was only 3 days away from her due date, and he could not allow anything to go awry. It was no wonder Li Jiaojiao adored both Chu Yu and Chu He. They were both exceptionally attentive to her every need, caring for her with great tenderness. That on the 6th day, it was Chu He's turn. "Jiaojiao, I want to tease you today. You should rest well," he said, gazing at her burgeoning belly, mindful that she had not rested well recently. After a restrained kiss filled with longing, he suppressed his own fervor and refrained from further actions, instead wrapping her in a gentle embrace as they drifted off to sleep. Li Jiaojiao felt the warmth of Chu He's concern and planted a soft good-night kiss on his cheek, curling up like a little bird in his arms, falling into a peaceful slumber. Chu He gazed at the petite figure in his embrace, feeling the residual warmth on his cheek, his heart swelling with warmth as a pleasing smile graced his lips, and they both succumbed to sleep. On the 7th day, it was again Hu Zhenhai's turn. Hu Zhenhai had already been instructed by Chu Yu to refrain from any vigorous activities these past few days, as tomorrow marked Li Jiaojiao's due date, necessitating extra caution. Thus, after assisting her with a soothing bath, he carried Li Jiaojiao back to bed to rest comfortably. However, Li Jiaojiao was pondering how her little house had been empty for quite some time and hoped to welcome a little tiger cub before giving birth. Consequently, after the event, she consumed a childbirth pill and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, just after finishing breakfast, Li Jiaojiao felt her labor commence as anticipated. Before breakfast, Chu Yu had summoned the shaman and the priestess, and upon noticing Li Jiaojiao's contractions, he swiftly prepared for her to enter the birthing phase. Jiaojiao calmly took a painless delivery pill before lying down to await the arrival of her little ones. Half an hour later, the system's announcement echoed. "Ding! The host has given birth to the 35th offspring. Female, beast form. Angora white rabbit, beast rank, profound. Reward, 160 points, intermediate ascension pills x3, loyalty pills x3. Coarse salt 50 kg, fine salt 500 g x15, complete guide to livestock and poultry, raising x1. Ding! The host has given birth to the 36th offspring. Female, beast form, Chinese white rabbit, beast rank. Earth, reward, 320 points, advanced ascension pill x1. Loyalty pills x5, fruit seeds 20 kg, grain seeds 40 kg. Ding! The host has given birth to the 37th offspring. Male, beast form, Himalayan rabbit, beast rank. Earth, reward, 320 points, advanced ascension pill x1, loyalty pills x5, space expansion voucher x20. Barbecue seasoning 500 gx40, defense shield 500 cubic meters. Ding! The host has given birth to the 38th offspring. Male, beast form. Velvet Lop Rabbit, beast rank, profound. Reward: 160 points, intermediate ascension pills x3, loyalty pills x3, advanced defense outfit x3. Space expansion voucher x15. Ding. The host has given birth to the 39th offspring. Female beast form. Lilac Rabbit, beast rank. Earth. Reward: 320 points, advanced ascension pill x1, loyalty pills x5, space expansion voucher x20, defense shield 500 cubic meters. Advanced defense outfit x6, thermos x2. Ding. The host has given birth to the 40th offspring. Female, beast form. Seven-tailed white fox, beast rank. Earth. Reward: 320 points, advanced ascension pill x1, loyalty pills x5, space expansion voucher x20, defense shield 500 cubic meters. Advanced defense outfit x6, thermos x2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to 40 offspring, with an additional reward of 2,400 points, childbirth pills x20, painless delivery pills x20, recovery pills x20, beauty pills x20, strengthening pills x20, milk increasing pills x20, primary ascension pills x20, intermediate ascension pills x20, advanced ascension pills x20, loyalty pills x20, advanced defense outfits x20, space expansion vouchers x80, defense shields 1,000 cubic meters. Ding. The host has given birth to the 41st offspring. Female, beast form. Sand fox, beast rank, profound. Reward: 160 points, intermediate ascension pills x3, loyalty pills x3, advanced defense outfit x3, space expansion voucher x15. Ding. The host has given birth to the 42nd offspring. Male, beast form. Sand fox. Beast rank. Earth. Reward: 320 points, advanced ascension pill x1, loyalty pills x5, space expansion voucher x20, defense shield 500 cubic meters, advanced defense outfit x6, thermos x2. Ding. The host has given birth to the 43rd offspring. Female, beast form. Nine-tailed colorful fox. Beast rank. Celestial. Reward: 500 points, advanced ascension pills x3, loyalty pills x7, space expansion voucher x40, fine salt 500 g x60, coarse salt 100 kg, defense shield 1,000 cubic meters, advanced defense outfit x12. Ding. The host has given birth to the 44th offspring. Male, beast form. Five-tailed white fox, beast rank. Earth. Reward: 320 points, advanced ascension pill x1, loyalty pills x5, space expansion voucher x20, defense shield 500 cubic meters, advanced defense outfit x6. Ding. The host has given birth to the 45th offspring. Male, beast form. Red fox, beast rank, profound. Reward: 160 points, intermediate ascension pills x3, loyalty pills x3, advanced defense outfit x3, teleportation pills x3. Ding. The host has given birth to the 46th offspring. Male, beast form. Three-tailed black fox. Beast rank. Earth. Reward: 320 points, advanced ascension pill x1, loyalty pills x5, space expansion voucher x20, defense shield 500 cubic meters, advanced defense outfit x6, thermos x2. Ding. The host has given birth to the 47th offspring. Female, beast form. Five-tailed white fox. Beast rank. Earth. Reward: 320 points, advanced ascension pill x1, loyalty pills x5, space expansion voucher x20, defense shield 500 cubic meters, advanced defense outfit x6, thermos x2. Jiaojiao felt a bit fatigued and was pondering why it was not yet finished when she failed to hear the system's announcements. The two attendants efficiently organized the 13 little cubs and marked them accordingly. Chu Yu, feeling pain for Jiaojiao, held her hand, recognizing that although she was no longer in pain, the act of giving birth had still exhausted her. Jiaojiao smiled at him, but before she could utter a word, Chu had already brought warm water to her lips. Chu Yu's thoughtfulness always warmed Jiaojiao's heart, prompting her to wish to love him even more. Yet he always reciprocated with even deeper affection. After consuming 3 types of pills, her vitality was immediately restored. I'll rest for a while, you've worked hard. Jiaojiao, please take a moment to recuperate. Chu Yu gently caressed Jiaojiao's delicate face. Chapter 42. The nine-tailed colorful fox Li Jiaojiao, as consciousness flashed into the space, excitedly calling out in countless bursts, "System, system, have I struck it rich? Have I cleared my debts this year? Congratulations, host. For this childbirth, you have garnered the following rewards. 6,100 points, after deducting the debt of 1985, remaining 4115, plus previous total points of 3015. Your current total is 7,130. Childbirth pills X20, painless delivery pills X20, recovery pills X20, beauty pills X20, strengthening pills X20, milk increasing pills X20, primary ascension pills X20, intermediate ascension pills X32, advanced ascension pills X31, loyalty pills X80, advanced defense outfits X77, space expansion vouchers X290. Defense shields 5,500 cubic meters, coarse salt 150 kg, fine salt 500 GX75, complete guide to livestock and poultry raising X1, fruit seeds 20 kg, grain seeds 40 kg, barbecue seasoning 500 GX40, thermos X10, teleportation pills X3.0. How wonderful! Li Jiaojiao exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, her heart racing at the thought. Wow, this is truly fantastic. Not only have I cleared my debts, but I can also unlock the second-tier shop, though I may not need it right now. Who knows when it might come in handy in the future? She cheerfully addressed the system. System, please tell me about the functions of these new items. Of course, host. Allow me to introduce the new items that have appeared this time. Advanced defense outfit. Wearing it effectively mitigates physical damage from beastmen of Earth rank and below. Defense shield. Similar to the protective barrier in the cultivation world, it is semicircular and transparent, preventing any form of attack and harm, an essential treasure for safeguarding family and kin. Teleportation pill. Each pill has an effective duration of 24 hours, during which the user can instantaneously move to any location within a one-way distance of 20 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaojiao suddenly furrowed her brow, lost in thought. After a moment, she said, I've noticed a problem. Curious, the system inquired, what problem, host? Li Jiaojiao replied earnestly, in the recent two rewards, many items pertain to defense and escape. Might I be in any peril of late? This I cannot ascertain, dear host. The rewards are determined solely by the main system, of which I am but the distributor. I often ponder my existence, merely a laborer, and dare not speak recklessly. Very well, I shall not dwell on that. Let us contemplate more joyous matters. Ha ha ha. I have struck it rich this time. The smile on Jiaojiao's face nearly stretches to her ears. She is truly elated, and so am I, for Jiaojiao has accomplished her task with remarkable efficacy, prompting the main system to inform me. Next month, an upgrade shall be bestowed upon you. This is splendid news. I have long aspired for an upgrade, which would grant me a more tangible form. At last, the opportunity to realize this wish has presented itself. I believe it is all thanks to Jiaojiao's diligent efforts in nurturing our little ones. Can I share my space expansion vouchers with others? Jiaojiao suddenly recalled that she possessed numerous expansion vouchers. If sharing is permitted, she might as well extend the courtesy to Chu Yu and Chu He for when venturing out for hunts. The abundance of food could pose a storage dilemma. Wait for my reply. Host, I shall inquire with the main system. With that, a crackling sound of electricity faded away. In a mere minute, I returned with good tidings. Host, the main system has just responded, and indeed, it is permissible, though a handling fee will apply. Initially, Jiaojiao was overjoyed to hear that sharing was allowed, but the mention of a fee caused her expression to drop. How is this fee collected? Each voucher expands by 5 cubic meters. Should you share 50 vouchers, that amounts to an expansion of 250 cubic meters, from which the main system will deduct 1%, equating to 2.5 cubic meters. Upon hearing this, Jiaojiao sighed in relief. Thank goodness, this fee is manageable. Then please assist me in upgrading the shop. Once I step out, I shall utilize the expansion vouchers for them. Very well. Host, do you confirm the upgrade to a level 2 shop? Confirmed. Ding. Upgrade successful. A plethora of products now available for purchase. Please proceed to explore. With a mere thought, Jiaojiao accessed the shop, her fingers gliding through the menus, revealing numerous previously muted item icons now aglow. Upon reaching the elixir section, she spotted the item she had long desired. The beast tier concealment pill? By the heavens, system, you truly deliver. You've provided exactly what I wished for. After examining the prices, she noted two options, 300 for a single pill and 100 for a year-long concealment. After a moment contemplation, she opted for the permanent concealment, purchasing 8 at the cost of 2,400 points. Causing her a twinge of regret, she glanced over the other items but found nothing else that piqued her interest. As her consciousness returned to the present, she noticed Chu Yu quietly holding her hand, nervously observing her. Upon seeing her awaken, he let out a sigh of relief. Look, I have procured the beast tier concealment pill. What is that? Jiaojiao explained the elixir's properties, and Chu Yu's eyes widened with excitement. This means Jiaojiao need not worry about us being too conspicuous. He was genuinely happy for her. Suddenly, Jiaojiao recalled something and sprang up from the bed, startling Chu Yu, who hurried to support her. She approached the cradle of their little one and lifted the nine-tailed fox cub. Behold our daughter. Chu Yu rushed over, having yet to see the little ones, unsure of what the little female fox looked like. As he took the cub from Jiaojiao, she gestured with her eyes. Counter tails, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. Despite having witnessed many marvels through Jiaojiao, he was utterly astonished, his mouth agape. Jiaojiao, is this real? Pinch me. It's real. Jiaojiao chuckled, playfully nudging his arm. Jiaojiao, you are truly amazing. He twirled her around in his embrace. Outside the cave, several others, hearing their jubilant cheers, rushed in to see. Upon witnessing the nine-tailed little fox shaking her nine tails, they rejoiced for Chu Yu. The Fox clan is truly on the brink of resurgence. Chapter 43. The tribe is on the verge of prosperity. While Chu Yu felt elated for him, he was also somewhat envious. The diligent water-bearer, Jiaojiao, sensed his emotions and approached him, taking his hand out of Yu. When we both had low beast tiers, the quality of our offspring was not exceptional. How about I bear another child for you after I help them each have one? No, their beast tiers are low. They can gradually cultivate that. I do not wish for you to endure too much hardship. It pains me. Fool, my mission here is precisely this. Thankfully, the beast god has not made my efforts in vain, granting me many valuable gifts. Yet, I am still touched by your concern. Yu. Jiaojiao nestled her head against Chu Yu's chest, nuzzling him affectionately. Jiaojiao then turned to the group, distributing the beast tier concealment pills. After everyone ingested theirs, they observed one another. Indeed, unable to discern their respective tiers, the shaman grandmother remained kneeling at the cave's entrance, reciting an intricate series of incantations, and upon completion, she reverently bowed thrice before standing to address Chu Yu. Young master, such splendid news is best conveyed to the clan leader by you. Indeed, I shall go at once. Please assist in caring for Jiaojiao while I am away. Father, mother, Chu Yu called out. What is it? Why the commotion? Have you not become a father yet still act so rashly? Hua Ying, who was nursing, hurried out upon hearing Chu Yu's voice. Jiaojiao has given birth to a nine-tailed female cub. Chu Yu exclaimed, breathless from his haste. Hua Ying nearly dropped the cub in shock, tears of joy welling in her eyes. That be why the beast god's blessing. Our Fox clan truly sees the return of its glory. Quickly, find someone to summon your father. Such a monumental event calls for a sacrificial ceremony to express our gratitude to the beast god. Hurry! As she urged, she pushed Chu Yu forward. Before long, Chu Yu dispatched someone to fetch Chu Changtian, who was patrolling outside. The group returned in a flurry. The appearance of the Nine Tails signified the Fox clan's resurgence among the four great divine clans. Even the rain could not dampen the fervor of the tribe. Chu Changtian, accompanied by others, went to Jiaojiao's cave to discuss the sacrificial arrangements. Jiaojiao thoughtfully suggested, how about this? While the sacrificial ceremony cannot be taken lightly, it is currently the rainy season, making hunting quite inconvenient, and with the little ones still so small, any mishap would be unfortunate. Shall we schedule the ceremony for a month from now? The rainy season will conclude in half a month, making hunting much easier. Additionally, by then the cubs will be a month old and better able to withstand the rigors of the event. Yes, indeed. Your consideration is thorough. We were simply too excited. Rest assured. Father, this is only the first. Many more shall follow. The divine fox will gradually reclaim its former glory. Chu Tian was moved to tears by Jiaojiao's words. Indeed, the first has appeared. How long can it be before more follow? That evening, after dinner, it was Wang Yuan's turn. The little pup blushed as he shyly entered the beast cave. In the middle of the night, Yuan, why are you no longer shy and blushing? Jiao teased. Upon hearing this, his ears turned crimson once more, and Jiao couldn't help but chuckle at his ability to seamlessly switch between the wolf dog and the little pup personas. Jiao consumed a fertility pill and nestled in his embrace, drifting into a warm slumber in no time. News of Jiaojiao's giving birth to a 9-tailed female cub spread throughout the entire tribe, reaching the Divine Dog clan and the Tiger Roar clan. Unexpectedly, it also reached the Eagle clan that a male beast man from the Eagle clan, while hunting, was injured by a ferocious beast and rescued by a male beast man from the Tiger Roar clan. When the news of Jiaojiao's 9-tailed cub reached the Tiger Roar clan, it caught the attention of the Eagle clan member. Upon inquiring further, he learned in the past 6 months, a little female named Jiaojiao had emerged from the Fox clan, not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessing remarkable fertility. This latest birth of a 9-tailed divine fox piqued the Eagle clan's curiosity, and he yearned to fly over immediately to see, but his injuries rendered him bedridden for an entire month. Once he had healed, he wasted no time in soaring towards the Fox clan's territory. Meanwhile, once the rainy season concluded, the male beastmen of the Fox clan organized themselves for a hunt, each eager to capture the finest and largest prey to present to the beast god. The entire Fox clan was abuzz with enthusiasm, each face alight with joy and tranquility. The male beastmen were busy, and the female ones were equally occupied. Some were busy conceiving, while others were focused on giving birth. Indeed, for 3 consecutive days, Jiaojiao heard the system's announcement. Ding! Area has given birth to her first offspring, a male, beast form. 3-tailed black fox, beast tier, yellow tier. Rewards, 40 points, fertility, pill, X1. Loyalty pill, X1, beginner upgrade pill, X1. Ding! Area has given birth to her second offspring, a female, beast form. 3-tailed white fox, beast tier, mysterious tier. Rewards, 80 points, fertility pill X2, loyalty pill X2, beginner upgrade pill X2. Ding! Area has given birth to her third offspring, a female, in the form of a sand fox, ranked at the yellow tier. The rewards include 40 points, 1 breeding pill, 2 loyalty pills, and 1 primary promotion pill. Ding! Area has given birth to her fourth offspring, a male, in the form of a red fox, also ranked at the yellow tier, with identical rewards. Do not accuse me of padding the words. I must protect myself. Ding! Sanhua has given birth to her first offspring, a female, in an unspecified form and rank, with rewards pending. Ding! Xiaoi has given birth to her first offspring, a male, in the form of a white fox, ranked at the black tier. The rewards comprise 80 points, along with the previous rewards yet to be specified. Over the span of 3 days, 12 little females have safely delivered. This has persisted for 11 days. And the second batch of 44 little females using the breeding pills has completed their deliveries. Countless joyous reports have been made regarding these recent successes. Host, do you know how many offspring these little females have produced recently? 200? Hee, you are quite astute. It's approximately that figure, specifically 215. You must not be aware of a calculation method known as the multiplication table. On average, each little female has given birth to 5 offspring. And with 44 little females, that roughly equates to 220 offspring. Quickly, tell me what rewards were granted this time. This time, there are 85 black tier offspring, 110 yellow tier, and 20 universe tier offspring, totaling a reward of 11,600 points, 300 breeding pills, 300 loyalty pills, and 280 primary promotion pills. Li Jiaojiao was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The shot can now be directly upgraded to the highest tier. This marks the second batch of offspring in the tribe. Does this mean she will soon be a wealthy matriarch? Truly, she could stride confidently across the entire beast world continent. Ha 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 ha. Li Jiaojiao wished to laugh 300 times, but held back for fear of being scolded. So she laughed 2 times less. Chapter 44. Planting. Upon entering the shop, Li Jiaojiao discovered that all the item icons were illuminated. She purchased numerous gardening tools from small sickles and hoes to large tillers and seeders. Everything was available. Li Jiaojiao selected several essential items and spent 6,000 points, feeling a pang of regret. The next step was to assign each beast husband to tasks they excelled at. 2 would stay home to care for the offspring, 2 would venture out to hunt, and 2 would accompany her to plant. By the way, if you encounter smaller, less ferocious, yet tender-fleshed wild beasts while hunting, please try to capture them alive. I wish to raise them. After making her arrangements, everyone nodded in agreement. They discussed that Hu Zhenhai, being adept at cooking, would stay home with Wang Yiyuan to care for the offspring, while the 2 brothers Hu Zhentian and Wang Yikai would go hunting. Chu He and Chu Yu, both possessing spatial abilities, would learn planting and breeding together. Once the tasks were allocated, everyone set to work. In that moment, Li Jiaojiao seemed to understand why, during the old societal times, people preferred to have sons. Indeed, having more sons was beneficial for labor and less likely to incur losses and conflicts. This resonated deeply with her. She took Chu Yu and Chu He into the space and brought them to the machines, attempting to start them up. The moment the machine whirred to life, the 2 immediately clung tightly to Li Jiaojiao and recoiled. They stood before her in defensive stances. "Jiaojiao, danger! Get behind us!" they shouted anxiously. Li Jiaojiao smiled at the 2, reassuring them, "Do not worry, operating it according to the manual is safe. This machine is designed to assist us in growing vegetables." The 2 observed the tiller closely for a while, realizing it merely made a rhythmic sound without any danger, which put them at ease. Li Jiaojiao intended to demonstrate how to use the machine herself. "Jiaojiao, allow us to assist. Just tell us what to do." They eagerly volunteered. Li Jiaojiao felt relieved as she read the manual aloud, and the 2 quickly grasped the operating procedures and methods that Li Jiaojiao lavished praise upon them without restraint, exclaiming, You both are incredible. Such a complex device, and you understood it in an instant. Your comprehension skills are truly remarkable. You surpass all the beastmen I've ever encountered. Intelligent, eager to learn, diligent, fit, and handsome. You truly lack any shortcomings." The 2 listened intently, feeling immense pride at receiving Li Jiaojiao's recognition. Li Jiaojiao led the 2 to turn over several plots of land, each measuring 100 square meters. She then took them to the storage area for system rewards to find various seeds. Li Jiaojiao currently possessed 50 kilograms of grain seeds, 40 kilograms of vegetable seeds, and 20 kilograms of fruit seeds, although the outside world would be entering winter in 3 months, making it unsuitable for planting anything that wouldn't survive until then. The temperature within the space was constant, devoid of seasonal issues, allowing Li Jiaojiao to plant whenever she pleased. Please plant these seeds for now. Li Jiaojiao chose rice and wheat as staple foods, along with pears and lychees for fruit, and selected several vegetables, baby bok choy, chili peppers, eggplants, potatoes, and green beans. That Li Jiaojiao also spent 300 points to purchase a comprehensive guide to crop cultivation, detailing the planting, processing, and usage methods of various crops. Under Li Jiaojiao's patient guidance, combined with the extraordinary memory and comprehension abilities of her 2 academic husbands, they could now recognize 90% of the Chinese characters. To her delight, the other 4 husbands had also achieved unobstructed reading capabilities. Thus, at this moment, Li Jiaojiao only needed to rest in the tent nearby, free from other worries. This space also featured a river, which divided it into 2 halves, flowing with water that had mysteriously split into both moving and still sections, where a group of plump fish swam. Chu Yu operated the tiller to prepare the soil, while Chu He used the seeder to plant the seeds. Their roles were clearly defined, and they worked together seamlessly, quickly completing their tasks. As Chu He approached the tent, he noticed Li Jiaojiao peacefully asleep. Her delicate profile, gently trembling eyelashes, and a few playful strands of white hair resting on her red lips made her seem adorable. Feeling a tickle, she brushed her hand across her lips while still asleep. Chu He felt a lump in his throat, but managed to suppress it, tenderly calling out, "Jiaojiao, you must be hungry. Let me cook you some fish." He had noticed her eyeing the fish in the river earlier. Li Jiaojiao slowly opened her eyes, her sleepy gaze landing on the man before her, and she softly murmured, "Ahi." Hug me. He embraced Li Jiaojiao and directed his lightning powers into the river. Within seconds, 7 or 8 fish floated up. Noticing that there was nothing else to assist with, Chu Yu went to the newly planted crops and released his wood-type abilities, witnessing the seeds visibly sprouting and growing before his eyes. Ayu, your control over your powers has matured significantly. The two exchanged smiles. Let it grow on its own. I wish to observe its natural growth cycle. Now, let's enjoy some grilled fish. After devouring several fragrant, tender fish, the three regained their strength. Jiaojiao, having eaten a bit carelessly, ended up with a small piece of meat stuck to the corner of her mouth. Chu Yu, amused by the rare sight of a flustered Li Jiaojiao, pointed to his own mouth with a grin. Jiaojiao planted a kiss on him, and Chu Yu left the delightful misunderstanding unaddressed. Jiaojiao consumed a strength-enhancing pill to restore her energy. Upon exiting the space, she saw that the two hunters had returned, and Hu Zhenhai had already prepared dinner. Spotting Li Jiaojiao and the others, Hu Zhentian exclaimed, "Jiaojiao, look at these." He pointed to a corner of the yard where several small wild beasts were gathered. Li Jiaojiao glanced over to see wild boars, wild sheep, and a few wild chickens. She nodded approvingly at Hu Zhentian, saying, "Well done, Tian. These are all quite suitable." Hu Zhentian and Wang Yikai worked collaboratively. Hu Zhentian focused on capturing live animals while Wang Yikai handled hunting tasks. Jiaojiao placed all their captured prey into the space within the enclosure recently formed by Chu He and Chu Yu, and generously praised everyone. Ever since Li Jiaojiao arrived, the little females in the entire tribe gradually shed their spoiled and willful habits. Influenced by Li Jiaojiao, the little females no longer regarded their beast husband's contributions to the family as a given. They learned to appreciate their efforts and empathize with their hard work. All the beastmen became increasingly motivated in their tasks. Li Jiaojiao felt a sense of satisfaction as the entire fox tribe was progressing in a positive direction. Chapter 45. The ritual commences. The second batch of young females has just given birth, and yet another group of young females is eager to conceive, excluding the 44 who have recently delivered. There remain 62 young females in the tribe who are in their prime reproductive period. After considering those who are currently unwell and unsuitable for pregnancy, only 55 remained. Jiaojiao grouped them into 28 pairs, with the last group consisting of a single individual, perfectly timed to accompany her after she delivers her first batch of brain tiger cubs. The elder healer and the priestess express their exhaustion, lamenting their inability to cope with the workload. While the prosperity of the tribe is indeed a blessing, even the hardest workers require rest. Jiaojiao understood their plight and made arrangements accordingly. Consequently, only 2 young females would give birth each day, significantly alleviating the burden on the healer and the priestess. Meanwhile, the elder healer was also scouting for new priestess candidates. During this period, the eagle warrior from the Tianning tribe had fully recovered and was en route to the fox tribe. The eagle tribe possesses remarkable flight speed, typically ranging from 40 to 120 kilometers per hour. The eagle warrior's speed could reach approximately 90 kilometers per hour. However, in his haste to travel, he had pushed himself to fly all day soon after his wounds had healed, resulting in the reopening of his injuries. Reluctantly, he had to pause for 2 days before continuing his journey. Furthermore, as he had never been to the fox tribe before, his unfamiliarity with the direction led him astray. After flying over 1,000 kilometers, he finally realized he had veered off course. Upon his eventual arrival at the fox tribe, he fortuitously stumbled upon a ritual being held for the 9-tailed young female. When the guards announced the presence of the Tianning tribe's male beastman seeking an audience, Chu Changtian initially thought he had misheard. After all, the fox tribe and the Tianning tribe were separated by great distances. With minimal interaction outside of their annual food exchanges prior to winter, the eagle warrior, being of the Xian rank, was considered a noteworthy male beastman within his tribe. They currently boasted 6 from the Tian rank, 8 from the D rank, 17 from the Xian rank, 26 from the Huang rank, 19 from the Yu rank, 24 from the Zhou rank, 49 from the Hong rank, and over 100 from the rank. In his eyes, their tribe was relatively large, with nearly 60 beastmen of Huang rank and above. However, the 20 guards of the fox tribe he encountered were evenly split between the Xian and Huang ranks. and he noted numerous Xian rank individuals and at least 6 from the D rank, with an unknown number from the Tian rank and a plethora of Huang and Yu rank members bustling about. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unwilling to accept that the Fox tribe was on the verge of a significant rise. Following the guards deeper into the tribe, the shock on his face was uncontrollable. The Fox tribe, once of modest strength, now appeared to be flourishing. When he finally met Chu Tian, he was further astonished. What was happening with the Fox tribe? Why did the chieftain possess no beast rank? How would he defend against an enemy attack? Did he possess some extraordinary capability? Before he could ponder further, Chu Tian approached him. "Greetings, esteemed chieftain. I apologize for the intrusion. I am the Eagle Warrior of the Tunning tribe, and I have come to convey my congratulations on the arrival of a 9-tailed young female," he declared, presenting a pouch filled with powdered crystals that he had collected along his journey. Extending it with both hands, one should never strike a smiling face, Chu Tian thought, unsure of the Eagle Warrior's true intentions, but recognizing the necessity of maintaining cordiality. He accepted the offering and welcomed the Eagle Warrior into the cave. Upon entering, the Eagle Warrior observed Huaying playing with 3 young cubs. He discerned that the cubs were Chu Tian's children, which further deepened his respect for him. The beast ranks were not evident, but the young females he had chosen possessed undeniable charm. Remarkably, at such a mature age, he had still managed to father cubs, not to be underestimated. "Xiao, go fetch Chu Yu," he instructed. "Understood, chieftain." Chu Yu arrived shortly thereafter. "Father, you called for me? Come. This is the Eagle Warrior of the Tianying tribe, who has come to celebrate the arrival of our little 9-tailed one." Chu Yu's spirit lifted at the mention of the Tianying tribe, known for their significant stature. "Greetings, Eagle Warrior. We are currently conducting a ritual for the little 9-tailed one. If you do not mind, would you care to join us?" The Eagle Warrior was equally eager to participate. As the trio approached the ritual platform, the beastmen of the Fox tribe had already gathered in droves around the ceremonial altar. Jiaojiao cradled the little 9-tailed one at the center, flanked by Chu He and Hu Zhenhai, while the remaining few tended to the other cubs in the den. "Time's up. The ritual begins." The authoritative voice of the elder healer resonated, and silence enveloped the gathering as all eyes turned toward her. With intricate hand gestures, she began to chant an esoteric incantation. Finally, concluding her chant, she commanded, "Kneel." Instantly, the crowd knelt in unison, hands clasped earnestly before their hearts, gazing intently at Li Jiaojiao and the little 9-tailed one. Li Jiaojiao gently placed the little 9-tailed one upon the central pillar of the altar. The young cub, fascinated by the patterns etched on the pillar, playfully scratched at it while joyfully swaying her 9 fluffy tails. In that moment, a brilliant beam of light surged into the little 9-tailed one's body. Jiaojiao was taken aback. What was happening? What was that light? "Host, I'm here," came a voice. "That light was conjured by me. I must admit, I was following the main system's instructions." The beastmen respond well to this. Knowing her daughter was unharmed, Li Jiaojiao's heart eased somewhat. Soon after, the light that had entered the little 9-tailed one ignited the entire tribe into a frenzy. "Divine Fox! Divine Fox! Divine Fox! It truly is the 9-tailed Divine Fox. The beast god has acknowledged it. We are about to reclaim the title of Divine Fox." Many of the older females and male beastmen wept tears of joy, while the younger beastmen were swept up in the emotion. Heaven knew how stifled they had felt over the past millennium. The arrival of the heavenly maiden had rekindled their hope, and now the 9-tailed Divine Fox had appeared. The Fox tribe was truly on the verge of resurgence. No. They could no longer be called the Fox tribe. They must restore their ancient name, the Divine Fox tribe. Chapter 46. The arrival of the Tianying tribe beastman, the tiny 9-tailed fox gazed innocently at the unfolding scene, utterly unaware of the significance of the events transpiring around her. However, upon hearing the cheers of her kin, an inexplicable thrill surged within her. Consequently, she began to joyfully twirl atop the pillar, her 9 fluffy tails swaying exuberantly in rhythm with her movements. Chu He, observing the spectacle, grew concerned that the little 9-tailed one might accidentally fall and hurt herself. He rushed to the base of the pillar, extending his arms to catch the playful little one. Once cradled in Chu He's embrace, the little 9-tailed one basked in her father's warmth and affection. She nuzzled her tiny head against his palm, conveying her joy to him. Chu Yu's heart melted instantly at the sight of this adorable creature. He tenderly stroked the little nine-tailed one's fur, savoring her softness and warmth. Jiaojiao approached Chu Yu, her heart swelling with happiness at the sight of the little nine-tailed one's delight. "Ah hey, have you thought of a name for our daughter yet? Why don't you suggest one, Jiaojiao?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Jiaojiao proposed a beautiful name for the little nine-tailed one, Xingyu, which embodies the hope that she will shine brightly and joyfully like the stars. Chu Yu found the name fitting that he gently addressed the little nine-tailed one. "From this day forth, you shall be called Li Xing." The little nine-tailed one seemed to understand her father's words, blinking her eyes and revealing a sweet smile. It appeared she was quite fond of the name bestowed upon her by her mother. Chu Yu chuckled. "You wish for her to carry my surname?" Li Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with surprise as she gazed at Chu Yu with eager anticipation. "Of course, your child, born after enduring such hardships, rightfully deserves your surname," Chu Yu said, affectionately stroking Li Jiaojiao's hair. Li Jiaojiao felt a wave of emotion wash over her. "Our other children should have names too," she suggested. Chu Yu's children have yet to be named. The thought of naming over 20 children gave Chu Yu a headache. Like Chu Yu, he had pondered for months without arriving at satisfactory names. "Haha, why don't you two think of names together when you return?" Li Jiaojiao suggested with a smile. "Jiaojiao, could you assist me?" Chu Yu asked, cradling the child in one arm while wrapping the other around Li Jiaojiao's slender waist in a playful manner. Li Jiaojiao shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Figure out yourself. If I help you, then you will want my assistance too, and I would be utterly exhausted." Hu Zhenhai chuckled quietly from behind. "Jiaojiao, I've already thought of names for our children." "Really? You seem quite enthusiastic," Li Jiaojiao remarked, her tone filled with admiration. Chu Yu felt a twinge of envy, wondering how this individual could be so proactive. "Do share the names you've chosen. I could use some inspiration. As for the boys, I have chosen the names Yanmo, Yan Hui, Yan Hong, Yan Xian, Yan Yang, and Yan Yi. For the girls, I have contemplated the names Yan Ran, Yin Yu, Yin Xan, Yin Yu, Yin Hua, Yin Yi, Yin Ting, and Yin Ming. Of course, all these names would bear the surname Li. Jiaojiao, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Li Jiaojiao smiled brightly, her eyes curving in delight, and said, "These names are truly lovely. I adore them. However, it is unnecessary for them all to share my surname. Your father certainly wishes for you to revitalize the Hu Shao clan. My offspring will retain your surname. Unchanging, the Fox clan still has Chu Yu to uplift it. Jiaojiao, please do not let our offspring inherit my surname." Upon hearing Li Jiaojiao's words, Chu Yu immediately pouted. "All right, then your offspring shall take my surname. And a Yu's offspring shall take his surname, while your offspring, shall take yours. It is settled. In just a month, you will be able to use them." Before anyone could voice objections, Li Jiaojiao had made her decision. Curious, Chu Yu inquired, "How did you come to think that there are fewer masculine names than feminine ones?" Hu Zhenhai chuckled in response. "Isn't it obvious? Just look at your and Yu's little ones." "But that isn't necessarily so. It is related to the beast husbands, as the determination of male or female offspring lies with the male beastmen," Li Jiaojiao mused, having attended many years of biology classes. She thought this must hold true in the beast world as well. The two found this notion intriguing, having never heard it before. They wished to inquire further if this theory was perhaps a directive from the beast god, only to see Chu Yu approaching with someone in tow. Host, a male beastman has been detected nearby, of the Tianing clan of the Xian tier, with a low beast rank and average conduct. Quite unsuitable for partnership. Li Jiao inwardly scoffed. What does it matter if he is unsuitable? A warning. Jiao. Chu Yu approached and stood beside Li Jiao, having missed her dearly in just a brief moment. Li Jiao extended her hand, naturally placing it within Chu Yu's broad palm. Ingo, having observed Li Jiao and her beast husband from the altar, found it peculiar that this group lacked beast ranks. Even more baffling was how Li Jiao and her husbands, devoid of beast ranks, could have given birth to a nine-tailed divine fox. Ingo, straightforward by nature, could not contain his curiosity and blurted out, "Little female, greetings. I am Ingo of the Tianing clan. I heard tales of a nine-tailed divine fox emerging from your fox clan, and came specifically to offer my congratulations. Jiaojiao glanced at Hu Zhenhai, who shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Jiaojiao smiled politely and replied, "Thank you. However, I have noticed that you and your companion seem to lack beast ranks. How did you conceive this nine-tailed divine fox?" Ingo felt that unless this riddle was unraveled, it would forever linger in his mind. Jiao clasped her hands in prayer, reverently bowing to the heavens. "This is all the beast god's grace." I too was taken aback. The nine-tailed divine fox appeared without any forewarning. Jiaojiao's eloquence had reached an impressive level. Ingo, the naive fellow, took her words at face value, his heart swelling with envy. He admired the rise of the Fox clan and their flourishing prosperity. As he traversed through the Fox clan, he encountered many wondrous things he had never seen before, his curiosity akin to that of a child, incessantly asking questions. Chu Yu patiently answered each one, and only then did Ingo realize that all of this was thanks to Li Jiaojiao. The current strength of the Fox clan was far beyond what could be described as merely formidable. It was truly immense. Chapter 47. Everyone's fourth ascension, AT that moment. He had to confront the rise of the Fox clan seriously. He must return promptly to relay his discoveries to the clan leader. He needed to hastily send someone to the Fox clan, striving to form a partnership with Li Jiaojiao. This celestial maiden must bear several offspring for the Tianning clan. Ingo was lost in his delightful fantasies. Grinning foolishly to himself, the others regarded him with expressions of bewilderment, as though he were mad. Chu Yu waved his hand before him, greeting, "We are heading back, brother. Would you care to visit our home?" Ingo remained entranced in his imagined scene of flocks of eagle cubs soaring through the skies, completely oblivious to Chu Yu's words. "Let us depart." He tugged at Chu Yu, leading him away. Upon returning to the beast inn, Li Jiaojiao gathered everyone for a brief meeting. Today, a male beastman from the Tianning clan unexpectedly appeared, claiming to have heard of our clan's nine-tailed divine fox's birth, and came to offer his congratulations. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Chu Yu remarked. "I find it somewhat suspicious. Our clan's male beastmen do not typically spread rumors while hunting. I wonder how this news reached the Tianning clan." He added, "Indeed, and that male beastman's gaze towards you was rather unsettling, as though he desired to claim you for himself. It left me quite uncomfortable." Hu Zhenhai interjected. "However, I found that individual to seem rather dim-witted. I wonder if he will spread any rumors upon his return." Wang Yuan reassured, "But there is no need to worry too much, Jiaojiao. The Fox clan's overall strength is robust now. And we are not weak either. Should any trouble arise, we need not fear them. If you are truly concerned, our Divine Dog clan and the Tianning clan will surely stand by us." Li Jiaojiao noticed Hu Zhentian and Wang Yikai, who had been silent. "What about you two? What are your thoughts?" The two stammered, unable to articulate their thoughts. The others found it odd. When did these two become so tongue-tied? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Hu Zhentian finally spoke. "I apologize, Jiaojiao. It was Akai and I who relayed the news of your nine-tailed divine fox to the Tianning clan and the Divine Dog clan. It seems this Ingo learned of it from the Tianning clan and came to verify." Jiao suddenly understood. She had wondered how the Tianning clan could have known. She then recalled that although the male beastmen of the Fox clan had consumed the loyalty pill, which rendered them trustworthy, the male beastmen of the Divine Dog and Tianning clans had not. Who's to say they wouldn't come to besiege them one day? Would these clans end up fighting over her? Would they imprison her? Was there a possibility they might even experiment on her? In the brief span of a moment, Li Jiaojiao's mind conjured a series of dramatic scenarios. Countless thoughts, born of her vivid imagination, kept her awake, reminding her, "Host, you are already so formidable. Who could possibly take you away? Besides, you have plenty of escape devices. Fear not, fear not. We still have the protective shield after all." Li Jiaojiao's consciousness responded, "I am not fearful. I merely feel a lack of security." No worries, host. Your good days are yet to come. It's not that easy. No need to fret. If all else fails, you can always hide in the space." Li Jiaojiao considered this. However, she still needed to devise a plan to ensure the male beastmen of the Tianning and Divine Dog clans consumed the loyalty pill. The more reliable and loyal ally she had, the safer she would be. Li Jiaojiao's consciousness returned to focus, and she said to Chu Yu, "You, please inform my father that we shall proceed with the fourth ascension." Chu Yu promptly left, and when he returned to collect Li Jiaojiao, Chu Changtian had already gathered everyone in anticipation. As Li Jiaojiao sat upon Chu Yu's smooth back, she couldn't resist petting his soft fur. Finding the sensation utterly delightful, Chu Yu, feeling Li Jiaojiao's gentle hands gliding over his back, felt his gaze darken with emotion. Chu Changtian had efficiently arranged matters and had already devised an excuse to send Ingo away. Having verified the existence of the nine-tailed divine fox, Ingo was eager to return to relay the news to his clan and hurried off to be by the time Li Jiaojiao arrived. Everyone was cheerfully greeting her. The celestial maiden has arrived. Why didn't you bring the divine fox along? Are you foolish? The divine fox just participated in the ritual. It needs to rest. Indeed, the chorus of voices echoed in Li Jiaojiao's ears like a tea that moment. She felt that perhaps it was too much to elevate Xingyu so high at such a young age. Was it truly beneficial for her? Stepping forth before the assembly, the crowd had already formed a line according to their beastly ranks. Jiaojiao could now be considered a member of a prominent family, possessing 300 primary upgrading pills, 53 intermediate ones, and even 38 advanced pills. The last time, 6 individuals of the Xian rank were elevated to the D rank, while 43 from the Huang rank ascended to Xian.11 from the Zhou rank were promoted to the Yu rank, and the 10 from the Yu rank remained unpromoted. This time, the 6 at the D rank would receive primary upgrading pills to ascend to the Tian rank, while the previously promoted 43 at the Xian rank would use primary pills to reach the D rank. The 21 Huang rank who had not been promoted last time would receive intermediate upgrading pills, elevating them 2 ranks to the D rank, as for the 11 who ascended from Zhou to Yu last time. They would use primary upgrading pills to rise to Huang rank. The 10 Yu rank who had not been promoted would receive intermediate pills to elevate them to Xian rank. Over the past month, 32 individuals ascended from Huang rank to Zhou rank, all receiving intermediate pills to advance to Yu rank. Consequently, excluding Li Jiaojiao's family, the Hu tribe now boasted 6 at the Tian rank, 64 at the D rank, 10 at the Xian rank, 11 at the Huang rank, and 32 at the Yu rank, with none at the Zhou rank and 188 at the Hong rank and none at the Huang rank. With this, Li Jiaojiao felt a semblance of safety. The remaining stock of pills stood at primary 60, with 240 left, intermediate 31, with 22 remaining, and advanced with 38 still in reserve. Truly a wealthy household. Once the tasks here were completed, Chu Yu took Li Jiaojiao back to the beast den. After their meal, Li Jiaojiao requested Chu Yu to take her to a nearby hill that offered a panoramic view of the entire Hu tribe. Chu Yu, puzzled, initially thought that Li Jiaojiao was merely bored at home and wished to enjoy the scenery. Chu Yu accompanied them as it was his turn to hunt alongside Chu Yu today. Familiar with the terrain, Chu Yu and Chu He swiftly led Li Jiaojiao to a hillside, for which the entire Hu tribe was visible to the northwest. The tribe's dwellings formed a semicircular shape, and the population had swelled to nearly 800, marking it as a significantly large tribe. Soon, a new batch of young males and females would come of age. The existing beast dens were insufficient, prompting Chu Changtian to organize a workforce to excavate more dens after the rainy season. From their vantage point, the tribe's area was estimated to cover over 30,000 square meters. Jiaojiao retreated into her space to assess the size of her protective barrier. Feeling disheartened as it measured only 5,500 cubic meters, insufficient to encompass the entire Hu tribe, she recalled her previous visit to the market, where she found no additional wares available for sale. Uncertain if there would be further reward upon the next breeding season, she felt despondent, her head drooping. Chu Yu and Chu He had never witnessed such a side of Li Jiaojiao. Chu He, anxious, inquired, "Jiaojiao, what troubles you? Is the scenery not to your liking?" "Do not worry. I shall take you to another place I discovered a few days ago, a place abundant with vibrant red leaves. You will surely adore it." "Do not be disheartened." Chu Yu, equally concerned, gently embraced Li Jiaojiao, asking why the sudden gloom. Li Jiaojiao stood between them, raising her misty eyes to each of them. lamenting, "The protective barrier granted to me by the beast god is insufficient to shield the entire Hu tribe. I cannot safeguard all my kin. Fear not. You have done remarkably well. No one in our tribe dares to invade us lightly." Chu Yu reassured her, tenderly stroking her small head. "It is our duty as the strong to protect our kin. And you have excelled in this role. Do not blame yourself, my dear." Chu Yu softly comforted her. In Chapter 48, a sudden wave of homesickness washed over Li Jiaojiao. Shyly, she buried her head in Chu Yu's chest. Her melancholy slightly alleviated. Curiously, she asked, "How far is the Tianying tribe from us?" Chu Yu calculated the distance in his mind before replying. "The Shinkuan tribe lies between our two tribes. If we venture to the Shinkuan tribe without encountering any obstacles, it will take approximately half a month. A round trip would take about a month. So the eagle will take at least 2 months to return." Li Jiaojiao turned to look at Chu Yu. Roughly, concerned that Li Jiaojiao might strain her neck, Chu Yu transformed into his beast form, allowing her to ride on his back, enabling her to meet Chu Yu's gaze without craning her neck. Li Jiaojiao felt a warmth envelop her. Chu Yu always managed to touch her heart with such thoughtful details. She gently caressed his fur, savoring his warmth. "Didn't you say you would take me to see those red leaves?" Li Jiaojiao gazed at Chu Yu with anticipation, wondering if the red leaves he spoke of were indeed maple leaves. Imagining the beauty of the red leaves, she pondered whether they would be as magnificent as the one she had seen with her parents at Xiangshan all those years ago. Noticing Li Jiaojiao's improved spirits, Chu Yu began to stride forward, ready to set off. Li Jiaojiao turned her head, her gaze softening as she looked at Chu Yu, softly saying, I've been sitting on your back. Now I shall ride on Chu Yu's back, and you can rest for a while." Chu Yu nodded slightly, promptly transforming into his beast form, and the trio proceeded in the direction indicated by Chu Yu. They traversed through lush forests and crossed babbling brooks. Along the way, Li Jiaojiao was captivated by the beautiful scenery, her mood gradually lifting. Although Chu Yu and Chu Yu were moving swiftly, it took nearly an hour to reach their destination. Li Jiaojiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she was profoundly moved by the sight before her. From a distance, the expanse of trees resembled flames, setting the entire sky ablaze with hues of crimson. The undulating mountains were adorned with a sea of red leaves shimmering under the sunlight, each vein glimmering with enchanting brilliance. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the blood-red leaves to dance in the air alongside Li Jiaojiao's snowy hair. As if performing a ballet, Li Jiaojiao opened her arms wide, fully embracing the tranquility and beauty surrounding her. She softly sang, her voice gentle and full of emotion. The red leaves twirled gracefully in the wind, sighing softly as if bidding farewell to this fleeting bond. The leaves flutter in the breeze, seemingly saying goodbye to past heartaches. Love is like autumn's maple leaves. Though once radiant, it ultimately fades. Love, like the autumn leaves, encapsulates endless beauty, yet is destined to be fleeting and bittersweet. The title of her song was Fleeting Maple Love. For those interested, you might search for it. It is quite lovely. Her voice echoed through the valley, seemingly dancing in harmony with the red leaves. Li Jiaojiao sang with abandon, her melody imbued with nostalgia for the past and hope for the future. This song had been learned when she was 10. During a trip with her parents to see the maple leaves, where she had first heard an aunt sing it. She found it enchanting and had pestered her parents to find a tape so she could learn it. Her voice was ethereal and pure, akin to a heavenly melody. In her time on earth, whenever she sang, people would jokingly ask if she was a professional singer. She had once contemplated attending a music academy, yet never anticipated that fate would be so cruel as to take her parent from her. It had been a long time since she last sang. Since coming here, she feared her voice would be perceived as strange, marking her as an outsider, and thus had refrained from singing. The breathtaking woman, in such an environment, whispered such a beautiful melody. Chu Yu and Chu Yu were utterly captivated by the stunning scene and the melodious tune, as if they had been transported into a dreamlike realm. Suddenly, Li Jiaojiao felt an overwhelming surge of longing for her parents, as if she were transported back to that year when they had admired the maple leaves together. In the human realm, she could at least express her grief through photographs. But here, when Chu Yu regained his senses, he noticed Li Jiaojiao softly weeping. his heart filled with compassion, almost choking him. He gently soothed, Jiaojiao, do not fear. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side, forever. His voice was warm and resolute. I miss my parents' sleep. Jiaojiao's voice trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. As if they would never cease, they have been gone for many years. I have no photos, no videos, and I cannot return home to honor them. Ever since I arrived here, I possess nothing that connects me to them. Her voice quivered as she spoke of many things Chu he could not comprehend, filled with reminiscence for the past and helplessness for the present. Chu he was taken aback. He had never heard Li Jiaojiao speak of her parents. Quietly, he had inquired with Chu Yu, who had revealed that her parents had passed away. Seeing Li Jiaojiao always exuding vivacity and cheerfulness, he had never imagined the sorrow buried within her. Unbeknownst to her, she too possessed such a fragile side. Li Jiaojiao cried for a considerable time, until the rumbling of her stomach reminded her of her hunger. Only then did she awkwardly cease her weeping. Realizing she had lost track of time in her sorrow, Chu Yu gazed at her, his eyes brimming with compassion and heartache. He had never witnessed such a vulnerable side of Li Jiaojiao. In his heart, she had always been a little sun, radiating warmth, love, respect, and equality. He extricated a soft piece of animal hide from his garment and offered it to her, inviting her to wipe away her tears and snot. The hide still bore the warmth of his body, seemingly capable of imparting some comfort and solace. Li Jiaojiao accepted the hide and gently dabbed at her tear-streaked face, a wave of warmth surging within her. She shyly smiled as she took it from him. Chu Yu indulgently ruffled her hair and gently assured her, Jiaojiao, no matter what transpires, I and Ahai will steadfastly stand by your side, unwavering in our protection of you, and we shall never allow anyone to harm you. Chu Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before slowly speaking. If you miss your parents, perhaps you could seek out items they cherish to honor their memory. Alleviating your sorrow? He thought this approach might slightly ease her longing for her parents, as he too understood, having lost his mother during childbirth, which led his father to harbor resentment towards him. Believing he was the cause of her demise, never bestowing upon him a shred of paternal affection, as he matured, his yearning for his mother only intensified. After much inquiry, Chu Yu learned that his mother had particularly adored exquisite animal hides. Since then, their home had been adorned with various beautiful hides, which now served as materials for clothing that Chu Yu crafted for Li Jiaojiao. He felt profound gratitude towards the beast god, for it was through its blessings that he was fortunate enough to encounter Li Jiaojiao, and they had been blessed with the fruits of their love, creating a warm little home together. Chapter 49. The little ones finally have names. A glimmer of excitement danced in Li Jiaojiao's eyes. This idea was truly splendid, she exclaimed joyously, leaping around Chu Yu and Chu Yu with uncontainable glee. Her voice was filled with exhilaration and delight. Ahai, your suggestion is simply marvelous. I can seek out items they cherish to establish a memorial, allowing me to pay my respects whenever I desire. Although Chu Yu and Chu Yu were unfamiliar with the concept of a memorial, it was evident that Li Jiaojiao had embraced Chu Yu's suggestion. Seeing her radiant smile return alleviated the burdens in their hearts. Chu Yu looked at Li Jiaojiao, warmth swelling within him, but he smiled at Chu Yu, saying, I'll go hunt some game. Ahai, please take good care of Jiaojiao. With that, he dashed off. Chu Yu could sense that Li Jiaojiao harbored deeper feelings for Chu Yu. Although she treated him well, her sentiments were distinctly different towards Chu Yu. Yet, when it comes to emotions, who can truly delineate them? He merely needed to acknowledge that his heart belonged entirely to Li Jiaojiao, and he was eager to create more opportunities for them to be alone together. Li Jiaojiao buried her head against Chu Yu's chest and shyly inquired, Ahai, did I cry too unattractively just now? Not at all. Jiaojiao, you're always the most beautiful in my eyes, my goddess. How have I never noticed how sweet your words are? Li Jiaojiao playfully glared at Chu Yu. Is that so? It seems Jiaojiao never liked me enough before. After all those kisses, you still didn't realize my words were sweet? Saying this, he precisely captured her small lips and kissed her. That's not what I meant. Li Jiaojiao mentally protested, but it was too late. Chu Yu soon returned. Ever since he acquired his unique abilities, hunting had become exceedingly effortless for him. With a mere focused gesture, he could summon the surrounding trees, flowers, and vines to swiftly grow and ensnare his prey, leaving them with no escape. This ability made him an adept hunter, rendering his quarry nearly powerless against him. However, despite possessing such formidable powers, he seldom relied on them, investing more time and effort in honing his hunting skills. He was uncertain whether his abilities would persist. Over-reliance on them could prove perilous if they were to suddenly vanish. Without them, his hunting prowess might regress, rendering him vulnerable. Today, he simply wished to swiftly capture some game. Concerned for Jiaojiao's hunger. When Chu Yu returned with the game, Chu had already prepared a fire, awaiting him. After their meal, they swiftly tidied up and returned to the tribe. The seasoned hunters were well aware that fierce beasts often roamed the forest at night, and he wished to shield Jiaojiao from any harm. Upon arriving home, Li Jiaojiao beheld the adorable, fluffy little ones rushing towards her, all her own delightful offspring. The pangs of homesickness faded swiftly. The little ones adored their mother. For Li Jiaojiao always gazed at them with loving eyes, gently stroking their fur, playing games with them, and suddenly conjuring delightful surprises. Ayu, Ahe, have you decided on names for the little ones? Li Jiaojiao pondered. As she could only refer to her offspring as little ones, lacking proper names. When they were small, it was manageable since they barely understood, but now, upon calling little ones, all her adorable creatures would gather around her. Li Jiaojiao felt a twinge of melancholy. How could her capable husband struggle so to name their children? Yes, I borrowed a few ideas from Hai. I've thought of several names. Jiaojiao. Listen to these. Chu Yu hurried over to share the names he had devised. For girls, Ningjing, Ningyuan, Ningqing, Ningxin, Ningshi, Ningfei, Ningyao, Ningao, Ningmin, Ningyan, Ningyo. For boys, Ningyi, Ningxiang, Ningkong, Ningfeng, Ningyan, Ningxing, Ningrong, Ningming, Ningwei. And yet I hope they live in peace all their lives, that I still wish for them to carry your surname. Jiaojiao, Chu Yu said, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at her. The names are quite lovely, but I believe it may be inappropriate for them all to share my surname, that if all the little ones would take my name, the tribesmen would surely find it peculiar. Moreover, you are the heir. It seems somewhat unreasonable for the children to bear my surname. How about this? My beastly husbands, as long as their parents are present, the children shall take their father's surname. For those like Ahe, the children will take my surname. Do you all have any objections? Chu Yu pursed his lips, remaining silent, and the others voiced no dissent. Chu Yu noticed the look of disappointment in Chu Yu's eyes. After a moment, he proposed, Jiaojiao, why not let the husbands choose for themselves? If they wish for the little ones to take your surname, then they may. If they prefer their own, then so be it. Hearing Chu Yu advocate for him reignited hope in Chu Yu's eyes. Jiaojiao understood Chu Yu's intent and nodded. All right, what Ahe says makes sense. Let you all choose freely. I still want the little ones to carry your surname. Chu Yu exclaimed eagerly, casting a grateful glance at Chu He. Should we not consult a father and a mother? Li Jiaojiao expressed concern that Chu Changtian and the others might disagree. Chu Yu confidently replied, they will surely agree. Very well. And what about the others? Li Jiaojiao refrained from further comments. Hu Jintian scratched his head, saying, Jiaojiao, I would like the little ones to take my surname. Jiaojiao nodded in agreement. Wang Yikai also stepped forward, saying, Jiaojiao, I wish the same as a Tian. All right. She turned her gaze to Hu Zhihai and Wang Yiyuan, asking, what about you two? Hu Zhihai responded, I mentioned yesterday that I want the little ones to take your surname. Wang Yiyuan added, I also want the little ones to take your surname. Good, it's settled then. What names did you choose for the little ones? Hu Zhihai inquired, his curiosity piqued. The girls would be named Xingyue, Nine-Tailed Fox, Xingyun, Xingyin, Xinghan, Xingyu, Xingwan, Xingcai, Xingbai, Xingrua, Xingqi, Xingxiao, Xingfan, Xingshui, Xingchu. The boys would be named Xingye, Xingli, Xingkai, Xingzhe, Xingming, Xinghua, Xingqing, Xingzhou, Xingrui, Xingchen, Xingsan. What do you think, Jiaojiao? Heaven knows, coming up with these names nearly left me bald. Using Xing as a prefix works wonderfully, and it aligns beautifully with what Ayu has chosen. Carrying profound meanings. Quickly, go ask the little ones if they like their names, Li Jiaojiao suggested. Chu Yu and Chu, he called out the names one by one, and each little one wagged their tails in delight upon hearing their chosen name. Before long, the little ones had selected their names, and from that moment on, They were no longer nameless, but cherished beings with identities. Chapter 50. Crafting down jackets. The cubs currently retain their beast forms, only able to transform into human shapes upon reaching the age of 3. However, by that time, their human forms will merely be those of small children. At 18, they will come of age and can select their beloved partners, marrying and bearing offspring. Presently, they all appear fluffy, which is a delightful boon for those who adore such cuddliness. The tactile sensation is indeed quite pleasurable. Nevertheless, Jiaojiao dreams of finding a panda beastman as her mate. Unfortunately, she has been informed countless times that no panda beastmen exist within these mountains. The nearest panda tribe is a 2-month journey from the fox tribe, one way. For now, she must keep this wish close to her heart, for if the opportunity arises in the future, she is determined to seek a panda beastman as her husband. As winter approaches, Jiaojiao must prepare adequately so as not to perish from the cold. The beastmen of the tribe organize daily hunts to gather sufficient food for the protracted winter. Jiaojiao's family sends out 3 members each day, 2 for their own hunting needs and 1 to assist Chu Yu, who is also tasked with raising 3 cubs, a considerable burden indeed. Jiaojiao learned from Chu Yu that each winter comprises 3 distinct phases: the minor cold period, the major cold period, and the blizzard period. Winter begins 3 months after the rainy season ends, lasting for a full 3 months. That it starts with a half-month minor cold period, followed by a half-month major cold period. Then a month of blizzards, followed again by a half-month major cold period, and finally concluding with a half-month minor cold period. The minor and major cold periods are relatively mild, allowing most male beastmen to withstand the chill. However, during the harshest blizzard period, snow can accumulate to over 4 meters. Even the strongest male beastmen must seek refuge in their dens to escape the snowstorm, while those of lower rank and weaker constitution struggle to survive. The survival rate of the young females and cubs in the tribe heavily relies on the quantity and quality of the fire seeds stored from previous years. If the fire seeds are abundant and well preserved, the survival rate will be higher. Conversely, if they are lacking, survival becomes precarious. 1 year. Excessive rainfall during the rainy season devastated much of the tribe and extinguished the painstakingly preserved fire seeds. That year, many young females and cubs lost their lives almost daily. Fortunately, this year, the situation has improved significantly, alleviating many concerns. The tribe is currently divided into several small groups dedicated to preserving flintstones. When winter arrives, Jiaojiao plans to procure additional flintstones for distribution. Compared to previous years, this year's circumstances are undoubtedly much better. Please find father and ask him to select over 50 agile male beastmen to come here. Their rank need not be too high. Those from a Hong rank will suffice. Once they arrive, bring them to gather some wooden stakes to enclose our yard, Jiaojiao gently instructed Chu Yu. Understood. Chu Yu promptly transformed into a fleeting shadow and departed. Come with me into the space and help process those wild ducks. The 3 of them have gone hunting, so I must trouble you to watch over the cubs for now. Not a problem, Jiaojiao. You can focus on your tasks, Ahai replied. Jiaojiao took Chu Yu's hand and stepped into the space. Time within this realm flows approximately 3 times faster than in the outside world, allowing the small beasts raised inside to grow at remarkable rates. Wild chickens and ducks that would take 3 months to mature in the outside world can reach market size in about 20 to 30 days within the space. Wild boars and sheep take around 2 months to reach market standards. Jiaojiao, the growth rate of these small beasts is truly astonishing, Chu Yu exclaimed. Indeed, our crops have also been growing rapidly, haven't they? Jiaojiao responded with a smile. The vegetables carefully cultivated by Chu Yu and the others have already yielded several harvests, and the crops have been harvested once as well. However, they have been too busy to process these crops in a timely manner. Standing before the wild duck enclosure, Chu Yu remarked, "When did the number of wild ducks become so vast?" He gazed in awe at the flocks of wild ducks, surprised by their abundance. That it seemed likely that all the wild chickens and ducks within a radius of several dozen kilometers had been collected into Jiaojiao's space. Indeed, I hadn't anticipated this either, Jiaojiao mused, relieved that the space was large enough. Otherwise, housing so many would be quite challenging. It is worth noting that since Jiaojiao tasked Hu Jinqian with capturing live small beasts for her, He's been bringing back dozens almost every day. Even on his days off from hunting, he finds time to catch a basket of wild beasts for Li Jiaojiao. His loyalty and diligence are evident. The beastmen in the tribe have exhibited even more enthusiasm. Since hearing that Li Jiaojiao needed small beasts, everyone who goes hunting captures several, if not dozens, of small beasts to present to her. Their respect and admiration for Li Jiaojiao are palpable, as if doing anything for her is a tremendous honor. Traditionally, the beastmen primarily hunted larger beasts, but now the previously overlooked small beasts have become highly sought after. As of now, over 50,000 small poultry have been raised in Li Jiaojiao's space. Jiaojiao, do we have any special use for these wild ducks when we take them out? Chu Yu inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Li Jiaojiao smiled mysteriously at him, her eyes sparkling with mischief that I cannot disclose it just yet. You will find out in a few days. Her tone was filled with confidence and anticipation. Chu Yu raised his arm and unleashed his ability, instantly stunning a group of wild ducks. These ducks, unable to resist, obediently fell to the ground. Li Jiaojiao nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with Chu Yu's performance. Bringing him was undoubtedly the right choice, for his efficiency rivals that of many, and his abilities have proven invaluable in this duck-catching endeavor. Chu Yu retrieved a large basket he had prepared and carefully placed the wild ducks inside one by one. With so many, are you sure you can carry it? Li Jiaojiao asked, eyeing the basket full of ducks, which likely weighed several hundred pounds, feeling a bit concerned. Chu Yu flexed his muscles, proclaiming, your beast husband is quite strong. Li Jiaojiao chuckled at Chu Yu's boastfulness. Once filled, she led Chu Yu to transport the basket of wild ducks outside. There, Chu Yu had already gathered people to enclose the yard with wooden stakes. To be cautious, Li Jiaojiao feared that if the wild ducks woke up, they might escape if the yard was not secured. Li Jiaojiao instructed Chu Yu to gently set the basket down. In a calm and serious tone, she addressed everyone. These wild ducks have merely lost consciousness temporarily. We must carefully pluck their soft down feathers and place them into these leather bags. During the plucking process, we must be cautious to avoid causing them any harm. While plucking some feathers will not cause severe damage, we should still be as gentle as possible. As she spoke, she demonstrated the correct plucking technique, ensuring that every male beastman could grasp it. Everyone observed intently, and their movements adhered closely to Li Jiaojiao's instructions, striving to be as gentle as possible. After plucking the feathers, Li Jiaojiao instructed everyone to return the wild ducks to the bamboo basket. She and Chu Yu then returned the plucked ducks to the space. These Hong-rank beastmen were indeed chosen by Chu Changtian, as their movements were swift and their teamwork seamless. Within just one morning, they processed over 3,000 wild ducks. By midday, Hu Zhenhai had prepared a sumptuous meal, and everyone gathered to enjoy the delicious roasted meat. The aroma of the roast meat wafted through the air, so delectable it nearly made one's tongue ache with desire. The heavenly maiden is truly different from us. Even the food is so delicious. I have never tasted anything so exquisite before. Heavenly maiden, may I learn to cook from your beastmen? My little female often complains that my cooking is subpar. That might be related to personal skill. As everyone savored the culinary delights, laughter and conversation filled the air, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. After the meal, they took a brief rest before diving back into their diligent and orderly work. Each individual appeared invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm as they continued to process the wild ducks. That on the fifth day, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, Li Jiaojiao had new arrangements. Please send 20 individuals to the riverbank with the down feathers we've collected and stored in the leather bags. There, I have designated several ponds where I need you to thoroughly wash the feathers. Heavenly maiden, what purpose do these feathers serve once cleaned? A curious male beastman could not help but ask. They have significant utility. They will greatly enhance the survival rates of the young females and cubs during winter. Upon hearing these words, the crowd appeared exceptionally exhilarated. Is it true? Celestial maiden, can these down feathers provide warmth for us? How wonderful! We are grateful for the wisdom of the celestial maiden. But hold your gratitude for a moment. This endeavor requires the collective effort of us all to be realized. That I need these feathers to be washed thoroughly, free of any odor. Is that feasible? Li Jiaojiao inquired softly. Certainly, Celestial Maiden tea is absolutely no problem. Rest assured, we will ensure they are impeccably clean and odorless. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with determination. They understood that Li Jiaojiao's words indicated that these feathers were crucial for the young females and cubs of the tribe to endure the harsh winter, and they were indeed. Li Jiaojiao's wisdom was evident to all. Now they had the opportunity to contribute to the future of the tribe, and they must excel in this task. This is truly splendid. I believe in your capabilities. I am confident you will accomplish this task brilliantly. Li Jiaojiao passionately praised the entire team. Subsequently, she requested Chu Changtian to assist in gathering a few willing young females to help. Their task would be to specifically air dry the freshly washed duck down. Lacking modern advanced machinery, they had to rely more on manual labor for this task. Fortunately, after more than 10 days of diligent effort, they successfully processed and handled a total of half a ton of duck down. Li Jiaojiao was very pleased with this outcome. Currently, there were approximately 500 young females and cubs in the fox tribe. The cubs, being small, required only 250 grams of down for each garment, with 2 pieces per individual, totaling 150,000 grams for 300 cubs as for the young females. 400 grams of down should suffice, again with 2 pieces each, thus requiring 160,000 grams for 200 young females. Ultimately, there would still be some left to create a thick winter coat weighing 600 grams for each of the 300 male beastmen that in this way, the young females and cubs of their tribe would have an additional layer of protection. Li Jiaojiao felt that her efforts had been rewarded. Chu Yu gently took Li Jiaojiao's hand, his gaze filled with concern as he said, "Jiaojiao, you have worked so hard. For the fox tribe, you have grown quite thin during this time." His words were imbued with care and affection. "Not at all. In fact, I feel I have gained a bit of weight." Li Jiaojiao thought that Chu Yu must have misjudged her. She did not perceive her efforts as particularly arduous. Rather, she found a sense of fulfillment in her busyness. It was indeed amusing that he could claim she had lost weight while she felt she had gained some. "Jiaojiao, those down feathers appear very warm. Will each of us receive one?" Hu Jintian gazed at Li Jiaojiao with hopeful eyes. "Everyone will receive one. However, we need not craft them ourselves, as the beast god has bestowed upon us finished products." Li Jiaojiao replied with a smile. This actually required her to purchase them herself. But it was fine. Now that they had points, although the price was steep, her beast husband naturally deserved her affection. "Wow, is that true? Jiaojiao, you are truly remarkable. The beast god is exceptionally kind to you." Wang Yuan exclaimed with innocent delight, his eyes filled with admiration for Li Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao merely smiled and chose not to elaborate further. She understood that all of this was the result of everyone's collective efforts. She had only contributed her part. She hoped to continue making contributions to the fox tribe in the future, ensuring a better life for all. In the following days, each household would send 1 or 2 skilled beastmen to Li Jiaojiao to learn how to craft feather-down garments using the furs they brought along. Li Jiaojiao had already prepared various style diagrams in advance for their reference and study. The enthusiasm for this task was exceedingly high, and the drive was palpable. "Celestial Maiden, this fur was brought to you by my young female. Who believes this pattern would look splendid on you? Celestial Maiden, this fragrant fruit was brought to you by my young female. It is delicious. Please have a taste." "Celestial Maiden, this colorful stone was found by my cub while playing outside. He asked me to present it to you as a token of affection." Each day, these beastmen arrived bearing numerous gifts. Li Jiaojiao felt touched and warmed by their gestures. Chapter 51. Crafting charcoal next. Li Jiaojiao needed to teach them how to make charcoal, so they could burn it during winter. Otherwise, burning firewood would be unbearable. Li Jiaojiao retrieved the comprehensive guide on charcoal production she had previously rewarded and meticulously studied the methods. The book not only detailed the steps, but also provided clear and comprehensible illustrations. Although it appeared straightforward, the key to charcoal making lay in mastering the right temperature, which was a skilled task. Feeling that she had grasped the essentials, Li Jiaojiao prepared to put her knowledge into practice. She decided to start by constructing a small earth kiln to test her skills. Thus, she sought the assistance of Chu Yu, Akai, and Hu Jintian. Akai, a Tian, could you help me find a flat area to dig such a pit? Chu Yu readily agreed, "Sure, There's a flat space at the foot of the mountain behind our tribe. I will take you there. Jiaojiao, how large should this pit be? After pondering for a moment, Li Jiaojiao replied, about this big. As she spoke, she gestured with her arms to indicate the size. Jiaojiao, what do you intend to do with this pit? Wang Yikai asked with a hint of excitement, but he was always filled with anticipation for Li Jiaojiao's creative ideas, believing that her mind was brimming with ingenious thoughts. Yes. Is there a depth requirement? Li Jiaojiao handed a book to Wang Yikai, pointing to an illustration within, explaining, I need a pit approximately the length of my calf, and then a square trench on the left side, with a sloped area opposite to it on the right. Just as depicted in the book, Wang Yikai glanced at the illustration, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. No problem. Jiaojiao, our divine canine tribe excels at digging pits. We can surely make it splendid for you. Wang Yikai exclaimed eagerly. Li Jiaojiao surveyed the surrounding area, meticulously observing the terrain and environment. This location was indeed ideal for digging a pit. If the trial run was successful, they could excavate a larger pit, as there was ample space. Having selected the site, they immediately began, rapidly digging the earth with their claws. Wang Yikai, Hu Jintian, and Chu Yu worked in unison, and the pit gradually took shape. They accurately dug a deep pit measuring 50 centimeters in depth and 150 centimeters in width, creating a square trench on the left and a corresponding slope on the right. Within half an hour, the pit was completed. Wang Yikai and the others looked at their achievement, nodding in satisfaction as they quietly awaited Li Jiaojiao's next instructions. Atian Akai, take the bone knives and gather firewood from the trees depicted in this illustration. Make sure to recognize and remember them. They shouldn't be too thick, just about the thickness of an arm. All right, how much do we need? Is there a specific quantity? Wang Yikai inquired. Fill all 4 baskets, please, Li Jiaojiao responded, unsure how much would suffice to fill the kiln pit. It was better to gather a bit more. You, bring some water and mud, move a few stones to cover most of the slope, leaving an opening, and then use the mud to seal the stones, ensuring no gaps remain. Chu Yu listened attentively to Li Jiaojiao's instructions and swiftly set to work. Meanwhile, Wang Yikai and Atian ventured into the woods with their bone knives, seeking the specified trees. These trees were tall, but not overly thick, making them relatively easy to fell. Approximately an hour later, they returned, carrying bundles of fresh wood that exuded a faint, pleasant aroma. Chu Yu had also successfully sealed the chimney opening with mud, as requested by Li Jiaojiao. All right, place the wood upright in the pit. Then lay a layer of horizontally placed branches on top, followed by a layer of straw, and finally, cover it all securely with mud, Li Jiaojiao directed. Wang Yikai and Hu Jintian carefully arranged the wood in the pit, placing the larger, thicker pieces in the center to provide sufficient heat, while the smaller, thinner pieces surrounded them to ensure an even flame. Next, they began constructing the kiln roof. Li Jiaojiao guided them, fully aware of the importance of this step, which required ensuring the roof's sturdiness and seal. The 3 followed Li Jiaojiao's instructions, layering straw over the wood, then applying thick mud in circular motions from the edges inward. They meticulously smeared the mud, ensuring no gaps remained. Next, they picked up a wide wooden plank and struck it forcefully, compacting the mud further. After completing one layer, they applied another layer of mud and repeated the process, gradually forming a solid kiln roof. This process required patience and meticulousness, as the quality of the roof directly influenced the effectiveness of the burning. That if the roof were not sturdy, it might collapse during the burning process, rendering all their efforts futile. After much effort, the roof was finally completed. After meticulously inspecting everything, Li Jiaojiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Confident that there were no issues, she understood that the next phase was the most critical, the firing stage, where everything hinged upon the carefully constructed kiln. This will do. We can start the fire now, she exclaimed with excitement. She retrieved 2 flint stones from her pocket and began striking them together vigorously. With each crisp sound of impact, sparks flew. She cautiously placed the glowing embers on a bed of dry grass she had prepared in advance. The grass ignited swiftly, and the flames began to spread to the surrounding timber, catching fire. Firing the kiln was a task that required both patience and skill, with the most crucial aspect being the necessity for a continuous burn. Any interruption could severely affect the yield of charcoal and potentially jeopardize the entire firing process. Li Jiaojiao solemnly instructed her companions on this matter. Furthermore, the flames needed to be precisely directed towards the sloped hole, commonly referred to as the chimney. Only by ensuring that the flames could ascend smoothly and create a convection current could the firewood within the kiln burn thoroughly, yielding the finest charcoal. The fire mouth was equally vital, as it directly influenced the intensity and stability of the fire. Fully aware of this, Li Jiaojiao stationed Hu Jintian by the fire mouth, continuously adding wood to maintain a robust blaze. After approximately 2 to 3 hours of sustained combustion, Li Jiaojiao calculated that the wood inside should be completely burned. She then led everyone back to the beast den, where Hu Jinhai had prepared a hearty meal, and they all enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Upon their return to the kiln, they discovered that all the wood at the entrance had been completely consumed, and the smoke billowing from the chimney was no longer as thick and acrid as before. It's time to seal the kiln, Li Jiaojiao concluded after careful observation. How do we seal it? Jiaojiao, you lead the way, Hu Jintian inquired. Are you foolish? Isn't it written in the book? Wang Yikai playfully slapped Hu Jintian. That I know. We need to seal both the chimney and the fire mouth with mud, Chu Yu stated, bringing over some clay from nearby to thoroughly seal the openings, ensuring that not a single breeze could penetrate. We must let it smother overnight. Having tidied up, Li Jiaojiao and her companions returned. Jiaojiao, what did you do today? Chu Yu approached her as she arrived. With an air of mystery, Li Jiaojiao replied, Oh, I accomplished something significant. If successful, all the beastmen will no longer have to fear the extreme cold this year. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Oh, what could be so important? Chu Yu asked curiously. Li Jiaojiao, beaming with pride, declared, I attempted to create a type of charcoal that can be used for heating within the cave. This way, even in frigid weather, everyone can live comfortably and warmly. Chu Yu, astonished, could hardly contain his amazement. Jiaojiao, you are truly brilliant. This idea is simply extraordinary. He couldn't help but admire Li Jiaojiao's ingenuity and creativity. Li Jiaojiao chuckled. However, we must wait for another night to see if our method is viable. Yet, she was confident that with persistent effort, if this attempt failed, they would surely succeed in subsequent trials. The following day, Li Jiaojiao and her companions prepared to open the kiln. Many beastmen, having heard that Li Jiaojiao was experimenting with new innovations, wished to join in the excitement. As the clay sealing the fire mouth was removed, Li Jiaojiao anxiously leaned in for a closer look. Upon seeing the outcome, she joyfully leaped on a Chu Yu, exclaiming, look, we succeeded. The quality of these charcoals is exceptional. They appear to be the long-lasting, low-smoke variety known as silver silk charcoal. Now we can commence large-scale production of this firewood to prepare for the tribe's winter heating. Chu Yu embraced Li Jiaojiao tightly, exclaiming, Jiaojiao, you are simply amazing. Your invention will transform the entire tribe's way of life, freeing everyone from the struggles of the cold. Hu Jintian and the others carefully extracted the charcoal, each piece gleaming a silvery black, resonating with a metallic sound when struck. Li Jiaojiao attempted to ignite a nearby pile of wood, placing the extracted charcoal within. Instantly, the smoke diminished, and the flames surged beautifully. A few skeptical male beastmen doubted the efficacy of such small charcoal. Touch it. It doesn't look very impressive. One bold male beastman approached, reaching out to touch it, only to recoil in shock from the heat. The other beastmen hesitated to approach, yet they could feel the warmth radiating from that small piece of charcoal, their eyes reflecting admiration and gratitude towards Li Jiaojiao, as if she had become a hero among the tribe. Under Li Jiaojiao's guidance, the group swiftly divided into 2 teams, one to excavate a massive new kiln in an adjacent clearing, while the other, led by Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai, ventured into the mountains for firewood. Every step was meticulously executed according to Li Jiaojiao's directives. On the 3rd day, when the kiln was opened, beastmen from the entire tribe gathered. Gazing at the rows of silvery black charcoal within the kiln, they erupted into thunderous cheers. Heavenly Maiden! Heavenly Maiden! Heavenly Maiden! May the beast god bless us! This year our young females and cubs will no longer have to sleep in cold beast dens. Had we possessed this charcoal 2 years ago, my cub would not have perished from the cold. A female beastman, smiling through tears of joy, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, beast god, for your blessings. Thank you, heavenly maiden, for your gifts. The crowd collectively knelt in gratitude. Hearing their praises, Li Jiaojiao felt a stirring in her heart. Chu Yu and Chu Yu stood beside her, sharing in her joy to Tian. Kai, spend the next few days observing and learning, then try to fire the charcoal from start to finish yourselves, Li Jiaojiao instructed earnestly. Understood, they both replied in unison, believing Li Jiaojiao intended to have them handle the charcoal for their families this winter. But then Li Jiaojiao added, Yu and he should join too, aiming for everyone to be able to produce charcoal themselves. Jiaojiao, I thought Kai and I could manage enough for our families. Hu Jintian expressed confusion that Tian. Kai, once you learn, you can teach the Hu Shao and Shan Quan tribes. Jiaojiao, have I done something wrong? Are you pushing me away? Wang Yikai's eyes filled with tears. Looking at Li Jiaojiao with a pleading gaze, Hu Jintian anxiously circled around her, repeatedly asking why. Jiaojiao, I don't want to go back. Calm down. I haven't finished speaking. Li Jiaojiao grasped the agitated Hu Jintian and Wang Yikai. The two paused, relieved that she was not dismissing them. Listen to me. I was thinking that after you learn, you can return to the Hu Shao tribe and the Shan Quan tribe to teach them. I calculated that there are nearly 2 months until winter. If all goes well, you will return just in time to prepare for the cold season. Realizing Li Jiaojiao's intentions, the two beastmen felt a wave of relief wash over them. Jiaojiao, are you truly willing to share such valuable knowledge with our tribes? They gazed at her with gratitude. Li Jiaojiao, amused, replied, What kind of question is that? The Hu Shao tribe and the Shan Quan tribe have treated me like a daughter. Of course, I am eager to share anything that can protect everyone. Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yiyuan looked at her with appreciation. All right, stop looking at me like that. Get moving. Those learning should study, those cooking should cook, and those caring for cubs should tend to them. I'm hungry. Hi, I'm off to prepare a meal. Hu Zhenhai hastily ran off to cook. I'm so tired these past few days. Li Jiaojiao playfully pouted, reaching for a hug. Chu Yu, feeling sympathetic, said, Let me massage you a bit. Okay, thank you, my dear husband, Li Jiaojiao exclaimed joyfully without thinking. What do these words mean? Jiaojiao, could you explain? The curious Chu Yu chimed in. Dear signifies someone with whom you share a very intimate relationship, someone you love, and husband refers to a partner. Only a partner can be addressed this way. Then, if you call me husband, what should I call you? Wife, Li Jiaojiao mischievously laughed. Then you're also my dear wife, Chu Yu said earnestly, gazing at Li Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao looked into Chu Yu's sincere eyes and heard him call her wife in his deep voice. Her heart fluttered. Could you say it again? I want to hear it once more. Wife, dear wife. Unable to resist, Li Jiaojiao planted a sweet kiss on him. Chapter 52. Kai and Tian return to the tribe. The river-style massage even made its way to the bed. This evokes a sense of wonder. This distinctive method of massage truly opens one's eyes. Li Jiaojiao, enveloped in this gentle and unique massage, finds herself in a state of comfort and enjoyment. Meanwhile, Wang Yikai, after 3 attempts, has gradually mastered the technique, successfully producing a kiln of perfect charcoal with an impressive yield of 9.5. In contrast, Hu Jintian, on his 4th attempt, could only achieve a pitiful yield of around 80. Originally, they had planned to set off together back to their respective tribes, but it now seems that Wang Yikai must depart first. As for when Hu Jintian will return, it all depends on when he fully grasps the art of charcoal making, a fact that remains uncertain. Chu Yu selected 3 Earth Tier and 3 Yellow Tier male beastmen to accompany Wang Yikai to the Divine Dog tribe. Li Jiaojiao then produced a leather pouch and handed it to Wang Yikai. Kai. This contains 50 loyalty pills and 50 primary promotion pills. She further explained, each of these promotion pills can elevate a beast's rank, which you are undoubtedly aware of. The loyalty pills, on the other hand, are a precautionary measure to prevent them from turning against us after their ranks are enhanced, that we do not require their absolute loyalty, as we do not possess vast territories to defend. However, as we expand our own tribe, we must guard against potential threats they may pose. Do you understand this? Wang Yikai, with a serious expression, nodded and replied. Jiaojiao, I understand. Once everyone's strength is enhanced, it is inevitable that ambitious beastmen will emerge. While we will not oppress them, it does not guarantee they will remain compliant. Hearing Wang Yikai's response, Li Jiaojiao felt a flicker of surprise. She had previously thought Wang Yikai somewhat naive, yet was astounded by his intelligence and depth of understanding that a sense of comfort washed over her as her gaze shifted to Hu Jintian. Reflecting the same expectation, Jiaojiao, I understand too, Hu Jintian quickly asserted, his tone resolute and earnest. Very well. I shall say no more. I will give you your share when you are ready to leave, Li Jiaojiao said with a smile. Thank you, Jiaojiao, Hu Jintian expressed his gratitude. Standing aside, Wang Yikai felt a whirlwind of emotions he couldn't help but voice, Jiaojiao, I will miss you terribly that I may not see you for a long time, and I don't really want to go back. Perhaps I should let a Yuan return instead. His voice was tinged with evident reluctance and affection. Li Jiaojiao looked at him tenderly, her eyes filled with understanding. She gently reassured him, silly, the sooner you go. The sooner you can return, and we shall meet again soon. She lightly patted Wang Yikai's shoulder. Then, her expression turned serious as she earnestly told Wang Yikai, Akai, the charcoal may be pivotal for the tribe's survival through the winter. This is no trivial matter that I believe in your capabilities and your resolve as the young master to do what is best for your people, which is why I entrusted you with such an important task. You won't let me down, will you? Her gaze fixed intently on Wang Yikai, seeking a firm affirmation. Wang Yikai immediately straightened his posture and, with determined eyes, declared, of course not. With your belief in me, I will undoubtedly teach them well. His voice resonated with assurance. Li Jiaojiao presented him with another leather pouch, stating here, this pouch contains 20 pairs of flint stones. While we cannot provide them to every household, it will alleviate the current tension surrounding the use of fire in the tribe. These flint stones were, in fact, purchased by Li Jiaojiao from the marketplace. Wang Yikai, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Li Jiaojiao and, with a choked voice, exclaimed, Wu Jiaojiao, how could you be so wonderful? And there's more. This bag of coarse salt is for you to take back. A small gift from my father and mother. Li Jiaojiao instructed Chu Yu to carry the prepared 50 kilograms of salt to Wang Yikai. Wang Yikai was left speechless, utterly astonished. It is well known how precious salt is in the beast world. Li Jiaojiao's generosity was astounding. Jiaojiao, I am at a loss for words. You are truly remarkable. Li Jiaojiao wrapped her arms around his waist, leaning in closer to whisper in his ear with a gentle tone. Is that all? This is just the beginning. When you return, I promise to bear you many adorable little cubs, all right? This statement struck Wang Yikai like a bolt of surprise, leaving him momentarily dizzy, his ears ringing. As he questioned whether he had misheard, Jiaojiao, I don't think I quite caught what you just said. Li Jiaojiao, witnessing his bewildered expression, smiled softly and leaned closer to his ear to repeat, I said, when you return, I will bear you a whole bunch of cute little cubs. Jiaojiao, I am utterly in love with you. You promise not to go back on your word, Wang Yikai exclaimed excitedly. No backing out. Everyone is listening. Now, off you go, while there is still daylight, Li Jiaojiao replied with a smile. Wang Yikai turned to find everyone watching them. Suddenly feeling shy, he chuckled foolishly before setting off with his belongings and companions. How have you been learning? Li Jiaojiao inquired with concern after bidding farewell to Wang Yikai, addressing Hu Jintian. The yield was only around half. I still cannot achieve the near total success that you and Akai. And you have, Hu Jintian admitted, feeling somewhat ashamed as he lowered his head like a large tiger. And oh worries, a Tian, Li Jiaojiao reassured him. Let us go through the process once more, and I'll help you identify the issues. Hu Jintian nodded and began the charcoal-making process anew. Meticulously following the previous steps, he took up his shovel and diligently dug the pit, the soil quickly forming a small mound. Next, he carefully sealed the chimney. Ensuring no gaps remained, he then fetched 2 bamboo baskets of firewood, placing them aside. After completing these preparations, Hu Jintian placed the wood inside the kiln and sealed the top with mud. He then ignited the fire. Commencing the charcoal-making process, the flames roared and heat surged. However, upon returning the next day to open the kiln, he discovered that the final product yielded only around 80 Jiaojiao observed the entire process closely and had pinpointed Hu Jintian's mistakes. Ation, you have two issues. First, the kiln's top was not sealed tightly enough, allowing smoke to escape during the burning. Second, the firewood you selected was too coarse and did not burn long enough, resulting in incomplete combustion of the final product. Let us do it again. Upon hearing Li Jiaojiao's words, Hu Jintian suddenly realized that he had overlooked these details. Li Jiaojiao patiently explained to him. Ation, there's no need to apologize. It's I who hope you will be more diligent. After all, an opportunity to enhance the winter survival rate of the Tiger Howl tribe lies before us. If you do not strive to master this skill, the burden of conscience will rest upon you. This concerns the lives of your beloved kin and tribe. In this beast world, beastmen possess a profound sense of moral responsibility. If Hu Jintian were to fail to bring back the method of charcoal, making due to his negligence, resulting in the suffering or even death of his tribe during the harsh winter, his kin may not blame him, but he would not escape the guilt that would haunt him forever. Thus, Li Jiaojiao merely stated the facts. The choice to learn earnestly was Hu Jintian's to make. Hu Jintian was deeply moved by Li Jiaojiao's words, as if awakening from a dream. Indeed, as the young master of the family, what have I been doing? There are so many things I could do well. Yet I have tried countless times without achieving the desired outcome. Have I truly put in my heart and soul? Seeing Hu Jintian showing signs of reflection, Li Jiaojiao gently encouraged him. There is still a chance. Ation, Jiaojiao, I will certainly take this seriously, Hu Jintian solemnly promised. Good, I believe in you. Now, I shall watch your performance moving forward. We all believe in you. Chu Yu clapped him on the shoulder. Offering encouragement, Hu Jintian took a deep breath and approached the pit, resolved to start anew. This time, he approached each step with utmost seriousness, paying attention to every detail while diligently remembering every technique Li Jiaojiao had mentioned. At last, the new kiln was sealed, and everyone appeared very tense, particularly Hu Jintian, who was exceedingly anxious. He was uncertain whether he could produce a perfect batch this time. His heart raced with anticipation. The next day, Hu Jintian arrived early at the kiln, nervously and cautiously prying open the seal mud at the fire opening that he carefully inspected the interior. I did it. I finally succeeded. Li Jiaojiao and Chu Yu, along with Chu He, had just arrived nearby when they heard Hu Jintian's jubilant shout. They exchanged glances and burst into smiles, just as Hu Jintian was about to rush home to find Li Jiaojiao. He encountered the three of them. Congratulations, Ation. Chu Yu clapped Hu Jintian on the shoulder. Congratulations. Chu Yu also expressed his congratulations, saying, if you pay close attention, nothing is truly difficult, right? Li Jiaojiao smiled at him. And Hu Jintian embraced her tightly, exclaiming, Jiaojiao, thank you. All right. Here, this is for you to Li Jiaojiao pointed to the two animal skin bags in Chu He's hands that it's the same as Akai's. One bag contains 50 primary promotion pills and 50 loyalty pills, while the other holds 20 pairs of flint stones that I hope the Hu Shao tribe can safely survive this winter. Jiaojiao, thank you for everything you've done for our Hu Shao tribe. Hu Jintian said, visibly moved, that I hope you can bring them hope and let them express their gratitude to you. Return swiftly. We will all be waiting here for you. Hu Jintian suddenly felt a pang of sadness, reluctant to part ways before they had even begun their journey. Jiaojiao, I will return as soon as possible. But don't forget the main task. You must teach them all. Trust me once more. This time I will surely give my all. Li Jiaojiao nodded earnestly, gazing at him that Hu Jintian reluctantly released her, gathered his belongings, and, accompanied by the 6 individuals chosen by Chu Yu, turned back several times before finally racing towards the Hu Shao tribe. Wang Yikai and his companions were all high-ranking beastmen. They encountered little danger on their journey. The most formidable beast they faced was a wolf-rat beast, equivalent to the Xian rank, on the 6th day of their departure. The others didn't even need to intervene. Wang Yikai transformed into his beast form, moving as swiftly as lightning, extending his claws. Instantly, 3 deep gashes, approximately 8 centimeters deep and over 30 centimeters long, appeared on the wolf-rat, blood gushing forth. Provoked, the wolf-rat lunged at him even more ferociously. Wang Yikai made a nimble turn and leapt, his claws targeting the wolf-rat's neck. The 3 horrific wounds severed its throat. The wolf-rat, unwilling to accept defeat, glared at Wang Yikai before collapsing into a pool of blood. Wang Yikai retrieved the yellow crystal core from the wolf rat. Although Li Jiaojiao didn't rely on these cores to elevate her beast rank. They could be collected to craft bracelets or necklaces for her. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. It seemed he could put this plan into action on the return journey. The other beastmen, witnessing Wang Yikai's effortless victory in 2 moves, gained a clearer understanding of the strength possessed by the Tian-rank beastmen. Their entire group, all high-ranking beastmen, traveled day and night, remarkably reaching the Divine Dog tribe in just 14 days, a faster pace than before. Chu Yu set out 4 days later than Wang Yikai, accompanied by 7 others who carried the same goods prepared by Li Jiaojiao towards the Huxiao tribe. The Huxiao tribe was relatively nearby, and the group rushed back, arriving at the Huxiao tribe on the 10th day. Tribe leader, the young master has returned. Upon entering the tribe, the patrolling beastmen hurried to report the news. Father, mother, I'm back, Hu Yitong, puzzled, asked. It's autumn, the busiest time. Why have you suddenly returned? Did this brat get sent back? Shi Yin was less courteous, delivering a sharp slap to Hu Zhentian's head. You little rascal, don't tell me a little female doesn't want you anymore. Mother, that hurts. Please be gentler. Hu Zhentian rubbed his aching head and continued. How could that be? Although I may be a bit foolish. My Jiaojiao is not that kind of person. She treats me well, doesn't she? Right, a bow. Accompanying him, a bow chimed in. Yes, tribe leader, you've misunderstood a Tian. Exactly. Look, these are all gifts that my Jiaojiao asked me to bring back. If she had sent me away, would she have given me these to take home? Hu Yitong looked at the full animal skin bag of coarse salt and the seemingly plentiful flintstones. Smiling broadly to it, seems this little rascal isn't too bad after all. What's this? Hu Yitong pointed at the bag of pills. Seeing his father staring intently at the pills, Hu Zhentian's expression grew serious. I'll tell you later. First, let us eat. Father, I'm starving. Food's here. Hu Banxia, another partner Shi Yun, entered with the dishes. Thank you, Xia A Fu. Hu Zhentian beamed, expressing his gratitude. Silly child, there's no need to thank me. Hu Banxia chuckled warmly to the tribe leader. Hu Yitong was busy with affairs, often relying on Hu Banxia to care for Hu Zhentian since childhood, which contributed to Hu Zhentian's silly demeanor. The group finished their meal in no time. Now that we've finished eating, can we talk? Hu Yitong observed Hu Zhentian with keen interest, eager to hear what significant matter he had to share. Father, don't look at me like that. I truly have a serious and important matter to discuss, one that concerns our tribe's ability to survive the winter. Upon hearing that it was about the tribe's well-being, Hu Yitong immediately perked up, asking urgently, what is going on? Speak clearly. Well, Father, Jiaojiao taught us to make a wondrous item that can be burned inside caves during winter, producing no thick smoke and providing warmth to the beast dens. The entire tribe won't have to worry about freezing to death in winter. What did you say? Hu Yitong exclaimed, jumping up in disbelief. Here it is that Chu Zhentian retrieved several pieces of prepared charcoal from a bamboo basket covered with animal skins. Chu Yitong took it and examined it closely, perplexed. Why does this look like a wooden stick? It's made from wood. Hu Zhentian grinned foolishly. Father's eyes are still sharp. You little rascal, are you making fun of me? Hu Yitong, already half convinced, lost faith upon seeing Hu Zhentian's demeanor. He playfully smacked Hu Zhentian's head several times, admonishing, stop joking around and clarify what is going on. Hey, don't hit me, Father. How could I joke about something so important? I'm telling the truth. Hu Zhentian anxiously explained, dodging behind Shi Yun to evade his father's ire. Mother, look at your beast husband. His temper is too volatile. No wonder I'm also hot-tempered. He couldn't help but complained his mother. Shi Yin shot him an exasperated glare, her tone laced with both helplessness and reproach. How can you say that? You only learn the bad things, right? Just wait until one day Jiaojiao gets tired of you. Then you'll see. Her words conveyed her concern and discontent towards her son. Atong, let the child speak first. If it's not true, then you can hit him afterward. Hu Banxia interjected, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Speak quickly, Hu Yitong urged, clearly losing patience. This is indeed a wooden stick. I'm not lying to you. But it's not an ordinary wooden stick. It's made from specific wood that needs to be selected. And then it can be transformed through burning. He continued explaining, a hint of pride in his tone. How can this look like that and still burn? It can provide warmth? Hu Yitong asked, evidently skeptical of his son's words. Yes, that's precisely it. Hu Zhentian affirmed, his eyes shining with determination. Seeing that they remained doubtful, Hu Zhentian resolved to demonstrate his claims through action. He gathered some dry grass and ignited a fire. As the wood was added, a thick plume of smoke billowed forth, choking everyone present. However, when he tossed several pieces of charcoal into the fire, the thick smoke gradually vanished, while the flames continued to blaze fiercely. Before long, the temperature within the cave noticeably rose, becoming warm. Chu Zhentian watched the astonishment on their faces, feeling a swell of pride. You can make this charcoal? Hu Yitong questioned, still skeptical, since his son had always been clumsy in most matters aside from his talent in cultivation. Chu Zhentian replied, somewhat disgruntled, Father, what kind of remark is that? Not only can I make it, but I also plan to teach all of you how to do it. Despite his confidence, Hu Zhentian felt a twinge of uncertainty and asked, does your little female agree? Didn't you say this was her idea? She is the one who asked me to come back. Why don't you believe me? My Jiaojiao cares about us. As he spoke, Hu Zhentian's enthusiasm soared. All right, enough of this nonsense. Let us get to the main topic. She couldn't bear his boastful attitude any longer, feeling he seemed even more foolish than before. How does she tolerate you? Talking too much is pointless. You'll only know once you see it. Come with me. With that, she turned and headed toward the back mountain. Upon reaching a flat clearing, Hu Zhentian stopped and instructed the fox tribe beastmen. Xiao Shuai, you three dig a pit here. He then turned to the other three, saying a bow, let us go chop some wood. As the crowd nodded in agreement, two groups began their tasks with clear roles. Some dug pits while others chopped wood. Soon, Hu Zhentian and his companions returned with the felled trees, only to find the pits expertly excavated. They neatly placed the cut firewood into the pits, and Hu Zhentian began the familiar task he had performed numerous times before. With utmost care and meticulousness, he constructed the kiln, ignited the fire, and sealed it off, completing the entire process in one seamless flow. Dusting off his hands, Hu Zhentian remarked with satisfaction, all done. Now we merely await the unveiling tomorrow. Is it really finished? Hu Yitong asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Not quite. That we must allow it to burn thoroughly, and then smother it for a night before we can declare success. Very well. Let us return tomorrow to see the results. If it is indeed a success, I shall prepare some gifts for you to express our gratitude to your little female, Hu Yitong said with a paternal smile, gently patting Hu Zhentian's shoulder. Then you must hasten to prepare those gifts. After teaching you, I need to make my way back quickly, Hu Zhentian replied. Indeed, it is time to return promptly. How could a mated orc frequently visit his own tribe? Otherwise, if Jiaojiao gets upset, it could spell trouble. Shi Yin interjected, understandingly. Not that I'm afraid of Jiaojiao's displeasure. She even encouraged me to return and spend more time conversing with you all. Hu Zhentian countered, it's simply my desire to return swiftly. Jiaojiao is expecting offspring from Xiong and a Yuan. She promised that if I complete my task satisfactorily, she will bear me children. Truly, Ahai is about to become a father, Shi Yin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She was unconcerned about which of her children would arrive first. Yes, mother, Xiong's current brood is nearly due. Perhaps this is why Jiao urged my return. Hu Bangxia added with a reassuring smile. Upon returning to the beast inn, a few orcs from the fox tribe had already been assigned to rest. As Shi Yin stepped inside, she burst into laughter. Oh my, this wood burns quite well. We tossed in 2 logs before heading out, and there's still a blaze gathered around the fire. Hu Zhentian introduced the second important matter of their return. Father, this is a promotion elixir. Hu Yitong, gazing at the gleaming potion in Hu Zhentian's hand, felt a wave of dizziness, struggling to comprehend. What is this? A promotion elixir. Consuming this will elevate one's beast rank by 1 tier. Hu Yitong took it with a forced calmness. Scrutinizing it closely, he had always known that one could enhance their beast rank through cultivation or by consuming crystal cores, but he had never imagined that such a small vial could hold such power. Father, these were all given to me by Jiaojiao. She instructed me to select some well-behaved and diligent orcs to distribute them among, thereby enhancing our tribe's overall strength. Make a tea that time. This should be distributed as well. Hu Jintian added, producing a loyalty elixir and handing it over, offering no further explanation. Did Jiaojiao truly say so? Indeed. As a celestial maiden, she carries the sacred mission of ensuring the orc god's progeny thrives. The survival of our offspring hinges on the strength of the orcs. If their ranks are too low, even new lives born within the tribe may succumb to the fates of misfortune. As the discussion unfolded, Xian suddenly gasped, "Ation, why do you seem to lack a beast rank?" It was only then that Hu Yitong and the others realized they could no longer discern Hu Jintian's beast rank. "Father, mother, do not worry. I have reached the celestial tier." Jiaojiao concealed our ranks as she feared ours might draw too much attention. "You all, besides you and those two from the Chu family." "Who else?" A Xiong Akai Yuan. "It's all of us." Hu Yitong and the others were left speechless, astonished. "Did you all also consume this elixir to rise in rank?" Hu Yitong finally asked, regaining his composure. "Yes, upon forming a bond with Jiaojiao, she elevated us all. Hu Yitong and the others gained a newfound understanding of Jiaojiao's abilities. "Father, mother, I have returned." Wang Yikai's voice echoed joyfully above the tribe, as he called out even before entering. "Why are you back at this hour? Has your little female returned?" Wang Yikai's mother, Mu Yao, hurried outside upon hearing his voice, peering behind him, only to see a few strong orc warriors from the fox tribe, but no sign of his female, causing her to gasp in surprise. "Why have you returned alone? You haven't done something to upset your little female, have you? She didn't send you back, did she?" Mu Yao pulled Wang Yikai aside, her eyes filled with concern and worry. "Mother, you underestimate me. Jiaojiao is quite fond of me. She even urged me to return early, saying she would bear me more children soon." Wang Yikai replied proudly, a blissful smile lighting his face as he bashfully scratched his head. "Is that true? Did you return for something important?" Wang Ting scrutinized Wang Yikai with doubt, his brows knitted tightly. Clearly unconvinced by Wang Yikai's claims, one of the accompanying male orcs stepped forward to defend the celestial maiden. "Tribe leader, our celestial maiden is always approachable and treats her beast husbands exceptionally well. This time, Akai returned with a task bestowed by the celestial maiden." "What task?" Wang Ting turned his gaze toward Wang Yikai. "Father, could we have something to eat first? We're nearly exhausted from the journey." Wang Yikai exclaimed. Being a celestial tier beast himself, he was faring well, but his 6 fox tribe companions had been struggling to keep up due to the relentless pace. Wang Ting promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare a lavish meal. However, as Wang Yikai began to eat, he nearly choked back his disgust. The food was bland, lacking flavor except for a hint of salt, a far cry from the delectable meals he enjoyed at home. Truly, it is easier to descend from luxury to frugality than the reverse. Seeing his expression, Mu Yao shot him a stern look, prompting Wang Yikai to obediently swallow his food. "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Mu Yao asked, still concerned to know. "It's nothing," Wang Yikai replied, frightened into silence by his mother's glare. Once the meal concluded, Wang Ting arranged for the fox tribe warriors accompanying Wang Yikai to rest. As the family gathered together, they convened a meeting. "I have returned with 3 important matters to discuss. First, I wanted to see you all and share the joyous news. My cousin is expecting offspring, due to arrive soon, though I do not know how many, but it should be no fewer than 10. Jiaojiao promised that once I return, she would also bear me a child." He chuckled with glee. Wang Ting and Mu Yao exchanged glances, shaking their heads, choosing not to interrupt him, allowing him to revel in his delight. "Secondly, Jiaojiao has instructed me to teach our tribe how to produce charcoal for warmth during the winter." Mu Yao interjected, "What is charcoal?" "It's this. It's made from burning wood, producing little smoke, making it suitable for use in beast dens during winter. Jiao taught us how to make it, and she encouraged me and Ation to return and teach our respective tribes. Be why the blessing of the beast god. If this succeeds, the chances of survival for the little females and cubs in the tribe during winter will greatly increase." Wang Ting exclaimed excitedly, rising to inspect the charcoal Wang Yikai had brought. "And the third matter, Father, is this, a beast rank promotion elixir. Consuming one will elevate one's beast rank by 1 tier." Jiaojiao provided us with 50 of them for you to distribute among the capable orcs, thereby significantly enhancing our tribe's strength. This can truly elevate 1's beast rank, Wang Ting asked skeptically, taking the elixir and examining it closely. Yes, Father, can you tell that I am now at the celestial tier? It was Jiaojiao who gave me this elixir to help me ascend. Wang Ting circled around Wang Yikai. Astonished. No, that can't be. Little Kai, you have no visible beast rank. Wang Yikai paused, then recalled the situation. Father, I have indeed reached the celestial tier. Not just me, but a Xiong, a Hai, and a Tian from the Tiger Howl tribe are all at the celestial tier. But Jiaojiao concealed our ranks. Beast ranks can be concealed? Wang Ting was even more astonished. Others likely cannot, but Jiaojiao is a celestial maiden. Mu Yao hurried to the entrance of the beast inn to check for any passing tribe members. Not seeing anyone, she sighed in relief and returned, smacking Wang Yikai lightly. Are you trying to get us all killed? Keep your voice down. This is something that should remain within the family. Announcing it so loudly could bring trouble to Jiaojiao and the rest of you. Wang Yikai quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had nearly caused a disaster. Mother, I apologize. I want to do it again. You are right, son. Such matters should be discussed quietly among ourselves, and it's best not to let outsiders know. I understand, Father, Wang Yikai replied, lowering his head. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. Wang Ting signaled for Wang Yikai to continue. Those are the main points. After a day of rest tomorrow, we can prepare a kiln for you to observe. It's not difficult. Additionally, Father, please take the next few days to select the orcs suitable for promotion, and when you give them the elixirs, have them consume this as well. Wang Yikai added, producing the loyalty elixir once more. What is this? Our safeguard, to prevent any adverse outcomes from those whose ranks have been elevated. Wang Yikai did not explicitly state it, but Wang Ting had already understood. Early the next morning, Wang Yikai, along with 6 members of the Fox tribe, engaged in various tasks, some chopping wood, others digging pits. Before long, they had successfully kindled a fire. After finishing their lunch, seeing that the fire was nearly ready, Wang Yikai decisively sealed the kiln on Wang Ting's side. The preparations were swift. By the time Wang Yikai returned, 50 male beastmen were already waiting. As Wang Yikai approached the crowd, he addressed the warriors. I trust my father has informed you all of the purpose behind gathering everyone today. Those who were not selected need not feel disheartened. The elixirs are limited, and we will proceed in batches. As long as you all remain diligent and earnest in your endeavors, I assure you that next time, or the time after that, you will surely be among the chosen. The beastmen, initially disheartened by their exclusion, felt their spirits lift upon hearing Wang Yikai's words regarding the limited nature of the elixirs. Wang Yikai distributed the elixirs one by one, offering no further explanation as to why there were only 2. As soon as the elixirs were consumed, the beastmen felt their ranks rise, each one ascending a level in their abilities. The astonishment was palpable. Some had been stagnating at a particular rank for quite some time. Yet unexpectedly, 2 elixirs allowed them to achieve a breakthrough. Thus, the Divine Canine tribe boasted 3 heavenly tier members, with Wang Ting being one of them and 2 newly promoted, 10 Earth tier members, 20 Mystic tier members, 18 Yellow tier members, and 22 Universe tier members, initially 40, with 18 having risen, 40 Temporal tier members, 37 Flood tier members, and 98 Wilderness tier members. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Celestial Maiden. The crowd expressed their excitement, bowing deeply to Wang Yikai. The next day, Wang Yikai led his kin to open the kiln, and just like the previous times, this one was extraordinarily successful. The onlookers gazed at the dark charcoal, skeptical that such a substance could provide warmth. Wang Yikai had prepared for this moment. He lit a fire, initially adding dry firewood to allow his kin to experience the thick smoke. Once everyone was nearly blinded by the smoke, he removed the firewood and tossed in a few pieces of charcoal. Undoubtedly, the results were impressive. They felt warmth without the overwhelming smoke. There was not even a trace of it. Young master, this is truly remarkable. Young master, can we learn this too? Young master, I wish to learn as well. This way, we need not fear the cold in winter. Wang Yikai listened to the excited chatter of his kin and replied earnestly, of course, you can learn, My little female taught me that one of my first tasks upon returning was to teach you all how to do this. Not only for our divine canine tribe, but the Xiaojiao tribe has also sent their young master back to teach. Young master, I heard your little female is a celestial maiden. Is that true? I've heard she's quite beautiful. Wang Yikai felt a surge of joy as the crowd praised Li Jiaojiao, but he smiled and said, My little female is indeed a celestial maiden. She is also exceptionally beautiful. However, beauty is merely a trivial attribute among her many virtues. She is diligent, earnest in her work, intelligent, and possesses a strong capacity for learning. Most importantly, she has a kind heart, caring not only for the fox tribe, but also for our divine canine tribe and the Xiaojiao tribe. The few brothers of the fox tribe, hearing Wang Yikai's heartfelt praise for their celestial maiden, felt even more favorably toward him, and while little female also brought back 20 pairs of flint. There is no need to worry about preserving fire for the winter. Thank you, young master. Thank you, celestial maiden. In the following days, they worked fervently, and soon, a group of eager beastmen was able to produce remarkably perfect charcoal. Wang Yikai, seeing their progress, prepared to return to find Li Jiaojiao. Meanwhile, Hu Jintian's progress was also proceeding smoothly. Since he began to meticulously attend to every detail, his work had improved tremendously. He held himself to high standards, even when his tribesmen achieved an 80% success rate in charcoal production. He would shake his head in disapproval. Chu Yitong observed his son's diligence with a sense of satisfaction and remarked to Xiyun, This child was always so impulsive and lacked patience. I never expected him to become so meticulous in his endeavors. It must be the power of love. You were once like Atian before you found your mate. I worried about whether you would starve me or drive me to madness. Who would have thought that after having a child? You would change so much, even rising to the position of tribe leader. Hu Yitong's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, Xiyun, please spare me your teasing. What Wang Yikai was unaware of was that on the 10th day of their departure, before they even reached the tribe, Li Jiaojiao, accompanied by Hu Zhenhai, had given birth to their first tiger cub. For a month now, Li Jiaojiao had been receiving updates on the births of countless third-batch female offspring, totaling 55 individuals who had birthed 267 cubs. One particularly prolific female had even given birth to 6. This time, there were a total of 102 Mystic Tier cubs, 124 Yellow Tier cubs, 35 Universe Tier cubs, and 6 Temporal Tier cubs, earning a total of 27,760 points, 369 birthing elixirs, 369 loyalty elixirs, and 328 beginner upgrade elixirs. Li Jiaojiao had become quite adept at accepting her rewards with composure. We are now wealthy, but we must remain low-key. After the last female had given birth, Li Jiaojiao felt the onset of labor. The shamaness had long been waiting for her. After finishing their meal, they had been basking in the sun when Hu Zhenhai noticed Li Jiaojiao's furrowed brow and immediately asked with concern, Jiaojiao, are you about to give birth? Chu Yu quickly interjected, Quickly, help Jiaojiao back to bed. Hu Zhenhai promptly scooped Li Jiaojiao into his arms and rushed her toward the beastie and, Jiaojiao gently patted his arm. Do not be so anxious, I have given birth several times before. Everything will be fine. Still, it is better to be cautious. Li Jiaojiao knew that no matter what she said, he would remain anxious, so she chose to remain silent. Hu Zhenhai carefully laid Li Jiaojiao down on the bed. Would you fetch me a glass of water? Hu Zhenhai dashed into the kitchen. Chu Yu was already waiting at the door with a cup of warm water. He was aware that Li Jiaojiao possessed a divine elixir that would alleviate pain after childbirth. Hu Zhenhai gratefully said to Chu Yu, Thank you. Hurry inside. Do not keep Jiaojiao waiting. Chu Yu waved his hand dismissively. Once, when Li Jiaojiao had given birth to her own cubs, Chu Yu had been just as attentive. He was more than willing to be a considerate mate, while Li Jiaojiao bore cubs for other beastmen. Inside the beast den, Li Jiaojiao was still engaged in conversation with the countless entities. Host, I must say, your beastman possesses excellent character. Li Jiaojiao laughed. I have never heard anyone praise themselves so subtly. I am praising your beastman. All the beastmen you have accepted were vetted by you. Their good character is your selection. So aren't you merely praising yourself? Host, you make a valid point. The countless entities felt a sense of pride in this realization that, oh dear, no more idle chatter. I am about to give birth. Li Jiaojiao felt a tightening in her belly, and with a push, the first cub was successfully born. The countless entities began their announcements again. Ding! The host has given birth to the 48th offspring. Female, beast form, South China tiger, beast rank, mystic. Rewards, points 160, birthing elixirs 9, intermediate upgrade elixirs 3, loyalty elixirs 3, coarse salt 80 kg, barbecue seasoning 500 G20. Ding! The host has given birth to the 49th offspring, female, beast form, white tiger. Beast rank, mystic. Rewards, points 160, birthing elixirs 9, intermediate upgrade elixirs 3, loyalty elixirs 3, outdoor tents 5, defensive shield 300 cubic meters. Ding! The host has given birth to the 50th offspring, male, beast form, black tiger, beast rank, earth. Rewards, points 320, birthing elixirs 11, advanced upgrade elixir 1, loyalty elixirs 5, coarse salt 100 kg, constant temperature box 3, space expansion coupons 20, defensive shield 500 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to 50 offspring. With an additional reward of 3,600 points, birthing elixirs 25, painless delivery elixirs 25, recovery elixirs 25, beauty elixirs 25, strengthening elixirs 25, milk production elixirs 25, beginner upgrade elixirs 25, intermediate upgrade elixirs 25, advanced upgrade elixirs 25, loyalty elixirs 25, teleportation elixirs 25, space expansion coupons 80, defensive shield 2,000 cubic meters. Ding! The host has given birth to the 51st offspring, male, beast form, Bengal tiger, beast rank, mystic. Rewards, points 160, birthing elixirs 9, intermediate upgrade elixirs 3, loyalty elixirs 3, coarse salt 100 kg, earthenware production techniques 3. Ding! The host has given birth to the 52nd offspring, female, beast form, snow tiger, beast rank, earth. Rewards, points 320, birthing elixirs 11, advanced upgrade elixir 1, loyalty elixirs 5, coarse salt 100 kg, fine salt 500 G20, constant temperature box 3, defensive shield 500 cubic meters. Ding! The host has given birth to the 53rd offspring, female, beast form, golden tiger, beast rank, mystic. Rewards, points 160, birthing elixirs 9, intermediate upgrade elixirs 3, loyalty elixirs 3, teleportation elixirs 3, paper manufacturing techniques 1. Ding! The host has given birth to the 54th offspring, female, beast form, Sumatran tiger, beast rank, earth. Rewards, points 320, birthing elixirs 11, advanced upgrade elixir 1, loyalty elixirs 5, coarse salt 100 kg, fine salt 500 G20, defensive shield 500 cubic meters. The host has given birth to the 55th offspring, a male, in the form of a northeast tiger at the earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced ascension pill, 5 loyalty pills, 1 craftsmanship technique, and 20 space expansion coupons. Ding! The host has given birth to the 56th offspring, a male, in the form of a South China tiger. At the mystical tier, rewards include 160 points, 9 birth pills, 3 intermediate ascension pills, 3 loyalty pills, 3 extreme cold down jackets, and 15 space expansion coupons. Ding! The host has given birth to the 57th offspring, a male, in the form of a Bengal tiger at the earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced ascension pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 space expansion coupons, 3 thermostatic boxes, and a 500 cubic meter defense shield. Ding! The host has given birth to the 58th offspring, a female, in the form of a Caspian tiger at the yellow tier. Rewards include 80 points, 5 birth pills, 2 intermediate ascension pills, 2 loyalty pills, 10 packs of 500G barbecue seasoning, and 10 space expansion coupons. Ding! The host has given birth to the 59th offspring, a female, in the form of a Dodge rabbit at the earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 packs of 500G fine salt, a 500 cubic meter defense shield, and 20 space expansion coupons. Ding! The host has given birth to the 60th offspring, a female, in the form of a Huawulop rabbit. At the mystical tier, rewards include 160 points, 9 birth pills, 3 intermediate ascension pills, 3 loyalty pills, 3 extreme cold down jackets, and 15 space expansion coupons. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to 60 offspring. Receiving an additional reward of 7,200 points, 30 birth pills, 30 painless delivery pills, 30 recovery pills, 30 beauty pills, 30 strengthening pills, 30 milk increasing pills, 30 primary ascension pills, 30 intermediate ascension pills, 30 advanced ascension pills, 30 loyalty pills, 30 teleportation pills, 160 space expansion coupons, and a 4,000 cubic meter defense shield. Ding! The host has given birth to the 61st offspring, a female, in the form of a begonia dwarf rabbit. At the Earth tier, rewards include 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 packs of 500g fine salt, 3 thermostatic boxes, and 3 extreme cold down jackets. Ding! The host has given birth to the 62nd offspring, a male in the form of a black rabbit. At the Earth tier, rewards include 320 points, 11 birth pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 packs of 500g fine salt, 3 extreme cold down jackets, and a 500 cubic meter defense shield. Jiaojiao had been waiting for a considerable time, feeling a sense of relief in her belly. It seemed she had inadvertently broken another record. Congratulations to the host on surpassing yet another achievement. The excitement was overwhelming, and it appeared that she would once again claim the title of this month's performance champion. Stay calm, stay calm. Jiaojiao was now quite composed, reflecting on how her body had surely adapted to this intense birthing process, managing to give birth to so many sizable tiger cubs at once. Indeed, the limits of human capability should never be underestimated. Statistics, quickly, let me know what I have gained. Certainly, host. This time, a total of 15 cubs were born, comprising 11 tiger cubs, 6 females and 5 males, and 4 rabbit cubs, 3 females and 1 male. Rewards include 14,400 points, 202 birth pills, 55 primary ascension pills, 75 intermediate ascension pills, 60 advanced ascension pills, 115 loyalty pills, 55 painless delivery pills, 55 recovery pills, 55 beauty pills, 55 strengthening pills, 55 milk increasing pills, 58 teleportation pills, 340 space expansion coupons, for 80 kg of coarse salt, 100 packs of 500g fine salt, 30 packs of 500g barbecue seasoning, 12 thermostatic boxes, 12 extreme cold down jackets, 5 outdoor tents, 1 comprehensive house construction manual, 1 craftsmanship technique, 1 paper manufacturing technique, 3 earthenware making techniques, and a 9,300 cubic meter defense shield. My heavens. The reward for the quantity of cubs born are truly bountiful. They have multiplied exponentially. This batch of cubs from the tribe, along with my own, has amassed over 40,000 points and 571 birth pills, with over 300 primary ascension pills as well. What a windfall! Jiaojiao exclaimed with glee, unable to contain her excitement, pretending to cover her non-existent ears. I wonder if I could make an early repayment. I have far too many points, and I'm unsure what to do with them. Host, early repayment is not permissible. Please refrain from such frivolity, came the response, somewhat bemused. You should consult the main system about this. The persistent debt weighs heavily on my mind. Fine. Given your enthusiasm for birthing, I shall apply on your behalf. Please wait a moment. All right, no problem. A little flattery should do the trick. Jiaojiao imparted her wisdom. Let's hope so. As Jiaojiao opened her eyes, she noticed Hu Zhenhai reaching out to touch her breath. As soon as his hand approached, he saw her awake and quickly withdrew his hand in surprise. Jiaojiao, you are finally awake. The shaman informed me you were fine, but seeing you sleep for so long made me a bit anxious. Do not worry, I was merely exhausted and somewhat drained. Please fetch me a glass of water. I'm relieved to hear that. I'll get it right away. Are you hungry? Ahe said he prepared your favorite meat soup. I'll bring some. Thank you for your effort. Jiaojiao had yet to consume any medicinal pills and felt a bit weak that you worked so hard to bring forth so many adorable and healthy cubs. And I haven't even had the chance to express my gratitude that I'm merely fetching some soup. Isn't that what I should do? Hu Zhenhai said, feeling a bit uncomfortable as he spoke, noticing how less formal Jiaojiao was with Chu Yu and Chu Yu. All right, you're not tired, I am. Now off you go. Li Jiaojiao switched to a slightly commanding tone. Sigh. I'll be right back. Hu Zhenhai hurried off, his demeanor somewhat comical. What a peculiar fellow. Li Jiaojiao couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 55. You can have me give birth endlessly if you desired. Chu Zhenhai swiftly brought over the meat soup and water. Without hesitation, Li Jiaojiao consumed the trio of medicinal pills, instantly revitalizing her, transforming into a radiant young maiden once more. The little tiger cubs nearby were eagerly awaiting their milk, their adorable antics utterly charming. The wise shaman assisted Hu Zhenhai in cleaning the cubs before carefully placing them before Li Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, you have once again set a new record for birthing. This time, there are a total of 15. My dear beast god, just look at your petite belly. How could it possibly hold so many little ones? Who would have imagined that you were also carrying another batch due to be born tomorrow? But with your current physical condition, is it truly all right? The shaman expressed her genuine concern, treating Li Jiaojiao as her own kin. Filled with care for her well-being, that I'm fine, shaman granny. The beast god has made all necessary arrangements for me. He won't allow anything to happen to me. You need not worry. Li Jiaojiao felt touched by the shaman's sincere concern. By the way, shaman granny, how is the new shaman you took under your wing progressing? Li Jiaojiao lay in bed, nursing her cubs while engaging in friendly conversation with the shaman. Quite well. Hua Hua is diligent and perceptive. She remembers everything after just one lesson on the herbs. She picks up everything quickly. I believe she will surpass me in no time. The shaman's face radiated satisfaction and pride when mentioning Hua Hua. Though only 15, the child possessed an exceptional memory and an unwavering work ethic. Every time she accompanied the shaman to gather herbs, even during the rainy season when the paths were treacherous, she would endure countless bruises without uttering a single complaint. This is all thanks to you, Jiaojiao, for recognizing her potential and bringing her to me. The shaman expressed gratefully to Li Jiaojiao, smiled softly. It's all fate. In truth, she had merely chanced upon Hua Hua on the mountain, observing her earnestly identifying various plants, clearly fascinated by the herbs. Thus, she casually asked if Hua Hua would like to learn medicine from a shaman. Little did she know, that small decision would alter Hua Hua's destiny. Hua Hua is truly a wonderful child. I believe she will become an outstanding shaman like you in the future. Indeed, I hope she and Dandan will inherit my skills and bring more health and happiness to the beastmen in the tribe. The venerable witch doctor sighed with a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on how she initially found it impossible to select someone as promising as Hu Jiaojiao, for she was still quite young at that time. When the witch doctor announced her intention to choose another priestess, she specified that candidates must be at least 16 years old, yet Jiaojiao had not yet reached the tender age of 15. Rendering her unable to approach the witch doctor. When Li Jiaojiao arrived at the witch doctor's cave accompanied by others, there were many skeptics regarding her potential, to everyone's astonishment. However, during the witch doctor's month-long assessment, she was the only one who excelled. The witch doctor promptly decided to retain her, exclaiming her gratitude towards Jiaojiao. And no matter what, I must thank you, Jiaojiao, she said with a warm smile. Jiaojiao, things here are nearly in order. So I shall take my leave for now. I'll return early tomorrow, the witch doctor continued. All right. Thank you, venerable witch doctor. I shall have you see you off. Jiaojiao replied. Chu Zhenhai observed the lively exchange between Li Jiaojiao and the witch doctor, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Why do you appear so concerned about me? Li Jiaojiao chuckled softly, as she had yet to inquire about the purpose of Hu Zhenhai's recent gesture, which involved reaching toward her nose. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Hu Zhenhai scratched his nose and admitted, I apologize, Jiaojiao, I was just a tad too worried. After you gave birth, you fell silent, and I must confess, I felt a bit frightened. When I was a child, I witnessed my sister give birth. And after that, she suffered severe hemorrhaging. Just before she delivered, she treated me to some dried meat, and afterward I never heard her voice again. So, were you merely checking to see if I was still breathing? Hu Zhenhai nodded sheepishly in response. Li Jiaojiao took his hand and placed it against her cheek. Silly, can you feel my warmth? I'm a celestial being. The beast deity has sent me. Therefore, I shall be just fine, no matter what. Indeed, Hu Zhenhai felt the comforting warmth emanating from her palm and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Jiaojiao, You truly have endured much. Thank you for bringing so many lovely little ones into this world. Ha! My toil was merely for a few months, while your burden is far more enduring. As you are primarily responsible for raising them, it would be my pleasure to continue bearing children as long as you desire. Li Jiaojiao replied, untroubled by the prospect of motherhood. After all, she would only need to nurse for the first couple of weeks, and as they grew, the other beast husbands would handle their care. She did not view it as a hardship at all, as long as they wished for it. She would gladly bear more children, especially with the generous rewards that accompanied each birth. Why not embrace such a joyous endeavor? However, having already given birth to quite a few, she planned to cease taking fertility potions after each of them had welcomed 2 offspring. From then on, natural conception would dictate the outcome, depending on their capabilities. If at that point she wished to stop or they no longer desired more children, she could always explore the marketplace for contraceptive options. But that was still far off, as her recent deliveries would not be an issue until the following year. Jiaojiao, how are you feeling? Chu Yu inquired. Having not heard any sounds for a while, he entered to check on her condition. Upon hearing Chu Yu's voice, Li Jiaojiao's smile brightened even further. Upon entering, he found her and Hu Zhenhai in an affectionate exchange. Everything appears to be well. Now that it is confirmed that Jiaojiao is recovering, I need not worry, Chu Yu remarked, moving aside to check on the little ones. Hi. I would like to rest for a while, Li Jiaojiao said softly. All right, I will take the little ones to their den while you rest. Hu Zhenhai immediately stood up to relocate the children. Are you feeling exhausted? Would you like me to give you a massage? Chu Yu asked with concern. Approaching Li Jiaojiao, she had intended to inquire about the progress of her application for early repayment with the system. But when a handsome man stood by her bedside, his voice husky as he offered a massage, there was no reason to refuse. After waiting for a while, she found that Chu Yu was indeed merely giving her a straightforward massage. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 56. Wang Yuan's little puppy. When Li Jiaojiao awoke from her deep slumber, the day was already bright. She felt a swelling sensation in her chest, a clear indication from her experiences of having birthed multiple times. This was the signal of milk production, signifying that the little ones were hungry as expected. When she called out for Hu Zhenhai, he rushed in with a look of urgency. The little ones had gone the entire night without nourishment and were crying out in hunger. However, seeing Li Jiaojiao sleeping so peacefully, Hu Zhenhai couldn't bring himself to wake her. So he allowed the little ones to endure their hunger for a little longer. Jiaojiao, you're awake? Hu Zhenhai exclaimed as he hurriedly stepped into the room, carrying a bowl of soft, tender meat soup. After a quick wash, Li Jiaojiao savored several spoonfuls of the warm broth, stretching her body comfortably. Please bring the little ones over. Hu Zhenhai fetched a large bamboo basket lined with soft animal hides and swiftly filled it with the little ones. As soon as they caught a whiff of the familiar scent of milk, their cries grew even more jubilant. Jiao consumed 2 milk-boosting pills in one go to ensure the little ones were well fed. In the future, if the little ones are hungry, just bring them over. Don't let them go hungry. It's all right. Your rest is of utmost importance. A little hunger won't harm them. Hu Zhenhai reassured her. Li Jiaojiao smiled. I can sleep during the day as well. The little ones don't nurse for long, and if I frequently let them go hungry, I would be quite the negligent mother. What about the others? Li Jiaojiao looked around, noticing the absence of her other beast husbands. That Yu has gone hunting, He is preparing a meal, and Yuan is taking the little ones out to bask in the sun. Hu Zhenhai replied, let us take the little ones outside too. We should enjoy this rare, pleasantly cool weather. The morning sun feels delightful. Li Jiaojiao suggested by midday. Chu Yu returned from hunting, bringing back only the amount of game that was comparable to what the tribe members would require, as they stored the majority in their spatial abilities. Only the beast husbands in their household were privy to their unique abilities. Jiaojiao had convened a family meeting to ensure that everyone spoke with one voice regarding this matter, as it was imperative that it remain confidential. Time to eat, Chu Yu announced, setting the dishes out beneath the pavilion that Li Jiaojiao had instructed him to build based on the architectural blueprint a few days prior. In the refreshing season, dining outdoors as a family was a delightful experience. Once spring arrived next year, they planned to plant a few grapevines, allowing them to enjoy meals in the shade of the pavilion during the summer months. Li Jiaojiao noticed that her little ones had all been considerate, as they had mostly been born during the day. Just as they finished their meal, she felt the onset of contractions. Wang Yuan appeared somewhat flustered, as Li Jiaojiao gripped his hand tightly during the contractions. That it was Chu Yu who reminded him, Yuan, don't just stand there. Quickly, take Jiaojiao inside. Oh, right. Wang Yuan scrambled into action. The witch doctor arrived just in time. As soon as Li Jiaojiao lay down on the bed, the witch doctor entered the courtyard. Witch doctor, what do I need to do? Wang Yuan asked, looking somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, despite his apparent confusion, he at least had the sense to ask what needed to be done if there's not much to do. Really? Jiaojiao likes to drink a glass of water before giving birth. So you could fetch her one, the witch doctor instructed. Jiaojiao smiled reassuringly at Wang Yuan. Don't be nervous, Yuan, that'll be just fine. Seeing Li Jiaojiao's calm demeanor eased Wang Yuan's anxiety. He rushed out to fetch a glass of warm water. Perhaps due to having just given birth the previous day, the dilation was occurring rapidly. After taking the painless birthing pill, the system announced, ding. The host has birthed the 63rd offspring. Male, beast form. Samoyed, beast rank. Xian rank. Rewards, 160 points, birth pill X9, intermediate ascension pill X3, loyalty pill X3, barbecue seasoning 500 GX20, wine brewing technique X1. Ding. The host has birthed the 64th offspring. Male. Beast form, German Shepherd, beast rank, earth rank. Rewards, 320 points, birth pill X11, advanced upgrade pill X1, loyalty pill X5, core salt 100 kg, fine salt 500 GX20, defense shield 500 cubic meters. Ding. The host has birthed the 65th offspring. Female. Beast form, Labrador, beast rank, earth rank. Rewards, 320 points, birth pill X11, advanced upgrade pill X1, loyalty pill X5, fine salt 500 GX20, defense shield 500 cubic meters, space expansion voucher X20. Ding. The host has birthed the 66th offspring. Female. Beast form, Shiba Inu, beast rank, yellow rank. Rewards, 80 points, birth pill X5, intermediate ascension pill X2, loyalty pill X2, barbecue seasoning 500 GX10, space expansion voucher X10. Ding. The host has birthed the 67th offspring. Female, beast form, Akita. Beast rank, Xian rank. Rewards, 160 points, birth pill X9, intermediate ascension pill X3, loyalty pill X3, barbecue seasoning 500 GX20, defense shield 300 cubic meters. Ding. The host has birthed the 68th offspring. Male, beast form, border collie. Beast rank, Xian rank. Rewards, 160 points, birth pill X9, intermediate ascension pill X3, loyalty pill X3, outdoor 10x5, defense shield 300 cubic meters. Ding. The host has birthed the 69th offspring. Female, beast form, Maltese, beast rank, earth rank. Rewards, 320 points, birth pill X11, advanced upgrade pill X1, loyalty pill X5, core salt 100 kg, constant temperature box X3, space expansion voucher X20, defense shield 500 cubic meters. Ding. The host has given birth to the 70th offspring. A female with the beast form of a Bichon Frise and classified at the Earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 portions of 500 G refined salt, a defense shield of 500 cubic meters, and 20 space expansion vouchers. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully birthing the 70th offspring. An additional reward of 14,000 points, 35 birthing pills, 35 painless delivery pills, 35 recovery pills, 35 beauty pills, 35 strength pills, 35 milk-enhancing pills, 35 primary upgrade pills, 35 intermediate upgrade pills, 35 advanced upgrade pills, 35 loyalty pills, 35 teleportation pills, 320 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 8,000 cubic meters has been granted. Ding! The host has birthed the 71st offspring, a male with the beast form of a husky and classified at the Earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 portions of 500 G refined salt, 3 extreme cold down jackets, and a defense shield of 500 cubic meters. Ding. The host has birthed the 72nd offspring, a female, with the beast form of a black rabbit and classified at the mystic tier. Rewards include 160 points, 9 birthing pills, 3 intermediate upgrade pills, 3 loyalty pills, 50 kg core salt, and a defense shield of 300 cubic meters. Ding. The host has birthed the 73rd offspring, a female, with the beast form of a lop-eared rabbit and classified at the earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 100 kg core salt, 1 refined salt extraction technique, 20 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 500 cubic meters. Ding. The host has birthed the 74th offspring, a male with the beast form of a huagua white rabbit and classified at the celestial tier. Rewards include 500 points, 15 birthing pills, 3 advanced upgrade pills, 7 loyalty pills, 40 space expansion vouchers, 40 portions of 500 g refined salt, 200 kilograms core salt, a defense shield of 1,000 cubic meters, and 6 extreme cold down jackets. Ding. The host has birthed the 75th offspring, a female, with the beast form of a lilac rabbit and classified at the earth tier. Rewards include 320 points, 11 birthing pills, 1 advanced upgrade pill, 5 loyalty pills, 20 space expansion vouchers, a defense shield of 500 cubic meters, and 3 extreme cold down jackets. Jiaojiao has not heard any sound from the surroundings, which she finds somewhat peculiar. She calls out repeatedly, "Tongzi, why are there only 13 this time? I thought there would be more with each birth." Host, it is because one is a celestial tier. You are truly remarkable. Another celestial tier has been born. Indeed, all roads lead to Rome, and some are born right in Rome. Chapter 57. The Chosen Working Class. Indeed, fate is a curious thing, just like her own experience, where she was originally supposed to die in an accident. Who could have imagined she would end up here enjoying such blessings? The beast tiers of Chu Yu's 2 offspring are notably higher than those of Chu Yu, and it is evident that the little ones learn faster and are physically sturdier. "Tongzi, can I give those upgrade pills to my little ones?" Tongzi gasps in shock. "Host, do you mean to elevate them all to celestial tier?" "Not exactly. I just thought since my dear husband's 2 offspring had such low tiers initially, perhaps they could be upgraded now that they are so small. The suggestion is not to do so. For while there is no specific age restriction for taking upgrade pills, what if they suddenly ascend and cannot control that power? It will be safer to wait a few years before administering them." That makes sense. When Chu Yu and Chu He ascended to celestial tier, they struggled to manage their newfound strength. It would indeed be dangerous for the little ones to take them now. "What about the points I inquired about yesterday? How did your application go?" "Host, after my persistent persuasion to the main system, and due to your consistent cooperation, the main system has agreed. Congratulations, host, it's a triple delight." "Hey, your words are sweet today." I am usually sweet too. No, you are definitely acting a bit off today. Usually it is I who am sycophantic. Speak up, is there something on your mind? Is it not said that the host is clever? The thing is, you have quite a number of points now. Could you possibly, just say it. Why the hesitation? Could the host spare some points for me to level up? I wish to take on a physical form. Not a problem. How many points do you require? 5,000. Li Jiaojiao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You just asked me what? I was thinking, could the host spare some point for me to level up? Not happening. Li Jiaojiao flatly refused. That's far too expensive. With 5,000 points, I could buy quite a few things. How could the host go back on their word? Li Jiaojiao felt a twinge of guilt, but truly found it too costly. But host, if I had a physical form, I could be customized to your liking. In the future, I could accompany your little ones in the space for playtime. Wouldn't that be wonderful? This does sound appealing. Is everything you said true? Apart from playing, what other uses would this physical form have? Absolutely. The uses are plentiful. For instance, if you wish to grow something but lack the time, you could simply summon me with your thoughts, and I would take care of it. I could be your little assistant for childcare and also your space manager. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaojiao felt it was indeed a worthwhile arrangement. Currently, they had to rotate the beast husbands for farming, which was not only troublesome but also exhausting. While the beast husbands had no objections, Li Jiaojiao felt sympathetic towards them. Ahem, how many points do I have now? If the points are plentiful, perhaps it could be considered. Host, the total points from this birthing reward are 17 for 60, with 133 birthing pills, 35 painless delivery pills, 35 recovery pills, 35 beauty pills, 35 strength pills, 35 milk-enhancing pills, 35 primary upgrade pills, 49 intermediate upgrade pills, 45 advanced upgrade pills, 91 loyalty pills, 35 teleportation pills, 50 portions of 500g barbecue seasoning, 120 portions of 500g refined salt, 550 kg coarse salt, 12 extreme cold down jackets, 3 constant temperature boxes, 1 brewing technique for fine wine, 1 refined salt extraction technique, 470 space expansion vouchers, and a defense shield of 13,100 cubic meters. Well, if I were to repay the points I owe and then level you up, I would only have 2,460 points left. Indeed, host Li Jiaojiao felt a flutter of anxiety, uncertain if Li Jiaojiao would still wish to grant her the upgrade. After some deliberation, Li Jiaojiao concluded that it was indeed a beneficial deal. All right, I agree. Who asked you to be my good partner? Thank you. Host. Li Jiaojiao was still immersed in the joy of finally obtaining a physical form, unaware that a life of toil awaited her. Can we proceed with the operation now? Li Jiaojiao was eager. She wished to shape her form like Li Tian, that if she shaped herself like a handsome guy, she would hesitate to give orders. If she chose a less appealing form, it would be uncomfortable. After much contemplation, she decided to model herself after Li Tian. All set, host? Please follow the steps outlined on the page. After a series of operations, the final step appeared. Confirm deduction of 5,000 points. Li Jiaojiao felt a brief pang of regret, but resolutely clicked confirm. The system chimed. Please imagine a form in your mind. Su Buqing will generate a physical entity based on this image. Li Jiaojiao closed her eyes, concentrating earnestly on Li Tian's appearance. 3 minutes later, a voice called out. Host. Li Jiaojiao opened her eyes and exclaimed, Wow, it looks just like him. However, seeing Su Buqing with Li Tian's face calling her host felt rather awkward. After a moment's thought, she said, From now on, don't call me host. Call me sister. Host, that doesn't quite align with our employee manual's regulations. What does it matter? I even want to change your name from now on. I'll call you Tian. How about that? Host, that also requires an application. Fine, go ahead and apply it. I'll take my leave for now. Li Jiaojiao regained her composure. She noticed Wang Yuan, unlike the other beast husbands who wore worried expressions, was gently dampening a soft beast hide with warm water and carefully wiping away the sweat left on Li Jiaojiao's face and body from childbirth. This was the first time a beast husband had shown such calmness after her delivery. Wang Yuan noticed Li Jiaojiao as puzzlement and smiled adorably. I saw you hadn't awakened for a while, so I asked the shaman, and she said you're fine. Did I also inquire with the Yu and a he? They came in to check on you and said you were just too tired. I was told to take good care of you. Quite considerate, unlike Hu Zhenhai, Li Jiaojiao thought to herself, chuckling inwardly. Thank you for your efforts, Jiaojiao. Wang Yuan suddenly kissed Li Jiaojiao's smooth forehead with sincerity. Li Jiaojiao was taken aback. Oh, this little puppy knows how to charm. A warm feeling spread through her heart. Have you seen the little ones? Having seen them, they're all quite adorable and healthy. It was my first encounter with the cubs of Yu and a he, and I couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. I was pondering when I might possess a delightful brood of such charming little beings, and to my astonishment, that day has arrived sooner than I expected. I never imagined I would have so many cubs all at once. All of this is a gift from you. Therefore, I am sincerely grateful to you, Jiaojiao. Upon hearing such a heartfelt declaration from Li Jiaojiao, her heart fluttered with a sweet sensation. Then give me a kiss, Li Jiaojiao said, gazing at him with a flirtatious look. Initially, Li Jiaojiao intended to tease him, curious to see if he would blush with embarrassment. To her surprise, Wang Yuan was swift and precise in his actions. When he released her, Li Jiaojiao was still in a daze. After a moment, she softly inquired, What caused you to suddenly become so bold, no longer shy? Previously, it was merely due to a lack of interaction with female beings during his upbringing. But now that he has exerted himself to bring forth so many adorable cubs for her, it would be inappropriate for him to remain shy. Thus, he declared, I will not be shy now, nor will I be in the future. It is quite pleasant. A touch of shyness adds to the allure, yet constant shyness can be quite exhausting, to be honest. Chapter 58. Brewing some wine after Li Jiaojiao finished feeding the little puppies. Noticing that the day was still young, she decided to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Wang Yiyuan dutifully attended to the cubs. Jiaojiao felt that her beastly husbands were treasures in their own right. Some exhibited strong leadership skills, capable of managing the overall situation. Others excelled in various crafts, effortlessly handling furniture and clothing. Some were adept at cooking, ensuring that Li Jiaojiao was always well fed. Others were skilled in nurturing, raising each cub to be glossy and sleek. And some had a knack for humor, able to lighten the atmosphere remarkably well. As for Wang Yikai, she momentarily could not recall his particular talent. Let it be. Gold will shine in due time. Gathered as a family around the pavilion, enjoying fruit and engaging in light-hearted banter, it was an utterly delightful scene that it was rare for Li Jiaojiao to have completed both her pregnancies. And the emptiness she felt in her belly was somewhat unfamiliar. It seemed like since her arrival in this realm, this was the first time she found herself without a single cub inside her. Unable to restrain herself, she felt an urge to sing, yet feared that her voice might attract the attention of her kin. Instead, she contemplated dancing. This dance was also something her parents had encouraged her to learn from a young age, investing considerable sums into her classes, believing that even if she did not pursue this path in the future, a girl who danced would possess a different poise. Hence, Li Jiaojiao began practicing classical dance at the age of 4, continuing until her parents passed away, and even then, she remained enrolled in dance classes. Yuan, shall I dance for you? Li Jiaojiao exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Although none of them knew what dancing entailed, they were eager to support her excitement. Coincidentally, Li Jiaojiao was dressed in a new outfit crafted by Chu Yu just days prior, made of an exceptionally soft material that she had requested to be fashioned with a little skirt. At that moment, Li Jiaojiao softly hummed a tune to accompany herself, gracefully dancing, her skirt swaying in harmony with her movements, like a sprite that had wandered into the beastly realm. The sun, usually quick to set, seemed reluctant to depart, casting its lingering rays upon Li Jiaojiao's face. The four watched in awe. Chu Yu couldn't help but recall the first time they met, the dappled light filtering through the branches. Illuminating Li Jiaojiao's face, he held his breath and quietly approached her, fearful of startling her away. Having not danced since her parents' demise, Li Jiaojiao, without warming up, suddenly leaped into action and inadvertently tripped over her own foot while spinning. With a gasp, she toppled backward. Chu Yu, quick-witted and agile, caught her in his arms. The other three who had stood up exhaled in relief. Cradled in Chu Yu's embrace, Li Jiaojiao smiled bashfully at them. I haven't danced in ages. My movements are a bit rusty. Next time, I shall warm up first. Chu Yu and the others gazed at her tenderly. All right, this evening, it just so happened to be Chu Yu's turn. Once they finished their conversation, he carried Li Jiaojiao into the beast den. Jiaojiao, let me bathe you. Their eyes locked, charged with unspoken emotions. The beastly husbands had previously agreed that during the days leading up to Li Jiaojiao's labor, they would refrain from intruding. Hence, Li Jiaojiao had not consumed meat for several days. As Chu Yu looked at the ethereal Li Jiaojiao, shrouded in mist, his heart raced uncontrollably. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned down and kissed her, his intense gaze making Li Jiaojiao's waist ache. Chu Yu swiftly replaced the bedding with a clean, soft pelt. Li Jiaojiao, utterly exhausted, could barely lift her arms. Chu Yu looked down at the gentle figure in his arms and couldn't resist planting another kiss on her cheek. "You, stop teasing me," she murmured. Each time, Li Jiaojiao would commence with great enthusiasm, only to be utterly spent before it concluded. "Jiaojiao, how many surprises do you have that I am unaware of?" Chu Yu gently stroked her head, feeling that just when he believed he knew her well, she would always present him with unexpected delights. Jiaojiao shifted slightly, finding a comfortable position nestled in Chu Yu's embrace. "Oh, I have plenty of surprises in store," she thought, imagining how they would react if they discovered she hailed from an extraordinarily civilized and advanced era. Chu Yu grasped her small hand, lowering his voice to her ear. "Jiaojiao, be a good girl," startled. Li Jiaojiao quickly withdrew her hand, sheepishly touching her nose and turning away, feeling slightly frightened. Chu Yu's lips curled into a smile as he wrapped his arms around Li Jiaojiao from behind, sinking into a deep slumber. The following day, Li Jiaojiao awoke feeling refreshed, and called for Chu Yu and Hu Zhenhai. Jiaojiao, do you require our assistance? Chu Yu asked gently, taking her hand. I suddenly feel like drinking wine. Let us brew some. I just happen to have a book on how to make it. Chu Yu and Hu Zhenhai exchanged bewildered glances. What is wine? It is a beverage, she replied. Follow me. Jiaojiao led the two into her space. Upon entering, Chu Yu immediately sensed an unfamiliar aura. Instinctively adopting a defensive stance, puzzled by the presence of a foreign essence in Li Jiaojiao's realm. Noting his reaction, Li Jiaojiao inquired, What is it? Jiaojiao. There's a strange presence, he exclaimed, warily scanning the surroundings. Simultaneously, an uncountable number of trembling figures emerged from a nearby warehouse, sensing a strong aura of menace. Host! No, no, no! Sister, save me! They pleaded with pitiful eyes directed at Li Jiaojiao. Are you going to fight him? Chu did not respond to Li Jiaojiao's question. Instead, he asked, Jiaojiao, who is this? How did a male beast man suddenly appear in your space? Could he be another one of your husbands? No, wait, he just called you sister. Is this perhaps the brother you lost? Upon closer inspection, he noted that they bore a striking resemblance. Li Jiaojiao felt a headache coming on. She had forgotten about the entity that had materialized. How was she to explain this? Just as she was ruminating on how to clarify the situation, she heard Chu Yu ask, Jiaojiao, is this your lost brother? One could not help but commend Chu Yu for his thoughtfulness. He had provided her with an escape route. Indeed, the resemblance between the two was significant. Responding in kind seemed reasonable enough that, yes. Hi, allow me to introduce you. This is my brother, Li Tian. These are my second husband, Chu Yu, and my third husband, Hu Zhenhai. Why don't you all get acquainted? Jiaojiao. Earlier, you mentioned that you had become separated from your brother. When did you find him? Chu Yu mused, feeling a mixture of curiosity and sadness that Li Jiaojiao had not mentioned such a significant matter to him. However, if this beast man truly was Li Jiaojiao's brother, he felt happy for her. Well, it's like this. He was injured previously, and it was the beast god who saved him. However, the cost was that he could no longer live normally outside and could only reside in my space. This all happened yesterday. I was preoccupied with giving birth and forgot to inform you that I apologize. I did not mean to keep this from you. Li Jiaojiao spun an elaborate tale. Not caring whether Chu Yu and the others believed her, that it was indeed her oversight to have forgotten to discuss this matter with her husband's Hu Zhenhai, interjecting with a hearty laugh. Attempted to ease the tension, as long as the beast god watches over him, that's what matters. It's fine if he can't go outside. As long as he is alive, it's all good. Jiaojiao. Your space is quite vast. Your brother won't feel too uncomfortable here. Yes, Tian says that he will handle all the chores inside from now on. Li Jiaojiao quickly interjected. Chu Yu furrowed his brow. And Li Jiaojiao felt a tightening in her chest. Chu Yu had been observing closely. This beast man was definitely not Li Jiaojiao's husband. The way he looked at her was entirely different from how the others regarded her. Moreover, he was certainly not her brother. There was no sense of the joy and affection typically associated with long-lost siblings. However, whatever Li Jiaojiao said, he would take at face value if there were any hidden truths. Li Jiaojiao must certainly have her reasons. It may not be ideal for him to handle all the chores alone. Even if he works tirelessly, he might struggle to finish. Chu Yu fell silent for a moment before speaking. It's nothing. My sister has bought me many machines, and they are quite convenient to use, he chuckled. Don't worry. He will be fine. Li Jiaojiao, eager to take Chu Yu and the others outside, thought to explain to Chu Yu later. Come quickly and take a look. This is the newly cultivated sorghum, and this is grapes. Both are commonly used raw materials for winemaking. Well, do we need to move them outside? Hu Zhenhai inquired. Yes, let's start with a small batch. And once we've mastered the technique, we can produce larger quantities, Li Jiaojiao said, her spirits high, wishing she could savor delicious wine at that very moment. Chu Yu and Hu Zhenhai fetched large baskets to gather the sorghum and grapes, and Li Jiaojiao led them outside. The oppressive atmosphere finally dissipated, and they busily engaged in their tasks, relishing the joy of productive labor. Outside, Li Jiaojiao divided the group into two teams. Chu Yu and Hu Zhenhai would make sorghum liquor, while Chu Yu and Wang Yiyuan would focus on the grape wine. The process for grape wine was relatively simple. The grapes needed to be washed and drained thoroughly to eliminate any moisture. After crushing them, they mixed in rock sugar and stirred well before bottling, leaving some space for fermentation. Typically, it would take about half a month before they could uncover the jars and remove the floating grape skins. But with Lijiao's spatial acceleration, 5 days sufficed. After extracting the skins, they filtered the mixture and allowed it to ferment further. In another half-month, it would be ready for tasting. Meanwhile, on Chu's side, Jiaojiao instructed him to place the sorghum into a large stone jar for washing. After cleaning, he used a bamboo sieve they had woven earlier to drain it, then put the sorghum into a steamer until it blossomed. After letting it cool down to around 30 degrees Celsius, they added the yeast purchased from the marketplace, according to the proportions outlined in the book. After adding the yeast, the mixture would need to ferment for 30 days. But with Lijiao's spatial abilities, she had Chuha move the 2 large jars of sorghum into the space to expedite the fermentation process. 10 days later, upon checking, Lijiaojiao discovered the fermentation was complete. They removed the jars, drained away the excess water, and mixed in a certain amount of rice husks before placing it back into the steamer. This steamer required 2 holes on either side for a wooden tube. All these tools were improvised by Chuha after studying books over the past few days. After the sorghum was placed back for further processing, a stone pot was set atop it, and cold water was poured in. The next step was to wait for the distillation process. Chu Zhenhai continuously stoked the fire, and the distilled sorghum liquor dripped down the wooden tube into the wooden bottles that Lijiaojiao had prepared in advance. After 10 days of labor, both types of liquor were finally ready. Lijiaojiao took a sip of the sorghum liquor, but before she could swallow, she spat out, exclaiming, "Wow, what on earth is this? So spicy. It smells delightful, yet it tastes so fiery." I remember my father used to enjoy this. Seeing her reaction, Chuha assumed the attempt had failed. He poured himself a glass to taste, and though he too found it spicy, he managed to swallow it, savoring the unique sensation, which was oddly addictive. Turning her attention to the grape wine, Lijiaojiao poured herself a glass and took a sip. This is delicious. Indeed, girls cannot handle high-proof liquor. Grape wine suits my palate far better. Wang Yiyuan, who was still tending to the children, only sampled a few sips of the grape wine. "Jiaojiao, this is really tasty." "What is it called?" "This is called grape wine." "A yuan, you can drink more. This type has a lower alcohol content and is less likely to get you drunk." "What does it mean to be drunk?" Wang Yiyuan asked, his tongue slightly tangled. "Drunk means," Lijiaojiao began, but as she turned to look at him, she realized he was already gazing at her with glassy eyes. This a one-glass wonder." Wang Yiyuan mumbled, feeling a bit dizzy. Chu Zhenhai acted swiftly to catch him. "Jiaojiao, what's wrong with the yuan? He's already drunk." Lijiaojiao groaned, realizing his alcohol tolerance was even lower than hers. Although Hu Zhenhai had intended to taste the liquor himself, he decided against it, concerned that if everyone succumbed to intoxication, the children would be left unattended. "Jiaojiao, it's fine. If you like it, drink more. I'll take a yuan inside. I'll look after the kids tonight," he said, hoisting a large flag. "All right, I appreciate your effort." "Ahai," Lijiaojiao said, standing on her toes to give him a kiss. Chapter 59. An accidental intoxication. At this moment, only Chu Yu, Chuha, and Lijiaojiao remained in the courtyard. "Hey, don't you find the sorghum liquor spicy?" Lijiaojiao observed Chuha, sipping slowly, seemingly enjoying it. It was a bit at first, but after a few sips, I got used to it. Do you find it spicy? Chuha asked Chu Yu. "I also felt a slight burn in my throat at the beginning, but the aftertaste is smooth and rich. This sorghum liquor is quite good, and we should brew it often." As long as you enjoy it. "Would you like to try this grape wine? The alcohol content is lower and less likely to intoxicate." Both of them tasted it. This grape wine is also quite delightful, with a rich fruity aroma and a pleasant sweetness. Generally speaking, males tend to prefer strong liquor, while females enjoy fruit wines. That a little wine paired with barbecue makes for an eternal youth. However, we can't just drink. It's too harsh on the stomach. We need to prepare some barbecue to complement it. Lijiaojiao suggested. "I'll go prepare it." Chuha promptly rose to head to the kitchen. In the space. He retrieved the pre-prepared meat, sliced it, and it was ready for grilling. As the fire blazed, and the skewers were prepared with cumin sprinkled on top, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Nearby, the children expressed their delight. "We're going to cry from hunger." As I write, I'm getting hungry too, picturing the barbecue. Hu Zhenhai, lured by the delicious scent, dashed out to sample several skewers before returning to care for the children. The three of them enjoyed their food and drink, and Jiaojiao squinted her eyes in contentment. Chu Yu handled the grilling, while Chu Yu looked after Jiaojiao, occasionally sending a few skewers to the drooling children inside. As the moon climbed higher, and after several rounds of drinks, Jiaojiao felt her head beginning to spin, her eyes hazy as she gazed at her two beastly husbands. She marveled at their impressive alcohol tolerance. Despite drinking for so long, they remained composed, showing no signs of inebriation. Feeling overwhelmed, Jiaojiao admitted her defeat, truly unable to match their endurance. Noticing that she was nearing her limit, Chu Yu intended to help her back to rest. But Chu Yu subtly gestured for him to wait. Uncertain of Chu Yu's intentions, but seeing Jiaojiao enjoying herself, Chu Yu stayed silent. "Jiaojiao, come. Let me toast to you. Thank you for bringing warmth into my life, for giving me so many adorable children, and for providing me with a home." Chu Yu downed 3 large cups in one go, then winked at Chu Yu, signaling him to follow suit. Chu Yu, mimicking him, lifted 3 cups as well, expressing gratitude for having met Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, taken aback, thought to herself, "Oh my, such a ceremonious display." She reciprocated with 3 cups of her own. However, as the liquor entered her system, she found her tongue twisting, and everything around her appeared to blur. "Hey, how did you learn to duplicate yourself?" "Huh. Why have you become 2 as well? Did you awaken some other ability? Strange, why didn't you mention such a powerful ability before?" Jiaojiao struggled to keep her eyes open and her tongue straight. Chu Yu and Chu Yu exchanged glances, both bewildered. Who is this uncountable? Chu Yu's slightly alluring voice reached her ears. Jiaojiao lifted her hand to cradle Chu Yu's face. "Silly Ahe, it's the one you saw in space. He is my system that I spent a fortune to give him a physical form so he could manifest. He claims he can work and take care of the kids. Or else I wouldn't have splurged so much. I made him look like my brother, so it wouldn't feel awkward ordering him around." Chu Yu and Chu Yu exchanged another look, finding the same shock reflected in each other's eyes. After a moment, Chu Yu asked Jiaojiao, "What is a system? Isn't the one in the space your brother? Why do you call him uncountable?" You're so silly. A system, how can I explain this to you?" Jiaojiao lamented, hugging her head. "My space was given to me by him, and all the various elixirs come from him as well. Is he a beast god?" Chu Yu asked, uncertainly. "No, he said he has a main system above him. And if we really must categorize it, the main system resembles what you refer to as a beast god." "Jiaojiao, where do you come from?" Chu Yu cautiously inquired, eager to learn the truth. "Sure. That is a secret," Jiaojiao said, resting her chin on her hands, and upon hearing Chu Yu's question, she quickly raised a finger to her lips. Just as she finished shushing him, she began rambling again. "Listen, you must not tell my several husbands." "Okay, why not?" "Silly, I'm afraid it might scare them." In her dazed state, Jiaojiao gazed intently at the person before her. "You look so much like my big husband. Alas, I wonder if I can ever return. How is Tian doing alone? We have all perished, leaving him all by himself. How pitiful he must be. Ooh, Tian, without your sister by your side, you must take good care of yourself. Alas, dear me. How fortunate I am. After being struck by a vehicle, I found myself here. I presumed I would meet my end, but unexpectedly. Not only did I survive, but I also gained numerous handsome husbands. Furthermore, I can even give birth to little creatures. Can you fathom the implications of that? Ha ha ha. I was utterly astonished when I realized I could transform." Chu Yu and Chu he listened quietly to Li Jiao's ramblings, their expressions of shock lingering. Li Jiao, not a beast man. Is transformation not a normal occurrence for her? No, certainly not. It was not so before, but now it is. Ever since arriving here, I have become a beast man. I never envisioned a day when I would bear little foxes. Little tigers and puppies, how marvelous. But what brings Li Jiao here? Chu Yu continued with his enchanting voice. What brings you here? Whoa, I have no idea. I was initially thinking I'd finally repay my debts, and I'd already planned to apply to Nanda. But then, that colossal vehicle came barreling towards me. Ooh, that reckless driver seemed oblivious to how to operate a car. He crashed into such a small girl like me. Ooh, Li Jiao cried, her tears flowing like rain. While Chu Yu and Chu He could not bear to ask further, their hearts nearly shattered by her sorrow. Li Jiao, do not cry. Do not see or why I take this all behind you now. Look, you are well now. Aren't you? Each of them embraced Li Jiao from either side. Li Jiao wiped her tears with one hand and her nose with the other, still feeling quite sorrowful that Chu Jinhai, hearing Li Jiao's cries, rushed out in a flurry to ascertain the situation. What is happening here? Have you two conspired to bully Li Jiao? He exclaimed, immediately assuming a combative stance. Chu Yu hurriedly intervened. No. Li Jiao merely recalled some sorrowful memories from her childhood. Really? Indeed, truly. Chu Yu soothed Hu Zhenhai back into the beast den. Chu He, feeling somewhat regretful, sat on a nearby stone bench, repeatedly questioning himself why he had felt such overwhelming curiosity. Li Jiao said that was his younger brother. So it must be true. Why did he feel the need to dig deeper? Now, gazing at Li Jiao's tear-streaked face, Chu He slapped himself twice in frustration. Chu Yu was startled. What are you doing? Ahai is right that my incessant questioning has indeed caused Li Jiao distress. Had I not pressed for answers, she would not have been reminded of those painful memories. Enough. Let us not wake Li Jiao. Chu He looked up and noticed that amidst her tears, Li Jiao had curled up in Chu Yu's embrace and fallen asleep. Quickly, let us carry Li Jiao inside to rest. I assent at your turn today, Chu Yu suggested, gently placing Li Jiao into Chu He's arms. Chu He nodded at Chu Yu, cradling Li Jiao back to the beast den. Carefully laying her down on the bed, her face marked with tears and remnants of her sorrow. Watching Li Jiao in such a state broke Chu He's heart even more. He tenderly pressed a kiss to her forehead and then went out to fetch a basin of water. Meticulously wiping the dirt from her face, his expression earnest and reverent. Li Jiao felt a tickling sensation on her face and instinctively tried to swat it away, but Chu He grasped her tiny hand, wiping her face along with it. Ahai, I am here, Li Jiao murmured through her tears, eyes still closed. I am here, Li Jiao. I feel so sad that I miss my parents and miss my daily life. That do not be sad. Li Jiao, did I promise not to ask again? Please do not be upset, all right? Chu He's own tears began to flow. How fortunate it is to have you. How fortunate to have you, and to have you all and the little ones. After Li Jiao's tears subsided, she grasped Chu He's hand and spoke in a muffled voice. Chu He laid down beside her, holding her tightly as they drifted into slumber together before dawn. Li Jiao was roused from her sleep by an incessant barrage of murmurs. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a throbbing headache and a swollen face. What on earth? Turning to see that Chu He was still asleep, she decided to sneak into her space to see what the countless voices were up to. Oh, my poor host. The host who cannot close her mouth is on the brink of death. The refrain echoed back and forth. Li Jiao approached and gave it a good scolding. What are you babbling about? Are you cursing me? Speak. What is your intent? Oh dear, you finally woke up? You still have the audacity to strike me? Perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. The countless voices lamented. What have I done? I merely shared a drink and had a barbecue. Could it be that the wine we brewed was poisoned? Am I dead again? Li Jiao exclaimed in a whimsical tone. The countless voices shot her a look. If you were dead, that would be a relief. The issue is that you are not dead yet. But you are about to be. Who is trying to kill me? Is there a threat? Are there violent individuals? Li Jiao bombarded with questions. The countless voices rolled their eyes, so you need to consider what you said last night. Li Jiao strained to remember what she might have said that would incite such peril. As she pondered, her body began to tremble, recalling fragments of the previous night. Oh heavens, did I reveal everything about myself yesterday? Indeed, the countless voices displayed an air of despair. Do you think when you awaken, they will not bind you and sacrifice you to the beast god? No, that cannot be. I have not done anything wrong. I've been very well behaved. I even bore them many children, but we pretended to be the beast god and the celestial maiden. The countless voices reminded her kindly. Who pretended? They insisted on calling me that. I never proclaimed myself to be a celestial maiden. The witnesses among the readers can vouch for that, right? Li Jiao shouted passionately. Regardless, You did not deny it in front of them, and now you have exposed yourself. They will likely not let you off easily. Sigh, the countless voices lamented. The monthly sales champion is lost. After this sorrow, I may never encounter a host willing to cooperate with childbearing again. You do not frighten me. My husbands are all good people. They would never harm me. Li Jiao's voice trembled with uncertainty as she considered the fragility of their year-old bond. There is another option. You could hide in the space with me, and we could wander elsewhere. That is unnecessary. They treat me well that I am still the mother of their children to know. I cannot simply leave. Whether I live or die, I must go see for myself. With that, without waiting for the countless voices to react, she dashed out. Outside, Chu Yu and Hu Zhenhai were anxiously preparing to search for her. Meanwhile, Chu Yu, alert, sensed Li Jiao's presence in the home and called out to the two rushing towards the door. Li Jiao is home. I can smell her. The two halted abruptly and quickly returned, bursting into the beast den. Chu Yu leapt forward, enveloping Li Jiao in a tight embrace, tears cascading down his cheeks. Li Jiao, where have you been? I opened my eyes and found you gone. I thought you had abandoned me. Li Jiao was taken aback. What is happening? Is it not true what the countless voices said? Am I not doomed? Slowly, she raised her hands to wrap around Chu Yu's waist. I just stepped into the space for a moment. I am sorry. I saw you were still asleep, so I did not inform you that it is all the countless voices' fault for saying such frightening things. Just wait until I return. I will deal with them. Hu Zhenhai, realizing it was a misunderstanding, returned to prepare breakfast. Li Jiao, you must be hungry. The food will be ready shortly. Chu Yu, filled with regret, apologized to Li Jiao. Li Jiao, I'm truly sorry that I brought up your painful memories last night, causing you distress. It is my fault for being so curious about your past, and I dragged Chu Yu into my inquiries. If you are upset with me, you may strike or scold me, but please do not leave. Chu Yu looked at Li Jiao with tear-filled eyes. Are you not angry with me? Li Jiao tentatively asked. Chu Yu and Chu Yu exchanged puzzled glances. Why would we be? Li Jiao took a deep breath and whispered, because I am not a celestial maiden. Chu Yu was even more bewildered, and Chu Yu echoed his confusion. And then, should you not be upset that I deceived you? Their reactions left Li Jiao utterly flabbergasted. Why would we be angry? Regardless of whether you are a celestial maiden, you are still our little female, are you not? Chu Yu finally regained his composure, responding earnestly. Li Jiao pouted, her eyes reddening, preparing to cry once more. Do not cry. Do not cry, Li Jiao. Each tear you shed feels like a dagger to my heart. The countless voices had warned her that you would surely be furious. Furious that she was not a celestial maiden, and would probably sacrifice her to the beast god. Li Jiao lamented, feeling betrayed by the countless voices. Li Jiao, whether or not you are a celestial maiden, in the eyes of outsiders, you are still a celestial maiden. This is a secret for the three of us. It is not that I do not trust Ahai and the others, but fewer people knowing means more safety. From now on, do not speak of not being a celestial maiden. Even if you're not a true celestial maiden, all you have done for them is what a celestial maiden would do. Li Jiaojiao nodded gently, indicating her understanding that in truth, she originated from a place she wished to elaborate on. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Chu Yu and Chu Yu interrupted her directly. Jiaojiao, you need not divulge your origins. We merely seek a straightforward answer. Will you leave us? Chapter 60. Memory Erasure Pill. 1,000 points each. Jiaojiao longed to express her uncertainty, as she had never inquired, nor could she quantify the details. Yet, upon witnessing the anxious gazes of her two handsome husbands, she found herself unable to utter such ambiguous words. After much contemplation, Li Jiaojiao resolved to transport them into her space for a personal inquiry with the enigmatic entity known as Shu Buqing. With this thought, she took hold of each of their hands and flashed into her space. Jiaojiao, how did you bring us in here? Shu Buqing exclaimed, startled, because I am equally in the dark. Let us consult my system together, she replied. Shu Buqing, who had been leisurely lounging on the lawn, was startled by their sudden arrival, springing up in alarm. Sis, what do you intend to do? I merely wish to ask if there exists a possibility for me to return to the modern world someday. If your points are sufficient, It is not entirely impossible. This pronouncement. A myriad of expressions crossed the faces of those present. Jiaojiao felt a flicker of joy, although she had not anticipated leaving. The mere notion brought her happiness. In contrast, Chu Yu and Chu He were engulfed in a sense of impending crisis. Though they could not comprehend the concept of points, they grasped the implication that it was not entirely out of reach. Jiaojiao, could you refrain from departing? Chu Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. Chu He also felt his eyes redden. Shu Buqing could no longer bear the sight of the two men weeping like children. Cough, cough, he cleared his throat. The trio turned their gazes towards him. In truth, I am aware that my sister harbors deep affection for you both and is reluctant to leave this place. However, your newfound knowledge of her greatest secret renders her feelings of insecurity. Chu Yu regarded Li Jiaojiao earnestly. Jiaojiao, you must understand, regardless of your identity, I will not disclose it. I comprehend the significance it holds for you. In recent days, Chu Hie's mind had been a tumultuous mess. He could not fathom why he had been driven to extract secrets from Jiaojiao while she was intoxicated, nor could he comprehend why he had dragged Chu Yu into this entanglement. Now, all that lingered was regret, and upon hearing Shu Buqing's words, he felt a desperate wish to atone. Observing his demeanor, Shu Buqing had little expectation of hearing anything profound. He continued, however, I possess a type of pill that, when consumed, can erase the events of the past 2 days. Memory erased, and you needn't worry. Shu Buqing thought to himself that he truly deserved some praise for his cleverness, as this pill had been crafted with great effort by a colleague of his to remedy a particularly extreme situation. Its efficacy had been commendable, leading to its subsequent sale within various subsystems. Although it was somewhat costly, it was preferable to endanger their host's well-being. Moreover, the points are not his to bear. That I want it. I want it. Chu Yu and Chu He exclaimed in unison. Sis, shall we procure it? Are you both certain you wish to consume it? Li Jiaojiao inquired, directing her gaze at the two men. Absolutely. They nodded resolutely. Are there any side effects? Li Jiaojiao pressed Shu Buqing further. None, aside from its expense. That Jiaojiao grimaced, noting that the cost of birthing a child was merely 200 to 300, while acquiring an item could easily mount to hundreds or thousands. Very well, let us have 2. Can you choose the date range for the memory to be erased? It wouldn't wipe my own memories as well, would it? Fear not, sis, it can be selected, and specific memories can also be targeted. Is it akin to those tales of immortals, erasing the memories of mortals? Indeed, our host is quite knowledgeable. Shu Buqing unintentionally lauded her. Once the pills were in hand, both men swallowed them whole, their eyes shutting tightly as if they were transported into a secluded realm. Jiaojiao perceived faint glimmers of golden light escaping from their minds, exclaiming in awe, how extraordinary! Are these memories being extracted? They have scattered like dust. Dear host, call me sis, she retorted, inadvertently fueling their curiosity once more. Perhaps her host ought to mind her tongue. Jiaojiao felt a pang of guilt. All right, I acknowledge my fault. After admitting her error, she could not help but retort slightly. Why must they remain in ignorance? I had intended to inform them. Host, have you ever heard the phrase, the heart of man is unfathomable? How can you guarantee that their hearts will not change? It is prudent not to test such boundaries, lest we pay a heavy price. But they were chosen by you, Li Jiaojiao insisted. Have you not heard that people's hearts are fickle? Who can assure you that a person will remain unchanged? Just as one may believe a devoted husband will never stray, does that guarantee he will always be a paragon of virtue and fidelity? Of course, such individuals do exist, yet the majority refrain from infidelity only because the consequences outweigh the allure. Once sufficient temptation arises, can you be certain he will remain the same? After this explanation, Li Jiaojiao grasped the underlying stakes and recognized that she ought to exercise caution in her indulgence. Host, do not fret. Our shop offers an anti-intoxication pill, allowing one to drink freely without inebriation. Why did you not provide me with that 2 days ago? By heaven's truth, I was unaware of your poor tolerance for alcohol. I never anticipated they would exploit your drunken state. Besides, I did attempt to call your attention, yet you ignored me. Shu Buqing lamented his predicament. Fine, my apologies. Jiaojiao felt a tinge of embarrassment for her earlier outburst. By the way, host, Your two beastly husbands seem to have overstepped their bounds. Particularly Chu Yu. What do you intend to do? Should they be punished? What sort of punishment do you propose? I cannot simply cast them aside, nor can I take their lives, considering they are the fathers of my children. How about forbidding them from sharing your bed for 2 months? But their memories have been erased. On what grounds can I deny them entry? Meanwhile, as the two men conversed, Chu Yu and Chu He had completed their memory erasure. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld Li Jiaojiao's space, bewildered. Jiaojiao. Huh? How do we end up in your space? Chu Yu exclaimed, glancing around in confusion, having no recollection of their entry. Did you not mention that the crops and vegetables in your space had ripened? You said you would harvest them and bring them to my space. Oh, right. I must have lost my train of thought. He began retrieving the harvested crops from his space to present to Li Jiaojiao. Fortunately, they had indeed mentioned the nearing harvest, and they had stored it for her in the preceding days. Jiaojiao seized upon this rationale, deeming it flawless. Chapter 61. Hu Jintian returns, after their labors. The group emerged to find Chef Hu Jintai had prepared a sumptuous meal awaiting them. Li Jiaojiao had increasingly grown reliant upon Hu Jintai's culinary skills, accustomed to his delectable dishes. Any food prepared by other husbands seemed lacking in comparison. In ancient adage states, to capture a woman's heart, one must first captivate her palate. And indeed, this proved true. The exquisite meals, coupled with his handsome appearance, endeared him to Li Jiaojiao even further. For several consecutive days, she had broken the rule of sharing her time with only one husband, allowing both Hu Jintai and Wang Yiyuan into her beast den. The partially amnesiac Chu Yu and Chu He were left bewildered, unable to inquire further. They merely felt a sense of injustice and melancholy. Chu He keenly observed that ever since they had emerged from Li Jiaojiao's space, her demeanor towards him and Chu Yu had turned tepid. He was at a loss as to what he had done wrong, which was quite tormenting. That evening, when Li Jiaojiao once again uttered, "Tonight, Ahai will accompany me," he could no longer restrain himself. Rising to his feet, he gazed at Li Jiaojiao. "Jiaojiao, could we step outside for a moment? There are matters I wish to discuss." Chu Yu, equally curious about Li Jiaojiao's recent behavior, followed suit, leaving Hu Jintai and Wang Yiyuan exchanging bewildered glances. They were equally perplexed by Li Jiaojiao's intentions. When asked, she simply replied, "Is it not good to pamper you?" The issue lay in the fact that while it was indeed pleasant, prolonged indulgence would inevitably lead to complications among the husbands. Finally, Chu Yu and Chu He could remain silent no longer. In the courtyard, Chu He gently took Li Jiaojiao's hand. "Jiaojiao, have I done something recently to upset you?" Feeling the chill of Chu He's palm, Li Jiaojiao's heart ached. He was her beloved, and she had no desire to punish them. However, Shu Buqing had insisted on a penalty, compelling her to endure the discomfort. Thus, with great reluctance, she replied, "It is because you attempted to extract secrets from me whilst I was intoxicated. Hence the beast god decreed a punishment must be enacted upon you." Chu Yu and Chu He stood in shock, unable to comprehend how they had committed such a transgression. The meaning of the beast god is that for this month, you all are forbidden from entering my beast den, that I understand, and I apologize, Jiaojiao. I hope I have not caused you any harm, I did not intend to do so. Chu Yu explained somewhat weakly. "I know, and the beast god knows as well, which is why the punishment is that you cannot enter my beast den for the past month. After a month, everything will be fine, that I understand. Jiaojiao, I will behave well from now on, so will I, striving to make amends for the mistakes I have made." The two were expressing their determination. When Jiaojiao entered the beast den, Hu Jintai was already waiting. Completely undressed, with only a soft piece of beast skin covering him slightly. "Jiaojiao, what did he want to discuss with you?" Upon seeing Jiaojiao enter, he hurriedly stood up to prepare a bath for her. Jiaojiao was momentarily dazzled by his muscular physique, and soon both of them tumbled into the bathtub together. Over the past few days, Chu Yu and Chu He had been diligently working and hunting. On the 37th day after Hu Jintian's departure, a resounding tiger roar echoed from afar outside the tribe. Hu Jintian has returned. The 6 companions who had gone with him were also eager to return home. Upon entering the tribe, they swiftly dispersed to their own households. "Jiaojiao, I'm back," Hu Jintian's booming voice called out from a distance. Jiaojiao had already heard his voice and stood at the courtyard entrance waiting. As Hu Jintian approached, he saw Jiaojiao gazing sweetly at him, her entire being exuding a radiant glow. Overcome with excitement, he dashed over and lifted Jiaojiao, spinning her around several times. "That I missed you so much." "Jiaojiao, did you miss me?" Hu Jintian held Jiaojiao aloft, his sparkling eyes fixed on her. "Of course I missed you," Jiaojiao replied, cupping Hu Jintian's face and planting a heavy kiss on his forehead. Hu Jintian was as joyous as a child. Just as Jiaojiao was about to pull away, he captured her lips, and the two became entwined in a passionate kiss. After a while, they reluctantly parted. Hu Jintian did not set Jiaojiao down, but carried her into the beast's den. Upon hearing Hu Jintian's voice, Hu Zhenhai quickly busied himself preparing a feast. As soon as Hu Jintian entered the den, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of delicious food. "Brother, your culinary skills have improved," he teased Hu Zhenhai. "Just a whiff tells me it's delectable. Your flattery has also become quite refined. How are our parents? Are they well?" "They're doing well. During our absence, they appear to be in better spirits and less worried. I can't tell if it's just my imagination, but they seem younger." "Ha! Your parents didn't blame me for whisking you brothers away." "Did they?" Jiaojiao teased. "No. They even asked me to thank you on their behalf for your gifts, especially for ensuring that both my brother and I are no longer single." Hu Jintian replied earnestly. Jiaojiao couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I will graciously accept their thanks. Now, let's eat. You've had a long journey." After their meal, Jiaojiao inquired about his experiences upon returning. "After I got back, I first taught them how to make charcoal. After 4 or 5 days, they basically mastered it. I also had my father carefully select the ascending pills and had them consume them together with the loyalty pills. Once I saw that everything was in order, I couldn't help but miss you, so I wanted to return immediately. But then I thought about the bamboo weaving, woodworking skills, and cooking techniques I learned here, and I couldn't resist showing off a bit. As a result, they insisted on learning from me and begged me to teach them." Hu Jintian sheepishly scratched his head. "So, did you teach them?" Jiaojiao asked with a smile, not blaming him in the least. Yes. They couldn't stop praising me and my brother for our good taste. They said we were fortunate to have such a heavenly beast wife." Hu Jintian's words were not exaggerated. Many single beast men in the tribe envied him greatly. "That must be because you kept praising me, elevating me to such heights," Jiaojiao remarked with an air of knowing. Hu Jintian covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Jiaojiao, how did you know? It's as if you were there with me. I've never been to your Tiger Roar tribe, and they haven't seen me. They can only envy you and Ahai, so it must be because you incessantly praised me for this and that." Jiaojiao quipped, Jiaojiao, you're truly clever. However, what I said is the truth. I did not exaggerate one bit. You are simply exceptional in every way, fool." Hu Zhenhai chastised lightly. "If you don't convey your thoughts properly, you'll inevitably cause misunderstandings. If you elevate Jiaojiao to such heights, it will surely attract attention. Oh, brother, they wouldn't dare to provoke us with our prowess." Hu Zhenhai's expression darkened. "Did you reveal our beast rank?" No, I wouldn't dare. You instructed me not to mention it." Hu Jintian immediately clasped his ears and hung his head low. "That's more like it. But how could you?" All right, Ahai, stop it. Tian has just returned." Jiaojiao interjected, pulling Hu Zhenhai's hand away as he was about to strike Hu Jintian. "What Tian said is not wrong. We genuinely have no reason to fear now. Ordinary folks wouldn't dare to provoke us." Chapter 62. Grasping the opportunity to bear Hu Jintian's offspring. You use your brain more next time." Hu Zhenhai looked at Hu Jintian helplessly. "I understand, brother." Hu Jintian's joy at returning home had diminished significantly. "All right, enough of this talk. Let's rest early. Tian must be exhausted from the journey." The group tacitly relinquished the right to sleep with Jiaojiao to Hu Jintian, upon realizing he could hold the fragrant and soft Jiaojiao tonight. Hu Jintian's spirits soared. He swiftly bathed and entered Jiaojiao's beast den. Upon entering, he found Jiaojiao lying on the stone bed, her silvery hair cascading like a waterfall beside her, with a bright smile on her face. Her sparkling eyes were fixed on the entrance where Hu Jintian stood. Hu Jintian felt a rush of blood to his head and hurried over. Unable to contain himself, he leaned down to kiss the person he had longed for day and night. "Jiaojiao, Do you still remember the promise you made to me? What? Jiaojiao's head felt fuzzy, momentarily unable to recall which promise Hu Tian was referring to. Hu Tian, thinking she had forgotten, felt a flicker of disappointment. Perhaps she truly did not hold him in such high regard. Noticing Hu Tian's pause, Jiaojiao's mind cleared up significantly, and she realized what he meant. Silly, I just wasn't thinking clearly earlier. I remember the promise I made to you. If it didn't count, I would be carrying several little ones right now, wouldn't I? Jiaojiao gently touched Hu Tian's ear, giving it a soft squeeze that Hu Tian was filled with joy as he planted a kiss on Jiaojiao's lips. Becoming even more enthusiastic, a night of wildness ensued. The next morning, Hu Tian awoke, groaning as he rubbed his sore and swollen waist. Hearing the commotion, he entered the den and saw Jiaojiao incessantly massaging her waist. Feeling guilty, he walked over to take over her task. I'm sorry, Jiaojiao. I missed you too much last night and got a bit carried away. It's all right. I miss you too. Please give me a good massage. Jiaojiao opened her arms, seeking an embrace. Hu Tian sat on the edge of the bed, one hand massaging her waist while the other wrapped around her as she sat on his lap. At first, Jiaojiao thought having multiple beast husbands was quite nice. Every morning, she could wake up to a group of handsome men before her. How wonderful. She recalled an article she had once read about the 6 benefits of gazing at handsome men. It could stimulate estrogen, enhancing one's appearance, extend one's lifespan, improve hair loss, and looking at a handsome man for 10 minutes was equivalent to 30 minutes of aerobic exercise, promoting blood circulation and enhancing cardiovascular function, as well as aiding memory. Now, she understood that the article referred to merely looking, not engaging. However, it was evident that her beast husband were not content with just looking at her. Tian, did you encounter a Kai on your journey back? Jiaojiao inquired. No, but when I returned to the Tiger Roar tribe, I heard patrolling tribe members mention that a Kai had passed through our tribe 4 days before my return. You should be fine. I estimate he will return soon as well. I just visited a brother's offspring, and on my way back, my parents inquired about it. When I told them a brother is about to have cubs, they were overjoyed. Hu Tian reassured Jiaojiao. Well, let's not worry about him for now. I have good news for you. Would you like to hear it? What good news? You will soon become a father. Hu Tian paused in disbelief, staring at Jiaojiao. Did you just say that? I'm going to be a father? Yes, your little ones are already in my belly. In 2 months, you will experience the joys of fatherhood. Jiaojiao replied cheerfully. This morning, she had remembered that she hadn't taken the fertility pills yet, and just as she was about to consume them, she heard the countless voices saying, no need to take them anymore. They are already here. Huh? Whose? Of course, they are Hu Tian's. Your prowess as a beast husband is impressive. Li Jiaojiao felt a slight flush on her cheeks. She was aware of their boldness, but hearing it articulated by another person made it feel entirely different. Moreover, the individual in question was wearing the face of her own brother, which made the situation all the more uncomfortable. Please refrain from discussing this matter with me in the future. What? Why? Why do you even ask? It's nothing really. I'm just not accustomed to discussing such private matters with others. All right then. The two indulged in each other's company for a while before stepping out for a hearty lunch. Li Jiaojiao requested Shuziking to assist her in organizing the details regarding her protective shield. Host, you currently possess 27,900 cubic meters. The entire tribe occupied over 30,000, nearly 40,000 cubic meters, which was still insufficient. What should we do? Li Jiaojiao was genuinely concerned about the Taoning tribe. Calculating the time, it had been over a month since that eagle had flown away. After all, they could fly. If it truly relayed the news back, and if they harbored any ill intentions, they could swoop down and carry her away. And no matter how fast she ran, it would be futile to escape. Thus, enveloping the entire tribe with a protective shield was of utmost necessity. Shuziking, please explain this protective shield to me, as the name suggests. A protective shield is designed for defense. It is a transparent barrier that remains invisible unless touched. Once activated, it prevents people from entering or exiting at will. But that's not feasible. The tribe must be able to come and go freely to hunt on the mountains that I certainly cannot cover every inch. Do not fret, host. Allow me to explain. The protective shield is a product of space, just like your elixirs. This means there is a connection between them. In other words, Anyone who has consumed your elixirs can enter and exit freely. Does the childbirth elixir count? Of course it does. Host, speak properly. If you continue with such insinuations, I will have my beast husband come in and give you a good thrashing. Li Jiaojiao shuddered at the thought. However, the pressing issue remained. It was still insufficient. How could she resolve this? There were no sales available. If it were for sale, you still couldn't afford ITTO earn rewards. You'll have to wait until the next childbirth, which is 2 months away. If this is meant to guard against the Tianying tribe, it certainly won't be ready in time. That I have received a warning. A group of high-tier beastmen is approaching the Fox tribe. Approximately 10,000 kilometers away. Li Jiaojiao jumped in alarm, completely forgetting that she was resting on Hu Zhentian's L8 in her startled leap. Her forehead collided with his chin. Jiaojiao, what happened? Hu Zhentian asked anxiously. It's nothing. Nothing at all, Li Jiaojiao replied, covering her forehead. Let me see. Hu Zhentian gently pulled her hand away, revealing a red mark. You say it's nothing. He tenderly rubbed her forehead. Rest a bit longer. Let me help you. He pulled her back into his embrace. Li Jiaojiao didn't resist. She still needed to inquire further with Shuziking. Perhaps it was referring to Wang Yikai and his companions, as she nestled into Hu Zhentian's arms. Li Jiaojiao's consciousness slipped into the space once more. The individuals you mentioned earlier are Wang Yikai and his group, right? Their beast levels are also quite high, and there's 7 of them. Not them. Their energy signature is already quite close. They may arrive tomorrow or the day after. Shuziking replied with certainty. You can distinguish their energy signatures? Of course, after spending so much time together. It's only natural. Your detection abilities are quite impressive. Indeed. Have you come to appreciate my prowess? Shuziking boasted, hands on its hips. How far can you detect? Host, I can currently detect within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers? That's remarkable. Do you have an estimate of when they might arrive? I can't say for certain, but based on their flying speed, it could be as quick as 6 or 7 days, or as slow as 12 or 13 days. Time is truly of the essence. Li Jiaojiao thought rapidly about her options. We must gather the tribe closer. Only then can they all be under your protective shield. Shuziking suggested. Then we shall try that. Chapter 63. Wang Yikai returns. Li Jiaojiao's consciousness returned, and she summoned Chu Yu. Upon seeing the two embracing, he felt a pang of sorrow. Ayu, please take me to find father. I need to discuss something with him. Of course. He transformed into his beast form, awaiting Li Jiaojiao's ascent. Li Jiaojiao adeptly climbed onto his back, gently wrapping her arms around his neck. It had been a while since Chu Yu felt this close to her. He couldn't help but chastise himself internally as he savored her warmth. Before long, they arrived at Chu Changtian's location. Father! Father! They greeted him. Where's mother? Chu Yu inquired. Your mother's inside playing with your younger siblings. Chu Changtian's expression softened at the mention of his children. I'll go take a look. With that, he prepared to enter the den, intending to make room for Li Jiaojiao and her companions. You need not leave. Li Jiaojiao promptly grasped his hand, assuring him that it was not necessary. I thought you might feel a bit choked up. As long as it doesn't involve me personally. It doesn't matter. There's no need to be so cautious. Noticing the unusual atmosphere between them, Chu Changtian felt compelled to inquire further. Have you done something to upset Jiaojiao? No. Father, Ayu has been wonderful and takes great care of me. Li Jiaojiao interjected. Chu Yu remained silent, his eyes reddening. Chu Changtian could see through the tension, but recognized that now was not the time to question his son. Jiaojiao, did you come here for a specific purpose? Yes, father. The beast god has guided me. A group of high-tier beastmen is approaching us, and their intentions are unclear. I possess a protective shield bestowed by the beast god, but it is insufficient to safeguard the entire tribe. Therefore, I seek your counsel on how to proceed. After pondering for a moment, Chu Changtian asked, Do you know how far they are? How many are coming? They are approximately 10,000 kilometers away, but I cannot ascertain their numbers. However, their beast levels are notably high. Could it be Wang Yikai and his group? I have ruled them out. It is not them. Then it could be the Tianying tribe? Chu Yu speculated. Unknown. It is a possibility. How large is your protective shield? How many individuals can it accommodate? I recently assessed it with Ayu. Our tribe is quite expansive, over 30,000 square meters. However, my current shield can only protect about 4/5 of that. Here's what we shall do. I will instruct all the females, young ones, and lower-tier males to gather in the center, while all the high-tier males will form a protective perimeter. This way, your shield will prioritize safeguarding the females and young, as the high-tier beastmen still possess combat abilities. Chu Yu, having served as chieftain for many years, quickly devised a plan that would effectively protect his people. I believe this is a sound strategy. What do you think, Yu? I concur. I will organize personnel to patrol the area, ensuring additional safety. Very well, once Father has made the necessary arrangements, I will activate the protective shield. Understood. I'll take Jiaojiao back now. Father. Yes, once you returned her, come back for another discussion. Chu Yu gazed at Chu Yu as they walked hand in hand. Jiaojiao did not urge Chu Yu to revert to his beast form. They strolled back slowly, hand in hand. Yu. That incident is past. Don't dwell on it. Otherwise, I might think you harbor resentment towards me. Jiaojiao took the initiative to clasp his hand, feeling the warmth of her palm. Chu Yu found it hard to suppress the tears he had held back for so long, which finally spilled over, landing on the back of Jiaojiao's hand. Jiaojiao tenderly cradled his face, kissing away the hot tears that flowed incessantly. I'm sorry. Jiaojiao, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Please don't dislike me. Chu Yu pleaded, his eyes reddened, looking at her with a pitiful gaze. Enough now. No more tears. I've already said I'm not angry with you. Chu Yu remained silent as Jiaojiao cradled his face and kissed him passionately. In that moment, Chu Yu finally believed and reciprocated the kiss with deep affection. He then turned back to Chu Yu, who was already swiftly gathering the beastmen of the Tian Dixien rank from the tribe. Chu Yu conveyed Jiaojiao's intentions without missing a single word. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed that it was indeed the best course of action. Quickly, they sprang into action. Those residing in the heart of the tribe did not need to move much. They merely had to relocate the small females and young ones from the periphery to the center of the tribe. While the higher-ranking beastmen would take their place around the outskirts, Jiao mentioned that this was only a temporary measure, and in 2 months' time, they would be able to protect the entire tribe. So everyone made minimal adjustments, simply gathering their belongings and provisions to settle in. Seeing that everyone was busy, Chu Yu finally found the time to inquire about his own.yu what is going on between you and Jiaojiao. He asked straightforwardly. Chu Yu paused for a moment before honestly replying. It was a mistake made by me and we tried to probe into Jiaojiao's matters when her mind was clouded. Chu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally exclaimed, You too. I truly don't know what to say about you. What are we to do now? Neither I nor he can enter Jiaojiao's beast den for the past month. Chu Yu lamented. Is it truly over? It is indeed over. Chu Yu replied in bewilderment. Did Father think this punishment was not severe enough? Heavenly Maiden, what kind of punishment is this? You two should be reveling in your secret joy. I thought Jiaojiao would cast you both off. Truly, may the beast god bless us. When Wang Yikai and his group arrived, they were momentarily stunned to find the periphery filled with high-ranking beastmen. Bai Tian, upon seeing another beast husband of his small female, called out, Huang Zheng, what is happening here? Bai Tian, you're back. Huang Zheng rushed over. You see, the tribe leader instructed that for the time being, we should relocate the high-ranking beastmen to the outskirts to better protect the small females and young ones in the tribe. Oh, Bai Tian responded. You should hurry back to see Yin Duo. She will undoubtedly be very pleased to see you. Now that you are back, you can accompany her tonight, while Huan and I take turns patrolling. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Jiaojiao. I have returned. Wang Yikai dashed back to the beast inn, enveloping Jiaojiao in a bear hug. I missed you so much. Wang Yikai buried his head in the crook of Jiaojiao's neck, cherishing the unique fragrance that only she possessed, occasionally nuzzling against her. That tickles. Akai, stop it, it's too ticklish. Jiaojiao, during the days I was away, did you miss me at all? Not at all. Wang Yikai felt a pang of hurt upon hearing this, his expression dimming instantly. How could I have only missed you a little? I have missed you so much. Jiaojiao feigned a deep sigh. Teasing Wang in retaliation, Wang Yikai playfully bit Jiaojiao. She exclaimed softly. Wang Yikai's gaze turned dangerously intense as the air around them grew thick with unspoken tension. He carried Li Jiaojiao into the beast den, where the sound of rushing water could be heard intermittently. Chapter 64. Activating the protective barrier the following day, Li Jiaojiao consumed a birthing pill and successfully planted the seed. How wonderful! My belly is no longer empty. 2 days later, the tribe members had completed their relocations. Following the numerous teachings, Li Jiaojiao stood atop a high slope, waving her hand to summon the protective barrier from the space, enveloping a significant portion of the tribe in an instant. The transparent shield, illuminated by the sun, appeared to shimmer with a faint halo. Curious, Li Jiaojiao tossed a small stone, which traced a beautiful parabolic arc before soaring into the air, only to suddenly bounce back as if it had hit something elastic. Be careful. Chu, he exclaimed, swiftly catching Li Jiaojiao and rolling them aside to avoid the stone. You startled me, Li Jiaojiao exclaimed, her heart racing. Are you all right, Jiaojiao? Chu asked with concern. I'm fine. I didn't expect this thing to be so effective. Come on, let us head back and try again. The two walked to the edge of the protective barrier, and when Li Jiaojiao touched it with her water, it felt as if she were touching a bubble. With a gentle push, her hand penetrated the barrier as if it had burst. To her astonishment, she discovered several beast dens nearby, half of which were inside the barrier and half outside. Curiously, Li Jiaojiao approached the nearest beast den, wondering if it too had a portion within the barrier. Is anyone living in there? Chu glanced at the den, recognizing it as the home of the yellow-rank beastman Xiaobing, his small female, and their young ones, but surmised they had likely moved to the tribe's center. Is anyone inside? Chu called out from the courtyard toward the den. Yes. Brother, you're late, came a voice as someone rushed out of the den. After returning home 2 days ago, Bai Tian had been given an extra day to dote on Yin Duo. Today was his turn to stay outside with Huang Zheng. Upon seeing Chu He and the Heavenly Maiden, the person exclaimed, Oh, the Heavenly Maiden is here. Please come in. My apologies for intruding, Li Jiaojiao politely replied. Chu He introduced Bai Tian to her. This is Bai Tian, a heavenly ranked beastman of the tribe. Yes. Heavenly Maiden, I am Bai Tian. My small female is Yin Duo, and you once bestowed a divine pill upon her. Thanks to you, I have quickly ascended to the heavenly rank. My small female has always wanted to thank you in person, but the young clan leader stopped her, saying you would be disturbed. Li Jiaojiao smiled. Yes, I did ask you to prevent her from coming. I prefer a bit of tranquility. I appreciate your kindness in accompanying my Kai back to the Divine Dog Tribe. UVE worked hard. When Chu Yu chose his accompanying personnel, he had mentioned this name, and Li Jiaojiao remembered IT has no trouble at all. We are all brothers, and since he is your beast husband, it is only right that we accompany him. Jiaojiao smiled, deciding not to dwell on this further, planning to express her gratitude by providing them with extra salt during the next distribution. I came to see if I could enter the beast den. I hope it is convenient, Li Jiaojiao stated, revealing her purpose for visiting. Of course, please, Bai Tian eagerly cleared the way for her to enter. What is special about this den? Bai Tian inquired curiously. I don't know yet. I must see to find out, Li Jiaojiao replied as they entered. Upon stepping inside, she was thrilled to find that the protective barrier penetrated the den's stone, dividing it into 2 halves, with one side under the shield. Jiaojiao smiled with delight and turned to the two, saying, just as I suspected, this protective barrier can penetrate stone as well. She pointed to a spot in front of her. Bai Tian, not fully understanding her words, stepped forward to touch the air, suddenly sensing a distinct layer, as if there were a membrane that the protective barrier. Heavenly Maiden? He asked excitedly. Jiaojiao nodded. Bai Tian, emboldened, pushed harder and felt the membrane suddenly give way, allowing his hand to pass through. Terrified, he retracted his hand, pleading, Heavenly Maiden, spare me. I broke the protective barrier. His mind raced with confusion. Hadn't he, the tribe leader, said it was very secure? How had he managed to break it so easily? Had he grown stronger? Would the Heavenly Maiden punish him? Seeing him kneeling with a constantly shifting expression, Li Jiaojiao struggled to suppress her laughter. Please, get up. I haven't finished speaking. Our tribe members can come and go freely, which is why you were able to extend your hand inside. Now, try walking through. Bai Tian, half convinced, stood up and took a step forward. As he passed through the barrier, he felt a sensation akin to bursting a bubble. But when he touched it again, that spot was intact. Jiaojiao instructed him to stand inside, then drew her crossbow, aiming at an empty space beside Bai Tian, and released the arrow. Bai Tian jumped in surprise, but Chu Yu, experienced now, quickly pulled Li Jiaojiao aside as the arrow was released. It ricocheted back and embedded itself deeply into the den's wall. Bai Tian stared, dumbfounded. Heavenly Maiden! This protective barrier is incredible. It can essentially defend against enemy attacks. I'm still uncertain about how powerful a strike it can withstand. Therefore, you all can sleep in the inner area at night. It will be safer. Currently, only our tribe members can freely enter and exit this protective barrier. The meaning of the Celestial Maiden is that no one outside our tribe is permitted to enter. However, this is not entirely the case. The orcs you provided elixirs to during your last visit to the Divine Hound tribe are also allowed in, as are those from the Tiger Roar tribe who have consumed the elixirs. Can our tribe's little females still venture outside? I have more questions, and I will gather everyone later to discuss them in detail. It is getting late. We should return for now. Celestial Maiden, would you like to stay for a meal before you leave? Li Jiaojiao couldn't help but think that this custom of inviting others to dine must have been passed down through generations since ancient times. That no, perhaps another time, that it would not be polite to insist during the day. So they escorted the guests to the entrance. Even after Li Jiaojiao and the others had walked a considerable distance away, he remained lost in thought. When Huangzhong returned, he found him in a daze. Hey, he waved his hand in front of Bai Tian's face. What is wrong with you? Bai Tian snapped back to reality, saw Huangzhong, and pulled him to the beast den. Once inside, he rushed to the barrier. Excitedly declared, "You just stand there and try to hit me." Huangzhong was perplexed. What could have possibly caused this? They were only a step apart. If they truly fought, their fists would undoubtedly meet their faces. Why? Don't ask, don't ask. Just hit me. Huangzhong, though confused, complied and charged forward. Midway, he felt something snap. Before he could process what had happened, his fist connected with Bai Tian's face. Ouch! Bai Tian clutched his face and fell to the side. Momentarily bewildered before suddenly recalling something, he wailed, "Oh no! I forgot we're from the same tribe." Chapter 65. Feng Xiao, after Bai Tian explained himself, Huangzhong finally understood, looking at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Unsure of what to say, in the evening, Li Jiaojiao instructed Chu Chantian to gather the tribe members. A large bonfire was lit at the sacrificial altar, the only area of the tribe that was relatively spacious and flat. Li Jiaojiao stood at the center, and everyone cheered joyfully upon seeing her. Everyone knew that Li Jiaojiao preferred tranquility and usually refrained from disturbing her, resulting in few encounters with her despite being in the same tribe. Except for those living nearby. Why does Li Jiaojiao seem to be getting more beautiful? Hello, everyone. I have gathered you here to discuss matters concerning the protective barrier. Some of our brothers from the Xulun tribe have already sensed certain differences. Celestial Maiden, is it like a bubble? Someone could not contain their curiosity and asked, Celestial Maiden, is this protective barrier truly that formidable? Celestial Maiden, with this barrier, can we still come and go freely? Before Li Jiaojiao could respond, Chu Chantian spoke sternly, one question at a time. The crowd instantly quieted. If you all ask at once, I won't be able to hear any of you. A male orc spoke up. Celestial Maiden, does this mean that with the barrier in place, we have nothing to fear? Li Jiaojiao replied, in theory, that is the case. However, nothing is absolute. There may always be someone or something beyond our expectations. Therefore, it is crucial that everyone continues their training diligently. Relying solely on ourselves is the most dependable. Another individual stepped forward to ask, Celestial Maiden, can the little females and young ones still go out to play? Li Jiaojiao explained, this barrier recognizes only those who have consumed the elixirs. To put it simply, anyone who has taken the elixirs may enter and exit freely, while those who have not are currently unable to do so. Thus, the young ones in the tribe cannot go out. Celestial Maiden, can this barrier withstand the heavy snowfall in winter? Li Jiaojiao replied, unfortunately, it cannot. Natural elements such as wind, fire, rain, and snow cannot be blocked. Its primary function is to protect against physical attacks from other tribes. Li Jiaojiao had asked this question countless times herself a few days prior. She felt a tinge of disappointment when she was told it could not, but the explanation given was sound. If we block the rain, this area will become increasingly arid. If we block the wind, the air inside will become stagnant, right? After considering this, Li Jiaojiao agreed. Celestial Maiden, could you demonstrate for us? Li Jiaojiao called upon Chu Yu and Chu Yu to step outside the barrier and shoot some arrows to see what would happen. She chose these two because they had the ability to escape into space after shooting the arrows, ensuring there would be no casualties. The two quickly ascended the slope, whereby Tian and Li Jiaojiao stood, drawing their crossbows and firing 50 arrows in rapid succession. Once they finished, they swiftly retreated into their spatial refuge, waiting until they felt the arrows had rebounded before emerging. The onlookers at the sacrificial altar saw a flurry of arrows hurtling through the air. The orcs who had participated in the battle against the hyena tribe recognized them as crossbow bolts. Someone shouted, "It's arrows!" Some timid orcs hurriedly searched for cover, while the braver ones watched in astonishment as the arrows suddenly reversed direction and returned to where they had come from. They erupted into cheers. "Celestial Maiden! Celestial Maiden! May the beast god bless you! Celestial Maiden, we are grateful!" Only then did the timid ones dare to peek out, and upon seeing that the arrows had not fallen, they began to believe in the effectiveness of the protective barrier. Chu Chantian, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Jiaojiao, thank you so much. You always think of our tribe. We will all be eternally grateful to you. Ah, you are too kind. I'm also a member of the Fox tribe, and doing what I can for the tribe is only natural, isn't it? Regardless, we will remember everything you have done for our tribe." Far away, in the Phoenix tribe, Feng Xiao was preparing for her rebirth. "Father, I have matters to attend to and cannot leave. I will ask your cousin to keep an eye on you." Feng Xiao furrowed her brow, somewhat disagreeing. "Father, you know very well that I have had some conflicts with Feng Hua. What if he tries to sabotage me?" "He wouldn't dare." Feng Qi's voice rose several notches. After some thought, he added, "I truly cannot leave right now. Apart from myself, he has the highest beast rank in our tribe. How about this? I will call a few more people to protect you." Feng Xiao pondered for a moment and conceded. "If there are so many people, I doubt he would dare to play tricks." "Very well." Feng Qi summoned several high-ranking beasts from the tribe, 3 at the heavenly rank, 3 at the earth rank, and Feng Hua. Feng Hua was the second to successfully undergo rebirth in a century, the first being Feng Qi himself, which had occurred 40 years ago. Over the years, although several tribe members had reached the heavenly rank, none had managed to achieve rebirth. 4 years ago, when Feng Hua underwent rebirth, it caused quite a stir. The neighboring tribes, which had been eager to encroach upon the Phoenix tribe's territory, gradually lost interest and reverted to mere spectators. The flattery and adulation from the tribe members gradually inflated Feng Hua's ego. Additionally, his little female had originally favored Feng Xiao, but after being spurned by her, he felt that the position of deputy tribe leader should rightfully belong to him. What Feng Xiao found most distasteful was that because of a little female, Feng Hua had repeatedly sought trouble with her. If only he possessed the character to be magnanimous, she would have accepted him as deputy tribe leader. But alas, he was petty. Once, when someone mocked their black phoenix for being unattractive, he retaliated violently, injuring the individual severely. On another occasion, while hunting, he sustained injuries, and when his uncle merely offered some well-intentioned advice, he misinterpreted it as mockery, resulting in his uncle being rendered mute thereafter. Deputy tribe leader, the essence of the extraordinary herb has been prepared for you. The extraordinary herb essence is a spiritual herb that assists the Phoenix tribe during rebirth, enhancing the purity of their internal fire energy. Feng Xiao approached, took the essence, and inquired, "Feng Hua hasn't come near this essence, has he?" A Shui glanced around, ensuring Feng Hua was absent, and quietly replied, "No, Feng Hua has kept his distance. This essence was personally gathered and prepared by Qing and me." "Very well. Thank you for your hard work." Feng Xiao, Feng Shui, and Feng Qing had grown up together and all shared a disdain for Feng Hua, yet felt powerless against him. How infuriating! She hoped Feng Xiao would succeed in her rebirth and triumph over Feng Hua. With all preparations complete, Feng Xiao drank the extraordinary herb essence, transformed into her beast form, spread her wings, and soared into the sky. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Feng Hua's enigmatic smile. Feng Zhao's heart skipped a beat, but there was no time to dwell on it. The blazing fire enveloped her entire beast form, and as she ascended higher, she gradually transformed into a mere point of light. Suddenly, Feng Yin sensed something amiss within her body. She felt her form gradually turning icy. Growing cold, before she could comprehend the situation, a luminous sphere shot out from the side and struck Feng Zhao directly. Ka! Feng Zhao let out a piercing cry as she plummeted downward. Chapter 66. A great fireball falls from the sky. Feng Qing and Feng Shui had been watching Feng Zhao and were alarmed when she suddenly vanished from sight. They hurriedly ran to find their tribe leader, Feng Qi. Tribe leader, something terrible has happened. The deputy tribe leader has gone missing. Missing? What do you mean? Feng Qi stood up in a panic. The deputy tribe leader was in the midst of a rebirth and suddenly just disappeared. Feng Qi was taken aback, forcing herself to compose her thoughts, send a few individuals to confine Feng Hua and keep a close watch on him. Chieftain, that may not be feasible. There is no evidence. At that moment, Feng Hua had remained quietly seated, and no one witnessed him act against anyone. Feng Qi pondered momentarily, acknowledging the validity of this reasoning, and then commanded, in that case, assign 2 people to follow him closely and observe his every move. The rest of you accompany me to search for a Xiao. Brother Hai, there was an incident during Xiao Heir's rebirth. I must handle it first that I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Please feel free to make yourself at home. Jing Hai promptly rose. Let me take some people and assist you in the search. I am most grateful. The group hurriedly departed, splitting into 4 paths to search for the Fox clan, with the protective shield in place. The hearts of the tribe's people were further at ease. Everywhere one looked, little females gathered leisurely to chat, while a few beastmen congregated to observe the young ones, sharing insights on child-rearing. Jiaojiao also seized the fleeting warmth of autumn. In recent days, several beastmen had taken turns accompanying her up the mountain in search of delectable treats and amusements. Today, it was Chu Yu's turn to accompany her. Chu had gone hunting with Hu Zhenhai and Wang Yuan. Jiaojiao remarked that Wang Yikai and Hu Zhentian would soon be fathers themselves and ought to learn how to care for the young. She also suggested giving a Hai and a Yuan a break, as being full-time caregivers was no simple task. Over time, she feared Wang Yuan might succumb to melancholy. Chu had just brought Li Jiaojiao to the waterfall, where the water flow was considerably gentler in this season compared to the summer's torrential force. Offering a unique beauty, the sea of flowers had withered, and the autumn breeze carried a hint of desolation. On the mountain grew a type of wild fruit, vibrant and red, visually appealing and boasting a flavor that was sweet with a slight tartness. Utterly delicious. There was another variety resembling modern ginseng fruit, with plenty of moisture and a thin skin, offering a subtle sweetness. For the past few days, Li Jiaojiao had ventured up the mountain primarily to gather these wild fruits. Having identified countless edible varieties that had not escaped her grasp, Chu informed her that during winter, fresh fruits would be scarce, and with heavy snowfall, most wild fruits would become buried, making the search for them a challenging endeavor. Thus, over these past few days, Li Jiaojiao had collected over 10 baskets of fruits, each taller than herself, for the long winter ahead, as there would be many young ones to feed and nurture. Hey, reach for those higher up? I can't reach them. All right. Li Jiaojiao stepped aside to allow Chu Yu access, but failed to notice the loose stones beneath her feet. As she stepped on one, it shifted, causing her to stumble forward, and she instinctively shut her eyes in fright that, oh, it doesn't hurt. Upon opening her eyes, she found Chu Yu had transformed into his beast form. Cushioning her fall, that a pang of emotion welled in Li Jiaojiao's heart. This beast man, regardless of the danger, always prioritized her safety. Noticing her reddened eyes, Chu Yu assumed she had been hurt and quickly rose to examine her closely, asking, Jiaojiao, are you injured anywhere? No, you silly. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt while protecting me? Li Jiaojiao's voice trembled slightly. Earlier, she had not seen, but now that he stood, she noticed a large gash on his thigh, blood dripping steadily from it. His first concern had been for her well-being. Completely oblivious to his own injury, seeing that Li Jiaojiao was unharmed, Chu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, though he felt a twinge of pain in his thigh. Looking down, he saw the wound. The branch having cut through skin and flesh, slightly turned outward, he lifted his gaze to assure Li Jiaojiao, "It's nothing, Jiaojiao, I will wash it by the water." He began to limp toward the water's edge. Li Jiaojiao grasped his arm. "Let me tend to it." Having purchased iodine swabs and gauze from the marketplace, she realized the wound was quite severe and would typically require stitches, which she did not know how to perform. "Is the recovery pill applicable?" She communicated silently. "Yes, but it is generally for postnatal use." Li Jiaojiao understood, disinfected Chu Yu's wound, and fed him a recovery pill. Immediately, the wound visibly began to heal. Shu Buqing observed everything silently, pondering whether this could be considered another instance of the host exploiting a glitch. While the two were gazing affectionately at each other, Shu Buqing suddenly shouted frantically, "Host! Host! There's a situation!" "What situation?" "A large fireball is plummeting from the sky." Upon hearing this, Li Jiaojiao quickly looked up and indeed saw a fireball descending rapidly. "What on earth is that?" "A meteor," she exclaimed, fearing it might crash down upon her. Just as she was about to pull Chu Yu into the space for shelter, she heard Shu Buqing announce, "Detected. It is a Phoenix Beastman." Chu Yu also noticed and prepared to pull Li Jiaojiao into the space. "Host, do not worry. It will not strike us. Observe the trajectory. It will impact the protective shield." As expected, in the tribe, a little cub playing suddenly looked up at the fireball and innocently asked the male beastman accompanying him, "Father Zi, what is that? Did the sun fall?" The beastman named Zi looked up in alarm and hurriedly called for the little females and cubs playing in the clearing to return indoors. A few brave souls shouted, "Zi, what are you afraid of? We have a protective shield." Though they spoke boldly, everyone still dared only to stand at the entrance of the beast's den, gazing skyward. The fireball descended swiftly, appearing ever closer, when suddenly it rebounded into the sky, then fell again, bouncing back up and repeating the cycle. The bewildered cubs continued to ask their parents, "Father, Mother, is this fireball playing a new game? I want to play too." The adults exchanged exasperated glances, but simultaneously felt relieved. Curiosity piqued, they were eager to discover what was occurring. Chu Yu and his companions, who had been hunting, also spotted the fireball and rushed toward it. The beastmen hunting alongside them, upon witnessing the commotion, abandoned their pursuits to follow suit. Chu Yu and the others observed the fireball bounce a few times before it landed in a wooded area, and he carried Li Jiaojiao toward it. Along the way, Li Jiaojiao incessantly asked Shu Buqing, "Is that a phoenix?" She had never imagined she would one day encounter such a legendary creature. "Indeed, host, it is a Phoenix Beastman, and he is single." "What does that mean? Are we starting a matchmaking endeavor?" The host understands me. This is merely part of my duties." "Where did he come from? You never mentioned him before." Hearing this, Shu Buqing lowered his head. "Host, my level is insufficient to know. I cannot ascertain where he came from, as there were no phoenix in the range I can detect." The group converged from various directions toward the fireball, and before long, everyone had arrived. Upon her arrival, Li Jiaojiao noticed the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, filled with confusion. Looking down, her eyes widened in bewilderment. "Is this dark lump supposed to be a phoenix?" Chapter 67. Saving a bird the flames on the fireball had extinguished, revealing a form that resembled a lump of coal. Momentarily dazed, Li Jiaojiao instructed Shu Buqing to scan the phoenix's condition. After scanning, he reported, "Host, there is still hope, albeit the cost may be great. A revitalization pill is required." Jiaojiao's eyes widened in shock. "What? To save a lump of charred coal, I need to spend 3,000 points on a potion." "Forget it." She turned to leave. Host, historically the Phoenix clan is known for their gratitude. If you save this bird, they may provide assistance in the future. They are so far away, if we truly needed their help. By the time they arrive, the opportunity would have long passed. You underestimate their flying speed. Put it simply, the previously encountered Eagle Clan's maximum speed is only about 120, while the lowest speed of Phoenix can reach 360. Some exceptionally gifted ones can even exceed 700 kilometers per hour. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaojiao's eyes widened even further. "So, they could reach us in 2 days if they flew 10,000 kilometers?" "Indeed. Moreover, The phoenix is the king of birds, exerting a bloodline dominance over all avian species. Collaborating with them would be immensely beneficial if you could secure the clan leader or the young leader of the Phoenix clan. It would be extraordinary. As Shu Buqing spoke, he became increasingly excited. However, Li Jiaojiao, too, felt a thrill at the thought of the king of birds. The phoenix, regardless of its appearance, excluding the current ugly form. Its beauty and speed were undeniably enticing. All right, she conceded, feeling tempted, setting aside thoughts of the clan leader or young leader. Saving this one would surely earn their gratitude. Without further hesitation, she purchased a revitalization pill and had Chu Yu administer it to the phoenix. When Shu Buqing scanned again, the potion had already begun to take effect, and the vital signs gradually stabilized. Heavenly Maiden, what is this? It looks like a bird. Having been burned to this extent, it likely cannot survive. When a Heavenly Maiden intervenes, there is no one who cannot be saved. Jiao couldn't help but twitch her lips at this comment. It was entirely unnecessary to hold her in such high regard. I shall endeavor to do my utmost, though I am uncertain whether I can bring him back to life. Once he is revived, we shall discern the truth. Very well. Everyone should return to their respective tasks. Chu Yu addressed the group. The crowd swiftly dispersed. Jiaojiao, shall we head back? Hu Zhenhai inquired. I need it, Ahai. Yuan. You two may continue your hunting, Yu, and he can escort me and this unsightly creature back. Jiaojiao replied. Jiaojiao, with such a large physique, could it possibly be from the eagle tribe? Hu Zhenhai pondered, gazing at the black hole-like figure. No, it is a phoenix that a few beastmen gasped in astonishment. A phoenix! They had only ever heard tales from their elders and had never encountered one themselves. This creature commands the allegiance of all birds, yet they say it possesses remarkable beauty. Li Jiaojiao, noticing their bewilderment, remarked, it seems this one has experienced an unfortunate incident during its rebirth. Let's keep its identity as a phoenix to ourselves for now. After giving her instructions, she produced a large bamboo basket to carry the black coal figure. And Chu Yu willingly took it upon himself to bear the load as they returned home together. Jiaojiao, did you not set out to gather fruits? How is it that you've returned with a basket of coal? Hu Zhentian questioned, having heard the commotion and emerging to inspect the contents on Chu Yu's back. This is not coal. It is a bird beast, man. Chu Yu clarified, What torment has it endured to become like this? Is it still alive? Let us strive to do our best. Jiao replied, Akai, please give it a wash and prepare a nest for it in the storage cave. Later, feed it this as well. She said, handing a loyalty pill to Wang Yikai. One must always remain vigilant. Understood, Jiao, Wang Yikai replied, contemplating how to construct a nest, assuming it would be somewhat akin to a stone bed. He swiftly boiled water, grasped the bird by its neck, and submerged its entire body into the water, diligently cleaning it. Feng Xiao, in a daze, opened his eyes to witness such an embarrassing scene and instantly began to struggle, flapping his wings in an attempt to take flight. Alas, his injuries were too severe, rendering flight impossible. In his thrashing, he splashed Wang Yikai, causing him to lose his grip, and Feng Xiao tumbled entirely into the bathing tub. Choking on several mouthfuls of water, Wang Yikai hurriedly fished him out, and Feng Xiao, frightened by the water, ceased to struggle and resigned himself to being cradled in Wang Yikai's arms. Wang Yikai dried him off. He chattered on, What are you struggling for? I am merely giving you a bath, not taking advantage of you. Were it not for my little female's kind heart saving you, you would still be a lump of charcoal in the woods. Feng Xiao, feeling utterly drained, attempted several times to transform back into human form, but found himself unable to do so, his voice failing him. After a while of Wang Yikai's incessant chatter, he noticed the bird gazing at him with a mournful expression, remaining silent. Are you a mute bird? Wang Yikai asked hesitantly. Feng Xiao retorted internally, You are the mute bird. I'm the proud young lord of the Phoenix tribe. Open your eyes and see clearly. What kind of bird are you? Surely not from the eagle tribe. Other birds do not appear nearly as large. Wang Yikai posed another question. Feng Xiao, displaying a face of resignation tinged with helplessness, declared, I am a phoenix, surely. You have never encountered one before. Be gentler while washing, will you? As Wang Yikai continued his washing, he casually remarked, Oh dear, It appears you have sustained quite a severe burn here. Will you be all right in the future? Have you found a mate? Any offspring? Startled, Feng Xiao quickly lowered his head to inspect himself, finding nothing but charred remnants, unable to discern whether his capabilities remained intact. Anxiety consumed him as he pondered, what if I can no longer recover? What shall I do? After 5 buckets of water and considerable effort, Wang Yikai managed to clean him up sufficiently. He wrapped Feng Xiao in a piece of bee skin and presented him to Li Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, he has awakened, but it seems he is a mute bird. Could he possibly be a spy sent by the Eagle tribe? No, the Eagle tribe should not possess such control over him. Li Jiaojiao smiled. What a remarkable creature! How powerful! The Phoenix tribe isn't that impressive, Li Jiaojiao teased, winking at Wang Yikai. The Phoenix tribe? Wang Yikai exclaimed in astonishment, covering his mouth. Feng Xiao, still trapped in his thoughts of impending doom, was taken aback to hear the female immediately recognize his lineage. How did she discern it? He scrutinized Li Jiaojiao, who, noticing his gaze, greeted him warmly. Hello, my name is Li Jiaojiao, and this is my 4th beast husband. Wang Yikai, we belong to the Fox tribe. Do you recall how you arrived here? Feng Xiao's mind raced with questions. The Fox tribe? That is leagues away. How did I end up so far? What is wrong with my body? Is it connected to Feng Hua? Where did that luminous orb that cast me away come from? Chapter 68. Ah, quite the proud one. Yet in this moment, despite a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, there was no one to listen or provide answers. Are you naturally mute? Li Jiaojiao inquired earnestly. Feng Xiao initially intended to dismiss the question, but Li Jiaojiao's beauty was too striking to ignore. A delicate beauty, with a radiant smile, posing 2 inquiries. Disregarding her would be rather impolite. Feng Xiao ultimately shook his head. Li Jiaojiao comprehended his response and probed further. Then, have you injured your throat? Feng Xiao nodded. Did something go awry during your rebirth? Feng Xiao was taken aback. How could she possibly know this? Who is she truly? His curiosity about Li Jiaojiao reached its zenith, observing his astonishment. She gathered some understanding. Is your Phoenix tribe far from us? Wang Yikai asked with intrigue. Feng Xiao lazily cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yikai, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Li Jiaojiao discerned his prideful disposition, likely believing he would respond due to her keen insight into his true identity. Thus, she refrained from further inquiries and produced a strength-enhancing pill, handing it to Wang Yikai. Akai, please give him this as well. It will aid in his swift recovery. I hope he remembers our kindness. And perhaps he can introduce us to some of the fine single males from his tribe, considering the considerable effort we expended to save him. Wang Yikai accepted the pill and addressed Feng Xiao. Bird brother, open your beak. I have a pill for you. Feng Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're the bird brother. Your entire family is bird brothers. No, your entire family is dog brothers. Seeing his reluctance, Li Jiaojiao interjected. This is medicine to heal you, not poison. Your life was saved by me. I have no reason to harm you further. Feng Xiao realized that the little female was not concerned about their intentions. Rather, he merely disliked Wang Yikai's term of bird brother. Quickly, he opened his mouth. Wang Yikai smirked, teasing, so you can discern who is worthy of respect. He fed the medicine to Feng Xiao. Kai. Perhaps it would be best not to call him bird brother anymore. Li Jiaojiao suggested, feeling she had pieced together some understanding. What should we call him then? Wang Yikai inquired. Just brother will suffice. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao found it much more agreeable and eagerly nodded in affirmation. Phoenix tribe. Feng Qi returned to the tribe with a grim expression, and the clansmen gradually filtered back from all directions. Tribe leader, we found nothing. Tribe leader, we did not discover anything either. Tribe leader, we came back empty-handed. There was no trace of the young lord. Feng Qi felt a growing agitation as he paced, pondering where else to search. They had scoured nearly 3,000 li in every direction. Bring Feng Hua to me. Having served as tribe leader for many years, his imposing presence was palpable to this moment. His stern demeanor was even more intimidating. Shortly, Feng Hua was brought before him. Upon entering the den and witnessing Feng Qi's somber expression, he felt a surge of triumph. However, he feigned anxiety. Tribe leader, has the young lord still not been found? I request to join the search. Feng Qi fixed a steely gaze upon Feng Hua, analyzing his expression for any signs of deceit. Regrettably, he could discern no such indicators. Coldly, he inquired, Feng Hua, tell me the truth. Was the young lord's misfortune orchestrated by you? Feng Hua immediately knelt. Tribe leader, it was not. His words came with conviction, his gaze unwavering, his expression sincere. Where were you during Feng Zhao's rebirth? I was right beside him, protecting him. Several witnesses can attest to this. Feng Qing and Feng Shui did not wish to testify on his behalf, but found themselves unable to counter his claims. Leaving them in awkward silence, Feng Qi's frustration resurfaced. Had he truly wronged Feng Hua? Observing the exchange, Feng Hua concealed his triumph, lowering his head to mask the satisfaction in his eyes. It appeared that Feng Xiao was in grave danger. But his years of scheming had not been in vain. Very well, you may return for now. Feng Qi dismissed him with a wave, his impatience palpable. Feng Hua respectfully rose and turned to leave. But once his back was turned, the cold glint in his eyes betrayed any semblance of subservience. Next, it will be your turn. Tribe leader, what shall we do? Feng Hua is highly suspect, but we lack evidence. Tribe leader, I shall take a few more individuals to search again. We will surely bring back the young lord. Feng Qi took a deep breath, his heart heavy. Feng Shui, Feng Qing, Feng Yin, you are to organize the others to continue the search. Yes, chief. The furrowed brow of Feng Qi reflected his worries. Feng Xiao was his only son. His little mate had passed away a decade prior, and he had single-handedly raised their child while managing the entire Feng clan. The most pressing concern was his own health, which had been compromised in his youth, leaving him in excruciating pain every time the weather changed. For years, he had relied on a potion concocted by a shaman to alleviate the suffering. He had hoped that once Feng Xiao matured and found a partner, he could finally pass the responsibilities of the clan on to him. Yet, who could have foreseen such calamity? He should have stayed by Feng Zhao's side, preventing this misfortune from befalling him. Who would have imagined that the Dragon Clan would suddenly approach regarding a union with Feng Xiao? The Dragon Clan? A thought sparked in Feng Qi's mind. Could they be involved in this matter? It was known that Long Lan had always maintained a closer relationship with Feng Hua. Why would they suddenly seek a union with Feng Xiao? Narrowing his eyes, Feng Qi resolved that if the Dragon Clan was indeed implicated, he would risk his life to avenge his son. Returning to the Fox Clan's camp, several beastmen returned one after another as dusk fell. Those who cooked began preparing meals, while others tended to their offspring or dealt with the spoils of the hunt. Li Jiaojiao sat idly, munching on fruit, observing their bustling activity that a sudden sensation struck her, as though she were a landlady presiding over her estate. What a peculiar feeling! Feng Xiao glanced at the 6 beastmen around Li Jiaojiao and couldn't help but grimace. Did they really need so many beastmen? Surely they wouldn't tire themselves out. After consuming the pill that Wang Yikai had given him that afternoon, Feng Xiao felt his body rejuvenating. It was as if his broken bones had mended in an instant. Yet upon reflection, he deemed that a tad exaggerated. Such miraculous pills were surely rare, and if they existed, they wouldn't be so readily given away, would they? His curiosity regarding this little mate only intensified. During dinner, as he observed the throng of little ones emerging, Feng Xiao was left speechless. Was his home a nursery for younglings? Why were there so many? Wait a moment. Why did their auras resemble those of the beastmen present? Overwhelmed with questions, he blurted out, "Are all these your offspring?" Chapter 69. Oh, what a handsome young man! Everyone turned their gaze towards him. Feng Xiao was equally surprised to find that he could speak. A wave of joy washed over him. He then attempted to transform into human form, but to no avail. Well, he thought, he had at least managed to speak. "You can talk now?" Chu Yu stared at him intently. "Thank you all for saving my life. Upon my return, I shall prepare generous gifts to express my gratitude." His voice was melodious. "Where do you hail from?" Li Jiaojiao inquired gently. "Greetings, young mate. My name is Feng Xiao, from the Feng clan. Our tribe lies thousands of miles from here. In my youth, I ventured out with friends and learned about a few tribes in this region. However, my father worried for my safety and seldom allowed me to travel far. Could you share what transpired?" "I was ambushed during my nirvana." Feng Xiao hesitated to divulge further details, as they were not yet familiar with one another, and it seemed unwise to bare his soul so readily. Li Jiaojiao nodded, her assumptions confirmed. How old are you? Hu Jintian asked. I just came of age yesterday. I and our Phoenix clan, we undergo nirvana upon reaching adulthood. While some succeed, many fail. Those like me who do not must rely on future opportunities. I see. And how do you feel now? Aside from my inability to transform into human form, I have no other issues. Once again, I thank you for saving my life. You should thank my little mate. It was her kindness that compelled her to rescue you. Since you are older than may I call you sister? Thank you for your life-saving grace. Feng Zhao's demeanor shifted, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Li Jiaojiao. The 6 beastmen observed, their expressions quite amusing as they heard him refer to her as sister. Li Jiaojiao chuckled, not thinking much of it. Of course you can. You are indeed younger than I. Did you give birth to all these little ones by yourself? Yes. Is there a problem? How impressive. My parents only had me, and most of our clan members have but 1 child, at most 2. Feng Xiao felt a twinge of envy towards the beastmen for having so many offspring. If the Feng clan had such a large brood, his father would not need to wear a perpetual frown. The younglings, having never encountered a featherless large bird, were filled with curiosity and clamored to play with Feng Xiao. First, let us eat. We can play after the meal, Li Jiaojiao declared, and at her command. The younglings quieted. After all, if their father dared not act out, they certainly would not want to provoke their mother, lest their fathers take them aside for a stern reprimand. As the family enjoyed their meal in harmony. Feng Xiao was struck by the warmth of the scene, reminiscing about the years he had spent alone with his father, how desolate it had been. His eyes suddenly stung with unshed tears. Ah, the wind must be strong. It's just dust in my eyes. After the meal, Feng Xiao played joyously with the little ones, revealing his own youthful spirit. Days swiftly passed, and Feng Xiao found himself increasingly integrated into this family. Surrounded by strange and wondrous things he had never seen before, delectable foods, and a multitude of adorable younglings. Each member of the household adored him, despite his slight arrogance, for his heart remained pure and kind. One day, Li Jiaojiao asked, Master, what is the condition of Feng Zhao's body? How is it that his beast rank has recovered, yet he cannot transform into human form? Host, why not summon him over? I can conduct a scan for a more accurate assessment. That sounds good. Feng Xiao, come here, Li Jiaojiao called from the pavilion. Coming sister, Feng Xiao hopped over, the sight amusing Li Jiaojiao, who couldn't help but laugh at his playful gait. You ask why I did not fly? Of course, it is because one wing would stir up all the dust. Li Jiaojiao had expressly forbidden him from flying within the house. Sister, it is rather unkind of you to laugh at me so openly. I assented. All right, I concede. I shall not laugh, she replied with a grin. Come closer. I wish to examine why you cannot transform into human form. Why? As Feng Xiao approached, the voice of Newcomer instructed. Host, hold his hand. This will ensure a more accurate scan. Li Jiaojiao, slightly puzzled, complied and grasped the tips of Feng Zhao's wings. His face flushed crimson, and his heart skipped several beats. Thankfully, he was still cloaked in feathers. Otherwise, explaining himself to his sister would be most embarrassing. However, what was she doing? Did she wish for him to become her beastman? Yet, she already had so many. He was merely a phoenix. Being the 7th beastman would be quite shameful. Nonetheless, she was beautiful, formidable, and intelligent. What did it matter what number he was? Meanwhile, Li Jiaojiao was engrossed in conversation with Newcomer, utterly unaware of the dramatic scenarios unfolding in Feng Zhao's mind. Sisterly affection. The proud little phoenix and the sweet little white rabbit. The younger phoenix brother and the elder rabbit sister. Sister wants me. Will I comply? If I pounce on her, will I be punished? Minutes later, Newcomer concluded the assessment. Host. There are toxins remaining within him. These toxins are preventing his transformation into human form. Can it be cured? Li Jiaojiao recalled possessing a detoxification pill. Certainly, this toxin is quite rare, although it is of low rank. Without an antidote, he would remain in this state for life. Thankfully, our pills can indeed neutralize it. I see. Feng Xiao continued to chuckle, but suddenly felt Li Jiaojiao release his wingtips. Before he could ponder the situation, She produced a detoxification pill for him. In recent days, his curiosity about Li Jiaojiao had only grown. Eat this. It will detoxify you. Detoxify? Are you saying I'm poisoned? Feng Xiao was taken aback. Indeed, while the toxin is not highly ranked, it is uncommon. If you encounter it and do not have the antidote, you will remain in beast form for eternity. Thank you, sister. You have saved my life. Restored my beast rank, diagnosed my condition, and now you offer me an antidote. Your kindness overwhelms me. I fear I could never repay you adequately. Perhaps you could offer yourself? Li Jiaojiao observed him lost in thought after merely receiving the pill. Feeling somewhat speechless, shouldn't you take the pill before daydreaming? She urged patiently. Yes, right away. The moment the pill slipped down his throat, Feng Xiao felt his meridians open, a surge of energy coursing through him. Now try to transform into human form. Feng Xiao concentrated, chanting internally, transform. In an instant, a bear man appeared before Li Jiaojiao, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. In beast form, he had never felt self-conscious. But now, exposed without clothing, it was utterly mortifying. Li Jiaojiao found herself quite accepting of the situation, though she feared that Feng Xiao might feel embarrassed. She merely cast a cursory glance, noting, quite impressive, muscles well-defined, limbs proportionate, tall stature, and an attractive face. He aligns perfectly with my aesthetic. Why not transform into your beast form and don some attire? Li Jiaojiao suggested. Oh, Feng Xiao, preoccupied with covering himself, had completely forgotten to transform first. How awkward. Chapter 70. Should we soar to the skies? After Feng Xiao dashed away, his face flushed, Li Jiaojiao couldn't help but laugh heartily behind him. She had not anticipated that this naive younger brother could appear somewhat endearing. Initially, she held no particular feelings for Feng Xiao, but upon witnessing his handsome visage in human form, her heart stirred with a hint of intrigue. Sister, let me take you out for some fun. At that moment, Feng Xiao emerged, now dressed, standing in the sunlight. His fiery red hair glimmered, accentuating his fair complexion, rendering him exceptionally charming. His lips bore a soft pink hue, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss him. Li Jiaojiao was mesmerized by the sight before her, exclaiming, "My heavens, someone put me out of my misery. If I cannot have such a handsome man, I shall surely regret it for a lifetime." However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing her thoughts were rather inappropriate. Had she inadvertently turned into a brazen woman? Perhaps we should invite Chu Yu and Chu Yu to join us, as they are more familiar with the surroundings. This way, I can avoid being alone with Feng Xiao on the way and potentially acting impulsively. Sister need not worry. We avians are quite sensitive to our routes and would never let you get lost. I only wish to accompany you, for you saved me. I long to take you soaring into the skies. There was another reason Feng Xiao withheld, as typically, only the female he favored was permitted to ride upon the backs of their kind. Li Jiaojiao mused, "Hey, young man, don't blame your sister for not giving you a chance when a moment comes. Soaring into the skies? Is that truly possible? But wouldn't it be too tiring for you to carry me?" Li Jiaojiao felt a surge of excitement. Soon, she would ascend to the heavens, not in an airplane, but in a manner far more exhilarating. "It won't be tiring at all, sister. Your figure is so slender that even carrying you all day would be effortless. You certainly know how to flatter. What if we bring along 2 little ones as well?" Li Jiaojiao was eager for the cubs to experience the thrill of flying. "Perhaps we can take them next time?" Feng Xiao scratched his head, his face revealing a desire to be alone with Li Jiaojiao. "All right then, I'll inform them." With that, Li Jiaojiao called for Chu Yu and shared her intentions to play with Feng Xiao. Chu Yu paused momentarily, understanding Feng Xiao's intent without uttering a word. Instead, he retreated into the beast den to fetch a thick hide cloak for Li Jiaojiao, advising, "It will be cold at high altitudes. Dress warmly." Seeing that Li Jiaojiao's first beast husband had acquiesced, Feng Xiao was elated and promptly transformed into his beast form.